The strong prevail, while the weak perish. In times of chaos, Lin Tian, being feeble, is subjected to oppression, akin to an ant in a tumultuous world. This is utterly unreasonable. I have achieved divine prowess in martial arts, yet you insist on withholding my allowance? It is not that the allowance holds immense value, but rather that obtaining it offers superior cost-effectiveness. What remains unknown to all is that Lin Tian has awakened a martial arts special effects system. Please purchase the A-rank special effect 10,000 Thunderbolts, summoning a myriad of furious thunders to descend upon the world, reigning supreme. Please purchase the S-rank special effect Devouring Demons, transforming into myriad demonic forms to dominate the heavens and earth. Please purchase the SS-rank special effect Cui Jue, crossing the Underworld to manifest in the mortal realm, ruling over all creation. The martial arts techniques that others can never master in their lifetime, I effortlessly attain to their zenith. The supreme realm that eludes even the martial sage, I grasp with a mere flick of my hand. I, Lin Tian, am the solitary deity and demon that suppresses all races across the vast expanse. Chapter 1. Awakening the Martial Arts Special Effects System. Year 153 of the Kaiyuan calendar, summer. In Qingcheng, Huagua, at the 3rd Martial Arts High School. The summer breeze gently caresses, and the evening glow radiates, casting a layer of slanted golden brilliance upon the glass facade of the teaching building. Within the classroom, Lin Tian sits quietly in his chair, seemingly in a daze as he gazes at the blackboard. The other students in the class, upon witnessing Lin Tian's current state, express their understanding. Just moments ago, the 2nd martial arts evaluation at the 3rd Martial Arts High School concluded. This evaluation, which encompasses cultural subjects, rewards the top 3 with martial arts techniques of D rank or higher. The first place even garners a reward of a C rank martial arts technique valued at millions. Yet Lin Tian, the first place winner, received merely a D rank technique worth several tens of thousands. Tian, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Let us confront the principal together and seek clarity, said Zheng Lei, Lin Tian's deskmate, indignantly. Other classmates, who were relatively close to Lin Tian, also nodded in agreement. This issue truly cannot be overlooked. I researched that C-rank martial arts technique online, and its minimum value is 3 million. 3 million. My parents' combined monthly salary barely amounts to 8,000. A 3 million C-rank martial arts technique is something my family could never attain in a lifetime. Exactly, it is infuriating that the school would engage in such practices. From his seat, Lin Tian cast a faint glance at his classmates who were rallying to his defense. He understood that while their words were fervent, in truth, the only one genuinely willing to assist him might just be Zheng Lei. Furthermore, there were undoubtedly classmates who reveled in his misfortune. Most of them hailed from ordinary families, and the majority could not even afford a secondary martial arts technique. Lin Tian's exceptional performance had already incited envy among many, as he was awarded the secondary martial arts technique by the school. Now, with the first position granted to a student from another class, the C-rank technique that Lin Tian rightly deserved was replaced with a D rank. Consequently, the jealousy in others' hearts diminished significantly, making them more inclined to offer verbal consolation to Lin Tian. Lin Tian retrieved his water cup from the desk and quietly took a sip. His deskmate, Zheng Lei, was anxiously tugging at Lin Tian's sleeve. Tian, why aren't you angry? What is the point of my anger? What can I change alone? Lin Tian replied with a gentle smile, casting a sidelong glance at his deskmate. Although he recognized Zheng Lei's genuine desire to accompany him to confront the principal, Lin Tian also understood that such an endeavor would bear no fruit. At best, the principal would merely respond, stating there was an error in grading. Lin Tian was indeed the 2nd place. Your value is inconsequential. Even if you were truly blameless, it would not compel those in power to lower themselves. Are you truly willing to let this go? Zheng Lei gazed at Lin Tian in disbelief. What alternative do I have? Lin Tian shrugged, his gaze tranquil. Yet, beneath that calm exterior lay an undercurrent of profound meaning. He appeared so composed, as if he had already reconciled with his circumstances. The rest of the class was rendered speechless. Most believed it was entirely normal for Lin Tian to express anger and frustration at this moment, yet his demeanor was anything but typical. Haha, it seems Lin Tian is indeed self-aware. His vitality is so pathetic. What use is a C-rank martial arts technique to him? A mocking voice rang out. The speaker was named Li Yuji, who regarded Lin Tian with a bemused expression. Li Yuji came from a relatively well-off family and had always held a dismissive attitude toward Lin Tian, who worked part-time. Lin Tian cast a calm glance at Li Yuji and replied, "If my vitality is lacking, then your vitality must be exceptionally high, Li Yuji." Lin Tian's vitality was 1.75, merely average within the class, yet Li Yuji's was 1.73, even inferior to Lin Tian's. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Yuji was momentarily speechless, then retorted with a cold smirk. I believe the principal's decision to award first place to Xiao Xiaoli was entirely justified. I've heard that her vitality has reached 5 points, which is certainly superior to yours. Lin Tian's gaze remained impassive, already weary of debating with Li Yuji. Meanwhile, Zheng Lei shot a furious glare at Li Yuji. Li Yuji, are you out of your mind? The secondary martial arts evaluation is based on cultural subject scores. Why are you bringing up vitality? Li Yuji's face flushed with anger, and with a loud exclamation, he stood up, locking eyes with Zheng Lei in a cold confrontation. Clearly, the two individuals were on the brink of engaging in a fierce altercation. Within the classroom, other students hastily intervened to separate them. What went unnoticed, however, was the faint smile that graced Lin Tian's lips. Beneath his calm gaze lay not anger, but an overwhelming sense of joy. Immense joy. Were he not sufficiently composed, he would have burst into laughter at that very moment. For just a moment ago, several lines of text had abruptly materialized before his eyes. The effects applicable to the 3 movements Thunder Fist are as follows. Please purchase promptly, host. C-level effect, Thunder Roar, 10,000 gold coins. B-level effect, Flash Thunder, 100,000 gold coins. A-level effect, Myriad Thunder Call, 1 million gold coins. These 4 lines of text, emanating a faint crimson glow, appeared out of thin air, revealing a significant truth to Lin Tian. He had awakened the system. The 3 movements Thunder Fist is a free D-level martial art that every citizen of the Huagua begins to learn upon entering the first year of middle school. It is the fundamental martial skill that belongs to every Huagua citizen. Naturally, the majority of Huagua individuals will only master this single technique throughout their lives. As for Lin Tian's system, it is an effects system which essentially enhances the martial skills learned by the host with additional effects. These include visual effects, auditory effects, proficiency enhancement effects, and combat power enhancement effects. Of course, the first 2 are not particularly significant from a practical standpoint. The truly crucial aspects are the proficiency enhancement effects and combat power enhancement effects. Lin Tian's expression shifted as he directed his gaze toward the first effects column. In the next instant, several lines of fine text appeared beneath the first line. C-level effect, Thunder Roar. When executing the 3 movements Thunder Fist, a thunderous roar will erupt, striking terror into the hearts of adversaries. Proficiency increase, 90. Combat power increase, 3 times. Note, the proficiency increase refers to the host's mastery level of the martial art automatically reaching 90 upon purchasing this effect. Note, the combat power increase indicates that the power delivered by the host under identical conditions will triple after acquiring this effect. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. The 3 movements Thunder Fist is a widely practiced martial technique. There are numerous tutorials available online, with the most searched video boasting a staggering 1 billion views, featuring the martial sage Guan Yin's instructional segment. Lin Tian had indeed watched that video. Guan Yin's execution of the 3 movements Thunder Fist produced a thunderous sound and even exhibited a flicker of azure lightning. Viewers remarked that Guan Yin had perfected the 3 movements Thunder Fist to an extraordinary level. Lin Tian then turned his attention to the second effects column, Flash Thunder. Soon, several lines of descriptive text appeared beneath Flash Thunder. Upon examining the proficiency increase, Lin Tian's heart raced. Indeed, it was a full 100. The combat power increase reached an astonishing 5 times. This meant that Guan Yin, capable of unleashing Flash Thunder, had attained complete mastery of the 3 movements Thunder Fist. The Thunder Roar and Flash Thunder effects provided by the system are feats achievable in the real world by martial artists, yet they are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in a million. Given the plethora of videos regarding the 3 movements Thunder Fist available online, only the most renowned martial arts masters can produce Thunder Roar. As for Flash Thunder, it was solely mastered by the martial sage Guan Yin. The martial sage is a supreme being above countless lives. Yet now, Lin Tian has the opportunity to attain the same mastery over the 3 movements Thunder Fist as the martial sage through the system. As for the third effect, Myriad Thunder Call, Lin Tian swallowed hard and clicked beneath the text for Myriad Thunder Call. Myriad Thunder Call. When executing the third strike of the 3 movements Thunder Fist, it summons heavenly thunder to descend upon the world, with myriad thunders paying homage and annihilating formidable foes. Proficiency increase, 150. Combat power increase, tenfold. The effect is enhanced during overcast conditions. Note, to purchase a higher level effect, one must first acquire the lower level effect. Upon reaching this point, Lin Tian felt as though a current of electricity coursed through him. Myriad Thundercall is an effect that can only be attained by surpassing a proficiency level of 100. It is no wonder Guan Yin was incapable of executing Myriad Thundercall, for even the martial sage, however powerful, remains human. He has not transcended the limits of Myriad Thundercall. Yet Lin Tian can purchase it. He pondered the cost. In reality, 1 unit of currency equates to 1 gold coin within the system. This means Lin Tian merely needs to spend 10,000 yuan to acquire the sea-level effect Thunder Roar. Chapter 2. This martial technique I shall sell. Lin Tian pondered, realizing he currently possessed a mere 5,000. To reach the price of the thunderous sound technique, he required an additional 5,000. He felt within his pocket, where a USB drive lay quietly. This was the second martial technique he had acquired, the Gale Step Shadow. The official online price was 300,000. The so-called official price was merely a baseline. While it guaranteed 30,000, it could fetch at least 35,000. Lin Tian's gaze deepened. Were he financially secure, he would never consider selling this martial technique so lightly. Yet, every venture requires initial capital. At that moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man arrived at the classroom door. This was Wang Jie, Lin Tian's homeroom teacher. Wang Jie then turned his attention to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Tian nodded and, under the watchful eyes of his peers, exited the classroom. In the corridor, Wang Jie looked at Lin Tian with an awkward expression. Lin Tian, I just inquired, and your score is second. Wang Jie spoke softly, his eyes filled with complexity. Although he uttered these words, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and could not meet Lin Tian's gaze. What do you mean second? Lin Tian is clearly first. However, the principal has insisted on downgrading this first place to second, and as a mere teacher, Wang Jie felt utterly powerless. Wang Jie pulled Lin Tian's sleeve and led him to a more secluded spot. Lin Tian, this matter cannot be resolved through my capabilities, and I cannot provide you with the fairness you deserve. With a sigh, Wang Jie retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He had initially intended to convey just the first piece of news, but as a teacher, an elder in the realm of education, he felt a profound ache in his heart for failing to deliver the treatment his student rightfully deserved. Lin Tian, you possess remarkable talent and are grounded. I have taught many students, yet you truly stand out. I believe that in the future, they will come to regret their decision. As he spoke, Wang Jie couldn't help but smile bitterly within. The martial examination represented a gateway for students like Lin Tian. Why was a second martial technique awarded to outstanding students in their second year? It was precisely to allow these students to master the second technique within the year to come. Thus, the second technique was intrinsically linked to their future examination performance. By being assigned a subpar technique, Lin Tian's prospects in the martial examination would inevitably suffer, and the gap would widen. A single misstep could lead to 1,000 failures. This was why Wang Jie had previously confronted the principal and the director with a darkened expression. Clearly, as an ordinary teacher, Wang Jie was unable to effect any change. Lin Tian observed Wang Jie quietly, fully aware of the frustration and indignation brewing within him. He then offered a gentle smile. Thank you, teacher. One martial technique will not confine me. Wang Jie was taken aback. Witnessing Lin Tian's calm demeanor filled him with both admiration and further frustration. Such mental fortitude and talent. The principal had truly made a grave mistake. I am glad to hear you think this way, Wang Jie sighed, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder. Upon returning to the classroom, the students by the window had all witnessed Wang Jie's helpless expression. They were not fools. They understood the implications of his demeanor. In that moment, admiration for Lin Tian faded, replaced instead by sympathy. I told you, second place is just second place. There was no need to pretend otherwise. A discordant voice chimed in, Li Yuji. Clearly, he had overheard Wang Jie's earlier comments. Silence. Wang Jie barked, prompting Li Yuji to lower his head. However, his gaze toward Lin Tian remained derisive. Mr. Wang, may I address the class? Lin Tian suddenly interjected. Wang Jie hesitated, then sighed and nodded. He believed Lin Tian would not act inappropriately. Under the collective gaze of the students, Lin Tian ascended the podium, grasping a piece of chalk to inscribe 2 numbers on the blackboard. 30. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unsure of Lin Tian's intentions. 300,000, I have checked. That is the official price of my Gale Step Shadow, Lin Tian proclaimed, retrieving the USB drive from his pocket to address the class. Instantly, Wang Jie furrowed his brow. Yet Lin Tian continued. As you all know, the official price is merely the minimum. However, if anyone is willing to purchase it today, I will sell it for 30,000. Lin Tian's voice rang clear, devoid of any bitterness, instead radiating a cheerful disposition. He was indeed intent on selling the martial technique. Lin Tian, I know you are upset, but do not act impulsively, Wang Jie urged, anxious that Lin Tian's actions might be perceived as reckless. Teacher. Lin Tian turned to Wang Jie, his eyes filled with earnestness. I am not acting out of anger. Being impulsive does me no good and will only provide others with fodder for mockery. Lin Tian then laughed, looking at his classmates, who were still in a state of confusion. As you all know, I, Lin Tian, am quite impoverished. I am orphaned and have no money at home. I must work on weekends, or I risk starving on the streets. His classmates sighed internally. Indeed, they were all aware of Lin Tian's financial struggles. Their admiration for him stemmed precisely from this reality. While others might receive expensive vitality potions from their families, Lin Tian could not afford even a single one. Lin Tian's smile widened as he continued. Thus, a second martial technique holds little value for me. I have yet to master the 3 movements Thunder Fist. Why would I learn a second technique? His grin revealed a set of pearly white teeth, appearing quite convincing to outsiders. However, it was a somewhat painful truth. Everyone could learn the 3 movements Thunder Fist, but who could truly master it? While the technique was commendable, only a fraction of the entire nation could unleash its thunderous power. Among martial examination students, that number dwindled to a mere 1 in a million. Learning a martial technique is simple, yet mastering one is as difficult as reaching the heavens. If anyone dares to buy, I shall sell. Highest bidder wins. Once agreed upon. We can register at the martial department after school, allowing me to purchase vitality potions sooner. Lin Tian stated, his voice ringing clear. Beside him, Wang Jie sighed, refraining from intervening. He recognized the validity of Lin Tian's words, yet felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Chapter 3. A Punch of Thunder. After Lin Tian concluded his speech, the classroom fell into an eerie silence before erupting into a cacophony. Moments later, a quiet girl stood up. Lin Tian, 31,000. Will you sell it to me? As soon as she finished, another boy stood up. I'll offer 32,000. Just sell it to me, and I'll call my dad right away. Lin Tian nodded and addressed the class. Feel free to contact your parents to inform them of this matter. Once you confirm the funds, let me know. He scanned the room, realizing most students were ordinary and had little money, with exceptions for the wealthy. No sooner had Lin Tian finished his statement than students began pulling out their phones to reach their parents. Didn't I say that phones are not allowed in school? Wang Jie scoffed, bemused, as he witnessed the usual lack of enforcement. However, at present, Wang Jie did not retrieve his mobile phone. After casting a benevolent smile at Wang Jie, Lin Tian returned to his seat. Wang Jie let out a bitter laugh, pondering how he could possibly focus on the lesson. Soon enough, students began to reach out to Lin Tian. Lin Gu, my dad said 33,000 is an acceptable offer. Lin Gu, my family can go up to 34,000. Lin Gu, I can offer 35,000. Many classmates were indeed eager to purchase a second martial skill. Everyone was well aware of the routine. A martial skill with an official price of 500,000 could ultimately cost 70 to 80,000. Lin Tian's Gale Shadow Step was not expensive at all. If it remained under 500,000, many would be willing to buy it, as private transactions would invariably be costlier. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement, diligently noting down the names of his classmates in his notebook. As the afternoon approached its conclusion, Lin Tian stood and addressed a girl. Zhang Qian, your offer of 37,000 is the highest. I will sell you my Gale Shadow Step. The girl named Zhang Qian was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting a hint of confusion. She had not anticipated that her bid would be the highest, which gave her a sense of having made a poor business deal. Lin Tian, I clearly offered 39,000. Why won't you sell it to me? A sudden sharp voice cut through the air. It was Li Yuji. At that moment, Li Yuji's face flushed crimson as she glared at Lin Tian. If you don't want to sell, then don't. Even if you offer 40,000, it won't matter, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, casting a dismissive glance at Li Yuji and waving his hand. You. Li Yuji's eyes narrowed in anger as she glared at Lin Tian, forcefully throwing her backpack behind her. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back and spat. Lin Tian, just you wait, before storming off in a huff. Li Yuji is too arrogant. Zhang Lei muttered, visibly displeased. Never mind, Lin Tian said with a faint smile, seemingly unfazed. The girl named Zhang Qian observed this scene, feeling considerably relieved. With Li Yuji's bid of 39,000 exceeding her own by 2,000, did that not imply she had made a profit of 2,000? The worries that had previously occupied her mind vanished in an instant. Lin Tian, I called my dad. He has driven to the school, and we will go to the martial techniques department together, Zhang Qian said timidly as she approached Lin Tian. Glancing towards Li Yuji outside the classroom, Lin Tian remarked, Zhang Qian, ordinarily, when I sell a martial skill, don't you need to pay me a deposit? Zhang Qian appeared momentarily stunned, clearly not grasping the implication. Lin Tian continued, as you can see, my martial skill could have fetched 39,000, but I chose to sell it to you because of our amicable relationship. If you back out now, I would lose that 39,000. Lin Tian's reasoning coaxed Zhang Qian into lowering her head. The young girl was usually quiet, rarely engaging with others, and her academic performance was average at best. This was her first interaction with Lin Tian. Are we on good terms? Zhang Qian asked softly. Of course we are. Otherwise, why would I sell it to you? I must tell you, there are others who offered the same price, Lin Tian whispered. Zhang Qian lifted her gaze, meeting Lin Tian's clear eyes, her cheeks instantly flushing. How much deposit do you require? Lin Tian raised 5 fingers. 5,000. That is sufficient. For others, I would demand at least 50,000. Lin Tian stated with a radiant smile. Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. 5,000 was indeed manageable. I have it. Let me transfer it to you. Zhang Qian then took out her phone, and Lin Tian skillfully displayed the QR code. A notification chimed. Host has accumulated 10,000 gold coins. Please make your purchase for special effects promptly. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. A spark of realization ignited within him. After saving for a considerable time, He had finally amassed over 5,000. With Zhang Qian's 5,000 added, he could now purchase the most basic martial skill effects. System, purchase Thunderstrike, Lin Tian silently commanded. In the next instant, a sharp pain surged through his head as a flood of unfamiliar memories cascaded into his consciousness. The intensity of the pain felt all too real, causing Lin Tian's complexion to turn pale. However, in the face of the acquisition, this fleeting discomfort paled in significance. The memories were vivid. Within them, Lin Tian practiced the 3 moves Thunder Fist daily, ultimately mastering it to an exceptional level. With a mere punch, he could unleash Thunderstrike. Lin Tian's offensive capability hinged solely on the 3 moves Thunder Fist, which offered a 3-fold increase in combat power. This meant that, in that very moment, Lin Tian's strength had tripled. With such a boost, he could undoubtedly hold his own against most seniors in the 3rd year. After a while, Lin Tian, Zhang Qian, and Zhang Lei walked outside the school. My dad will arrive shortly. We can wait here. Zhang Qian led Lin Tian and Zhang Lei to the entrance of a shop. After a moment, she purchased 2 bottles of drinks. Here you go, Lin Tian, she said softly, her eyes cast downward, seemingly unable to meet his gaze. Thank you. Lin Tian replied as he accepted the drink. What about mine? Zhang Lei asked, somewhat bewildered. Zhang Qian momentarily flustered, handed the other bottle to Zhang Lei. No need. Zhang Lei chuckled, scratching his head, then turned to Lin Tian, speaking in a hushed tone. Ah Tian, Li Yuji's brother is in 3rd year. I saw him head that way earlier. If he comes, we should face him together. Zhang Lei's expression was vigilant as he scanned the surroundings, clearly eager to confront a formidable opponent alongside Lin Tian. No worries, Lin Tian smiled, having noticed the same earlier. At that moment, a boy approached Lin Tian, followed closely by Li Yuji. Li Yuji cast Lin Tian a malevolent smile. Hello, Junior. I am Li Yuji's brother, Li Yuqing. I hear you are selling martial skills? The boy inquired, a smile gracing his lips, his features resembling those of Li Yuji, clearly indicating their sibling connection. I have sold out. Lin Tian replied with a calm smile. Sold out. Lin Tian, the boy continued with a smirk. The martial skill you just acquired hasn't even been officially processed, so it doesn't count as sold. He then turned his gaze to Zhang Qian, who appeared anxious, tugging at Lin Tian's sleeve. I haven't processed the paperwork yet, but I have already accepted the deposit, Lin Tian clarified with a grin. Lin Tian, you simply don't wish to sell it to me. Why all the excuses? Li Yuji's face flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at Lin Tian. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhang Qian, seemingly fearful of escalating the situation, attempted to mediate. Students passing by the small shop began to take notice of Lin Tian. Many second-year students paused to observe. For Lin Tian had garnered a modest reputation at the 3rd martial high. In the face of Li Yuji's fury, Lin Tian remained unfazed, responding with a nonchalant smile. You are absolutely right. The martial skill is mine to sell to whomever I choose. At this, Li Yuji's expression soured considerably. Junior, you are quite stubborn. Li Yuji's brother remarked, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. I've heard my sister speak of your arrogance, seeing it firsthand today. It certainly lives up to the reputation. What do you intend to do? This is, after all, the school entrance. Zhang Lei shouted at Li Yuji and her brother. Showing no sign of intimidation, Li Yuji's elder brother scoffed disdainfully. School's out now, he declared, tightening his fists, a chill gleaming in his eyes. He reckoned he could not overpower those in the same grade, and feared the wealth of the lower years. However, Lin Tian was someone he felt no trepidation towards. I won't purchase this pathetic martial art today, but that doesn't preclude me from giving you a beating on behalf of my younger brother. With that, Li Yuqing raised his fist, charging towards Lin Tian. Go, Zhang Lei shouted, instinctively flinging his backpack as he witnessed Li Yuqing's punch. Ah, Zhang Qian gasped. Bang. In an instant, Lin Tian evaded Li Yuqing's strike and retaliated with a punch to his chin. Coincidentally, Zhang Lei's backpack struck Li Yuji squarely in the face. Just as Li Yuji was about to explode with fury, he found his arm grasped by Lin Tian. Xiao Lei stepped back. Lin Tian yelled, halting Zhang Lei in his tracks. He then yanked Li Yuji in front of him and delivered a kick to his chest. Li Yuji flew back 2 meters, collapsing to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Damn, Li Yuqing cursed, taken aback by his own misfortune. He swiftly adjusted his stance and hurled a punch at Lin Tian. This punch surged with ferocity, bloodlust glimmering in the articulations, and it bore the unmistakable signature of the thunderous triple strike. A blow of such magnitude could easily shatter a wall. There's a fight. Li Yuqing is bullying the lower years. That person is Lin Tian. Li Yuqing has mastered the thunderous triple strike to a high level. Isn't this just outright bullying a child? The students on the roadside gasped in astonishment. Yet, as Li Yuqing lunged forward, Lin Tian's gaze hardened. He slid his right leg back, tightening his abdominal muscles. A surge of power emanated from his waist, extending through his right fist. Facing Li Yuqing's assault, Lin Tian stood resolute, countering with a punch of his own. Crack! A thunderous clash resonated in everyone's ears, startling Li Yuqing into disbelief as he stared at Lin Tian. Then, their fists collided. Boom! The forceful impact resembled two boulders crashing against each other. In an instant, one arm trembled, losing control of its trajectory. Thunder erupted. A shrill scream pierced the air. Some students, stunned, gazed at Lin Tian in disbelief. The onlookers could hardly fathom that a mere brawl would unveil a prodigy capable of producing thunderous strikes. Chapter 4. Trash is still trash, even in senior year. I still outclass you in sophomore year. As Li Yuqing staggered back, Lin Tian seized the opportunity to advance. Trash is still trash, even in senior year. I still outclass you in sophomore year. Lin Tian beamed with confidence, delivering a punch to Li Yuqing's abdomen. Following that, he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed with a resounding thud, reddening Li Yuqing's face without affording him a moment to lament. I'm bullied by the school. The institution is formidable. Powerful. I can't provoke them. Lin Tian shouted, releasing his pent-up frustrations right outside the gates of the third high martial school. He had no intention of swallowing this grievance. If that was the case, why not escalate it? You dare bully me? What do you think you are? Grasping Li Yuqing by the collar, Lin Tian observed the panic etched across Li Yuqing's face. Stop. Please stop. He pleaded. Weren't you just so tough a moment ago? Lin Tian smirked, delivering two punches to Li Yuqing's face. At that point, Li Yuqing fell utterly silent. Like discarding a chick, Lin Tian tossed him to the ground, dusting off his hands. You hit my brother. I will inform the teacher. On the ground, Li Yuqing, still dazed, shouted maliciously. You plan to tell the teacher? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at Li Yuqing. Wasn't it you and your brother who intended to fight me? Li Yuqing was rendered speechless. Tian, when did you cultivate the thunderous strike? Zheng Lei, who had been watching in astonishment, finally asked, slowly regaining his composure. Just a few days ago. Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. Zheng Lei lowered his gaze, clenched his fists, and after a moment, earnestly stated, Tian, I must learn from you. I want to practice the thunderous triple strike daily, striving to achieve thunderous strikes before the martial arts examination. As Zheng Lei spoke, a spark of determination flickered in his eyes, and he turned to leave. You're heading back? Lin Tian inquired, surprised. Yes, it's not even 6 yet. I'll finish my homework early, and then start practicing, Zheng Lei declared, raising his fist with enthusiasm. Lin Tian smirked, thinking Zheng Lei had decent talent but was rather lazy. Today seemed motivational, but who knew if he would abandon it in a couple of days? Lin Tian, my father is here. At that moment, Zhang Qian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Following her gaze, Lin Tian saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing beside a car, waving at Zhang Qian. All right, Lin Tian agreed, following Zhang Qian towards the car, utterly ignoring the still-lying Li Yuqing. In Hua country, where martial prowess is esteemed, such occurrences are commonplace and generally overlooked. Lin Tian cast a glance at the surrounding students, several of whom were recording the incident on their phones. It was likely that what had just transpired would spread across the forums and chat groups of the third high martial school by nightfall. Alone and outnumbered, Lin Tian knew he could not seek justice, so he welcomed the escalation. By 7 in the evening, Lin Tian and Zhang Qian exited the martial arts department of Qingqing. Transactions involving martial arts must not be conducted privately. Typically, both parties need to register at the martial arts department to safeguard their interests. Xiao Tian. The payment from the martial arts department will come through shortly, Zhang Qian's father said with a cheerful pat on Lin Tian's shoulder. He had been informed by Zhang Qian about Lin Tian's thunderous strike, instantly recognizing his talent. Thus, on the way here, he had neither haggled nor treated Lin Tian with anything less than respect. Ding. The host has received 36,500. Please proceed to purchase martial arts effects promptly. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind, prompting a sigh of relief. The martial art he had just acquired had been sold. Not bad. It could serve as starting capital. If he were offered a C-grade martial art, he would indeed hesitate to sell it, without initial funds. He wouldn't be able to purchase any effects. Xiao Tian, it's still early. Shall we go out for dinner? Zhang Qian's father suggested with a smile. Lin Tian turned to find himself locking eyes with Zhang Qian, who trembled slightly and quickly averted her gaze. No, uncle, I have some matters to attend to. Lin Tian replied with a smile, then walked away directly. Seeing he could not be persuaded, Zhang Qian's father sighed, watching Lin Tian's retreating figure and muttering. To have unleashed the thunderous strike in sophomore year, truly remarkable. Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. The proficiency in martial arts is akin to mastery in mathematics and physics. The thunderous sound produced by the Sandong Leiquan signifies that a student has achieved a score of 90 in this particular discipline. Notably, the Sandong Leiquan is not exclusively for students of martial arts academies. It is a skill possessed by individuals across the entirety of Huagua, with only a select few capable of producing such thunderous echoes. Shortly after embarking on his journey, Lin Tian utilized the system to acquire the second special effect, Flash Thunder. In an instant, memories associated with the thunder surged into Lin Tian's mind. By the afternoon, through the system, Lin Tian had completely mastered the Sandong Leiquan, augmenting his combat prowess fivefold. It could be said that aside from the financial burden, there were no significant drawbacks. The The sole concern was his vital energy. Lin Tian silently reflected, for vitality is the root of all things. His method of enhancing vitality was through rigorous training. Over the course of several years, he had elevated his vital energy to 175, marking him as a standout among his peers in the second year of high school. Suddenly, his phone beeped. Lin Tian pulled it out to find an unfamiliar number. Frowning, he typically disregarded such calls. Hello? He answered. Lin Tian, this is Xiao Xiaoli. May we meet? Came a melodious voice from the other end. Xiao Xiaoli. Lin Tian frowned. She was the girl who had secured first place. They had attended middle school together for a year, and he recalled her as a rather reserved student, rarely engaging with others. However, numerous subtle details suggested that Xiao Xiaoli came from a well-off family. Perhaps another time. I'm busy at the moment, Lin Tian replied curtly, hanging up before she could respond. He had little interest in her, especially since he held no fondness for her at present. The evening in Qingcheng was particularly vibrant, with the streets alive with the glow of neon lights and a steady stream of vehicles. On a large screen of a towering building, a black-haired man was engaged in a duel with a foreign opponent. In a world engulfed in swirling sands, the black-haired man stood alone against the heavens. His eyes ablaze like the sun, illuminating the skies above. With a single punch, the very earth trembled, creating a massive crater spanning 10 miles. The foreigner lay crumpled on the ground, gazing in fear at the towering figure. The black-haired man radiated an impressive aura, his body enveloped in a brilliant golden light. And then he addressed the camera coolly. Do you wish to be as powerful as I am? Then come to my Guansheng martial arts school. Founded by the martial Saint Guanyin, we have produced over 100 6th-level masters and thousands more. Lin Tian gazed at the screen, his expression indifferent. The man in black was none other than Wang He, the 10th disciple of the martial Saint Guanyin, a 7th-level grandmaster. The building displaying the advertisement for Guansheng Martial Arts School was the Qingcheng branch of the institution, renowned throughout Huagua for its high-quality instruction. However, it was costly. Ordinary memberships required a monthly tuition of 100,000. It was precisely due to such exorbitant fees that opportunities arose for other martial arts schools to exist. Walking briskly along Binhai Road, Lin Tian arrived at the entrance of a martial arts school, Yuqing Martial Arts School. He gazed at the 4 gilded characters on the plaque before him. He had passed by this school before, but had never entered. Master Li Meng, I wish you a bright future. A strikingly beautiful woman spoke softly to a robust man clad in a black suit, whose muscular physique was evident despite the clothing. As Lin Tian stepped into the school, he immediately sensed a surge of intense vital energy emanating from the man. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This man's vitality was even more fervent than that of his homeroom teacher at the 3rd Martial Arts High School, a first-level martial artist. It was indisputable. One could ascend to a first-level martial artist upon reaching a vital energy of 10 points. Such instructors were rare among the higher martial arts schools. Lin Tian glanced at the posters adorning the walls of the Yuqing Martial Arts School lobby, and the poster of the well-suited man was prominently displayed at the center. This man was the top instructor at Yuqing Martial Arts School. However, it seemed he was contemplating resignation. At that moment, the robust man leaned over the reception desk, conversing with the woman. Xiao Qin, Guansheng Martial Arts School has offered me a monthly salary of 300,000. Why not join me there? The receptionist's eyes widened in shock. 300,000? I earn only 5,000 a month. You make 60 times what I do, she exclaimed, her voice filled with envy. This stark contrast exemplified the disparity between martial artists and ordinary individuals, whose average salaries hovered around 3,000 to 4,000. For martial artists, even a first-level practitioner, the average monthly income exceeded 100,000. The gap only widened for those at the pinnacle of martial arts. Indeed, Xiao Qin, I've worked at Yuqing for 4 years, yet they only compensate me with 200,000 monthly. At Guansheng, they offer me 300,000 right off the bat. That's the reality of the disparity. The man's voice rose significantly as he emphasized the word disparity, clearly intending for those upstairs to hear. The receptionist's complexion paled, and she hurriedly cautioned, Li Meng, the school master is upstairs. Keep your voice down. What is there to fear? I'm merely stating facts. Without money, what is the point of running a martial arts school? It might as well close down. I'm going to Guansheng, and they won't let me go easily, Li Meng replied with a cold smirk. His gaze shifting to Lin Tian as he added with a grin, young brother, here to learn martial arts? Don't bother with Yuqing, it's a worthless school. Come with me to Guansheng, and I'll give you a discount. Li Meng, you've gone too far. A sharp voice resonated from upstairs, echoing through the hall and causing Lin Tian's eardrums to throb painfully. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the top of the staircase and leaped down. It was a woman clad in a purple martial artist's uniform, glaring fiercely at Li Meng, her eyes blazing with fury. Li Qing, what do you intend to do? Li Meng, upon seeing her, momentarily displayed a flicker of apprehension before swiftly masking it with a sneer. If you want to leave, then leave. Stop talking nonsense. You're only tarnishing your own reputation. Reputation? Li Meng regarded her with a hint of mockery, staring at Li Qing as though she were a fool. Li Qing narrowed her eyes, immediately growing cautious. With a sharp crack, Two resounding claps reverberated throughout the lobby of Yuqing Martial Arts School, crisp and powerful. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Li Ming's claps had summoned forth a surge of vital energy within him. Had those strikes landed on the wall, they could have shattered it. Quite impressive. Just then, a commotion erupted as a group of youths clad in white martial arts attire rushed down the stairs. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qing's expression turned ashen. What do you intend to do? She asked coldly, her cheeks radiating an icy demeanor. Chapter 5. He is quite handsome. If I were to strike him, he would probably cry for a long time. Isn't reputation what you desire? This is my reputation. Li Ming laughed heartily, gazing at Li Qing. Meanwhile, the dozen or so youths looked at Li Qing with complex expressions. Vice Principal Li Qing, I've made my decision. Since Teacher Li Ming is going to Guansheng, I will follow him there as well. My Thunder Palm technique has only just reached a critical juncture, and I still rely heavily on Master Li Ming. Indeed, I am now in my senior year, and I believe the Guansheng Martial Arts School is far more suited to my aspirations. The dozen or so young men spoke as if they had long contemplated this decision. It was not until this moment that Li Qing regained her composure. Casting a fierce glare at Li Ming. You are impressive. How could she fail to comprehend that tonight's spectacle was meticulously orchestrated for her benefit? Not only did Li Ming intend to switch schools, but he also sought to poach several students who were originally from the Yuqing Martial Arts School. This was the boon Li Ming brought to Guansheng, and with this maneuver, the financial rewards for him would undoubtedly multiply. Lin Tian quietly observed the unfolding corporate clash, taking an interest as he settled into a chair against the wall. Glancing up the spiral staircase, he surveyed the second and third floors. Many students who remained were watching the scene with expressions of profound complexity. The flickering glimmers in their eyes betrayed the nascent thoughts of abandoning the Yuqing Martial Arts School. Once a renowned institution in Qingqing over a decade ago, its reputation had waned significantly since Guansheng established a branch, effectively seizing a substantial portion of its market share. At present, it appeared to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Before long, the group of students had gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. Li Qing silently observed this scene, her countenance darkening with each passing moment. The expressions of many students and teachers watching from above also reflected a certain unease. Just as they were about to leave, Li Ming caught sight of Lin Tian, who had been quietly seated, and grinned, saying, "Little brother, I see you've noticed Yuqing's predicament. Would you care to join me at Guansheng?" This was the second time Li Ming extended such an invitation. Each additional recruit meant an increase in his commission. Li Qing glared at Li Ming with growing fury. At that moment, however, Lin Tian smiled and shook his head, replying, "I am not here to study. I am here to apply for a teaching position." As soon as Lin Tian's words echoed in the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Almost all eyes turned towards the previously unobtrusive young man sitting quietly by the wall. Li Ming paused, finally regarding Lin Tian with true interest. He had no inclination to mock or interrogate Lin Tian. Instead, he sought to utilize Lin Tian's presence to further ridicule Li Qing. "Then I wish you success in your application, little brother. You may appear somewhat lacking in vigor, but that is no concern. Other schools may not accept you. But Yuqing is of this caliber," Li Ming chuckled, while behind him, the students he had lured away stifled their laughter. The students and teachers observing from above wore even darker expressions. Li Ming's lack of decorum was astounding, especially considering he had spent 2.5 years at Yuqing. Everyone shared this sentiment, but the current situation for Yuqing was undeniably dire. Students began to murmur amongst themselves. With competent teachers departing one after another, was there truly any reason for Yuqing to continue its operations? Whispers circulated, and some cast fiery glances at Lin Tian. Who is this guy? His single remark holds more weight than Li Ming's numerous taunts. I recognize him. He is Lin Tian from the 3rd Martial High, currently in his sophomore year. A student from the 3rd Martial High instantly identified Lin Tian, as his academic excellence and striking appearance made him quite notable. Goodness, if he truly becomes a teacher at Yuqing, it will be the end for them. How could this be? Clearly, this individual must be mentally unstable. In the current state of Yuqing, anyone could trample over it. Amidst the discussions, Li Ming led his group of students away from Yuqing. Li Qing stood frozen at the entrance of the martial arts school, watching the bustling traffic outside, the myriad of colorful lights slowly blurring in her vision. When the mighty tiger falls to the plains, it is vulnerable to the dogs. At such a moment, anyone would feel the immense weight on their shoulders. What are you looking at? Get to class, Li Qing shouted towards the upper floors. Instantly, those who had been observing returned to the training room, and the sounds of chaotic sparring soon filled the air. The hall, however, grew eerily vacant. Xiaoqin, tear down that poster and throw it in the trash, Li Qing commanded, pointing at Li Ming's poster on the wall. I'll fetch a ladder. The front desk girl quickly replied, aware of Li Qing's sour mood. At that moment, the expansive hall was left with only Li Qing and Lin Tian. As Li Qing was about to ascend the stairs, she noticed Lin Tian still seated there. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she addressed him, little brother. Are you here to register? The front desk will be here shortly, you can speak with her. She noticed Lin Tian's simple attire, suggesting he came from modest means. Typically, Such students would opt for Yuqing. As for Lin Tian's earlier statement, she assumed it was the result of a lapse in judgment. A flicker of indignation crossed her mind, and her opinion of Lin Tian soured. I've already stated that I am here to apply for a teaching position. Lin Tian replied, rising to his feet. Li Qing halted, frowning at Lin Tian, a rather slender youth, likely no older than 16 or 17. Such a person as a martial arts instructor? Do you think I am easy to bully? The irritation in Li Qing's gums flared, and had she been a few years younger, she might have kicked him already. Lin Tian pursed his lips, aware that further discourse here was futile. If your martial arts school is hiring teachers, shouldn't there be some assessment of capability? Li Qing paused, then narrowed her eyes, biting her silver teeth as she replied. Very well, follow me upstairs. If you can defeat me, I will offer you a monthly salary of 200,000. It had been a long time since she had desired to physically reprimand someone. Gazing at Lin Tian, a dangerous glimmer shone in her bright eyes. He is quite handsome. I wonder how long he would cry after a beating. Lin Tian scoffed slightly, retorting, could we perhaps refrain from venting your frustrations on others? If that is the case. Very well, Lin Tian replied coolly. He was certain he could not defeat Li Qing, but that did not preclude him from shocking her. Agreed. Li Qing nodded firmly. Although she believed this youth was behaving foolishly, her own mood was not particularly bright. Li Qing ascended the staircase, taking 2 steps at a time, a clear advantage of her long legs. While she may not possess the flawless beauty of Shaoli, her legs held their own allure. Upon finding an unoccupied classroom, Li Qing stepped inside, arms crossed over her chest, accentuating her ample bosom in a rather striking manner. Yet, her brow was etched with exasperation and annoyance. You should leave. I have no desire to bully a child, she remarked, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Tian, truly reluctant to waste any more time. Chapter 6. No one in Hua country understands the 3 movements Thunder Fist better than I. Lin Tian closed the classroom door behind him. The room was quite spacious, neatly adorned with several punching bags and various training equipment. The sandy floor in the center was designed to prevent damage during martial practice. Such robust structures are typical of martial arts school classrooms, with walls and floors 3 times the standard thickness. Lin Tian moved to the center of the classroom, surveying his surroundings. What exactly do you intend to do? Speak plainly. Li Qing said impatiently from the doorway. Suddenly, she found it amusing that she was actually sulking with a teenage boy. It was utterly unnecessary. Li Qing, I must convey a truth to you, Lin Tian stated, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He slightly bent his body, stepping forward with his left foot, and a surge of power emanated from his waist to his fists. Li Qing momentarily froze, her gaze transforming into one of earnestness. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tian unleashed his punches into the air, executing the simplest form of the 3 movements Thunder Fist. This set of martial arts was something Li Qing had witnessed daily and had practiced herself in her youth. It was a technique known by nearly everyone in Huagua. At that moment, the young man clad in white was performing this very set. However, Li Qing instantly discerned something extraordinary. How fluid. Li Qing's lips parted slightly, uttering those 3 words in a daze. Indeed, fluidity, exceedingly so. Even seasoned practitioners who had dedicated decades to mastering the 3 movements Thunder Fist might not exhibit the same level of fluidity as the young man before her, let alone Li Qing herself. Although the 3 movements Thunder Fist was merely a D-grade martial art, seemingly lacking in value. Why was it designated as a nationally recognized martial art by the Martial Arts Education Headquarters of Huagua? It was because practicing the 3 movements Thunder Fist could engage 90% of a martial artist's muscles. Moreover, the power it unleashed was unparalleled among all D-grade martial arts. In times of national strength, it fortified the body. In times of national peril, it rallied the populace to battle. The 3 movements Thunder Fist epitomized a martial art that resonated deeply with the country's circumstances. In martial arts examinations, as long as a student demonstrated commendable proficiency in the 3 movements Thunder Fist, their chances of being admitted to a prestigious martial arts academy were considerably high. Yet, despite its significance, mastering it was no simple feat among the billions of people in Huagua. Few could perform it with such fluidity as Lin Tian, perhaps 1 in 10,000. At that moment, Lin Tian's voice resonated. My frail physique does not signify a lack of spirit. My youth does not imply a shallow heart. Lin Tian smiled brightly, his hands poised, his feet grounded, and his body poised to break through the air. This was the first movement of the 3 movements Thunder Fist. My good looks do not render me merely a showy fighter. Lin Tian's voice thundered in Li Qing's ears, instantly causing her to feel a wave of embarrassment. She realized he was alluding to her. She had underestimated this young man, just like everyone else. Indeed, you are impressive, but even so. Li Qing began. But Lin Tian swiftly unleashed a punch from his waist, his knuckles sharp and defined, generating a gust of force. Crack! A sudden thunderclap echoed, causing the air in the training room to freeze. Li Qing's eyes widened in shock, her lips parted slightly, left momentarily speechless. What was that sound? Thunder? Li Qing involuntarily swallowed hard, feeling as if she had just imagined it. A young man producing thunderous sounds while executing the 3 movements Thunder Fist? Such videos were a rarity online. I must have misheard, she murmured softly, attempting to reassure herself. Li Qing, you heard correctly. A resonant voice came from the young man still throwing punches. Li Qing was taken aback, her seriousness intensifying. She watched as the young man retracted his right arm, advanced his left foot, and unleashed another punch. Crack! Another thunderous roar split the air. This punch was ferociously powerful, unadorned yet executed with remarkable speed, like a lion awakening. Its roar reverberating. A genuine thunderous sound. Li Qing stood frozen for a moment, convincing herself that this was unquestionably not a figment of her imagination. A 16 or 17-year-old boy had produced the sound of thunder while executing the 3 movements Thunder Fist. This was utterly preposterous. This age is somewhat uncanny, she thought. Truly impressive. Li Qing blurted out, her words a heartfelt admiration. A master capable of producing thunderous sounds was indeed qualified to teach at a martial arts academy. Regardless of whether one was a martial artist or not, achieving such proficiency at such a young age constituted genius. A genius teaching would be the most enticing prospect. At that moment, Lin Tian's worth in Li Qing's eyes had completely eclipsed that of Li Meng. 100,000. I offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. Li Qing exclaimed, raising 2 fingers. She had offered Li Meng 200,000 because he was worth that much. She offered Lin Tian 100,000 because she believed he deserved every bit of it. Li Qing, do you think that producing thunder grants me the right to teach here? Lin Tian, still throwing punches, suddenly chuckled lightly, leaving Li Qing momentarily speechless. What do you mean? Producing thunder is more than sufficient qualification. Li Qing, I have one more thing to tell you. Lin Tian gathered his strength, the light reflecting in his eyes like 2 burning candles. What is it? Li Qing, still somewhat dazed, inquired. The young man lifted his foot high, stomping down on the sandy ground, sending a swirl of dust into the air. Clenching his right fist, he aimed at the sandbag in front of him. No one in Manhwaadiobook understands the 3 movements Thunder Fist better than I do. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Crack! A thunderous explosion erupted, and in Li Qing's incredulous gaze, a blinding light burst forth from the core of Lin Tian's right fist. That bolt of lightning quickly enveloped his entire fist, subsequently erupting into a dazzling display of thunder. Boom! His fist struck the sandbag, and in an instant, it shattered. The massive sandbag disintegrated within moments, faint arcs of blue electricity intertwining with the scattering sand. At that moment, Li Qing was utterly immobilized, feeling a tingling electric shock pierce her heart. She bit her lip tightly, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Puff! Puff! Lin Tian dusted off the sand from his body, spitting out the grains that had entered his mouth. I trust one won't need to compensate for breaking a sandbag? Lin Tian rubbed his eyes and addressed Li Qing, who remained in shock and silent. And no, it was an impressive display, Li Qing stammered, swallowing hard as she regarded Lin Tian with a look of awe, suddenly struck by a thought. Ah! She exclaimed. Lin Tian jumped slightly, asking, what is it? Why you wait a moment, I need to tell my dad. Li Qing shouted anxiously to Lin Tian, then dashed out the door, leaving Lin Tian standing alone in the room. This marked Lin Tian's first step, making money. The system was not merely a financial drain, it was also a means for Lin Tian to generate income. He chose the Yuqing Martial Arts Academy because most martial arts candidates in Manhwaadiobook lacked a secondary martial art. Their sole reliance for the martial arts examination was the 3 movements Thunder Fist. This underscored the importance of the 3 movements Thunder Fist. Students who could attend the Guanxing Martial Arts Academy were not short on funds to purchase a secondary martial art. Even if Lin Tian went to Guanxing, he might not receive the same level of attention as he would at Yuqing. Chapter 7. This fairness I have provided. Meanwhile, in the office of the Yuqing Martial Arts Academy's headmaster, the blinds were half open, revealing a glimpse of the splendid nightscape, reminiscent of a resplendent article. The city at night is illuminated with brilliant lights, yet it also embodies a chilling solitude. Within a room shrouded in smoke and fragrant with the aroma of alcohol, the proprietor, Li Wenchong, clad in a white martial arts uniform, reclines on a side sofa, his expression etched with despair. Why don't you check on the insurrection below? A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a black suit and exuding an air of sophistication, sits upright on the central sofa. It has become customary. Li Wenchong responds with a bitter smile, taking a sip of his drink. Incidents like the one involving Li Meng transpired 2 months ago. The Guanxing Martial Arts School, grand as it is, now threatens to shutter the doors of our venerable institutions. He sighs softly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes reminiscent of meandering ravines, revealing the weariness of a martial artist who, despite not yet reaching 60, shows signs of age. Oh. The suited man observes his old friend's evident fatigue with a complex mix of emotions. In a few days, Guan Yin is set to compete against Yu Zhu's Yuchang. Should he triumph, it would indeed be a zenith for him. Li Wenchong nods. Contests between martial saints from differing nations carry significant implications for national dignity, potentially influencing the fate of the country. If Guan Yin were to win, the Guanxing Martial Arts School would undoubtedly reach its pinnacle. This reality would render the fate of a small martial arts school inconsequential. The man in the suit smirks. realizing he had inadvertently led the conversation to a grimmer topic, and then retrieves his phone to play a video. Let me tell you something. Today, a student unleashed the thunderous sound of the three movements thunder fist. This incident transpired this afternoon, and it has already spread through the upper echelons of martial arts. Unleashed the thunderous sound. Li Wensheng is taken aback, taking the phone to scrutinize the video closely. The footage displays Lin Tian fiercely assaulting the Li Yuji brothers. Remarkable. To achieve such a feat at the tender age of 15 or 16 is truly extraordinary, Li Wensheng exclaims in admiration. Each year, Qingsheng births its share of prodigies, and every appearance stirs astonishment among the populace. Which school does he belong to? Li Wensheng hands the phone back to the man in the suit. Not Igao, but Sanhua. However, it appears this child has faced some injustices at Sanhua. The man chuckles lightly, adjusting his glasses. What injustices? Li Wensheng regards his friend with a quizzical expression. His companion, Lu Jianjian, holds a rather dubious reputation in Qingqing. It is said that within a few short years, the principal of the foremost martial arts academy has been known to poach talented students from other institutions. Consequently, when the other principal caught wind of this, he promptly reported Lu to the Martial Arts Education Department of Huaghua, seeking his dismissal. The selection for the second martial skill at the third martial arts academy took place today, and this child was originally slated for first place. Yet they forcibly relegated him to second. Lu Jianjian sneers. Though he may indulge in underhanded tactics, he does not harm the students. While he poaches talent, he simultaneously ensures that those he recruits receive superior opportunities. This is precisely why the first martial arts academy stands unrivaled in Qingqing. With both student quality and faculty strength at the forefront, competing with the best in other cities across Huaghua, the third academy has deprived Lin Tian of a C-level martial skill, thus robbing him of his future, akin to slaying one's parents. Is that so? Li Wensheng furrows his brow, harboring disdain for such covert manipulations. It is no wonder Lin Tian uttered those words. I was bullied by the school. The school is formidable and powerful, and I cannot provoke them. Upon reflection, Li Wensheng marvels. This child is no ordinary individual. He must have realized he was being filmed, hence his statement. Indeed. Lu Jianjian's eyes glimmer with recognition. A resounding clap reverberates as he slams his palm onto the table. It was precisely because of that remark that I sought to delve deeper into the matter. This child desires to amplify the situation, to seek justice from the online community. And I have provided that justice. Lu Jianjian exclaims, his outwardly refined demeanor now radiating dominance. You wish to poach him, don't you? Li Wensheng remarks, observing Lu Jianjian's enthusiasm with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Jianjian, true to his name, displays a rather shameless disposition. Suddenly, the door bursts open, revealing Li Qing. Her hair disheveled. What on earth has happened now? Li Wensheng scolds irritably. Dad, Uncle Lu. Li Qing struggles to articulate her thoughts. Speak freely. Uncle Lu is not a stranger. Li Wensheng gestures toward Lu Jianjian, implying that difficulties should be shared, and Lu Jianjian must engage. With her eyes sparkling, Li Qing declares, Dad, someone just came to our martial arts school to apply for a teaching position, and he unleashed the flash thunder of the three movements thunder fist. She breathes a sigh of relief after delivering her news. The room falls into a hushed silence, and after a moment, Lu Jianjian responds. To unleash the flash thunder is indeed remarkable. I know only 3 or 4 individuals capable of such a feat as the principal of the first martial arts academy. Lu Jianjian possesses considerable awareness. The three movements thunder fist is seldom mastered by those with mediocre talent or financial means. Thus, those who can achieve the flash thunder are exceedingly rare. This ability, however, holds immense significance for martial examinations. While Lu Jianjian may regard it as a mere curiosity, for the martial arts school, it is of paramount importance. Indeed, Li Wensheng's expression shifts from shock to elation. With a clap of his hands, he rises, exclaiming, Where is he? I must find him. This individual absolutely must be recruited into our school. Li Qing swiftly interjects. He is downstairs, and he appears to be a student. Excellent. Lead me to him. Just as Li Wensheng prepares to depart, a slightly agitated voice interjects. Lu Jianjian. What is it, Uncle Lu? Li Qing asks, bewildered. You just said that person is a student? Lu Jianjian narrows his eyes, resembling a predator fixated on its prey. Li Qing feels uncomfortable under his gaze. He does seem quite young, perhaps still in high school. At that moment, Li Wensheng begins to piece together the startling implications of Li Qing's words. A high school student capable of unleashing the flash thunder, a prodigy, an unequivocal prodigy. Even more impressive than that Lin Tian. Li Wensheng exclaims in awe. While Li Qing remains perplexed, unaware of Lin Tian's identity or the earlier conversation between her father and Lu Jianjian. Lu Jianjian collects himself and addresses Li Wensheng. Let us not be hasty, old Li. Don't you have surveillance in your office that covers every room? I will first ascertain who he is. Lu Jianjian's mind races with possibilities. If his suspicions hold true, he could orchestrate an even better arrangement. Chapter 8. The Joint Examination of 8 Cities. Surveillance? Li Wensheng furrows his brow but ultimately nods in agreement. The three gather before the computer. with Li Qing adeptly accessing the surveillance footage from the training room where Lin Tian was located. As time rewinds, the video reveals Lin Tian and Li Qing in the training room. The youth, clad in white, strides purposefully to the center of the martial arts space. His handsome visage captured in the heart of the video. It's him, Lu Jianjian exclaims, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Tian, Li Wenqing gasps in astonishment, realizing that the student who unleashed the thunderous sound is none other than Lin Tian, the very individual they had been discussing with admiration. The student is now waiting downstairs. My frailty does not equate to a lack of resilience, and my youth does not imply a fickle heart. On the display screen, the young man has already begun to adeptly execute the thunder fist technique. The fluidity of his movements has elicited admiration from both Lu Jianjian and Li Wenqing, the two martial artists. Crack! A thunderous sound resonated, echoing distinctly. Lu Jianjian's eyes were fixed intently on the screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Finally, the young man struck the sandbag with a powerful punch. Boom! A dazzling arc of electricity erupted from his fist, truly spectacular. Lightning indeed manifested as lightning. Lu Jianjian whispered, his breath slightly quickened, the initial shock on his face gradually giving way to a triumphant smile. Gu Qingyu, oh Gu Qingyu, you truly are foolish beyond measure, Lu Jianjian exclaimed. Gu Qingyu is none other than the principal of the 3rd Martial High School, one of the individuals Lu Jianjian holds in the lowest regard. Lu Jianjian had not anticipated that today Gu Qingyu would present him with such a grand opportunity. Old Lu, are you planning to recruit this student? Li Wenqing's heart raced as he glanced at Lu Jianjian. Absolutely. I have made up my mind, Lu Jianjian replied with a grin, his slender fingers stroking his chin as he continued. However, that cannot happen just yet. A few days ago, the minister called me, and if I recruit anyone else this year, I will be reassigned to Songchen City. Li Wenqing looked at Lu Jianjian in disbelief. Isn't Songchen City quite decent? Surely, it's much better than Qingqing. Li Wenqing shook his head. I cannot go there now. In a month and a half, the joint examination for the 8 cities will commence. I have waited 3 years for this, relying on this examination to recoup my investment. I will not leave, no matter what. So what will you do? You won't let such a promising talent slip away, will you? Li Wenqing chuckled. I won't. Lu Jianjian scoffed. That foolish pig, Gu Qingyu, will only let promising talent slip through his fingers. This time, the advantage is mine. As Lu Jianjian spoke, the smile on his lips grew more pronounced. Li Qing was left utterly perplexed. Old Lu, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Li Chengwen asked, sensing something amiss, his voice trembling. Old Li, doesn't your family possess a legendary martial arts scroll? Lu Jianjian replied with a smile. After a moment, Li Wenqing entered the training room with a beaming smile. Hello. Hello. I am Li Wenqing, the head of the Yuqing Martial Arts School. Li Wenqing approached Lin Tian and extended his hand. Hello, my name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook hands with Li Wenqing and, upon observing his demeanor, realized that the job application process had likely secured a positive outcome. Let's head to my office for a chat, just the two of us, Li Wenqing said enthusiastically, leading Lin Tian upstairs. Upon entering the office, Lu Jianjian had already vanished, and Li Qing was setting down freshly brewed tea on the coffee table. The moment Lin Tian stepped into the office, he was greeted by the pungent scent of smoke and alcohol. He noticed the indentation on the sofa, suggesting that someone had recently occupied it. As for who that might be, Lin Tian cared little. Lin Tian, let us get straight to the salary, Li Wenqing said bluntly, catching Lin Tian off guard. We at Yuqing plan to offer you a base salary of 100,000 a month, plus 50% commission from each student. You would teach at my martial arts school from 7 to 10 in the afternoons. 100,000 a month. Lin Tian's eyes remained calm, honestly reflecting a figure slightly lower than he had anticipated. However, the commission model was a silver lining. The 50% share from each student's tuition was indeed quite generous. You may find this figure modest, but Yuqing also has to cover advertising costs. In today's world, visibility equates to revenue, and this burden Yuqing will bear. Additionally, you are free to take on private coaching. That is not something Yuqing will interfere with, Li Wenqing explained, observing Lin Tian's reaction. Noticing Lin Tian still remained silent, he added with a smile, Lin Tian, I assume you do not possess a martial arts scroll yet? Lin Tian frowned and shook his head. The martial arts scroll is a technique that cultivates one's vital energy, an incredibly valuable asset. Possessing a scroll is akin to holding a legacy. Students from affluent backgrounds can contemplate the scroll from a young age and practice vital energy cultivation. However, ordinary students like Lin Tian have no choice but to resort to rudimentary physical training. With a vital energy level of 175, Lin Tian ranks within the top 20 for his age. Yet, beyond the top 20, the disparity is stark. According to Lin Tian's knowledge, the student ranked first has a vital energy level of 7, owing to their wealthy background. The wealth gap in Manhwaaudio is vast, evident in every aspect. Lacking financial resources means falling short in physical confrontations. Generally, impoverished martial arts students have exhausted a year's worth of credits just to purchase the qualification to contemplate the scroll. They start off much slower than their peers. Why are you telling me this? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. Li Wenqing scrutinized Lin Tian closely, a peculiar smile escaping him. Lin Tian, what I wish to convey is that the salary Yuqing offers is trivial. The most significant aspect is that Yuqing will provide you with the opportunity to contemplate the martial arts scroll. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. He had previously researched online, discovering that the cost for 1 hour of scroll contemplation exceeds 200,000. Yuqing Martial Arts School was willing to offer this for free. This was a tremendous gain. Lin Tian's heart raced. The sudden improvement in terms left him questioning its legitimacy. Directorly, there must be conditions attached, he asserted. Li Wenqing was pleasantly surprised by Lin Tian's swift return to composure. Indeed, there are 2 conditions. First, the martial arts scroll I mentioned is a family heirloom of the Li family. If you wish to learn, you will not only be a teacher at Yuqing, but also a part of the martial arts school. In the future, if the school has matters to attend to, you will be expected to lend your support. Of course, if you face any issues, the school will assist you as well. Lin Tian nodded, falling into contemplation. So, this meant that possessing a martial arts scroll would deepen his connection with Yuqing significantly. Regardless of his current status, he would be a host. Yuqing, a martial arts school in a small locality, could potentially become a burden in the future. Was it worth it? Lin Tian, why do you appear dissatisfied? Do you look down upon Yuqing? Li Qing, standing nearby, frowned in discontent. You should refrain from speaking. Li Wenqing chided, smiling gently. His hesitation stems from serious contemplation. If he were to agree without a moment's thought, would you truly accept him? After being reprimanded by Li Wenqing, Li Qing fell silent. Li Wenqing's observation was indeed accurate. Director Li, what is the second condition? Lin Tian raised his head, gazing earnestly at Li Wenqing. Chapter 9. Emergence of the S-Class Special Effect, Thunder River Destruction. Li Wenqing nodded, smiling. Yuqing has a contract with the First Martial School, which requires us to send a teacher weekly to impart lessons and insights. I intend to send you. Of course, if you go, you will not need to work that day. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. The First Martial School is the best martial school in Xingqing. Based on Lin Tian's qualifications, he would indeed be eligible to attend, but the tuition fees are exorbitant. For students from affluent families, attending any martial school is inconsequential. They might not even need to attend classes, as their resources at home would only improve. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian smiled. All right, I accept your offer. Lin Tian grinned. Yuqing's requirements were not burdensome at all. In fact, for Lin Tian at this stage, merely obtaining the opportunity to contemplate the martial arts scroll was already a significant advantage. As for burdens, today you assist me. Tomorrow I shall return the favor. Lin Tian has become the supreme warrior. Does he still need to fear the encumbrance of a mere martial arts school? Those who aid him are destined for his gratitude, while those who betray him shall face his wrath. Excellent. Li Wenqing clapped his hands. A pleasant collaboration indeed. Lin Tian reciprocated the smile. Xiaoqing, please draft a contract. I have some matters to discuss with Lin Tian. Li Wenqing sipped his tea, casting a glance at Li Qing. Understood. Li Qing nodded and exited the office. Li Wenqing observed Lin Tian with a calculating gaze. Initially, he had no intention of revealing the martial arts diagram to Lin Tian, and his remuneration would be slightly more generous than previously stated. This decision stemmed from Lu Jianjian's influence. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, Lu Jianjian was seated in the adjacent room, and with her nearly second-level warrior perception, the wall was as insubstantial as air. Allowing Lin Tian to visualize the martial arts diagram was a preparatory measure for the martial arts examination. Such a prodigy should not be squandered without proper cultivation. Li Wenqing aimed to introduce Lin Tian to the atmosphere of the First Martial Arts High School ahead of time. He fixed his gaze on Lin Tian and inquired, Lin Tian, do you have any intentions of concealing your identity? Lin Tian furrowed his brows and shook his head. No. Martial arts is about competition, fighting for resources and fame. If I hide away and do not showcase my abilities, who will know of me? What I seek is invincibility. To trample upon all foes with an indomitable spirit. Li Wenqing's eyes flickered, and he sighed softly. Lin Tian, are you aware that within Huagua's borders dwell alien cultists? They conceal their identities, intent on hunting down the prodigies of Huagua. Lin Tian's expression grew serious as he nodded. The assassination of geniuses is not a rare occurrence. It happens frequently. Those who target these prodigies include enemies and alien established sections. However, the majority are indeed aliens. The aliens, having been frightened by Huagua's military might, now lurk within the human realm, hunting potential talents. Noticing Lin Tian's grave demeanor, Li Wenqing spoke earnestly. Do not think this matter is far removed from you. Once you unleash your thunderous prowess, it won't be long before you attract everyone's attention. Do not naively believe that the alien cultists will spare you. Li Wenqing's serious tone evidently caused Lin Tian to tremble slightly. I suggest you wear a mask while teaching. This is quite common. Several instructors at my martial arts school don masks during classes to avoid detection by their employers for earning extra income. But for you, it is a matter of life and death. Lin Tian fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Li Wenqing's counsel. Without a powerful protector at home, it would be all too easy for alien cultists to eliminate him. At that moment, Li Wenqing continued, my company possesses a 3D printer. You can ask Li Qing for assistance in printing a mask that will appear ordinary once worn. Listening to Li Wenqing's words, Lin Tian sensed an underlying unease. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. He ultimately agreed. What Lin Tian did not realize was that the idea of the mask originated from Lu Jianjian. Unable to directly approach Lin Tian, she sought to prevent other martial arts school principals from taking notice of him by enlisting Li Wenqing's help. Li Wenqing, aware of Lin Tian's occasional skeptical glances, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This young man is perceptive. Deceiving him will not be easy. After a while, Lin Tian and Li Wenqing finalized the contract. In the corridor, Li Qing led Lin Tian to the highest floor of Yuqing Martial Arts School. The martial arts diagram of my family is a C-grade diagram, highly valuable. You may come to visualize it once a week. Li Qing, tall at around 175 meters, stood just slightly shorter than Lin Tian. As a warrior, her long, straight black hair flowed freely, and her face, devoid of makeup, exuded a delicate fairness. Her features were striking, and as she regarded Lin Tian, her sparkling eyes seemed to scrutinize him. After unlocking a room secured by 3 layers of anti-theft doors, the two entered an extremely spacious chamber. In the center of the room hung a single diagram, and a chair occupied the middle of the floor. These were the only furnishings. Lin Tian was immediately captivated by the diagram. It depicted a scene of dark clouds and flashing lightning. The oppressive, murky sky and swirling black mist enveloped the atmosphere with a suffocating weight. Amidst the layers of rolling dark clouds, brilliant bolts of lightning were deeply etched against the inky canvas. In an instant, a piercing pain penetrated Lin Tian's heart, as if the thunderous reverberations resounded within his very soul. Crack! A thunderclap echoed, akin to the roar of an enraged dragon. Lin Tian's eyes widened, and after a moment's pause, he realized it had merely been a figment of his imagination. This is the true thunder diagram, which took me a year to successfully visualize. Beside him, Li Qing looked at Lin Tian, flicking her hair back with a smile. She extended her hand, and a shimmering blue aura materialized in her palm. This signifies the successful visualization, the mastery of true thunder essence. My grandfather took 2.5 years, while my father took 3 years to accomplish it. Li Qing spoke with a hint of pride, still holding on to her earlier embarrassment at being bested by Lin Tian. She now wished to convey to him that she too was a genius. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian's mouth fell slightly ajar, clearly astonished. Li Qing, noticing his reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction and chuckled. I estimate that if you were to practice, you would likely surpass me in speed, being the genius that you are. However, Lin Tian absorbed none of her words. At that moment, lines of text appeared on his retina, detailing the special effects of true thunder essence. He had not anticipated that his system could enhance martial techniques, nor could he fathom that it could augment cultivation methods as well. Effects applicable to true thunder essence are as follows. Please purchase promptly. Host. C-grade effect. Thunder essence floating body. 100,000 gold coins. B-grade effect. Thunder serpent crossing. 500,000 gold coins. A-grade effect. Thunder ring unleashed. 100,000 gold coins. S-grade effect. Devastating thunder river. 2,000,000 gold coins. Chapter 10. Tenfold enhancement of physical training. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian swallowed hard. If his assumptions were correct, the faint thunder mist Li Qing had manifested earlier was indeed the D-grade effect, thunder essence floating body. What she perceived as successful visualization was, in fact, the most basic form. Beyond the thunder essence floating body, there were 3 additional effects, each more extraordinary than the last. Moreover, this was Lin Tian's first encounter with an S-grade effect, devastating thunder river. Could it manifest a terrifying river of thunder that engulfs all in its wake? Lin Tian's heart swelled with uncontainable shock and excitement. If he had the means, he could successfully comprehend these effects. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Li Qing, observing the flicker in Lin Tian's gaze, was taken aback. She had merely mentioned her own aptitude, so why was Lin Tian exhibiting such intensity? Don't stress too much. I actually didn't take a year. It took me 1.5 years to visualize it successfully. Li Qing chuckled softly, wishing to alleviate Lin Tian's pressure. Your insight can surely grasp the essence of thunder, and you will undoubtedly surpass me. Rest assured, she said, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder with a smile. Being approximately 6 or 7 years his senior and having graduated from a prestigious university, she aimed to cultivate an image of a caring older sister in Lin Tian's heart, knowing they would be spending a considerable amount of time together. Okay, no worries. Sister Qing, I will strive to do my best, Lin Tian responded, emerging from his excitement and flashing a radiant smile. With his fair and handsome features, his grin resembled that of a charming boy next door. Li Qing momentarily paused, withdrawing her hand from his shoulder, and encouraged, you should visualize quickly. 2 hours will pass before you know it. With that, she exited the room and closed the door behind her. In the now empty room, Lin Tian settled down, his gaze fixed on the true thunder diagram, enveloped in silence. After purchasing the Thunder Effect, he had a remaining balance of 265,000. It was now time to acquire the C-Class Effect, Thunder Body. As Lin Tian concentrated, several lines of text appeared beneath the Thunder Body option. Thunder Body, an extraordinary manifestation achieved after utilizing True Thunder. Proficiency increase, 30. Combat power increase, 15 times. Body refinement effect, 10 times. Note: the combat power increase refers to the damage dealt by martial arts techniques after reaching the Thunder Body level, compared to the damage inflicted using conventional vitality techniques. Note: the body refinement effect indicates the accelerated growth rate in vitality after attaining the Thunder Body level, compared to prior cultivation speed. Upon reading these lines, Lin Tian's grip tightened. The technique effect boasted an additional enhancement point compared to martial arts effects, body refinement. This meant that once he purchased the Thunder Body, his cultivation speed in terms of vitality growth would be tenfold compared to his previous training. Tenfold. Lin Tian had not understood this before. But now he finally recognized the significance of the martial arts diagram. While others might train for an hour, the results would be akin to his arduous 10-hour weightlifting and running sessions. Lin Tian sighed inwardly and promptly declared to the system, "Purchase Thunder Body." A resonant hum echoed within Lin Tian, and a surge of unfamiliar yet profound memories flooded his mind. A prickling sensation coursed through his entire being. Slowly, he raised his hand and activated True Thunder. With a crackling sound, countless thunder particles erupted from his pores, gradually forming a mist of thunder, shimmering with a hazy glow. At that moment, it felt as though what coursed through Lin Tian's veins was not blood, but thunder itself. The host can view their data template. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned before his thoughts commanded the display to appear before him. Host: Lin Tian, balance, 165,000 gold coins, vitality, 175, mental strength, 0.5, martial techniques, 1, 3 movements, Thunder Fist. Purchased effects: C-Class Thunder Sound, B-Class Flash Thunder, A-Class 10,000 Thunders Drawing, not purchased. Cultivation techniques, 1, True Thunder. Purchased effects: C-Class Thunder Body, B-Class Thunder Serpent Crossing, not purchased. A-Class Thunder Ring Universal, not purchased. S-Class Destructive Thunder River, not purchased. After carefully examining his data, a smile graced Lin Tian's face. It seemed that the day's gains were indeed substantial. As for his mental strength, Lin Tian silently mused. He was not the kind of prodigy capable of awakening extraordinary mental faculties, making him unsuitable for cultivating mental strength. However, should an opportunity arise to acquire a martial arts diagram for mental cultivation, he would not let it slip by. For no other reason, mental strength practitioners held greater value. Among the top 10 martial saints in Manhwa, only 2 had reached that level through mental cultivation, one being the foremost martial saint and the other the youngest among the top 10. Such was the advantage of mental strength. Lin Tian shook his head, realizing that with his current mental strength at only 0.5, it was premature to dream of becoming a martial saint. There was still time. Better to focus on enhancing his vitality. With determination, Lin Tian sat in his chair and began to meditate. After acquiring the Thunder Body, he could distinctly feel the vitality flowing within him. Following the principles of True Thunder, torrents of vitality surged into his limbs, initiating the refinement of his physique. With a crackling sound, the ethereal mist of thunder emanated from Lin Tian's body, causing him to appear as though enveloped in a gentle blue light. Gradually, impurities within his flesh, bones, blood, and sinews were purged by the True Thunder technique. Minute impurities escaped through his pores, too fine to be seen by the naked eye. Time passed steadily, and soon 2 hours had elapsed. Lin Tian, having kept track of the time, opened his eyes. With a sigh of relief, he expelled a breath of stale air and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. The 2 hours of cultivation left him feeling pleasantly tinged with numbness. The process had been arduous, yet upon its conclusion, Lin Tian felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment, akin to a parched soul finally sipping warm water after 2 days without. Refreshing, he exclaimed in admiration. He then activated the system panel. Vitality, 176. At first glance, Lin Tian noticed the increase in vitality, confirming the effectiveness of his efforts. Although the rise was merely 0.01, it was a vast improvement compared to before. In his youth, vitality growth had been slow, only accelerating during his teenage years when his physique began to awaken. Meanwhile, a series of soft clicks echoed as the sound of a key turning in the lock reached his ears. Li Qing entered the room, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How did your visualization go, handsome?" she asked, immediately detecting a hint of sweat in the air. "Not bad for a first attempt," she remarked in surprise. "You managed to break a sweat already." Inwardly, she admired his talent, recognizing that he was indeed extraordinary. Her own first attempt had been akin to a blind man touching an elephant. She had felt nothing at all. Nevertheless, she smiled and added, "Just like I experienced before. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A senior's experience can be crucial." With a playful blink, she gazed at Lin Tian. "Thank you, but it's getting late." Lin Tian replied with a light chuckle as he prepared to leave. knowing that he would officially start working at the Yuqing martial arts school the following day. Wait a moment. Here's a printed mask, Li Qing said, handing him a mask that appeared to be made of silicone. Since you'll need to disguise your identity, you should adopt a new name. Feeling the soft texture in his hands, Lin Tian pondered, how about Tianlin? That's too similar to your name, Li Qing mused. Resting her chin on her hand, let us go with Shadowblade, shall we? Lin Tian nodded in agreement with her suggestion. Chapter 11. Unexpected Events. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Tian finally returned home. His residence was situated 2 kilometers away from the school. The room is, of course, rented, with a monthly rent of 500. And after adding the utility bills, it amounts to 600. Lin Tian's greatest frustration lies in the fact that out of that 100 for utilities, 50 is allocated for communal electricity. Does the motion sensor light in the corridor really require 50 in electricity fees each month? After much negotiation with the landlord, no resolution was reached. Upon returning to his room, Lin Tian quickly freshened up. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Although he had maintained a calm demeanor throughout the day, joy lingered in his heart. Sleep eluded him, and he contemplated practicing at night, attending classes and resting during the day. His previous dedication to academic studies was merely to compensate for the disparity in vitality. Now that he had envisioned the martial arts diagram, he felt little need to focus on academics. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to continue his training that night. Meditation is not rest. The sensation of true, thunderous energy circulating within his entire being is, in fact, more exhausting than physical exercise. Lin Tian settled onto his bed and swiftly entered into meditation. The true thunderous energy within him flowed like gentle rain soaking into the earth, continuously nourishing every cell in his body. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was dawn. The resplendent sun began to rise, its golden rays bathing the entire city of Qing. The sounds of honking cars gradually filled the air outside. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. Initially seated on his bed, he eventually opted to sit on the floor as sweat and impurities began to seep from his skin. Rising to his feet, he glanced at his body, which was now coated in a thick layer of impurities. He felt utterly exhausted. Lin Tian stretched his neck, and a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed. Vitality, 179. After a night of training, his vitality had increased by 0.03 points. A wave of joy washed over him, and he clenched his fists. Earning money, he lamented, was still insufficient. Lin Tian murmured to himself, realizing that the true thunderous energy could provide him with a tenfold increase in vitality. The second special effect, Thunder Serpent Crossing, could amplify this growth to 30 times. However, the price for Thunder Serpent Crossing was 500,000. Lin Tian needed to earn 500,000, which meant he still required over 300,000. With no immediate opportunities for income, he pondered whether to request an advance on his salary from Li Qing. After a moment of thought, he dismissed that idea. Having just joined Yuqing, he felt it unwise to make such demands right away. He must also demonstrate his own worth. Lin Tian boiled a basin of water and began to cleanse his body in his room. After his shower, he reheated some leftover food and started to eat. It felt as if merely consuming carbohydrates wasn't enough to satiate him. He resolved to purchase some meat. Lin Tian hurriedly gulped down his meal. To his surprise, he found that he consumed more during this single breakfast than he had during his previous 2 meals combined. Suddenly, a series of rapid knocks echoed at the door, shattering Lin Tian's tranquility. Frowning, he opened the door to find a middle-aged man with a protruding belly standing there. Lin Tian, it's time to pay this month's rent, the man stated flatly, casting a dispassionate glance at Lin Tian. Checking the time, Lin Tian smiled and replied, Landlord, I'm about to head to school, and I don't have cash on me right now. Would it be alright if I transfer it to you later this afternoon? The landlord frowned, casting a disdainful look at Lin Tian. Are you out of money? We don't allow for late rent payments. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. He had been renting here for just over a year, always paying on time. Yet today, even a slight delay was unacceptable. He noticed that the landlord smiled warmly at others, but was perpetually wary and disdainful towards him. Such a person is typically enamored with wealth and status, quite pragmatic indeed. All right, then, accompany me to school later, and we can stop by the bank to withdraw the cash, Lin Tian replied coolly. The landlord pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lin Tian quickly gathered his things, and they set off for the bank together. Upon entering the bank, Lin Tian checked his balance and found he had only 165,000 remaining. He withdrew 5,000 and placed it into his pocket. Approaching the landlord, he handed over 1,200. Landlord, I'll be paying for 2 months' rent up front, so you won't need to come looking for me next month. The landlord's face lit up with a smile. He had witnessed Lin Tian withdraw the 5,000 in full. While 5,000 isn't a significant sum, it was evident that the landlord possessed wealth exceeding 1,000,000. However, every little bit adds up. The landlord glanced at Lin Tian's pocket, surprised that this seemingly impoverished student had money to spare. Little Tian, why not rent for a longer period? If you commit to 7 or 8 months, I won't charge you for the communal electricity, the landlord suggested with a grin. Lin Tian couldn't help but scoff internally. The landlord was clearly trying to squeeze every last penny from him. No thanks, landlord. I might be moving in a couple of months. Lin Tian replied with a bright smile. The landlord's expression faltered, his smile fading, and he could only nod in resignation. At that moment, Lin Tian noticed a figure pass by him from the corner of his eye. The individual was not tall, clad in a filthy coat, appearing quite frail, wearing a mask, glasses, and a hat that obscured their features. Dressed that way, one might suspect they were a bank robber. The landlord remarked disdainfully. The small, slender figure glanced over. And though they weren't wearing sunglasses, Lin Tian could sense an air of coldness emanating from them. The landlord pursed his lips, falling silent. In their line of sight, the figure approached the ATM outside the bank, withdrawing a card and inserting it into the machine. Click, click. Several crisp sounds echoed from the ATM. The noise was subtle, and had Lin Tian not been paying attention, he might have overlooked it. Moments later, stacks of cash began to emerge from the machine, and the diminutive figure hurriedly stuffed the money into a backpack. TSK, one should never judge a book by its cover, the landlord mused. In no time, the person had withdrawn nearly 100,000. Yet, Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. Belonging to a security guard who emerged from the bank hall, his gaze fixed intently on the money taker. That machine is malfunctioning. The money you withdrew does not belong to you, the guard declared authoritatively, striding towards the individual. The machine isn't broken, a timid voice chimed in, revealing that the heavily bundled figure was, in fact, a young girl. Our back office has detected a malfunction. You need to come with me to the security office. The guard commanded, and 6 more guards erupted from within the hall. In an instant, 7 guards surrounded the girl, and Lin Tian noticed that several of them had their hands resting near their waists, clearly armed. TSK, this is going to be entertaining. Lin Tian thought as the landlord chuckled, keen to watch the unfolding drama. Chapter 12. The money is coming. Soon, passers-by began to stop, many pulling out their phones to record the scene. The landlord also took out his phone, starting to film. Please, can you let me go? I really need this money. The girl, enveloped in layers, pleaded with a trembling voice. Little sister, if you're in need of money, you can tell us. We can help you. But you cannot engage in illegal activities, the guard closest to her replied, his tone softening slightly. Help me? The girl was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head and said, no one is here to help me. All my brother and I have encountered are evildoers. Her voice quivered with a hint of sorrow as she leaned weakly against the machine behind her, appearing as though she were encircled by a group of malevolent individuals. All are villains? It seemed absurd that she, who had stolen money, would label others as bad. She ought to be apprehended. Such scum deserved to be imprisoned. It appeared she had tampered with the ATM and stolen hundreds of thousands. She should face the death penalty. Although she seemed underage and unlikely to receive such a sentence, imprisonment was certainly inevitable. On the roadside, the landlord and a few others were incessantly discussing the situation. Lin Tian furrowed his brow and cast a cold glance at the landlord. Their remarks were clearly intended to add insult to injury. The girl, huddled against the wall, visibly trembled at the words she overheard. I don't want to die. I don't want to go to jail, she cried, shaking her head fervently, her voice laced with despair. Little sister, they're deceiving you. Do not be anxious, the nearest security guard said, furrowing his brow yet speaking in a gentle tone. He rested one hand on the grip of his gun and bent toward the girl, cautiously approaching until only a meter separated them. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Big brother. Is that hand holding a gun? The guard froze, quickly shaking his head with an awkward smile, about to explain when the girl unexpectedly extended her hand across the distance and struck out. Don't kill me, she wailed. Her seemingly feeble blow unleashed a powerful force. In an instant, the guard was propelled backward as if struck by an unseen hand, soaring nearly 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily against a parked car. The guard, evidently an ordinary person, cried out, likely having broken a rib. A psychic. A sharp scream erupted from one of the armed guards. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. It was his first encounter with a psychic. He instinctively retreated, hiding behind a car, while the landlord stood frozen in shock. Lin Tian paid no mind to the landlord, focusing instead on the girl's actions. Having seen psychics online and familiarized himself with their ranks, he deduced that she was not particularly powerful. It's time to make money, Lin Tian whispered to himself, clenching his teeth. He was startled by his own thought. Ever since awakening the system, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of cultivation or wealth. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his first instinct was to think of money. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 guards swiftly drew their firearms, aiming at the girl. You want to kill me? You want to kill me? The girl cried in despair, retreating. With a whoosh, the air warped as an invisible wave struck the guards. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, all 6 guards were flung backward several meters. A scream echoed from nearby. It was the landlord, who had been crushed under the weight of a towering guard. Lin Tian had heard the sickening sound of bones breaking. 2 ribs, it seemed. Help me, help me. The landlord's pitiful cries, though merely indicative of a fracture, conveyed a sense of impending doom. The landlord's shrieks incited chaos among the onlookers. their faces blanching in terror as they gazed at the girl as though she were a devil incarnate. A murder! A murder! Run! They shouted. The psychic is killing. The crowd, once curious, now fled in panic, seeking to escape the scene. Lin Tian paid no heed to the landlord, remaining vigilant about the girl's situation. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out as a guard, in his haste, fired a shot that struck the girl in the arm. Don't kill me. Someone save me. I still need to buy medicine for my brother. The girl screamed, clutching her wounded arm in sheer terror. She began to run towards Lin Tian, flailing her arms as she did. With each swing, distortions in space erupted, striking the ground, cars, and trees, sending debris flying. The area descended into chaos. Bang! Another gunshot was fired, narrowly missing the girl's shoulder. I want to go back. The girl was at the peak of her panic, raising one hand, causing the guard who had shot to be thrown back against a tree. Lin Tian observed the scene, noting that the fallen guards had all drawn their weapons. Had they been a tad more accurate, the girl would likely have met her demise. Coincidentally, as she ran towards Lin Tian, she remained oblivious to his presence behind the car. When the prospect of wealth beckoned, all it required was a touch of audacity. Lin Tian thought to himself. He then dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the girl just as she turned to face the guard aiming at her. Lin Tian crouched, his legs slightly bent, and summoned his energy into his fists. He clenched his fists, refraining from using his true thunder technique, and aimed a punch at the girl's abdomen. Thud! The punch caught her off guard. Ah! She cried out, feeling as though she had been struck with an iron rod, the wind knocked from her. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach. Bang! A gunshot rang out from a guard lying on the ground, barely missing the girl's hair. Had it not been for Lin Tian, that bullet would have surely found its mark in her temple. Lin Tian ignored the chaos, quickly kneeling, pressing his knee against the girl's back, and forcefully restraining her hands behind her. It hurts. Let me go? Let me go? She screamed, tears streaming from behind her shattered sunglasses. With a harsh scraping sound, her small face dragged against the ground, her hat falling off, and her glasses breaking. Boom. An invisible force erupted from the girl's body, striking Lin Tian directly. His muscles quivered, and his hair stood on end. For a moment, he nearly released his grip. True thunder technique. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, azure lightning swirling around him, augmenting his strength to firmly restrain the still struggling girl. Let me go? I need to save my brother. He is sick. The girl, realizing she could not overpower Lin Tian, became increasingly frantic, her small frame exhibiting unexpected strength. I can let you go, Lin Tian shouted, his voice overpowering hers, causing her to momentarily pause in her struggle. If I let you go, those men will shoot you on sight. You won't even get to see your brother. His harsh words made her cease her thrashing. As time passed, Lin Tian felt her resistance diminish significantly. The girl began to weep quietly, her large tears splattering onto the cold stone pavement. The already soiled visage of the young girl became even more sullied, mingled with tears and dirt. You are all villains. You wish to harm me and my brother. She cried out in despair, prompting Lin Tian's anger to gradually dissipate. Where is your brother? Please tell me, Lin Tian gently inquired. The girl was taken aback, falling silent. Isn't your brother ill? Tell me, and I shall go find him. Lin Tian continued, attempting to soothe her with his words. You all want to harm me and my brother. I will never tell you. The girl retorted fiercely, and Lin Tian sensed an indelible hatred towards him burgeoning within her. The world around them fell into a somber silence. The security personnel, previously thrown aside, began to rise, casting grateful glances at Lin Tian. Simultaneously, the panicked crowd ceased their flight. Claps resounded loudly. Soon, all present began to applaud joyously. Remarkable. This is a true young hero. I just witnessed him emit blue light, akin to a martial artist. Incredible, truly incredible. While we fled, he alone stood against the assailant. Compliments filled the air. Only the landlord, with broken ribs, continued to wail, but no one paid him heed. Lin Tian surveyed the crowd quietly, his expression neutral, refraining from speech. His primary concern remained capturing the girl and ascertaining the monetary reward from the police. This could be considered an act of valor. His intervention stemmed from two motivations, one being the potential financial gain, and the other, his realization that the girl lacked formidable strength, vastly inferior to the psychics seen in online videos. She likely had just awakened her mental abilities. Yet, given her tender age, Lin Tian was astonished to gaze at the girl beneath him, a prodigy indeed. However, his moment of wonder was fleeting, for the girl lay with half her face pressed to the ground, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian, her eyes chillingly cold. To her, Lin Tian must surely be the greatest adversary. Approximately 3 minutes later, several police cars came to a halt at the roadside. A dozen fully armed officers approached Lin Tian and took the girl from his grasp. The child's hair was disheveled, her body dirty, tears and mud clinging to her face. Greetings, I am Chunanghua, deputy chief of the Qingqing police. A middle-aged man in uniform said as he stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied with a smile as they shook hands. Lin Tian. Chunanghua's expression shifted to one of surprise as he scrutinized Lin Tian. You are the one who unleashed the thunderous strike? I just watched a video about you yesterday. Manhwa said with a warm smile, his gaze toward Lin Tian growing increasingly amiable. Lin Tian furrowed his brow and chuckled. I didn't expect Deputy Chief Chen to have seen that video. He marveled inwardly. Qingcheng was indeed a small place, and the internet's reach allowed even minor events to travel far and wide. Up to this point, Lin Tian had intentionally sought to promote that video, yet he had yet to reap any benefits. Lin Tian, prior to our arrival, you apprehended a psychic criminal and prevented the situation from escalating. On behalf of the police, I extend my gratitude. Manhwa suddenly declared with solemnity. Lin Tian smiled lightly and inquired, is there a monetary reward? Manhwa paused, then responded with a grin, yes. Certainly. When it comes to psychics, no matter how small the matter, I will promptly apply for the Young Hero Award for you, which includes cash as well as a vitality potion. At Manhwa's words, Lin Tian's expression brightened slightly. The vitality potion was an exceedingly precious item, typically purchased only once every few years by the average person. It seemed he had indeed made the right decision. Deputy Chief Chen, do I need to accompany you to the police station? Lin Tian asked. Manhwa glanced at Lin Tian before checking the time on his phone. It's almost time for class. You should head to school first. Your thunderous strike marks you as a prodigy. Every second counts. The procedures for the Young Hero Award will be handled through the school. Rest assured, you won't miss out. Manhwa said with a smile, aware of how precious time was to someone of Lin Tian's caliber. Indeed, every moment was to be cherished. Visiting the police station would merely result in idle chatter over tea, an utter waste of time. As for the written statement, that could easily be arranged during a more convenient moment. Prodigies must value their talents, and society holds them in high regard as well. The reason the Huagua nation could carve out a space amidst foreign threats was due to its respect for prodigies. Manhwa then turned his attention to the small girl being firmly held by the officers behind him, awakening mental abilities at such a young age. You two are a prodigy. Thankfully, no one died this time. Otherwise, your future would have been irrevocably tarnished. Yet the girl paid no heed to Manhwa's words, keeping her head bowed as though lifeless. Witnessing this, Lin Tian spoke up, Deputy Chief Chen, I have something to convey. What is it? Manhwa inquired. Lin Tian glanced at the girl and stated, the reason she resorted to crime is that her brother is gravely ill and requires treatment. I believe the police can intervene. Otherwise, there may indeed be a tragic outcome. As Lin Tian's words fell, the girl's body trembled slightly, yet she remained silent. Manhwa's expression softened somewhat as he nodded. I see. To risk oneself for a loved one signifies a noble heart. There is still hope. He then turned his gaze gently toward the girl, asking, where is your brother now? I will arrange for someone to provide treatment immediately. However, the girl continued to keep her head down, silent. Manhwa frowned, glancing helplessly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian turned to the girl, his voice icy. Your brother is on the brink of death. If I wish to harm him, I would simply ignore the situation. You have already reached a point of no return, with nothing left for me to take. As Lin Tian's words echoed, Manhwa's brow furrowed. Lin Tian's tone was too cold. Yet, to Manhwa's astonishment, the girl, who had previously bowed her head, now looked up defiantly at him, pleading, please save my brother. Save my brother. She cried out as if on the verge of collapse. Her face, filthy, was adorned with tears that glistened like pure lotus petals. A beautiful female officer approached, squatting down to begin recording the address. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian turned and walked toward the school. Manhwa noticed Lin Tian just as his figure vanished beyond 100 meters. As for the landlord, Lin Tian had never shown any concern for him. Chapter 14. The prodigy who unleashed thunder. Shadowblade has now gained renown. In the morning, upon arriving at the classroom, Lin Tian was already feeling drowsy. Before he could even take his seat, several classmates rushed to his side, eyes filled with envy. Lin Tian, you've become famous. Lin Tian, how did you train to achieve such a thunderous strike? Teach me, Lin Tian, I want to unleash thunder too. They surrounded Lin Tian, each face reflecting a newfound respect that had previously been absent. If Lin Tian's acquisition of a D-class martial skill marked him as an exceptional individual, the others had not paid much attention. After all, the second martial skill evaluation primarily focused on students' academic performance. Lin Tian's physical condition could be deemed relatively robust, yet his academic prowess is truly commendable. Interestingly, the martial arts examinations place less emphasis on academic performance. However, Lin Tian's recent display of prowess by decisively defeating Li Yuzi and Li Yuqing, producing a thunderous sound, signifies his exceptional skills in martial arts, garnering both admiration and respect from his peers. In response to the persistent inquiries from several classmates, Lin Tian maintained a subtle smile before earnestly declaring, since everyone is curious, I shall share the techniques I have been practicing. As he spoke, an immediate hush fell over the classroom. Even Li Yuzi, who had previously glared at him, turned serious. It was imperative to listen attentively. Mastering Lin Tian's techniques could empower them to outshine their competitors. Lin Tian proceeded with sincere conviction, dedicate every moment to practice. Even during meals or bathroom breaks, One should contemplate the three movements Thunder Fist, striving to dream of executing it while asleep. His voice resonated throughout the class, plunging it into an icy silence. The students exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. No one dared to dismiss Lin Tian's words as mere nonsense, for he was undeniably a diligent individual. His message was simple yet profound, effort. Yet, who among them could genuinely commit to such a path? The atmosphere grew awkward as they struggled to articulate their thoughts. Lin Tian observed his classmates quietly before making his way back to his seat. If anyone wished to practice the three movements Thunder Fist, they would be better off consulting Yu Qing. He was far more reliable than Lin Tian. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. It was Li Yuzi, who cast a challenging glance at Lin Tian. What are you talking about? A classmate inquired, puzzled. Li Yuzi's face broke into a knowing smile, and after building the anticipation of his audience, he continued. The Yu Qing martial arts school has recruited an instructor capable of producing a flash thunder, which is 100 times more impressive than Lin Tian. As his words settled, all eyes turned towards Lin Tian. Stunned murmurs filled the room. What? There's a teacher who can unleash a flash thunder? Someone recalled, if I remember correctly. Martial sage Guan Yin has achieved this feat. He has perfected the three movements Thunder Fist. Is that true? Lin Tian's thunderous strikes are already remarkable. To think someone can produce a flash thunder. The students expressed their disbelief, their skepticism palpable. It is true. I saw it on the official account of the Yu Qing Martial Arts School this morning. They announced the arrival of a teacher capable of flash thunder. And this Shadow Blade master is surely under 25. Li Yuzi relished the attention, his hands clasped behind his back. As soon as he finished speaking, every classmate pulled out their phones to search for the information. The Yu Qing Martial Arts School had indeed established a presence on short video platforms. Understanding the value of traffic in this data-driven age, when students found the promotional video, they confirmed the advertisement from the Yu Qing Martial Arts School. If that Shadow Blade master is indeed under 25, he must be an extraordinary talent in the realm of the three movements Thunder Fist. One student exclaimed excitedly. Had the advertisement mentioned a teacher aged 50 or 60, most would have lost interest. However, the prospect of learning from someone younger than 25 who had perfected the three movements Thunder Fist was enticing. If this teacher could unleash a flash thunder before 30, perhaps they too could achieve a thunderous strike before the martial arts examination. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, charged with excitement. I plan to have my dad take me to enroll tonight. The Shadow Blade classes are only 30,000 a month, which I find quite reasonable. Li Yuzi laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with ambition. The other students, most of whom hailed from modest backgrounds, shared in the exhilaration, recognizing that 30,000 a month was still within their reach. Seated quietly, Lin Tian observed the unfolding scene, feeling quite pleased. He would receive a 50% commission from each student's tuition fee. The more who enrolled, the greater his earnings would be. Just the day before, they had settled on this arrangement, and news had already spread throughout the class. Clearly, Yu Qing's promotional efforts were effective. Initially, Li Qing had intended for Lin Tian to stay behind for a photo shoot and video advertisement, but the late hour had hindered their plans. Tian, I practiced the three movements Thunder Fist until midnight yesterday, and it was truly exhilarating, remarked Zheng Lei with enthusiasm beside him. I bet you won't last 3 days, Lin Tian replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zheng Lei with a faint smile. You underestimate me. Zheng Lei straightened his posture, brimming with dreams of the future. He then glanced at the self-satisfied Li Yuzi and remarked, this fool is bound to enroll. I'll assess the situation in a few days, and if it looks promising, I might join as well. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise at his deskmate's insight. Yet, he suspected that most students shared Zheng Lei's sentiments. I think I'll take a short nap, Lin Tian declared, resting his head on the desk. Tian, you're not falling behind, are you? You've never slept in class before. Zheng Lei exclaimed in astonishment, but received no response from Lin Tian. Lin Tian had not slept the previous night, as he had been meditating, keeping his mind in a heightened state of tension. Holding on until now was already a feat. Time passed slowly, and soon, class commenced. Lin Tian's desk was piled high with books, and the teacher generally overlooked him. Thus, he comfortably dozed through 3 consecutive classes without interruption. At 11 o'clock, however, a bespectacled teacher approached the classroom door. Lin Tian from class 3. Please come to the principal's office. The teacher's voice was cold, carrying an authoritative tone that instilled fear in the students. Lin Tian was roused from his slumber by Zheng Lei's gentle shake. What is happening? He asked, bleary-eyed, following Zheng Lei's gaze to the teacher. You must be Lin Tian. Please proceed to the principal's office, the teacher stated flatly. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and made his way to the principal's office. Chapter 15, Wuxianovel. Upon arriving at the principal's office door, Lin Tian stood in the dimly lit corridor. Taking a deep breath, he anticipated that this was likely a consequence of yesterday's events. The situation had escalated, and the principal would undoubtedly have to provide an explanation. Reporting. Lin Tian called out boldly. After a moment of silence, there was no reply, but faint sounds of a phone call could be heard. Is the police chief coming to the 3rd Martial Arts High? Inside the office, Wuxianovel, the principal of the 3rd Martial Arts High, was seated in a leather chair, engaged in a phone conversation. What is it? Good news? What good news? Gu Qingyu frowned, perplexed. On the other end of the line was an old classmate from his time at the Qingcheng Police Department. The caller had mentioned that a police chief official would be visiting the 3rd Martial Arts High, but had been mysteriously vague about the details. This left Gu Qingyu feeling somewhat anxious. He was merely a peak-level martial artist, while the deputy chief of the Qingcheng Police, Chenanghua, was a 2nd-level martial artist. And the chief was even a 4th-level martial artist. The power of martial artists directly correlates with their social standing. Reporting. Outside the office, Lin Tian's voice once again echoed. But Gu Qingyu cast a dispassionate glance at the office door, choosing to ignore it. At times, such indifference resides deep within human nature. Gu Qingyu harbored no concern for a student devoid of background or strength. However, what took Gu Qingyu by surprise was that this student had managed to embarrass him. Subsequently, Gu Qingyu contacted the head of the teaching department, informing all faculty of the impending arrival of the police chief. The teachers promptly returned to their respective classrooms to ensure that students remained focused during lessons. Indeed, the school underwent a thorough cleaning as well. After addressing these matters, 10 minutes had elapsed since Lin Tian's arrival. Outside the office, Lin Tian's gaze grew colder. Come in, came Gu Qingyu's icy voice from within. Lin Tian pushed open the door and strode inside. Gu Qingyu lounged lazily in his leather chair, scrutinizing Lin Tian. At first glance, he appeared to be a rather refined young man, clad in a somewhat faded white shirt, the stripes on it having dulled from numerous washes. His trousers remained school issue, looking neat and crisp. Yet, what struck Gu Qingyu immediately was the air of poverty surrounding him. Lin Tian, you've certainly made quite the impression, Gu Qingyu remarked with a smile. Since the founding of our 3rd Martial High, only once in the last 30 years has a senior produced such a thunderous sound. Continuing, Gu Qingyu noted the coldness in Lin Tian's eyes and lit a cigarette, adding, however, that student, despite creating a thunderous sound, had insufficient vitality and ultimately perished on the battlefield after achieving the rank of a 1st-level warrior. His words, while seemingly a compliment, were a subtle warning to Lin Tian about his low vitality. You lack the means to purchase vitality potions, and you cannot visualize martial arts diagrams. Your starting point is thus rather dismal. Achieving a thunderous sound, while rare, is not particularly remarkable. Lin Tian nodded, displaying no signs of anger, and smiled as he asked, Principal, why are you telling me this? With the alien forces retreating, I want to have a chance to enter the battlefield. Gu Qingyu nodded in agreement. Lin Tian, this isn't merely about the battlefield. Your statement last night has cast a negative shadow over our 3rd Martial High. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and retorted, Principal, do you think I was wrong in what I said? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu paused, taken aback by Lin Tian's audacity to counter him. What is the matter with you, student? Gu Qingyu's voice suddenly rose, glaring at Lin Tian. The selection for the 2nd-tier martial arts technique is the school's decision. Although your grades are at the top, your vitality is far too low. Xiao Xiaoli possesses a vitality of 50. What about you? With a resounding slap, Gu Qingyu struck the table, exuding a formidable pressure that reverberated throughout the 3rd Martial High. The C-tier martial arts technique you'd receive would yield a combat effectiveness that wouldn't even compare to a third of Xiao Xiaoli's. What use is this C-tier martial arts technique to you? Gu Qingyu's gaze bore down on Lin Tian with a fierce intensity. Employing his usual tactic of overpowering others with the force of a warrior's presence, Lin Tian, a mere impoverished boy without parents, was expected to retreat under such pressure. However, to Gu Qingyu's astonishment, Lin Tian merely smiled faintly and replied, Principal, you seem confused. The standards for the 2nd-tier martial arts techniques were established by the Hua Nation to provide opportunities for students who wish to learn but come from underprivileged backgrounds. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Lin Tian continued, Principal, the 2nd-tier martial arts technique does not belong to you. It belongs to the Hua Nation. Are you truly willing to contravene the regulations of Hua Nation and betray your country? Lin Tian's smile transformed, revealing a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Now laden with naked malice and disdain, filled with contempt, he believed firmly that his future would far surpass that of Gu Qingyu. Even without a system, Gu Qingyu would merely be an ant beneath his feet. Despite his hardships, he remained proud above all. Faced with the provocation of what he deemed an ant, Lin Tian felt little emotion. Gu Qingyu was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how Lin Tian had so brazenly branded him with such a grave accusation. With a heavy thud, Gu Qingyu slammed his palm against the table, the force of his vitality erupting into the air like the tolling of a great bell, shaking the very walls of the 3rd Martial High. Within the campus, all students and teachers turned their gazes toward the administrative building in astonishment. Lin Tian, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening me? Gu Qingyu's voice turned icy, his face now reflecting the wrath of an authority figure. Principal, am I wrong? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he coldly laughed. You are abusing your power to sabotage my future and obstruct my path. Are you not aware of this in your heart? Lin Tian's voice rang clear, unyielding in the face of confrontation. Very well. Gu Qingyu sneered coldly, contemplating expelling Lin Tian outright, but he hesitated. recalling the repercussions of the previous day's events that were still unfolding. A direct expulsion would only invite further gossip. Lin Tian, you are to leave the school immediately. This month you are suspended. You may return next month. With that, Gu Qingyu's expression turned indifferent. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, casting one last apathetic glance at Gu Qingyu before exiting the office. Chapter 16. The Young Hero. Lin Tian walked out of the administrative building with a calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Tian. Someone called from behind, seemingly a girl. Ignoring her, he returned to the classroom, promptly gathering his belongings. What are you doing? Zheng Lei stared at Lin Tian in bewilderment, as did the rest of the class. I've been suspended by the principal, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. His words incited an immediate uproar among his classmates. Lin Tian, is it because of your martial arts technique sale? Zhang Qian approached Lin Tian, speaking softly with a hint of guilt etched on her face. No, Lin Tian replied with a gentle smile. That shouldn't be the case. You created a thunderous sound. The school should have valued that, Zheng Lei exclaimed, his face etched with anger as he defended Lin Tian. Indeed, I didn't expect this either, Zhang Qian said, clenching her hands, her expression tinged with disappointment. Whose is this? Lin Tian suddenly pulled out a sealed bottle of milk tea from the desk, now cold. It must have been placed there before he arrived. It's mine. My dad asked me to bring it to you, Zhang Qian replied quietly. Oh, thank you. Lin Tian beamed, shouldering his bag and taking a sip of the milk tea. I'm leaving. You need to study even harder now, he said, looking at Zheng Lei, who was still fuming. Yes, Zheng Lei nodded, standing up to accompany Lin Tian. You too, Lin Tian said, glancing at Zhang Qian, an ordinary girl with an unremarkable appearance. Thank you, she murmured softly. Lin Tian, this is the price you pay for hitting me. Li Yuzi sneered from the side, challenging Lin Tian with her gaze. Lin Tian merely cast a fleeting glance at her, too disinterested to engage. This indifference only tightened Li Yuzi's fists, her gums itching with irritation. After exchanging a few words with Zheng Lei, Lin Tian departed from the school. At the school gate, his face bore no trace of worry. Rather, it was marked by a sense of relief. This matter had not gone through their homeroom teacher, Wang Jie, and Lin Tian left without any further ado. If Wang Jie were to learn of this, he would likely seek out the principal, complicating matters further. Lin Tian's current focus is solely on earning money and honing his skills. As for that secondary martial skill that ought to belong to him, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and took a deep sip of milk tea. Lin Tian, wait for me. A voice called from behind, reminiscent of the girl who had previously beckoned him at school. Turning around, Lin Tian beheld Xiao Xiaoli, a girl of striking beauty clad in azure jeans that elegantly accentuated the graceful contours of her legs, complemented by a white shirt adorned with delicate orange flowers. Her lustrous black hair cascaded just past her shoulders, and her lips were a rosy hue, set beneath eyes that sparkled like clear autumn waters. After a brief sprint to Lin Tian's side, Xiao Xiaoli inquired, I called for you for ages in the campus. Were you intentionally ignoring me? Lin Tian shook his head, replying, I didn't hear you. What is it you need? His impression of Xiao Xiaoli had always been favorable, yet the current circumstances had introduced a palpable distance between them. Lin Tian, the matter of the secondary martial skill has nothing to do with me. I truly am unaware of the situation, Xiao Xiaoli said softly, a hint of grievance evident in her gaze. Throughout the day, her classmates had regarded her with peculiar eyes, a chill emanating from their stares. Well, I believe you. Lin Tian nodded, then turned to leave. Lin Tian, Xiao Xiaoli called out urgently, positioning herself before him. You think I gained favor through backdoor means, don't you? She asked, her brows furrowed like delicate willow leaves. Not at all, Lin Tian chuckled. Yet, Xiao Xiaoli appeared increasingly doubtful, glancing at the backpack Lin Tian carried and exclaiming, Why are you leaving school? Did you take a leave? I saw you at the administration building. Have you withdrawn? Her voice grew more insistent, her eyes brimming with remorse. I suspect there has been a misunderstanding on the teacher's part. Would you accompany me to speak with the principal? Xiao Xiaoli insisted, blocking Lin Tian's path. The secondary martial skill exam is part of the cultural studies assessment. The results have already been graded by the teachers. She was aware that she had only secured the second position. Lin Tian regarded Xiao Xiaoli with surprise, noting the sincerity in her eyes. It seemed she genuinely was unaware of the circumstances. I have already been suspended by the principal, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Suspended? Xiao Xiaoli's mouth fell slightly agape. Her shock palpable. The principal has gone too far. She extracted a USB drive from her pocket. This is the martial skill meant for me. I'll sell it to you for a mere $1. Though I'm uncertain of the specifics, I suspect it may be related to my family. Her expression was earnest as she extended the USB, valued at 3 million. Lin Tian regarded her quietly, noting her beauty, her cheeks flushed with health, and her lips of vibrant sheen. They had been classmates in middle school, and he vaguely remembered her family being quite affluent. To her, the 3 million valued martial skill was of little concern. What she truly desired was her reputation intact, not to be seen as a petty opportunist among her peers. However, for Lin Tian, such a martial skill had been a distant dream. He longed for it, but not under these circumstances. I shall not accept it. I can see that both of us are victims in this situation. I will reclaim that martial skill, but certainly not from your hands, Lin Tian asserted. His smile momentarily stunning Xiao Xiaoli. You possess your pride, and I possess mine, she murmured, nodding in understanding. I will inquire further. I will get to the bottom of this. If you do not wish to return with me now, I shall speak with the principal, and you need not remain suspended. Lin Tian discerned that although Xiao Xiaoli had not acted wrongfully, she still felt a sense of guilt toward him. No need. He waved her off, departing without further ado. Not wishing to press her, Xiao Xiaoli ceased her entreaties. After approximately half an hour, Lin Tian returned to his room and fell asleep. Meanwhile, several police vehicles entered the grounds of the 3rd Martial Arts High School. Principal Cui Jue and a cohort of teachers stood respectfully on the playground to greet them. Soon, more than a dozen officers emerged from the police cars, their robust figures clad in black uniforms, some wielding large swords, others holstering firearms. Their mere presence sent ripples of vitality through the air, eliciting a reaction from the students on the upper floors who gazed down as if confronted with a blazing volcano. After the officers aligned themselves in 2 rows before the central vehicle, 3 individuals descended from the car. The foremost figure, dressed in a suit, exuded an air of authority that caused Cui Jue to startle slightly upon his arrival. Deputy Mayor Wang, you two have come. Cui Jue quickly adopted a posture of utmost respect. Haha, little Gu, your 3rd Martial High School is producing heroes. Of course, I must be here, Wang Zili. The deputy mayor of Qingqing responded with a hearty laugh. Standing behind him was Chun Anghua, the deputy chief of the Qingqing police, who wore a gentle smile. Following Chun was a long-haired woman with a notebook and camera, beginning to document Cui Jue and the entirety of the 3rd Martial Arts High School. Chapter 17. Lin Tian's absence, Cui Jue's distress. Cui Jue's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Heroes? He echoed, glancing at the array of teachers behind him, all of whom appeared utterly bewildered. Observing their reactions, Chun Anghua smiled lightly. It seems he hasn't informed you. Indeed. This student possesses a commendable character. If he were an ordinary student who managed to subdue a psychic practitioner and prevent casualties, he would surely boast about it. Yet, it was clear that neither Chun Anghua nor the teachers at 3rd Martial High were aware of Lin Tian's actions, which only heightened Chen's regard for him. To maintain composure under such circumstances set him apart from his peers. Deputy Mayor Wang, Deputy Chief Chun, what exactly has transpired? I truly have no knowledge of it. Cui Jue chuckled awkwardly. The teachers behind Wang Zili were equally perplexed. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their gazes toward Chun Anghua. This matter was somewhat rushed on our part. I should have called you in advance, Chun Anghua acknowledged. No, this is precisely the effect I desired. It allows for the most authentic portrayal of our martial school. Previously, we merely staged reports that felt insincere. Deputy Mayor Wang Zili let out a hearty laugh before raising his voice to address the expansive grounds of 3rd Martial Arts High School, Lin Tian. Come here for a moment, haha. His tone was casual, yet the resonance of his voice, bolstered by the energy of his presence, echoed throughout the ears of every student and teacher at the school. In an instant, the previously tranquil classroom erupted into a cacophony of whispers. Clearly, they sought Lin Tian. What had he done to warrant the attention of both the deputy mayor and the deputy chief? It seemed he had accomplished something monumental, truly impressive. It appeared the most renowned student of our school was indeed Lin Tian from class 3 of the 2nd year. Though I share the name Lin Tian, I am acutely aware that the Lin Tian referred to by the deputy city lord is not me. Ha! The murmurs surged like boiling water, creating a cacophony. Numerous gazes turned toward the direction of class 2 to 3, filled with eager anticipation for Lin Tian's appearance. However, as time passed, the figure of Lin Tian remained absent. Wang Zili and Chun Anghua exchanged glances, sensing an unusual tension. Perhaps he is in the restroom, Chun Anghua jested, prompting a momentary chuckle from Wang Zili. While intended as a joke, the possibility suggested by Chun Anghua was not entirely unfounded. Unbeknownst to them, the once smiling Cui Jue was now rooted to the spot, his smile fading like receding tides, leaving behind a buzzing in his ears. The moment Wang Zili uttered Lin Tian's name, Cui Jue felt a jolt of electricity surge from his feet. What could Lin Tian have done, under the scrutiny of Wang, the deputy city lord, and Chun, the deputy director? Wang Zili struggled to mask his shock, awkwardly inquiring. A great deed indeed, Chun Anghua exclaimed, his voice resonating with a military's fortitude. This morning, a newly awakened psychic master committed robbery, resulting in several severe injuries, even threatening fatalities. The entire school paused in hushed whispers, their attention now keenly focused. At that moment, Lin Tian stepped forth, not only subduing the psychic master, but also firmly suppressing the adversary's mental power with his own vitality. Chun Anghua sighed, adding, that psychic master was unfortunate. Lin Tian not only averted a disaster, but also safeguarded a potentially formidable psychic master for our nation. As Chun Anghua's words echoed, the school fell into a profound silence. Though he spoke simply, the gravity of the situation was palpable to all. Lin Tian had acted decisively, subduing the psychic master. Astonishing. In the direction of class 2 to 3, Li Yuzi stood agape, disbelief etched across her face. Lin Tian is truly remarkable, murmured the girl Zhang Qian, her countenance brightening with a sense of shared pride. What the crowd failed to realize was that Gu Qingyu, the principal of the 3rd Martial High School, was utterly stunned. He had not anticipated such an outcome. Had he known, he certainly would not have suspended Lin Tian. How could one possibly subdue a psychic master? Lin Tian was merely a student with barely any martial prowess, who had never even contemplated a martial arts diagram. What now? Countless anxious questions flickered through Gu Qingyu's mind. Currently, 4th-level warrior Wang Zili and 3rd-level warrior Chen Anghua had personally come to the 3rd Martial School in search of Lin Tian. The very Lin Tian they sought had, less than an hour ago, been suspended by Gu Qingyu. Click. A tall woman clad in a black police uniform captured the bewildered expression on Gu Qingyu's face. Clearly perplexed, the school's students were thriving. Why was the principal so anxious? Haha, Deputy Director Chen must be mistaken. Lin Tian is just an ordinary student. How could he possibly subdue a psychic master? Gu Qingyu chuckled awkwardly, his mind racing to devise a way to buy time. Chen Anghua furrowed his brow, but remained patient, asserting, there is no error in this matter. Though Lin Tian's vitality is low, his unexpected strike with the Thunder Fist was executed flawlessly, leaving no opportunity for that psychic master. As he spoke, Chen Anghua's eyes brightened, turning to Wang Zili. Old Wang, I forgot to mention. Lin Tian's Thunder Fist produced a resounding crack. Wang Zili's expression sharpened, an instant of excitement flooding his features. Really? Truly? Chen Anghua glanced at Gu Qingyu, grinning. Now I am even more eager to meet this child. It is rare for students to diligently study the Thunder Fist. Wang Zili chuckled, then turned to Gu Qingyu. Principal Gu, please summon Lin Tian. Oh yes. Gu Qingyu wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Wang Jie. Mr. Wang, could you please locate Lin Tian? Gu Qingyu blinked anxiously. Wang Jie's gaze darkened. He was aware that Lin Tian had been suspended. He had intended to confront Gu Qingyu about this matter. Gu Qingyu was now desperate for Wang Jie to bring Lin Tian back from outside the school. Wang Jie scoffed inwardly, just as he was about to refuse. Lin Tian is no longer at the school. A resounding male voice echoed from the direction of class 2 to 3. Zhang Lei stood in the corridor, his face flushed, summoning the courage to shout as if his life depended on it. After his outburst, Zhang Lei's expression was fervent, his entire being trembling with emotion. Click. A woman holding a camera captured the moment. What do you mean by that? Wang Zili asked with a smile, his voice gentle. Under the gaze of a 4th-level warrior, Zhang Lei clearly felt flustered, swallowing hard before shouting again. Tian had originally secured the top spot in the 2nd martial examination, yet the school awarded him 2nd place. This morning, after being summoned by the principal for a discussion, he returned only to find himself suspended. Chapter 18. It is not the mountain that approaches me, but I who walk toward the mountain. Zhang Lei roared, as if expending all his strength in those words. Upon finishing, silence enveloped the school once more. Even the smile on Deputy City Lord Wang Zili's face gradually faded, his cold gaze fixed upon Gu Qingyu. Rumors had long circulated regarding Gu Qingyu's questionable conduct, and today, it seemed they were indeed substantiated. Beside him, Chen Anghua chuckled oddly. Just yesterday, he had fortuitously viewed footage of Lin Tian soundly thrashing Li Yuqing. That memorable remark of Lin Tian's had now become crystal clear. In the corridor of class 2 to 3, the students regarded Zhang Lei, whose face remained crimson. Impressive. Someone whispered in admiration. They all knew that Lin Tian had been suspended. Yet, in this moment, there was only one who dared to speak the truth before the entire school and in the presence of a 4th-level warrior, Zhang Lei. Li Yuzi cast a quiet glance at Zhang Lei, her heart a tumult of emotions, remaining silent. In class 1-1, Xiao Xiaoli stood gracefully, while her classmates regarded her with strange looks, causing her to gradually lower her head, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. She had done nothing wrong, and neither had Lin Tian. Yet, she bore the brunt of the rumors. Subsequently, all gazes shifted slowly to Gu Qingyu on the playground. With Lin Tian absent, Gu Qingyu had become the center of scrutiny. Stammering, Gu Qingyu found himself utterly at a loss for words. Never before had he felt so exposed under the collective gaze of all. Wang Zili narrowed his eyes, having anticipated a simple award ceremony, yet it had spiraled into complexity. Gu Qingyu, I will report this matter to the Martial Arts Education Department. I am curious to see how they will handle you. Wang Zili stated coldly, his gaze stern. Yes, it is the school's fault, Gu Qingyu quickly asserted, lowering his voice. It is not the school's fault, it is your fault. Wang Zili retorted icily. The 3rd Martial High School does not belong to you, Gu Qingyu. It belongs to Qingqing and to the nation of Huagua. No one will take the blame for this. Wang Zili's voice resonated loudly, showing no regard for Gu Qingyu's dignity at this moment. Gu Qingyu, bowing and scraping, could only repeatedly admit his faults. At that moment, before the entire faculty and student body, the once proud Gu Qingyu was reduced to a mere laughingstock. The flicker of respect that many held for him began to gradually fade away. Snap! A woman captured the utterly humiliated Gu Qingyu in her photograph. Despair flickered in Gu Qingyu's eyes. Should this incident be publicized, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Since Lin Tian is not at school, I'll call him to come and collect his reward from the Qingcheng Police Department, Chen Onghua suggested to Wang Zili. Wang Zili's expression was not particularly pleasant, but he understood that the Martial Arts Education Department operated independently of him. The Martial Arts Education Department of Huaghua is of a high rank, directly managed by the Martial Arts Headquarters. Wang Zili and Chen Onghua, however, were affiliated with the military, making it difficult for Wang Zili to intervene directly. Nevertheless, it did not imply that he could not facilitate matters. As a level 4 martial artist, his power encompassed many aspects. Subsequently, Wang Zili and Chen Onghua departed by car. Lin Tian, having returned to his residence in a daze, collapsed onto his bed without a moment's hesitation, having not slept the entire night. Entirely unaware of the events unfolding at school. Not long after, his phone rang again. Lin Tian, where are you? I'm sending someone to pick you up to receive your award at the police station. Chen Onghua's cheerful voice came through the line. Lin Tian instantly roused from his stupor. All right, I'll take a taxi over. He hung up. Previously, Chen Onghua mentioned that the Young Hero Award was coordinated directly with the school. Yet now he was being summoned to the police station, indicating that Chen Onghua and the others had likely already visited the school. Lin Tian hoped that the police station would assist him in resolving the matter concerning the second martial technique. After calming his emotions slightly, Lin Tian headed to the police station. The Qingcheng Police Station, located in the northern outskirts of Qingcheng, sprawls over an extensive area of 500 square kilometers. Within the precinct, there are dedicated accommodation buildings and training grounds for officers. To become an officer, one must possess a vitality exceeding 10 points, equivalent to a level 1 martial artist. Upon entering, Lin Tian spotted Chen Onghua waving to him in front of a black jeep. Get in. The deputy mayor is still waiting for you at the headquarters. Chen Onghua chuckled as he lit a cigarette. Once inside the vehicle, Chen Onghua drove through the police station grounds, occasionally offering Lin Tian insights about the place. Lin Tian, I'm aware of your situation. You excelled in the examinations, and Deputy Mayor Wang has already contacted the Martial Arts Education Department of Qingcheng. You can return to school tomorrow. Chen Onghua exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling lightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly, as the resentment that had long festered within him dissipated instantly. And what about the second martial technique? He inquired, striving to maintain his composure. The second martial technique is yours. Rest assured, it is inescapable. Chen Onghua smiled, observing Lin Tian. How does that feel? Lin Tian nodded, feeling indeed exhilarated. He then chuckled sheepishly. By the way, I've sold the D-grade martial technique that the school provided me. Do I need to return it to the education department? Chen Onghua raised an eyebrow at Lin Tian, surprised. The second martial technique was only yesterday. You sold it that quickly? He then replied with a gentle smile. You needn't worry about that. It's Gu Qingyu's responsibility to resolve it. Lin Tian nodded, realizing that not only would he gain a C-grade martial technique, but he would also retain the one he sold. What will happen to Gu Qingyu? He asked. Chen Onghua sighed softly. To my knowledge, Gu Qingyu's daughter ranks among the top 3 talents in Shishir and has entered the Huaghua talents list. The Martial Arts Education Department was initially poised to dismiss him, but Gu Qingyu promised to bring his daughter back from Shishir to study in Qingcheng. Chen Onghua hesitated, quietly smoking. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Gu Qingyu was willing to call his daughter back to Qingcheng to preserve his position as principal. Qingcheng is merely a small city, relatively insignificant in Huaghua, with its talent pool rather modest. Now that Gu Qingyu's daughter is willing to return, it would enhance the quality of Qingcheng's talented individuals. Gu Qingyu would likely evade repercussions. Lin Tian smirked inwardly, realizing that he had likely earned Gu Qingyu's ire. Are you afraid? Wang Zili glanced at Lin Tian. Sunlight filtered through thin clouds, casting golden rays across the leaves lining the road, creating a soft, shimmering halo on the ground. Martial officers in uniforms trained relentlessly on the field, undeterred by the scorching sun. Inside the car, Lin Tian watched this scene in silence. Though I am still young, I understand that my future will undoubtedly present many formidable challenges. These mountains will not instill fear in me. Lin Tian smiled, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. For it is not the mountains that come to me, but I who walk toward the mountains. Chapter 19, Substantial Rewards. Inside the police station building, Lin Tian and Chen Onghua entered the conference hall. At the round table, 2 officers clad in black stood beside a dark box placed on the table. Deputy Mayor Wang has other matters to attend to. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the awards ceremony has been simplified. Wang Zili smiled lightly as he retrieved a key from his pocket and opened the box. As Lin Tian approached, he immediately spotted a red certificate. Young Hero Award. He picked up the certificate, beneath which lay 3 test tubes containing a crimson liquid, each with a diameter of 10 centimeters. This is the D-grade blood essence tiger elixir. Each bottle valued at 300,000. Generally, if one has not grasped the martial arts diagram, it can elevate vitality by 0.3, Wang Zili explained. Lin Tian nodded, his heart racing. 3 bottles, each capable of enhancing his vitality by 0.3. would suffice for several years of arduous training. Of course, if he had successfully visualized the martial arts diagram, the effects would be even greater. Wang Zili's voice echoed in Lin Tian's ears. He had watched the surveillance of Lin Tian defeating the mental energy master. At that time, Lin Tian displayed a brilliant azure energy force, indicating that he had indeed comprehended a martial arts diagram. Ding! 1 million gold coins have been detected as acquired by the host. Please proceed to purchase the special effects promptly. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. It was then that Lin Tian noticed the bank card resting beside the box. Originally, the cash reward for the Young Hero Award was 500,000, but due to the involvement of the mental energy master, it had been set at 1 million. Shunangwa chuckled. Lin Tian, your lips are curling into a smile. What about that little girl's brother? How is he faring now? As Lin Tian's question lingered, Shunangwa's expression noticeably darkened, and he sighed. When we arrived, his brother had already passed away. After testing, it was revealed that his brother had awakened as a psychic with a mental strength exceeding 10 points. However, due to the lack of proper guidance, his psychic energy surged uncontrollably, leading to brain death. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled the grimy little girl. In her desperation to save her brother, she resorted to crime, yet ultimately failed to rescue him. The girl's name was Ling Xiuji, with a remarkable psychic strength of 20 points. The military had already taken notice of her, and it was expected that she would be taken away from Qingcheng in a matter of days. Beside him, Shunangwa clicked his tongue, his tone imbued with regret. Lin Tian had inadvertently saved a future genius. He fell silent, feeling unworthy of empathy towards others. His current thoughts were consumed with how to allocate the resources he had acquired. Originally, he had a remaining sum of 165,000, from which he withdrew 5,000 that morning, partly to pay for rent and partly to satisfy his hunger. With the additional reward of 1 million, Lin Tian now possessed a total of 116,000. This sum allowed him to purchase the third effect of the Thunder Fist, known as the Thunderous Call, valued at 1 million. Alternatively, he could acquire the second effect of True Thunder, called Thunder Serpent Crossing, priced at 500,000. The third effect of True Thunder, the Thunder Ring of the Heavens, also cost 1 million. Lin Tian's gaze darkened. Purchasing the Thunderous Call at this moment would render him hesitant to utilize it. The Thunderous Call surpassed ordinary thunder. If discovered by others, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Even informing the martial arts education department could lead to the risk of being dissected. In summary, Lin Tian realized he was currently too weak. With this in mind, he decided it would be wiser to invest in the future. The second effect of True Thunder would accelerate his cultivation speed to 30 times that of his previous pace. As for the third effect, the Thunder Ring of the Heavens, Lin Tian concentrated, envisioning the manifestation of this effect in his mind. The Thunder Ring of the Heavens, a phenomenon resulting from fully mastering True Thunder. Completion rate, 100. Combat power increase, 5 times. Body refinement effect, 100 times. The Thunder Ring of the Heavens would only manifest once True Thunder was cultivated to perfection. Lin Tian pondered whether Li Qing's ancestors had ever reached such mastery of True Thunder. Nevertheless, he realized that he needed 150,000 to purchase this effect. The second effect, Thunder Serpent Crossing, cost 500,000, while the Thunder Ring of the Heavens required 1 million. To acquire the Thunder Ring, he would need to purchase both lower-tier effects. Once acquired, Lin Tian's cultivation speed would be 100 times faster than when he practiced without True Thunder. Lin Tian swallowed hard, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. He currently had 116,000, just 34,000 short of the 150,000 required. His gaze flickered to the D-grade potion, the Tiger Blood Elixir, valued at 30,000 per bottle. He had 3 bottles. Beside him, Shenangwa observed Lin Tian's excitement with a faint smile. It was difficult not to feel exhilarated at such a young age with so many treasures acquired. Lin Tian, once you've collected these items, join me for a meal at the cafeteria. I'll treat you, Shenangwa said cheerfully. There's no need, Deputy Director Chun. If anyone should treat, it ought to be me. I have matters to attend to today, but I would like to invite you to dinner another time. Lin Tian replied with utmost politeness. Shenangwa was not taken aback by this, and nodded, locking the box containing the potions and certificates before handing Lin Tian the key. He then arranged for someone to take a photo with Lin Tian. After handling all matters, Lin Tian returned home at 3:30. Without further thought, he took 2 bottles of the Tiger Blood Elixir and placed them in his backpack. He hurried to a potion shop within the borders of Huagua. Such shops selling vitality potions were plentiful and more precious than gold shops. Upon entering, Lin Tian was immediately captivated by the dazzling array of potions displayed at the counter. D-grade Shark Blood Elixir, 100 milliliters, priced at 30,000. D-grade Sky Wolf Blood Elixir, 100 milliliters, priced at 45,000. D-grade Winter Cloud Bird Blood Elixir, 100 milliliters, priced at 34,000. All he saw were D-grade potions. However, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised that these potions were all 100 milliliters in capacity, while his Tiger Blood Elixir was 120 milliliters. Shenangwa had informed him that his potion was worth 30,000. Indeed, the official pricing was fair. Customers began to trickle in and out of the shop. most merely glancing around to broaden their horizons. When Lin Tian entered, the salesperson merely cast a cursory glance at him without paying much attention. After a while, Lin Tian approached the cashier and quietly inquired, "Do you buy blood elixirs?" The salesperson, a sweet-faced young woman, initially failed to register his presence. Upon comprehending his question, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Please wait a moment, I'll fetch the manager." Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in a blue suit emerged, first sizing Lin Tian up before speaking. "Hello, do you have blood elixirs for sale?" "Yes," Lin Tian replied. The man squinted, leading Lin Tian to the back room behind the counter. "What's the source of your blood?" "It's legitimate," Lin Tian smiled. The man relaxed slightly but appeared somewhat disappointed. A short while later, Lin Tian successfully sold his tiger blood elixir. Initially, he had planned to sell 2 bottles if one did not reach 34,000. But he sold one for 35,000. This outcome left him with an extra 1,000. This was fortuitous, as Lin Tian's appetite had increased significantly since practicing the martial arts diagram, and his craving for meat far exceeded his previous desires. After purchasing 3 pounds of beef at the market, Lin Tian returned home. Chapter 20. Purchasing the Thunder Ring of the Heavens, a Surge in Power. System. Purchase Thunder Serpent Crossing and the Thunder Ring of the Heavens. Lin Tian immediately sensed the system's response. Buzz. A vast surge of memories flooded into Lin Tian's mind in an instant. These memories, emanating from true thunder, felt gentle, as if he had genuinely experienced them firsthand. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Lin Tian began to cultivate true thunder. Thunder Serpent Crossing manifested at the pinnacle of true thunder's cultivation, revealing itself when the mastery reached 90%. His entire being radiated with energy, transformed by true thunder into brilliant lightning flames that coiled around his body, resembling living thunder serpents that hissed incessantly. Crackle. In an instant, dazzling arcs of electricity flickered across Lin Tian's body, becoming increasingly radiant. Ultimately, they coalesced into a roaring thunderstorm. This was the manifestation of Thunder Serpent Crossing. With a flicker of thought, Lin Tian concentrated further on cultivating true thunder. The magnificent thunder began to flow across his body like crystal clear water, finally encircling the back of his head and forming 3 fan-shaped rings of lightning. These rings blazed with intensity, and the moment they appeared, a sense of overwhelming brilliance filled the entire room. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though the very essence of thunder was gathering within his gaze, with countless fine arcs of electricity sporadically flickering across his body. It was as though Lin Tian was enveloped in a divine aura of thunder. Without further contemplation, he promptly produced the 2 vials of Tiger Spike Essence. Chenonghua had mentioned that if one failed to successfully visualize the martial arts diagram, each vial would still provide a minimum enhancement of 0.3 for the martial artist. Now that Lin Tian had not only succeeded in visualizing the martial arts diagram, but also perfected his true thunder technique, how much enhancement could these 2 vials bestow upon him? Harnessing the power of thunder, Lin Tian swiftly consumed 1 vial. In an instant, a rumbling sound reverberated within him, as though genuine thunder was erupting. His blood seemed to boil, and mighty thunder surged through his limbs and bones, creating an overwhelming sensation of heat. Lin Tian felt as if countless particles of his flesh were being subjected to brilliance and pressure, with visible impurities being expelled from his skin. The sensation of being cleansed by thunder grew increasingly pronounced. Time passed slowly, and soon it was an hour and a half later. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Tian emerged from his training, his body covered in grime, with even the air above him swirling with steam. He stood up slowly, accompanied by the crackling sound of his bones. Upon checking the system data panel, Lin Tian murmured to himself, "Host, Lin Tian. Balance, 13, 800 gold coins. Vitality, 401. Mental strength, 0.5. Martial skills, 1. Thunder Fist of 3 movements. Purchase effects, C-level Thunderclap, B-level Flash Thunder, A-level 10,000 Thunders, not purchased. Cultivation techniques, 1. True Thunder Technique. Purchase effects, C-level Thunder Aura, B-level Thunder Serpent Leap, A-level Thunder Ring of the Heavens, S-level Thunder River of Annihilation, not purchased. Lin Tian glanced over the information, his fists involuntarily clenching. His vitality had surged beyond 4 points. Earlier that morning, his vitality was merely 179. Yet now it had more than doubled. The achievements of years of cultivation paled in comparison to the gains of this single day. More crucially, if Lin Tian were to engage in battle with the vitality granted by the Thunder Ring of the Heavens, the augmentation of his combat power would reach 5-fold compared to when he fought with normal vitality. As for the Thunder Fist of 3 movements and Flash Thunder, their combat power enhancement also achieved 5 times. It could be said that if Lin Tian employed his current True Thunder technique to execute the Thunder Fist of 3 movements, he would gain a staggering 25-fold increase in combat power. With 401 vitality and a 25-fold combat power enhancement, Lin Tian could confidently challenge an average first-level martial artist. Such was the boon afforded by the system. A smile crept upon Lin Tian's lips, and he felt an urge to laugh heartily, yet he restrained himself. After a while, Lin Tian filled a basin with water and thoroughly washed himself. His living quarters measured a mere 20 square meters, lacking a separate bathroom. Both meals and bathing took place within the single room. However, for Lin Tian, this was ample space. Prior to last year, he had resided in a mere 15 square meter abode. After his bath, Lin Tian opened the pot next to his bed, where beef was nearly cooked. He had not added any other seasonings. Yet even the simple saltwater beef was delectable to him. He devoured 2/3 of the 3 kilograms of beef before feeling sufficiently satiated. His appetite had markedly increased. Lin Tian silently lamented the financial implications of his lifestyle. Around 6 o'clock, he changed his clothes and set off for the Wuxing martial arts school. His residence was not far from Wuxing, a journey of just half an hour. However, upon arriving at Wuxing, Lin Tian needed to prepare himself. After all, Wuxing had assigned him the rather uninspiring name of Shadowblade. What a dreadful name, Lin Tian scoffed inwardly. Meanwhile, within the Wuxing martial arts school, the headmaster, Li Wenchang, sat leisurely on a leather chair, smoking. Bang! Li Qing rudely flung open the door. Old Li, it's chaos downstairs. Aren't you going to take a look? What's the use? What can I do about it? Li Wenchang replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qing. Today marked Lin Tian's first day of teaching, and Li Meng had brought students from Guansheng to stir up trouble. Li Qing muttered under his breath and approached the window to peer outside. There stood Li Meng, who had resigned from Wuxing just yesterday, boasting a wildly arrogant demeanor at the entrance of the martial arts school. He spent 3 years as a teacher at Wuxing, and within a day of joining Guansheng, he is eager to become their lapdog. Li Qing glared fiercely at Li Meng below, his eyes practically sparking with fury. Naturally, I informed others that Shadowblade is a fabrication. Wuxing is merely attempting to fleece money, Li Wencheng said with a faint smile, pinpointing Li Meng's reason for being there. Huh. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, clearly feeling he had misheard. After a brief pause, he stared at his father in bewilderment. Old Li, what on earth are you doing? Creating momentum. Li Wencheng replied with a calm smile. I know Li Meng all too well. If he learns that we at Wuxing are trying to profit, he will undoubtedly step forward to elevate his own notoriety. Li Wencheng exhaled a puff of smoke. Li Meng is no paragon of virtue, but he is very much concerned with anything that can bring him fame and fortune. Yesterday, he was Wuxing's top instructor. Today, he arrives to expose Wuxing's ugly face, which will greatly enhance his reputation. This endeavor may not be entirely honorable, but in the realm of martial arts schools, where is there ever such a thing as honor? The more raucous Li Meng makes his scene, the greater the attention Shadowblade will garner. This is a trap Li Wenchang has laid for Li Meng. Lin Tian's thunder fist of 3 movements is indeed formidable, yet his vitality is too low. He cannot possibly contend with Li Meng. Li Qing sighed softly. Who said Lin Tian was to fight? Li Wencheng replied with an enigmatic smile. Our focus is on the flash thunder technique. As long as Lin Tian can execute it, that suffices. Li Qing shot a glance at her father, unsure of what else to say. By the way, how did Lin Tian fare with his visualization yesterday? Li Wencheng inquired casually. It was mediocre. I estimate he will need 3 to 4 months to successfully comprehend it. Li Qing responded dismissively. 3 to 4 months is quite impressive, Li Wencheng remarked appreciatively, then glanced at his daughter. You should share your insights on comprehending the true thunder technique with him over the next few days. Li Qing nodded, smiling. That shouldn't be a problem. Lin Tian's understanding of the true thunder technique has forged a profound bond with Wuxing. This is an investment. The more we invest now, the greater the potential returns for Wuxing in the future. Unless Lin Tian possesses a poor character, then Wuxing would only have itself to blame for its poor judgment. However, after spending time with him, Li Qing held a favorable impression of Lin Tian. Chapter 21. Li Meng arrives. Shadowblade does not exist. Meanwhile, downstairs at the Wuxing martial arts school, Li Meng stood at the entrance, shouting, Where is that Shadowblade? Is he truly afraid of me? Dressed in martial attire and projecting his voice loudly, he attracted the attention of everyone passing by. Today, upon the announcement that the Wuxing martial arts school could produce the elusive Shadowblade, a multitude of students expressed their desire to enroll. However, since the arrival of Li Meng, those who initially planned to register began to adopt a more cautious stance towards Wuxing. Li Meng, do not overstep your bounds. Just yesterday, you were a teacher at Wuxing. A middle-aged man with a head of gray hair bellowed in anger. This man, also a teacher at Wuxing, could no longer tolerate Li Meng's disruption. Overstep? Li Meng chuckled lightly, extending his arms. Just look around. If I hadn't shown up, how many of you would be signing up at Wuxing today? His voice was sharp, tinged with disdain. What do you mean by that? The middle-aged man retorted coldly. Li Meng, unfazed, turned to the crowd and randomly selected a boy. Student, are you here to enroll? The boy nodded. He was a second-year student from the 3rd Martial High, named Li Yuji. Have you ever seen the Shadowblade? Li Meng continued to inquire. Li Yuji shook his head. Li Meng smiled, saying, Allow me to introduce myself. I was a teacher at Wuxing until yesterday. My name is Li Meng, and I have worked here for 3 years without ever encountering anything called the Shadowblade, let alone one that can unleash lightning. He scoffed, casting a glance at the crowd. At that moment, many exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in skepticism. The emergence of the Shadow Blade indeed felt rather sudden. Li Ming continued. I was the top instructor at Yuqing. The reason I resigned is that the school is on the brink of collapse. Just think about it, a previously unseen technique. From a nearly defunct martial arts school, the disdain dripped from his words. He had only the day before escorted his students to Guanxing, and now, with the appearance of this so-called Shadow Blade, his students were hesitating. How could Li Ming endure this? Nearby, onlookers gasped in shock. Mr. Li, are you implying that Yuqing is a scam? Li Yuji asked, his tone heavy. He had brought 30,000 from home, intending to register immediately. He wanted to observe first. If the Shadow Blade proved credible, his brother, Li Yuqing, would also consider enrolling. Now, however, Li Yuji felt fortunate that he hadn't rushed to pay. Indeed. Li Ming laughed heartily, his gaze piercing as he looked at Li Yuji. Why not come to Guanxing? I will personally guide you. And I guarantee you will excel in your martial arts examinations and gain admission to a prestigious university. He beamed at Li Yuji. Li Yuji swallowed hard. His family's financial situation was not dire, but with an older brother, resources were split. They would never afford the 10,000 monthly fee at Guanxing. Thus, he had valued Yuqing. At that moment, it was not just Li Yuji but many onlookers who shared the same thoughts. Li Ming casually glanced at Li Yuji. Reading his expression, rest assured, should you enroll in my class, I will ensure an 80% chance of success. Li Ming's gaze was earnest. Really? Li Yuji asked, astonished. Yes, I can guarantee you 80%, but only in my class. Li Ming smiled, knowing that at Guanxing, his contract stipulated a 30,000 monthly salary plus a 37% commission. He could afford to lower his cut. The more students he had, the more money he made. Many martial arts instructors operated similarly. Li Yuji hung his head, a glimmer of hope brightening his eyes. 80,000 a month was 2,000 less than he had anticipated. Though still expensive, it was at least a conversation he could have with his family. He was an average student, but he aspired to attend a martial arts university. Meanwhile, Li Ming scrutinized the crowd, noting that many had absorbed his earlier remarks. In his mind, the likelihood of the Shadow Blade's existence was increasingly doubtful. After all, the person declaring its non-existence was quite credible. Of course, even if it did exist, he felt no fear. According to Yuqing, the Shadow Blade was merely 25 years old. If it were a prodigy, it would undoubtedly dismiss Yuqing. If not, it would hardly be a match for Li Ming. Moreover, as a martial artist, one should not fear being challenged. One must seize every opportunity for resources, wealth, and advancement. If Li Ming wished to grow stronger, he could not afford to miss any chance to profit. In the crowd, Zheng Lei watched this unfolding scene with trepidation. He still hoped the Shadow Blade was real. His family's financial situation was tough, and he would not want to miss an affordable tutoring opportunity. Li Ming, you are behaving in a most unbecoming manner. The gray-haired teacher remarked, frowning at him. My demeanor may be harsh, but can you accuse me of lying? Have you encountered the Shadow Blade? Li Ming replied. Indifferent to the gray-haired man's disapproval, the man found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had never seen it. Who could possibly know who the Shadow Blade was? At that moment, witnessing Yuqing's own instructor falter, the onlookers began to realize the truth. So, this is the case. Yuqing is merely a school that exploits us students. Li Yuji exclaimed, glaring coldly at the vast Yuqing martial arts school. He glanced at the bystanders and murmured, in that case, I might as well go to Guanxing. With Mr. Li Ming offering me a discount, it is already significantly cheaper. As his words fell, many who had initially planned to enroll at Yuqing began to waver. Li Ming shot a surprised glance at Li Yuji. Upon meeting his gaze, Li Ming instantly understood. He then winked at Li Yuji, clearly signaling him to continue speaking. He could provide even greater discounts. Li Yuji's spirits lifted. If it could be made even cheaper, he could genuinely persuade his family to enroll him at Guanxing. Gaining confidence, Li Yuji shouted, in my experience, Yuqing has always been a rather mediocre martial arts school. After all, one cannot expect quality from something cheap. With the emergence of the Shadow Blade, I thought Yuqing had improved, but now, hearing Mr. Li Ming's words, he glanced around at the gathered crowd, smirking. It seems Yuqing remains as it always was, merely seeking to swindle our money. Upon finishing, Li Ming admired him even more. Li Yuji, initially just a bystander, now effectively represented the crowd's sentiment, wielding significant influence. Indeed, after Li Yuji's remarks, many within Yuqing's ranks wore troubled expressions. Kid, be careful. You might get sold by Li Ming and still find yourself counting his money. The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes, coldly scrutinizing Li Yuji. Under such scrutiny, Li Yuji felt a shiver run down his spine, but thinking of the onlookers, he blushed and shouted, mind your own business. Chapter 22. Tell me, what exactly gives you the right? Zhang Xing, do not threaten the boy. He has the right to make his own choices. Is this how you recruit at Yuqing? Li Ming said with a faint smile, causing the gray-haired man named Zhang Xing's expression to darken further. If, prior to this, many onlookers still considered enrolling at Yuqing, now the majority had begun to harbor doubts. Among the crowd, Zheng Lei quietly observed the scene, his brow furrowed in concern. He certainly lacks the funds to visit Guanxing. That teacher, could you possibly summon Teacher Ingren for a moment? I still have faith in Yuqing. Zheng Lei stepped forward, scratching the back of his head in a somewhat foolish manner. As Zhang Lei's voice echoed, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an instant hush. Indeed, no matter how raucous Li Ming became, the onlookers merely harbored doubts. They all wished to ascertain whether this Ingren truly existed and to gauge his prowess. The gray-haired middle-aged man, Zhang Xing, nodded in agreement. Indeed, should Ingren make an appearance, Li Ming would be rendered a mere jest. The dilemma, however, was that he had never encountered Ingren himself. Wait a moment, I will seek the deputy curator, he began, but before he could finish, a somewhat coarse male voice interjected. There's no need to search. I am Ingren. A young man clad in Yuqing's martial arts attire stepped forth. His features were unremarkable, distinctly revealing a roughness in his contours. Following closely behind him was Li Qing. 10 minutes prior, Lin Tian had entered through the back door of Yuqing, having been apprised of the unfolding events. He donned the white martial arts uniform unique to Yuqing and wore a mask that bore unmistakable signs of being printed. At that moment, he controlled his vocal cords with true, thunderous energy, altering his voice. You are Ingren. Why do you still wear a mask? Li Ming furrowed his brow, astonished that Ingren was indeed real. Lin Tian remained silent, but Li Qing spoke first. Ingren is quite young. Should he be discovered without a mask by the foreign sects, he would surely be in peril. At her words, the crowd stirred in surprise. Indeed, judging solely by his skin and the luxuriant black hair, Ingren appeared to be quite youthful. Lin Tian approached Li Ming. So, it is you who questions my existence? His tone was calm, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Li Ming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Tian. In an instant, a cold sweat trickled down his back. Ingren was real. He had been deceived. Li Ming's gaze flickered, but he forced himself to maintain composure. It is I. But if you wish to earn the crowd's money, shouldn't you be prepared to face scrutiny? Lin Tian nodded, then suddenly smiled. Li Ming, you doubt my existence. Yet here I stand before you. What more do you wish to question? Of course, whether you can truly land a blow. Just as Li Ming spoke, his eyes widened in shock. Lin Tian stood poised, embodying the essence of a sword, proud and erect. 3 movements of thunder fist. Fists like thunder. Steps as swift as lightning. Lin Tian's voice rang clear, his body lowering as a torrent of energy surged through him. Merely shifting his stance summoned a gust of wind. At that moment, the onlookers gaped in awe, instinctively parting to create a space for Lin Tian. Many even stepped onto the road, gazing at Lin Tian. Now the center of attention, vehicles were halted, and several drivers exited their cars, ready to express their outrage, but upon witnessing Lin Tian's display, they chose to stay and watch. 3 movements. The first, a direct strike, hard against hard. Lin Tian declared, smoothly shifting his right foot, his left leg sweeping outward. Boom. His heel struck the ground with tremendous force, sending shards of stone flying. Thunderous applause ensued. Someone cried out, louder than the sound produced by a Tian. In the crowd, Zhang Lei stood in a daze, while Li Yuzi cast a sidelong glance, realizing Zhang Lei referred to Lin Tian. Yet Lin Tian remained undeterred, continuing his onslaught. The second movement, a shoulder charge that shakes the heavens, stomping to rattle the 9 provinces. He took a fierce step forward, like thunder erupting. A crackle of energy bursting forth from his fists, radiant and blinding. Well done. A voice from the roadside called out, excitement reaching a fever pitch. Everyone witnessed the legendary lightning strike. How could they not be exhilarated? Applause erupted, and a young girl with flushed cheeks clapped enthusiastically. Soon, a wave of applause filled the air. Behind Lin Tian, a smile finally graced Li Qing's lips, utterly satisfied. However, Li Ming's expression darkened considerably. By now, he had come to realize his role, a mere clown, reduced to a background figure. The more impressive Ingren appeared, the more Li Ming felt the heat of embarrassment. Yet he was baffled. Just yesterday, he had resigned, and today, Yuqing presented an Ingren. Why? Who exactly was Ingren? Could it be the young man who had applied for the teaching position last night? Who was that individual? Li Ming had paid no mind to him, and had no clear recollection. At that moment, Lin Tian spoke. Li Ming, I possess less than 10 points of blood energy. Yet you are a first-tier martial artist. Would you dare take a punch from me? He gazed at Li Ming with a smile. Before Li Ming could respond, Li Qing's complexion changed drastically. Ingren, do not act foolishly. Meanwhile, Li Wencheng, who had been quietly observing from above, was also taken aback. Lin Tian was merely a student. How could he possibly best a first-tier martial artist like Li Ming? Li Ming frowned, eyeing Li Qing and Ingren, then shook his head. No. His voice was cold, and glancing around, he could see the crowd regarding him as if he were a mere monkey seeking attention. Li Qing sighed in relief. Li Ming's refusal was the best outcome for Yuqing. If he had indeed accepted the challenge, it would likely have been Lin Tian who suffered the consequences. Just then, Lin Tian remarked, spreading rumors comes at no cost, yet your retreat is commendable. His smile was nonchalant, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Li Ming's face shifted through shades of green and purple, struggling to find words. You are not even a martial artist. I simply do not wish to take advantage of you. He forced a laugh, eager to escape. You're not even a martial artist. Yet you don't dare to strike. How pathetic. Someone jeered from the roadside. Li Ming's gaze darted nervously, avoiding the eyes of others. he felt utterly humiliated, especially when confronted by his former students, whose once respectful gazes had turned to disdain. Anger surged within him as he grappled with his embarrassment. "Come on, am I afraid of you?" he bellowed defiantly. But in the next instant, boom. A faint rumble of thunder echoed as Lin Tian radiated a layer of lightning. He moved in an instant. Boom. A lightning-fast punch. Crackling with energy, it surged forth. The amplification of the three movements of Thunder Fist multiplied fivefold, enhanced by true thunderous might, resulting in a punch amplified 25 times. "You!" Li Ming gasped in shock, hastily preparing to respond. The two fists collided in an instant. But Li Ming's was quickly overwhelmed. In the midst of Li Ming's panic, Lin Tian's strike landed squarely in his abdomen. Boom. A deep, resonating sound reverberated as the Thunder Fist impacted, the true thunderous energy coursing into Li Ming's innards. He was sent flying, crashing into a roadside tree. Crash. The tree emitted a loud crack as the force of impact reverberated through its branches, dislodging a shower of leaves. With a sharp snap, the tree split in two, collapsing onto the ground. Some passers-by gasped in shock, while others fumbled with their milk tea, dropping it to the ground in disbelief. Li Ming's entire being collapsed against the tree, struggling to lie on the ground. Ugh. With a pallid complexion, Li Ming clutched his abdomen, having lost the ability to move again, and promptly expelled his stomach contents. Li Ming, in such a state, how can you possibly charge your students 100,000 a month? Lin Tian stood before the incapacitated Li Ming, placing a foot upon his back. Tell me, by what means do you justify this? Lin Tian spoke coldly, his face obscured by a mask, yet his gaze burned fiercely like a golden candle. Chapter 23, I shall not accept you. Lin Tian's eyes were frigid as he scrutinized Li Ming beneath his foot. Just yesterday, Li Ming had appeared to him as an invincible adversary. Yet today, he lay defeated by a single punch. This exemplifies the formidable power derived from the amalgamation of perfect true Thunder Fist and perfect three-movement Thunder Fist, with a 25-fold enhancement. Even a first-level martial artist could contend. On the ground, Li Ming struggled to turn his head, his face scraping against the earth, one eye wide with terror as it gazed upon Lin Tian. You must have already reached the level of a first-level martial artist. Around them, onlookers were clearly astonished. The respect in their eyes as they looked at Lin Tian was unmistakable. A first-level martial artist was already more formidable than the vast majority of individuals in Huagua. For a person in Huagua to become a martial artist, one must either possess a wealthy background to accumulate resources or gain admission to a university through martial arts examinations, competing for opportunities through talent. The overwhelming majority of people cannot become martial artists. Achieving this status is the dream of every student. Presently, Yingxin had already reached the shores of that dream in the eyes of many. How could this happen? Exclaimed one of Li Ming's students, incredulous. He is Teacher Li, a first-level martial artist. Lin Tian's punch had irrevocably altered their perception of Li Ming. The once formidable Teacher Li was revealed to be so utterly weak. 2 punches. Yingxin's first punch shattered Li Ming's momentum, while the second decisively defeated him. It was swift and offered no opportunity for recovery. Such strength. Behind Lin Tian, Li Qing stood in a daze, her red lips slightly parted, struggling to find words. Others may have been oblivious, but she recognized clearly. When Lin Tian executed that punch, not only did thunder erupt from his palm, but a mist of lightning enveloped his entire being. That lightning mist was a symbol of having entered the realm of true Thunder Fist. Li Qing had always believed that Lin Tian would require months to cultivate such lightning mist. Yet just moments ago, he had displayed it successfully. Lin Tian had only begun to visualize the martial arts diagram yesterday. Was it possible that he had already visualized it before? Could Lin Tian be the illegitimate son of Li Wensheng? Li Qing glanced at Li Wensheng, who stood at the window above, and saw that he too wore a look of astonishment, causing her to dismiss her previous thoughts. A genius, an absolute genius. Li Qing stared in disbelief at Lin Tian's silhouette. The transaction between the Li family and Lin Tian had clearly benefited the Li family. It was absurd that such a prodigy was deprived of an opportunity by the third martial high. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Lin Tian. Uncertain of what to say, there was shock, but also exhilaration. Such a powerful teacher, a wielder of the three-movement Thunder Fist capable of unleashing lightning. The monthly tuition fee was only 30,000. Meanwhile, the defeated figure on the ground required 100,000. I want to enroll, a voice cried out, as Li Yuzi's face flushed crimson with excitement. He gazed at Yingxin as if he were beholding his boundless future, overwhelmed with joy. I shall not accept you. Lin Tian merely cast a disinterested glance at Li Yuzi. In an instant, Li Yuzi was left stunned, panic rising within him. Why? Lin Tian ignored Li Yuzi and slowly scanned the crowd, pointing at one individual. You. In the crowd, Zheng Lei stood in astonishment, pointing to himself. Yes, you. Lin Tian affirmed, nodding with a smile. Many have misconstrued your intentions towards me, but you have been the most objective. If you enroll in my class, it will be free of charge. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Zheng Lei was momentarily taken aback, processing the information. Free? He stammered, incredulity etched on his face. He had always considered himself an unlucky person, having purchased dozens of bottles of beverage advertisements without winning a single one. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded. Zheng Lei finally grasped the reality of what he had heard and promptly bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Thank you, Teacher Ancient. Surrounding onlookers gazed at Zheng Lei with envy. A month's tuition of 30,000 had just been waived. Many among them barely managed to earn 3,000 a month. Regret washed over several individuals who had previously chosen to remain silent rather than defend Yuqing. Meanwhile, Li Yuzi's face burned with shame as he cast a jealous glance at Zheng Lei. Then, casting a fearful look towards Yingxun, he quickly retreated from the crowd. He was now certain that Yingxun was a teacher far superior to Li Ming. However, even if he were to pay, he could not attend Yingxun's class. His family's educational funds were limited, with a D-grade martial skill costing around 400,000 to 500,000. His senior year might allow for 2 bottles of D-grade vitality potions. As for enrolling in martial arts tutoring classes, if they were too expensive, his family would genuinely be unable to afford it. Regrettably, he also had an older brother nearing graduation. The investment in 2 children would exhaust their parents' hard-earned savings accumulated over decades. If hopes were high, they might even sell their house to take a gamble. Thus, Li Yuzi's family was already considerably better off than most of his classmates. Wandering dejectedly out of the crowd, Li Yuzi was filled with regret. Lin Tian had confirmed his chance to reclaim that C-grade martial skill, while this fool Zheng Lei had somehow secured a free opportunity to attend the training class. Li Yuzi clenched his teeth and lamented, "Where did I go wrong?" Although he despised Lin Tian, he could now envision the vast chasm that would separate them in the future. Someone who was parentless could achieve such brilliance, destined for success in Martial University. Meanwhile, he, if he did not strive, had no hope whatsoever. From now on, he could not provoke Lin Tian, lest he truly become an enemy that would bring about his own ruin. With a soft sigh, Li Yuzi lowered his head and made his way home. As for Lin Tian, he was entirely indifferent to Li Yuzi's departure. Suddenly, a man clad in a suit and sunglasses emerged from the crowd. The man cast a cold glance at Li Ming, who lay beneath Lin Tian's foot. "Li Ming, settle your grievances with Yuqing privately. Now, under the name of Guansheng. You are causing a disturbance. After this, you will need to undergo a handover ceremony. It's time for you to leave Guansheng." The man's unexpected arrival caused Lin Tian to grow serious. He could sense the fiery aura emanating from the man's body, prompting many onlookers to instinctively part ways for him. The aura of a martial artist can be concealed. Just as Lin Tian's True Thunder Fist can unleash its effects widely, he could also choose to keep it hidden, utilizing it solely within himself. Yet this man clearly did not conceal his power. "Manager Liu, this is a misunderstanding." Li Ming panicked upon hearing that he was to be expelled. "Li Ming, the purpose of establishing the Guansheng Martial Arts Academy is dictated by the martial Saint Guanyin, to strengthen the backbone of the Huagua Nation and to determine the future of our realm. It is entirely up to the students to choose which martial arts academy they wish to join. In the end, we shall all be comrades on the battlefield." The man in sunglasses spoke in a cold tone, his voice resonating with an air of ruthless authority. Lin Tian felt a shiver down his spine, a slight tremor arising within him. He understood that the individual before him had undoubtedly taken lives. The man in shades then turned to Lin Tian and smiled, saying, "Greetings. I am Lu Chong, the manager of the Qingcheng Guansheng Martial Arts Academy branch." "Shadowblade," Lin Tian replied calmly. Lu Chong nodded, scrutinizing Lin Tian before stating, "There are not many in Huagua who can unleash the thunderclap. Indeed, Shadowblade, you surpass Li Ming in qualifications." Lu Chang's smile concealed his expression behind his sunglasses. "However, you previously mentioned that your vitality is not sufficient to be considered a martial artist. I find that somewhat dubious. For your previous punch did not resemble that of someone below the martial artist level." Lu Chang's laughter was light, yet it carried a sinister undertone. Lin Tian recognized that Lu Chong had been waiting for him. Unfazed, he inquired, "Are you seeking to test me, Manager Lu?" "It is not for my sake. Rather, I wish to inquire on behalf of everyone, as we are all in the business of martial arts, and I detest those who deceive students." Lu Chong shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled. At that moment, Li Qing approached Lin Tian, her belief that Lin Tian's vitality was below 10 points unwavering. After all, Lin Tian's true identity was merely that of a second-year student. Yet, the fact that Lin Tian had just defeated Li Ming in a single blow left her feeling uncertain. "Li Qing, does the academy possess a machine to test vitality?" Lin Tian asked. Li Qing nodded, reassured by Lin Tian's calm demeanor. "No need. This will suffice," she replied, producing a simple vitality testing device resembling a welding pen. Lu Chong, beaming, approached Lin Tian and whispered, "I hope you don't mind. This device is quite convenient. It has already been adopted in Yanjing and Modu, though there may be slight discrepancies." Lin Tian shook his head and extended his hand. Lu Chong pointed the testing device at Lin Tian's pulse, a violet beam emanating from its tip. As Lu Chong examined the display on the device, he fell into a contemplative silence. Lin Tian could clearly see Lu Chang's brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Li Qing inhaled sharply. A vitality reading of 402 at the sophomore level was indeed exceptional. However, Li Qing pondered how Lin Tian, with his impoverished background, had acquired the resources to enhance his vitality. Manager Lu, what is the reading? A bystander inquired, the crowd fixated on the testing device in Lu Chang's hand, eager to learn Lin Tian's vitality level. Typically, higher vitality commands respect, but in this instance, it was different. Shadowblade had bested Li Ming with the thunderclap. The lower Shadowblade's vitality, the more it would affirm the impressive combat enhancement provided by the thunderclap technique, further convincing spectators of Shadowblade's youth. Lu Chang's gaze behind the sunglasses deepened as he finally spoke. Shadowblade's vitality is indeed 402, as he claimed. He has surpassed his realm to defeat Li Ming. Chapter 24. Since I am a prodigy, the methods I impart are those of a prodigy. Lu Chang's thoughts were conflicted. For lower-tier martial artists, transcending realms is relatively straightforward. A high-level martial technique can bridge the gap. Yet the question remained, did the thunderclap technique truly possess such formidable power? As Lu Chang's words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Their gazes toward Shadowblade shifted once more. Defeating an opponent of a higher realm, now that was the hallmark of a genius. Incredible. It feels as though the thunderclap technique has achieved the level of a C-class martial skill. They marveled at his youth, noting that his vitality surpassed even that of many older individuals. 402 vitality is higher than mine at 30, yet Shadowblade is a genius. He must be under 20. I understand now why he wears a mask. If his true face were revealed, the influx of suitors would be overwhelming. What era is this? Suitors? I'm quite proactive. Needing no introductions. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their words laced with admiration, especially since Li Ming lay on the ground, occasionally retching. At that moment, the contrast between him and Shadowblade became glaringly apparent. Then Lin Tian surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "Today, I have demonstrated the techniques of the thunderclap and illustrated the immense strength it holds through practical application." As Lin Tian's voice resonated, an immediate hush enveloped the surroundings. What I wish to convey is this. There are no inferior martial techniques in this world, only inferior martial artists. We are all from humble beginnings. And many martial arts aspirants lack a second technique. Even if they procure one, investment in other areas will diminish. Lin Tian smiled, and the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Therefore, I encourage you to enroll in classes with Yuqing. If I can unleash the thunderclap, so too can you achieve the resonating thunder. Lin Tian's voice, though not loud, rang with conviction, his eyes shimmering like brilliant stars, radiating a fervent light. I, Shadowblade, am not yet 20. I believe I am worthy of being called a prodigy. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, Lin Tian's words igniting a surge of excitement within them. Such youth, yet he had mastered the thunderclap to such a degree. Indeed, a prodigy. Lin Tian continued, since I am a prodigy, the methods I impart are those of a prodigy. His voice echoed powerfully, resonating in front of the Yuqing Martial Arts Academy. Like a thunderclap, it stirred a tempest within the hearts of the onlookers. In that moment, his figure stood tall and formidable, even before Lu Chang. Silence. A brief stillness ensued, followed by a cacophony of enthusiasm. The prodigy method stirred even greater excitement among those already inclined to enroll. Their time was limited. An ordinary instruction might not yield significant improvement, but the teachings of Shadowblade, those were the methods of a prodigy. Shadowblade possessed the same ability as Marshal Saint Guan Yin to unleash the thunderclap. Such a teacher, for a mere 30,000 intuition per month. I want to enroll. A youthful voice rang out. I'll sign up too. I may not afford Guansheng, but I can manage Yuqing. That statement is misleading. Look closely. Li Ming from Guansheng is still on the ground, while Shadowblade from Yuqing is a prodigy. Well said. I too wish to learn the methods of a prodigy. The crowd erupted in fervor, many gazing at Lin Tian with gleaming eyes, fearing he might vanish before their very eyes. To enroll, simply head to the first floor hall of Yuqing to line up. Li Qing exclaimed cheerfully, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian as if he were a trove of wealth. Numerous individuals rushed into the Yuqing hall to begin their registration. They originally intended to enroll in classes, but after Li Ming's uproar, they hesitated for quite some time. Now, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. As for Li Ming, he stood up at this moment, his face ashen and filled with dismay. He had hoped to have a heartfelt discussion with Lu Chang, but was met with a fierce glare from Lu Chang that silenced him. Ingren. Lu Chang's expression instantly shifted, and he smiled warmly at Lin Tian, saying, "Come to my Guansheng. I shall cover the breach of contract fee with Yuqing and offer you a salary that surpasses hers by double." Lu Chang spoke with sincerity, his tone imbued with earnestness. In an instant, Li Qing's expression changed dramatically as she cast a disapproving glance at Lu Chang. However, due to Lu Chang's formidable prowess, she chose to voice her concerns delicately. "Manager Lu, Ingren has already signed a contract with Yuqing. Isn't it inappropriate for you to poach him now?" Lu Chang waved his hand dismissively. "It's all contractual. What does poaching matter? I can offer him superior remuneration, and he will make his own choice." Lu Chang was determined not to let Ingren remain with Yuqing any longer. If this continued, Guansheng would undoubtedly be affected. "Thank you for your recognition, Manager Lu," but I have already signed a contract with Yuqing. While I may be in need of money, I value integrity even more, Lin Tian replied with a smile, causing Lu Cheng's grin to falter and Li Qing to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Tian would not jump ship. Money was indeed important, but not everything could be measured solely by it. If it could, then what purpose would humanity serve? His true thunderstrike was granted by Yuqing, and today's substantial gains were also reliant on that power. In other words, Yuqing had provided him with all the initial capital, having just reaped the benefits. How could Lin Tian betray them? Ingren, are you truly not considering it? Lu Chong furrowed his brow, taken aback by Ingren's refusal. I am not considering it. Lin Tian replied with a gentle demeanor, delivering his resolute words with unshakable certainty. He then strode directly towards the Yuqing hall. You have indeed recruited an excellent instructor at Yuqing, Lu Chong remarked, watching Lin Tian's retreating figure with admiration. Li Qing nodded and then chuckled. That's because the trash has finally left and no longer occupies space. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Li Meng. Having been colleagues for 3 years, they hadn't shared a deep bond, but she certainly did not harbor any dislike until now. She never expected Li Meng to act so excessively. Meanwhile, Li Meng felt utterly embarrassed and gazed at Lu Chong with a forlorn hope that he could change his decision. Yet, Lu Chong merely cast a casual glance at Li Meng and stated, Indeed, trash belongs where it ought to be. Guansheng is not a refuse depot. With that, Li Meng's heart sank. At 11 o'clock that night, Lin Tian returned to his residence, utterly exhausted. The night's teaching session had lasted barely an hour, as the time from 7 to 9 was spent on enrollment and familiarizing himself with the students. This evening, he had enrolled 60 students. Although one classroom sufficed, Li Qing insisted on demolishing the wall between 2 classrooms to create a larger space. 60 students would yield an income of 180,000 monthly. Lin Tian and Yuqing would split it 50-50, leaving him with 90,000. Furthermore, Yuqing would provide Lin Tian with a monthly salary of 100,000, totaling 1 million in hand. Of course, this was just the first day. Tonight's teaching had been quite successful, and a surge of enrollments was likely to follow in the coming days. The system bestowed upon Lin Tian martial arts effects, simultaneously granting him memories related to cultivation effects. This meant that these effects were indeed within Lin Tian's capability to manifest. Many of the challenges and intricacies were etched in his memory as experiences of a practitioner. Though numerous, these challenges could be tackled step by step, and the probability of nurturing students capable of producing thunderous strikes was not insignificant. Lin Tian casually placed his backpack on the table, opening it under the glow of the desk lamp. He retrieved several bags of aged meat and drinks. This aged meat was military grade, of exceptionally high quality, surpassing that sold in typical restaurants. During wartime, a systematic production chain for aged meat supplied the battlefield, and in peacetime, the chain remained intact, with many opting to purchase it to enhance their home meals. All of this had been provided by Li Qing. Li Qing had indeed treated Lin Tian well. At the very least, she conveyed a sense of genuine concern for him. After a quick heating, Lin Tian opened a bag of aged meat, consuming it alongside the leftover beef from today's meal. Although the beef he cooked was tough and bland, it paired quite well with the aged meat. As a martial artist, his demand for meat was considerable. Consuming 4 meals a day was entirely normal. Previously, Lin Tian had been financially constrained. Now that he had money, he would not deprive himself, especially since he was a foodie. He had rarely enjoyed good food in the past, and even the sight of street vendors selling grilled sausages would make him salivate. As he ate, he scrolled through his phone. During class, Wang Jie had already called him, urging him to come to school the next day, as the school had prepared the C-grade martial arts techniques for him. This was something he had thought lost, now returning to him, filling him with a sense of nostalgia. A C-grade martial arts technique worth 3 million, arguably the most precious item he had ever acquired. The only discomfort was that he currently lacked the funds to support a second technique. He then opened the chat platform, discovering several messages. The first was from Zheng Lei. Zheng Lei, Tian, according to my latest news, the principal seems to be giving you back the C-grade martial arts techniques. Ha! Zheng Lei, Tian, are you coming to school tomorrow? Should I bring you some egg pancakes from near my home? Zheng Lei, wow, Tian. Let me tell you, brother, I got lucky today. I was supposed to enroll in Yuqing, but they gave it to me for free, not just for a month, but indefinitely. As Lin Tian chewed on the beef, he chuckled and replied, Lin Tian, congratulations. It seems your good looks made it hard for them to deny you free access. After sending the message, Zheng Lei did not respond. Earlier, he had mentioned his resolve to train hard, but Lin Tian suspected that Zheng Lei had likely gone to bed by now. After a moment's thought, Lin Tian continued to reply, Lin Tian, bring 2 egg pancakes tomorrow, along with grilled sausages, and make sure to add extra chili. Subsequently, he exited the chat window. Li Yuzi had also sent Lin Tian a message, prompting him to frown as he opened it. Li Yuzi, Lin Tian, I thought about the previous matter, and I realize it was my fault. I apologize. Lin Tian was somewhat surprised, yet he did not mind. After all, he and Li Yuzi had merely engaged in playful banter. Lin Tian, it's fine, we are all classmates. Finally, Lin Tian noticed that Xiao Xiaoli had also messaged him. Xiao Xiaoli, Lin Tian, I have learned that Principal Gu's son works at my father's company and is currently competing for a department head position. My father was unaware of Principal Gu's manipulation of positions, but he has now dismissed Principal Gu's eldest son. Following that, Xiao Xiaoli sent a link. Lin Tian clicked on it, revealing a news article. Chairman Xiao Zirwei of the Xiao Group has clarified that the matter concerning the C-grade martial arts technique has no connection to him. In the news, Xiao Zirwei refrained from disclosing the reason behind Gu Qingyu's unilateral alteration of the allocation. However, he boldly declared, if I, Xiao Zirwei, wish to procure a second martial arts technique for my daughter, I shall do so myself. C-grade techniques are beneath my consideration. This statement not only exonerated both himself and Xiao Xiaoli, but also publicly humiliated Gu Qingyu. The comments section of the news article was rife with derision and disdain directed at Gu Qingyu, with many praising Lin Tian. It is likely that Gu Qingyu, upon reading these comments, was infuriated. Initially, he had merely bullied a financially disadvantaged student, but now the situation has escalated to a public spectacle, jeopardizing his job. His daughter, Gu Yun, has returned from the prestigious West City to Qing City, barely managing to retain her position. Despite still holding the title of principal, Gu Qingyu's reputation has been irreparably tarnished. Upon reading this news, Lin Tian experienced a moment of enlightenment. So, this was the situation. Had he not gained fame or received the Young Hero Award, Gu Qingyu's scheme might have succeeded. Presumably, Xiao Xiaoli's father would have remained silent. To them, a martial arts technique valued at 3 million was akin to a customary gift. Yet, they could not have anticipated that Lin Tian, as the principal party involved, would amplify the situation. In the grand scheme of things, if Lin Tian had been of lesser significance, even if he had shared the matter online, it would not have attracted attention. Ultimately, it was Lin Tian's display of talent that garnered public interest. His eyes narrowed, although the matter had been settled. His heart still simmered with rage. Do the contemptible dare to provoke me? How dare the filthy offend me? He resolved to grow stronger, to rise above Gu Qingyu, and to make the worthless recognize their own mediocrity. Chapter 25, The Sword Saint, Li Bai. The following day, Lin Tian awoke and, after tidying his backpack, prepared to head to school. Just then, he received a phone call from Wang Jie, who had personally come to pick him up. After providing Wang Jie with his address, he waited less than 10 minutes before Wang Jie's car arrived before him. Well done, Wang Jie exclaimed with a smile as he exited the vehicle and patted Lin Tian on the shoulder. Thanks to everyone's assistance. Lin Tian beamed as he took his seat in the passenger side. This isn't solely due to others' help. Had you not showcased your abilities, Vice Mayor Wang would not have spoken on your behalf, Wang Jie remarked with a hint of nostalgia, recalling his previous frustration at being unable to assist Lin Tian in seeking justice. By the way, I brought you a drink. It's quite good for boosting vitality, Wang Jie said, retrieving a bottle of red beverage from his bag and handing it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at the label and recognized it as the Sword Saint brand. Li Bai, a renowned martial sage in Huagua, was even more famous than Guan Yin. He had once single-handedly stormed into enemy territory, defeating 3 great martial saints of foreign races, killing one and injuring the others, a feat that eclipsed even Guan Yin's accomplishments. These martial saints have their own companies, wielding substantial capital in their endeavors. Teacher, this must be rather expensive, Lin Tian hesitantly said, holding the beverage. He had seen advertisements for it online. It was infused with the blood essence of extraordinary beasts and indeed enhanced vitality. A single bottle would cost no less than 1,000. No worries, just drink it. You are now a young hero, and it brings me joy, Wang Jie insisted, popping the cap and urging Lin Tian to drink. Thank you, teacher, Lin Tian nodded, taking a large gulp. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged down his throat, quickening his heart rate remarkably. Delicious, Lin Tian exclaimed in admiration. It's not about savoring the taste. The effects are far more significant, Wang Jie replied, amused. Finish it all. Don't hold back. Lin Tian nodded and downed the entire bottle in one go, feeling a warm surge throughout his body, even sensing the turbulence of his vitality. Subsequently, Lin Tian glanced at his vitality levels. Vitality, 403. Indeed, it had increased, though only by 0.01. When employing True Thunder technique, he estimated the effects could potentially double. After witnessing Lin Tian drink, Wang Jie nodded and started the car. Gu Qingyu submitted that C-grade martial arts technique to the school director yesterday. He probably feels humiliated and won't show his face for a while. Once we arrive at school, I'll retrieve it for you, Wang Jie said with a light chuckle, his tone laced with disdain. Lin Tian nodded, satisfied that the matter would be resolved. He was indifferent to whether Gu Qingyu apologized or not. One thing to be cautious about. Gu Qingyu called his youngest daughter back from West City to secure his position as principal. His daughter, Gu Yun, is a renowned prodigy on the Huagua Hidden Dragon list, Wang Jie warned, frowning as he handed Lin Tian a folder. Lin Tian opened the folder and was captivated. It was a ranking list, Huagua Hidden Dragon list, April edition 153. This was a ranking of the nation's young prodigies under 20. A quick glance revealed 150 names. First place, Guqing. Age, 19. Vitality, 1355. Mental strength, 80. Achievements, killed 2 third-grade martial artists. Defeated 3 second-grade martial artists of the Feather Clan. Lin Tian's eyes widened at the top position. In an instant, he realized that a vitality exceeding 100 indicated Guqing was already a second-grade martial artist. Could a second-grade martial artist truly slay a third-grade one? The vitality requirement for third-grade martial artists was around 1,000. Lin Tian mused in astonishment. Either Guqing possessed extraordinary vitality or wielded remarkably potent martial skills. Moreover, his mental strength reached 80, indicating a practitioner adept in both mental fortitude and vitality. This was the epitome of a prodigy. Lin Tian's gaze sparkled with determination. How much time would it take for him to catch up? He then scanned down to the 100th position, where vitality gradually dipped to 30. At the very end, in the 136th position, he spotted Gu Yun's name. 136th place, Gu Yun. Age, 18. Vitality, 285. Mental strength, 08. Achievements, killed 1 second-grade martial artist. Gu Yun's vitality stood at 285, and she had even killed someone. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He did not view Gu Yun as an adversary, yet he certainly would not underestimate her potential animosity towards him. After all, both Wang Jie and Chen Anghua had cautioned him to be wary of Gu Yun. She was indeed talented, but her strength was closely tied to her familial background. With a sigh, Wang Jie offered words of comfort. He remembered Lin Tian's vitality measurement from a month ago, which had been below 2. Facing Gu Yun would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Presenting this document was Wang Jie's way of reminding Lin Tian to exercise caution. Sometimes, patience is not a weakness. The hurricane passes, leaving only the grass to survive. As dawn approaches, the darkness grows more intense. Wang Jie's gaze remained fixed outside the car window when he suddenly uttered a statement. Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at Wang Jie. Was the teacher suggesting that he should lie low and exercise patience? Lin Tian's eyes flickered, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. It was merely a matter of 1.5 months. Wang Jie suddenly chuckled, saying, in 1.5 months, the 8th city joint examination will take place. Gu Yun will definitely attend. She is already in her 3rd year of high school. Following the 8th city joint examination is the National Martial Arts Examination, and she won't be able to remain at 3rd Martial High for long. The 8th city joint examination? Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise, as he had never heard of such an examination. Wang Jie explained with a smile. The 8th city joint examination is essentially an assessment conducted by the 8 major cities of Yongzhou. Among our 5 major martial highs in Qingqing, only the 1st martial high can offer 5 slots, while the other 4 can provide 3 slots each for admission. He then sighed. Gu Yun returning at this time isn't necessarily a bad thing, as she is quite likely to secure a top 3 position in the 8th city joint examination. The top 3 earn C-grade martial skill rewards, along with cash and medicinal rewards worth millions. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes brightened momentarily. Teacher Wang, can second-year students participate? Wang Jie shot Lin Tian a surprised glance, wanting to scoff. After all, he was well aware of Lin Tian's abilities. Even though he could unleash a thunderous strike, his vitality was not up to par. It would merely be an exercise in futility. However, in order to avoid discouraging Lin Tian, Wang Jie replied with a gentle smile. Typically, only 3rd-year students are eligible. Yet, there have been precedents in other martial schools. It seems that a second-year student from the 2nd Martial High was sent to the 8th City Joint Examination 20 years ago. That student was a remarkable prodigy and was reported early. Wang Jie appeared to reminisce, his eyes glimmering as he added. That individual is now a top-tier 7th-level grandmaster in our country, known as Zhao Huanhuang. Chapter 26. Hidden Blade 7 Strikes in the Early Morning. Lin Tian returned to the classroom. Wow! A classmate suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, all eyes turned to Lin Tian. The great hero has returned. Zheng Lei shouted, beginning to whistle. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. All right, everyone, focus on your studies, Wang Jie said with a gentle smile before leaving. As Lin Tian took his seat, Zheng Lei grinned and pulled out a pre-purchased egg pancake. Thanks. Lin Tian smiled, then began to eat. Ah Tian, you're really impressive. Just yesterday, right after you left, Vice Mayor Gu came to present you with an award, but you weren't there. At that moment, Gu Qingyu was utterly flabbergasted. Zheng Lei chuckled. Lin Tian munched on the egg pancake, imagining Gu Qingyu's embarrassment from the day before. He barely finished 2 egg pancakes before the self-study period ended. Ah Tian, when did you become such an eater? Zheng Lei stared in astonishment. These egg pancakes were loaded with ingredients. Typically, one would suffice for breakfast. Yet, Lin Tian had devoured 2 in one go. I've had a good appetite lately, Lin Tian said, pulling out 10 yuan from his pocket to hand to Zheng Lei. Don't. This meal is on me. I saved money yesterday. That Master Ingren gave me a free class. Zheng Lei replied with a beaming smile, his face radiating happiness. So how was the class? Lin Tian asked. Zheng Lei scratched his head and grinned. Master Ingren teaches excellently. He briefly explained the principles yesterday, and I feel like I've grasped it already. A spark of determination lit up Zheng Lei's eyes as he stared at Lin Tian. I feel that I'm not far from unleashing a thunderous strike. Zheng Lei's voice was loud, instantly drawing the attention of nearby classmates. Zheng Lei, is Master Ingren really that good? Someone inquired. Yes. He only charges 30,000. I thought it was cheap for something that might not be worthwhile, another chimed in. I genuinely believe his teachings are remarkable. Even though Master Ingren charges a fee, he certainly possesses real substance, Zheng Lei stated earnestly. At that moment, several students became intrigued and began to question Zheng Lei further. Meanwhile, Li Yuzi observed this scene from afar, a look of envy in her eyes. To what they were discussing, Lin Tian merely listened for a moment before resting his head on the desk to sleep. The curriculum at the martial high had become rather elementary for him. He intended to continue sleeping during the day and devote his nights to rigorous training and meditation. After roughly 2 periods, Wang Jie entered the classroom, holding a USB drive emblazoned with the C-grade martial skill. Amidst the envious gazes of his classmates, he handed it to Lin Tian. As for the D-grade martial skill that Lin Tian had already sold, Gu Qingyu was likely already aware of it. After all, this was a matter of Gu Qingyu's own making. Lin Tian's sale was a necessity. Any ensuing complications would have to be handled by Gu Qingyu himself. Lin Tian, I'm giving you a day off today to digest the martial skill. Once you've absorbed it, be sure to destroy it promptly, Wang Jie advised. MHM. Lin Tian nodded. He then rode in Wang Jie's car back to his residence. Upon arriving, Lin Tian secured the doors and windows before retrieving the USB drive and connecting it to his phone with an adapter. Suddenly, the phone screen went black. No way. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. A martial skill worth $1 million could be destroyed merely because the owner couldn't afford a computer? At that moment, Lin Tian felt his heart racing. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in Lin Tian's mind. C-grade martial skill Hidden Blade 7 strikes detected. Please purchase effects. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind, and simultaneously, lines of text appeared before his retinas. It detailed the pricing for the effects related to Hidden Blade 7 strikes. Concurrently, Lin Tian's phone lit up, displaying several words on the screen. Hidden Blade 7 strikes. Lin Tian's eyes glimmered. The system recognized this martial skill as belonging to him, allowing him to purchase effects directly. He glanced at his phone. Without the system, he would be forced to continue perusing Hidden Blade 7 strikes. The USB drive could not be used by others, nor could he teach its usage to anyone. Unless done privately, it must remain a secret. Lin Tian's thoughts shifted, and he began to examine the effect pricing list. Effects applicable to Hidden Blade 7 strikes are as follows. Please purchase promptly. C-grade effect Blood Shadow, 100,000 coins. B-grade mutated effect Hidden Thunder Strike, 500,000 coins. B-grade effect 100 Shadows Through Gaps, 1,000,000 coins. A-grade effect Reverse Point Floating Light, 2,000,000 coins. S-grade effect Blue Abyss Blood Blade Strike, 5,000,000 coins. Lin Tian's head spun as he took it all in. It felt as though he hadn't acquired a martial skill, but rather a burden. The only affordable effect, Blood Shadow at 100,000, was somewhat acceptable. However, aside from that first option, the rest exceeded 500,000 coins. To purchase all effects for Hidden Blade 7 strikes, Lin Tian would need nearly 10 million. Notably, there was a mutated effect. Although it was also B-grade, Hidden Thunder Strike only required 500,000 coins. Lin Tian quickly assessed the details and grasped the concept. This mutated effect combined aspects of Shadow Blade 7 strikes and Thunder Fist, making it significantly more affordable. At present, the priority was to purchase the cheapest effect, Blood Shadow. At the very least, Lin Tian would have made a preliminary entry into Hidden Blade 7 strikes. Glimpsing at the time, it was 10 in the morning. Wang Jie had granted Lin Tian a day off. Just right, lacking in sleep, Lin Tian opted to meditate on the True Thunder technique. In a flash, time had flown to 6 in the evening. Lin Tian found himself covered in a layer of grime. After taking a refreshing shower, he activated his data panel. Vitality, 433. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Tian's face. After 8 uninterrupted hours of meditation, his vitality had increased by 3 points. Such was the efficacy of the True Thunder technique, which had elevated his training speed to 100-fold. The day's gains surpassed those of previous daylight hours. For, no matter how strenuous the exercise, fatigue would inevitably ensue. After all, one is not made of steel. Yet meditation proved to be far more beneficial. It was a comprehensive exercise, emphasizing duration and equilibrium. Lin Tian resolved to reduce his sleeping hours and augment his meditation time. With this approach, an increase of 5 vitality points in a day should not be insurmountable. In a month, that would culminate in an increase of 15 points. Coupled with his existing 4 points, he would nearly reach the caliber of the prodigies on the Hidden Dragon list. After hastily consuming a few pieces of meat, Lin Tian hurried off to Yuqing. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had elapsed. On Friday night, Lin Tian's vitality had risen to 65. Today, as per the contract, he made a visit to the first martial high school. In just a few days, the reputation of Shadowblade had grown significantly. Lin Tian's classes at Yuqing had attracted over 140 registrants. Li Qing had expanded the classroom, and it was evident that she had made the right decision. Lin Tian's teaching at the first martial high school was also deemed satisfactory, with many seniors attending his lectures. Chapter 27. The Invasion of Alien Cults. The Appearance of Gu Yun. Opening the window, Lin Tian sat by the sill, admiring the night view of Qing City while savoring 2 pounds of roasted meat he had purchased before returning home. Hot oil dripped along the grooves of the meat into the plate below, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Lin Tian devoured it heartily. Tender, crispy, savory, and spicy flavors danced in his mouth. A gentle evening breeze wafted in, as the vast expanse of Qing City gradually succumbed to slumber. Loneliness and fatigue besieged the young man, quietly indulging in his roasted meat. Over the past few days, Lin Tian had scarcely found a moment to rest, truly falling into a life reminiscent of a machine. He relished this existence. He was growing stronger. He aspired to participate in the 8th City Joint Examination. Indeed, Lin Tian was eager to take part. A month and a half was ample time for preparation. As long as he secured a spot among the top 3 in the school, an opportunity would present itself. At that time, Wang Jie would surely take pride in him, and Gu Qingyu would gradually come to fear him. He would make his name known, ascend the hidden dragon list, and acquire greater resources. Lin Tian's heart raced with excitement. He would not allow this opportunity to slip away. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks on the door. Lin Tian furrowed his brow and approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was met by a strikingly beautiful young girl. Her hair was slightly curled, her fair face adorned with delicate willow leaf brows, and her nose was perfectly shaped, glimmering with a crystalline sheen. She wore a white t-shirt and had slender legs, holding a gift bag in her hand. She appeared to be around 15 years of age. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Tian, her large eyes flickered with a hint of panic. "Who are you?" Lin Tian asked, astonished, as he was certain he had never met her before. Yet, those eyes seemed somewhat familiar. "I am Ling Qiuji, the one from a few days ago," the girl stammered, lowering her head. Ling Qiuji. Lin Tian was engulfed in memories, only then recalling that the girl before him was the one he had subdued and who had been in despair. "Did you come here to thank me for saving you?" Lin Tian inquired, eyeing the gift bag she held. "I am here to express my gratitude," Ling Qiuji replied, somewhat bashful. "Gratitude?" Lin Tian echoed, intrigued. "Yes," she nodded. "Deputy Director Chun informed me that if it weren't for you, that bullet would have likely taken my life." Ling Qiuji raised her beautiful eyes to meet Lin Tian's. And indeed, gratitude shone in her gaze. "Moreover, you also told Deputy Director Chun to save my brother," she added appreciatively. "I see. Please, come in. The space is small, so don't mind it," Lin Tian said with a gentle smile. "Thank you." Ling Qiuji followed Lin Tian into the room. He retrieved a stool for her to sit on. As he returned to his desk, Ling Qiuji sat there awkwardly, not uttering a single word. The atmosphere grew tense. Lin Tian glanced at the remaining half of the roasted meat, offering her a piece. "Would you like some?" Ling Qiuji looked at the meat before her, her expression revealing a strong desire to eat, yet she shook her head. "Let's share. I can't finish it alone," Lin Tian insisted, and only then did Ling Qiuji accept. Cautiously taking a bite, Lin Tian observed Ling Qiuji at that moment. Shenanghua had once told him that Ling Qiuji possessed a spiritual power of 20 points, making her a target of interest for the military. It was likely she would leave Qing City soon. As for her brother, he had succumbed to death due to uncontrolled spiritual powers. "Are you adjusting well to living at the police station?" Lin Tian asked after seeing Ling Qiuji finish her piece. Offering her another, she silently accepted. "Everyone treats me well, but they won't let me see my brother," she replied softly. Lin Tian was taken aback, gazing at the pitiful girl, momentarily silent. "I heard your brother is also a genius. He must have been taken away for training," Lin Tian remarked with a smile. "Yes. Deputy Director Chen said the same to me," Ling Qiuji nodded. Lin Tian offered her another piece of roasted meat, and she was momentarily startled, hastily waving her hands. "That's enough. Enough. I'm already full." Lin Tian pressed on, insisting, "Eat. You should eat more. It will help you grow stronger and reach your brother." Ling Qiuji's eyes widened, tears welling up, and she nodded earnestly. "Thank you. Both you and your brother possess remarkable spiritual powers. Is it a hereditary trait?" Lin Tian probed gently. "He has weak spiritual power, but he also wishes to cultivate it. I am not his biological sister. No one wanted me at the time, and it was my brother who provided me with food," Ling Qiuji explained, chewing her roasted meat thoughtfully. Lin Tian frowned. Awakened individuals with spiritual powers are indeed rare. It was truly peculiar that 2 non-biological siblings both possessed extraordinary spiritual abilities. Could it really be mere coincidence? "Have you mentioned this to Chenanghua?" Lin Tian inquired. "No." Ling Qiuji lifted her gaze to meet Lin Tian's, her large eyes seemingly concealing something. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. This young girl was not dull. She understood the crux of the matter. "Then why tell me?" Lin Tian questioned, perplexed. "Because you saved me, just like my brother," Ling Qiuji explained softly. Lin Tian's eyes glimmered, and he chose not to speak further. Suddenly, With a thunderous roar, a gust of fierce wind swept into the room through the window. The entire slumbering Qing city was abruptly awakened. Lin Tian quickly stood, peering out the window toward the distance, several hundred meters away. A vehicle suddenly erupted into flames, billowing thick black smoke that ascended into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The staccato of gunfire erupted, slicing through the street like fleeting lasers. "You foreign devils dare to kill me in Qingqing," a resonant female voice declared. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, spotting a woman clad in leather standing resolutely on the street, wielding a long sword that flickered with fiery light. As she swung her blade, it left a trail of flames, severing the bullets that flew like lasers, creating a shower of sparks. "There's an alien!" screamed scattered pedestrians, rushing to flee. Moments later, figures began to leap from nearby buildings, shattering glass as they plummeted from heights of 4 to 5 meters. This group encircled the woman with the sword. "Gu Yun, we dared not kill you in the West Market, but in Qingcheng, no one will protect you," one armed man sneered, and in an instant, the group lunged at Gu Yun like a pack of leopards. "Do you think a mere first-tier warrior can kill me?" Gu Yun scoffed, her sword swirling as flames coalesced into a vortex, a roar like that of a dragon echoing forth. In an instant, the flames consumed 2 of her attackers entirely. Bang, bang, bang. More gunshots rang out as several assailants took advantage of the chaos. Lin Tian observed in awe as Gu Yun moved like a graceful swallow, evading the bullets with fiery afterimages. Impressive, Lin Tian marveled. It was his first time witnessing a prodigy from the hidden dragon rankings in battle. Suddenly, a vehicle exploded nearby, propelling Gu Yun into the air. Lin Tian saw her form twist gracefully in the air, as if devoid of bones, and with a thrust of her sword, she unleashed a fiery arc that slashed through the asphalt, sending debris flying. For a moment, the group of first-tier warriors was unable to subdue her. At that moment, an alien zealot leaped forward, seizing Gu Yun tightly. "Die!" he screamed hoarsely. Gu Yun's gaze sharpened, and in a flash, she sliced through his arm and thigh, blood gushing forth. With a swift motion, she landed atop his body and leapt 3 to 4 meters high. With a thunderous roar, the dismembered zealot exploded, sending forth a wave of heat accompanied by a deafening crash. Cars and roadside trees were instantly engulfed in flames, riding the shockwave of the explosion. Gu Yun was propelled even higher, crashing against a building before tumbling to the ground. Chapter 28. The one who killed the alien zealots was Shadowblade, and it had nothing to do with Lin Tian. "How brutal!" exclaimed Ling Qiuji beside Lin Tian. That zealot was indeed strapped with explosives. Had Gu Yun not been so agile, she would likely have perished in the blast. Lin Tian observed silently, his expression grave. The alien zealots were indeed fanatical, recklessly slaughtering the human prodigies. It seemed that Gu Yun was on the brink of death. Should he take the risk? Killing the alien zealots would undoubtedly yield rewards. But that was Gu Yun, his imagined adversary for these past few days. Lin Tian squinted, retrieving a mask from his backpack. "Ling Qiuji, trust me, for I believe in you too." With that, he donned the mask. "The one who kills the alien zealots is Shadowblade. It has nothing to do with me. If the alien zealots sought to kill, let them pursue Shadowblade. That's too dangerous. You mustn't go," Ling Qiuji urged. Lin Tian glanced at her and smiled. To earn money, one must take risks. With that, he leaped from the 3rd floor, landing steadily on the ground, and in an instant, transformed into a streak of light racing towards Gu Yun. With a vitality exceeding 6 points, combined with the quintuple enhancement of the True Thunder Fist, Lin Tian's speed surpassed 20 meters per second. In the darkness, he resembled an elusive shadow. "The alien cultists kill in our Huagua. You will inevitably face annihilation." Gu Yun, clad in black leather, rose with her sword as support, spitting out blood. Her beauty was striking, yet her brow bore an air of lethal determination. Facing a dozen attackers, her spirit remained unyielding. "Killing a prodigy like you is a tremendous gain," sneered one of her assailants. In the next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Yun sprang into action, sprinting down the street as a shadow, dodging bullets while cleaving through them with her sword. "Don't let her escape," shouted an alien zealot, as 10 men advanced to encircle Gu Yun, while another 4 aimed their guns at her. Bang, 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 as Gu Yun engaged with 4 or 5 of her assailants. Some alien zealots recklessly charged at her, disregarding their own safety. Bang, a bullet struck Gu Yun in the calf. "Ah!" She shrieked in agony as she seized an alien zealot before them. The two tumbled to the ground, rolling for nearly 10 meters before Gu Yun struggled to her feet. The alien zealot she had grappled with lay decapitated, blood splattering across Gu Yun. "You've lost your mobility. You are doomed." The zealots witnessed the demise of their companion without a hint of remorse. Gu Yun gasped for breath, her cold gaze fixed on them, silent. "Do you hope for rescue?" "We have already investigated. Those who would save you won't arrive in time before we kill you," the zealot taunted, attempting to shatter her psychological defenses. "Is that so?" Gu Yun chuckled bitterly. "Then before I die, I shall take a few more of you with me." She held her sword before her, her eyes serene. "After all, we never intended to leave Qingqing alive." One alien zealot cackled. "Eternal life cultists?" Gu Yun frowned, a flicker of despair crossing her features. Just then, her expression sharpened as she spotted a streak of light in the distance. The light approached at breakneck speed, akin to a flash of thunder. In an instant, it closed in on a zealot standing at the rear. The zealot, still aiming his gun at Cui Jue, caught a glimpse of an arc of electricity in his peripheral vision. Crack! Thunder roared. Lin Tian erupted with bolts of lightning, his form nearly skimming the ground. His fist raised high, crackling with lightning. He struck fiercely at the zealot's back. Boom! In that instant, as his fist made contact, the zealot's back caved in, bones shattering as flesh exploded in a shower of gore. Lin Tian's massive fist obliterated the zealot's heart. He had killed. Lin Tian's heart raced. In an instant, he felt the life extinguished from his foe. One alien zealot had been annihilated by his hand. Truly exhilarating. Kill him. In an instant, several alien zealots nearby howled, turning their guns on Lin Tian. Grasping the fallen zealot's firearm, Lin Tian clutched the lifeless body tightly, hastily retreating. Bang! 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 The bullet penetrated the corpse of the deceased alien cultist. Lin Tian hastily concealed the body in a narrow alley by the roadside. Huffing and puffing, Lin Tian discarded the corpse and tightened his grip on the handgun. Although Wu Gao had instructed the students on how to wield a firearm, it had merely been a brief exercise for Lin Tian and his classmates. You three, go kill him, an alien cultist commanded, prompting three of his comrades to nod and charge towards Lin Tian. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian's heart raced. He had no combat experience. His aspirations were to earn money and a burgeoning sense of fervor, but that did not equate to a reckless desire for death. The trope of protagonists who slay countless foes with ease upon their first kill was indeed a deception. Despite Lin Tian's composure, his body trembled involuntarily. The sound of footsteps approached as the three alien cultists neared the alley's entrance. With fierce determination in his eyes, Lin Tian pushed off from the wall in front of him, vaulting into the air, and then propelled himself against the wall behind him. In mere seconds, he was 5 meters above the ground, with an open window beside him. He glanced over to see an elderly man nervously watching him, who quickly scurried away from the window. Lin Tian paid him no mind, contemplating whether to flee or to fight. If he chose to escape, he could dive through the old man's window. If he opted for confrontation, he would have to retaliate against the three alien cultists. All were first-level warriors. Could he manage it? Lin Tian's eyes widened. In the next moment, he gripped his handgun, aiming it at the alley's entrance. The cultists burst forth, and the first thing they noticed was the corpse of their comrade. Where did he go? One of them uttered, and with the alley stretching over 20 meters, they quickly deduced that Lin Tian had fled. Continue the pursuit. One of them sneered, preparing to rush forward when bang, a bullet struck his shoulder, fired from above by Lin Tian. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed inwardly. He had never practiced marksmanship and had missed his target. Chapter 29 concluded. At that moment, Lin Tian disregarded everything else and continued to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. He fired until the gun was empty, clearly seeing one cultist struck in the forehead. Seeking death, a cultist howled, clutching his wounded arm as he retaliated with gunfire. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he leaped down. Crack! The true thunderous force surged within him. The lightning serpent soared forth. A torrent of thunder erupted from Lin Tian, dazzling and brilliant, illuminating the entire alley in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the two remaining alien cultists were momentarily blinded, unable to see above. With steely resolve, Lin Tian swung his fist at one cultist's head. Crack! The punch, infused with thunderous might, penetrated the cultist's skull. As Lin Tian descended, the alien's head was shattered, blood and brain matter sprang forth. You seek death. The last remaining cultist finally caught sight of Lin Tian and roared as he charged at him. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, ready to unleash another thunderous punch. But bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire erupted like a machine gun, and the charging cultist collapsed before Lin Tian, riddled with wounds and wearing a fierce expression. Lin Tian stood momentarily stunned, then looked up. The previously vanished old man now appeared at the window, clutching an assault rifle. He was still alive. The old man shouted as he prepared to fire, but Lin Tian delivered a powerful punch to the struggling cultist. Bang! The blow met the cultist's forehead, instantly fracturing the skull and causing blood to erupt. Die! Seeing this, the old man upstairs finally breathed a sigh of relief. He tossed his assault rifle out. Catch it! I have another. The old man called out before disappearing from the window. Lin Tian caught the rifle, his eyes gleaming with determination. He stealthily approached the alley's entrance. Outside, Cui Jue was still embroiled in a fierce battle with the 10 adversaries, clearly at a disadvantage. While firearms posed a threat to first-level warriors, it was diminishing. Lin Tian observed keenly. Cui Jue had reached the point where she could slice bullets with her sword, and even if struck, she could control her muscles to prevent bleeding. Consequently, the 10 cultists had abandoned their firearms and engaged Cui Jue in close combat, managing to press her down effectively. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire still rang out. Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings, noting the nearby residents. Some wielded sniper rifles from their windows, while others hid in shadows with handguns, assisting Cui Jue. However, Once warriors commenced battle, their speed was too rapid. Coupled with the night, the residents struggled to see clearly and dared not fire recklessly. The vast majority of people in Manhwaaudio were ordinary citizens. In warfare, it was the common folk who suffered the most. Owning a firearm did not signify a desire to commit wrongdoing, but rather a readiness for battle. Even without being warriors, possessing a gun still offered a chance to kill one. Lin Tian squinted at the scene. Others may have been unable to discern, but he was different. His vitality exceeded 6 points. Though he was not a warrior, his strength surpassed that of a first-level fighter. Lin Tian steeled himself and charged forward. Whoosh! In 5 seconds, he covered 100 meters, leaving him just 100 meters from Cui Jue and the others. Targeting the alien cultist at the edge of the fray, Lin Tian opened fire. Bang! 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 The assault rifle roared to life. In an instant, 2 alien cultists were struck. Damn it! Why isn't he dead yet? One of them howled as they both charged towards Lin Tian. They resembled 2 race cars taking off in an instant, hurtling towards him. In a split second, a gust of wind rushed towards him. Lin Tian's adrenaline surged. Come on! He sneered, darting sideways. As he ran, he fired at the 2 pursuers. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out. This time, Lin Tian's aim was relatively accurate, but the 2 cultists reacted too swiftly, evading the bullets. Gritting his teeth, a malevolent grin crept onto Lin Tian's face. Come to kill me, come on. He slowed his pace, and in an instant, the distance between them shrank to a mere 20 meters. Seeking death, one cultist screeched, leaping 3 to 4 meters into the air like a massive boulder hurtling towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression hardened as he fired upwards. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted. Instantly, several bullets struck the cultist's body. Fool! Jumping up just makes you a target. Lin Tian scoffed, firing with even greater fervor. By the time the cultist landed, he had been hit at least 5 or 6 times. Yet Lin Tian's ammunition was running low. Bastard! The wounded cultist roared, veins bulging on his neck. His body was a mass of muscles, bulging like a coiled dragon, despite being somewhat hindered as he gripped the bullet tightly. Meanwhile, another individual surged towards Lin Tian with greater speed. This man was tall and lean, his eyes dark and fierce, and as he extended a claw-like hand, a glimmer of metallic light danced between his fingers. Come on! Lin Tian sneered, choosing not to evade at this moment. He discarded his assault rifle, bent slightly at the waist, and concentrated his energy, channeling it like a mighty river into his fist. You can't escape, Lin Tian mused internally. Their target was Cui Jue. His primary objective here was to earn money, not to court death. You're truly seeking a fight. The swift, lean man roared, closing in on Lin Tian. Ready to strike. Suddenly, he halted, as if caught in place. The abrupt turn of events caught Lin Tian off guard. The 3-move thunder fist, originally aimed at a confrontation, shifted direction as Lin Tian crouched, landing a powerful punch directly at his opponent's chest. A crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing. The lean man spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his organs. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian struck again, this time his fist connecting with the man's heart. In an instant, the lean man crumpled to the ground. He is dead. Lin Tian glanced towards the shadows by the roadside, where he spotted a frail figure, Ling Qiuji, who was watching him anxiously, her face pale. Lin Tian nodded at her before advancing towards the man who had been shot multiple times. You bastard! The burly man, devoid of fear, was about to unleash a torrent of curses. Lin Tian swiftly delivered several decisive blows, extinguishing his life. In the distance, not only Cui Jue but also the remaining alien cultists were visibly astonished. They had not anticipated that the suddenly appeared youth would eliminate 5 individuals in the blink of an eye. It seems I shall live to see another day. Cui Jue laughed heartily, her face smeared with blood, yet exuding an air of defiance. You scoundrel! An alien cultist howled. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed through the heavens. A streak of light descended from the sky. The aliens dare to trespass upon our land. It was the voice of Chenangwa. He plunged from 50 meters above like a comet streaking across the sky. In an instant, he spread his arms wide, seizing the heads of 2 alien cultists who were about to ambush Cui Jue, and surged forth. The 3 of them darted past like a speeding train, leaving 2 blood trails on the asphalt road as they sped by Lin Tian. They came to a sudden halt 100 meters away. The asphalt beneath Chenangwa's feet crumpled under the force of his landing, and the heads of the 2 alien cultists were swiftly twisted off. Chenangwa then slowly straightened his body. Thank goodness I arrived in time. He laughed, a glint of mockery in his eyes as he regarded the alien cultists. Chenangwa! One of the cultists screamed in a piercing voice, despair evident in his tone. How could he arrive so quickly? This is bad. They roared in disbelief. However, Chenangwa merely sneered and suddenly erupted into action. A whirlwind engulfed him as he dashed towards the 6 alien cultists, delivering a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 It was an overwhelming slaughter. In an instant, Chenangwa dispatched 4 of the 6 alien cultists, rendering the other 2 incapacitated. An unparalleled domination. A second-tier martial artist ruthlessly annihilating first-tier adversaries. It was as simple as a scythe cutting through straw. Lin Tian watched in astonishment. It was his first time witnessing a second-tier martial artist in action, far more powerful than those videos online. In that moment, a surge of fervor ignited within Lin Tian. Is this the approachable Chenanghua? He aspired to possess such strength. Thus, the incident involving the alien cultists attacking the prodigies of Huagua came to a close. Chapter 30. The True Genius. The once chaotic street fell silent in an instant. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Chenanghua's gaze turned icy. Deputy Director Chun. Don't be alarmed. I'm merely celebrating. From an upper window, a middle-aged man with glasses, clutching a sniper rifle, poked his head out. It's nothing. Chenanghua replied with a faint smile, waving his hand. Soon after, several armed men emerged from the roadside, all of whom had previously assisted Gu Yun. Lin Tian glanced over and spotted the elderly man who had provided him with the assault rifle. Everyone is doing well, Chenanghua remarked, his face adorned with a smile. The combat effectiveness of the civilians was too inadequate to engage in martial artist battles. Thus, providing support with firearms from the sidelines was the best strategy. The fact that these individuals dared to come down indicated their lack of fear of death. Tears welled in Gu Yun's eyes at the sight. Thank you, everyone, she said earnestly, bowing deeply to all present. Ah, it's nothing, an elder chuckled. I was quite formidable on the battlefield back in the day. I took down 10 alien warriors myself. Oh really? Just the other day, you claimed it was 5. How did it suddenly become 10? Someone teased. We didn't do much. The real hero is that young man. He single-handedly dealt with 5 beasts. Another pointed at Lin Tian, chuckling. Subsequently, the gaze of Chenanghua and the crowd turned toward Lin Tian. A young hero, both valiant and clever. The elderly man with the assault rifle exclaimed. He had witnessed Lin Tian single-handedly turn the tide against 3 opponents. Wait, aren't you Yujing's Shadowblade instructor? Someone suddenly exclaimed, rushing to Lin Tian's side. That's me. Lin Tian replied with a calm smile, glancing at the roadside where Ling Qiuji waved at him before gradually departing. My daughter is in your class. The man who had rushed to Lin Tian said with delight, then turned to the others, laughing. The Shadowblade instructor is nothing short of remarkable. Capable of unleashing the 3-move Thunder Fist, and his vitality is only around 4-point-something. His words instantly stunned those around them. This young man just killed 5 first-tier alien cultists with a vitality of only 4-point-something? A prodigy, a combat prodigy. They exclaimed in awe. How impressive. The 3-move Thunder Fist is truly formidable. The crowd continued to marvel. Feeling the admiration from everyone, a noticeable smile graced Lin Tian's face. This is the result of everyone's efforts, he stated, further endearing himself to the crowd. Hello, I am Gu Yun. Thank you for saving me. She approached Lin Tian, limping slightly. Despite having a bullet lodged in her muscle, Gu Yun made a concerted effort to conceal her pain. She wore an open black leather jacket, paired with deep blue jeans that caught the light. There were bullet holes on her shoulder, and her complexion was somewhat pale as she approached Lin Tian. Under the lights, Gu Yun had shoulder-length hair, her features striking and her eyes bright and expressive. Lin Tian studied Gu Yun before smiling and saying, Shadowblade. A flicker of gratitude shone in Gu Yun's eyes as she bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Thank you. If it weren't for Shadowblade, I might not have made it this far. Beside him, Chenanghua smiled softly and said, all right, we'll express our gratitude later. Gu Yun, you still have injuries. My team will arrive shortly. You should head to the hospital first, and I will contact your father. Gu Yun lifted her head, her gaze shifting towards Chenanghua as she smiled. Thank you, Uncle Chen. It's merely my duty. You are a prodigy on the Qinglong list. If you were to be ambushed by the foreign cult as soon as you arrived in Qingcheng, my position as deputy director would be in jeopardy. Chenanghua sighed, simultaneously casting a grateful glance at Lin Tian. I truly owe you a great deal. You not only saved my life, but also preserved my reputation. Chenanghua scrutinized Lin Tian closely and noticed the mask he wore, though he chose not to dwell on it at that moment. After a while, several police vehicles arrived, and dozens of officers began to collect the bodies. Gu Yun was also to be taken to the hospital. Shadowblade, how shall I contact you in the future? Gu Yun, assisted by a female officer, turned her head to Lin Tian, her eyes sincere. I teach at the Yuqing Martial Arts School, Lin Tian replied casually. The Yuqing Martial Arts School? I will definitely visit once I recover. I hope Shadowblade doesn't mind the trouble, Gu Yun said softly, a hint of hope in her tone. Lin Tian remained silent, merely watching as Gu Yun was escorted away. It was only then that he turned to Chenanghua and inquired, Deputy Director Chun. I killed 5 foreign cultists. May I inquire about a reward? At that moment, Chenanghua was busy briefing his subordinates. Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, he hurried over. Yes. I was preoccupied with other matters and nearly forgot about that, he said, a touch of embarrassment in his voice. After all, Shadowblade was the one who personally eliminated 5 foreign cultists, which warranted significant recognition. If it did not involve foreign cultists, it would likely merit the Young Hero Award. Chenanghua contemplated, stroking his chin. However, since it does involve foreign cultists, it pertains to military merit. Killing foreign cultists not only comes with a cash reward, but also military merit. Let me check. Chenanghua pulled out his phone and began to review a document. You killed 5 foreign cultists, all of whom were of the first rank. You are entitled to a reward of 1,500,000, along with 5 points of military merit. Military merit is a valuable asset that can be exchanged for scarce resources, Chenangwa exclaimed jovially. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he regarded Lin Tian intently. Shadowblade, while you are concealing your true identity, the collection of rewards and military merit must be conducted under your real name. Lin Tian felt a surge of joy at the thought of 1,500,000 plus military merit. He had been troubled by his financial situation, but it seemed that today would resolve that. Deputy Director Chen, may I speak with you privately? Lin Tian scanned the area. Many officers were working but were also listening to his conversation with Chenangwa. Of course, Chenangwa nodded, understanding Lin Tian's intent. They walked to a secluded corner, where Lin Tian dropped his voice. Deputy Director Chen, it is I. Chenangwa was taken aback, his brows furrowing as it took him a moment to process. You are Lin Tian? Yes, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Chenangwa examined Lin Tian for a considerable time, feeling a chill run down his spine. When he had last seen Lin Tian, he had thought of him as merely a moderately talented high school student. Little did he realize that this sophomore could slay 5 first-tier martial artists. A true genius. If given better resources, Guyun would not compare to him. To think it is you, Lin Tian. I never would have expected this, Chenangwa marveled. Lin Tian chuckled lightly before continuing. Deputy Director Chen, I have one more question. Will the military expose my true identity? Initially, Lin Tian had not intended to conceal his strength at Yuqing, but he had been persuaded by Li Wencheng, who warned him that foreign cultists might hunt down talented individuals. At first, Lin Tian had been indifferent, but now, having killed 5 foreign cultists, he felt genuine concern. Foreign cultists typically hide amidst the populace. If not exposed, no one would know who they were. Guyun was a living example of this. Despite being in Qingcheng, foreign cultists had the audacity to openly ambush her, even with a fatalistic determination. Previously, Lin Tian had been unconcerned, but now he was genuinely anxious. Rest assured, the military will document your file and will not disclose your true identity to the outside world. Chenangwa assured him, smiling. He then sighed. Guyun returned to Qingcheng because of you, and today you saved her. What a small world it is. Lin Tian remained silent beside him. Chenangwa glanced at Lin Tian and remarked with a smile. Guyun is quite a remarkable girl. Gu Qingyu is one thing, but she is her own person. Chapter 31. Would you like to add me as a friend? Lin Tian nodded. Previously, he had perceived Guyun in a rather unflattering light. But what would unfold in the future? Who could say? After a while, Lin Tian and Chenangwa returned to the scene, where many nearby residents were assisting the police in managing the aftermath. Lin Tian spotted the elderly gentleman who had given him the assault rifle, now busy washing the ground with a bucket. Deputy Director Chen. That gentleman also aided me during the earlier skirmish. Since everyone contributed, shouldn't he also receive a reward? Lin Tian surveyed the surroundings before looking at Chenangwa with a smile. Before Chenangwa could respond, the elderly man interjected. I was merely causing a ruckus. If Deputy Director Chen truly grants me a reward, I wouldn't dare accept it. Upon hearing this, the surrounding residents chuckled in agreement. Indeed, we did nothing. We fired dozens of rounds and didn't hit a single target, haha. I appreciate Shadowblade's intentions, but we genuinely cannot accept any reward. Right, I must say. Shadowblade was truly impressive earlier, displaying both courage and strategy, defeating foes beyond his rank. Laughter erupted, and though the air still carried a faint scent of blood, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Chenangwa observed this scene with amusement, proclaiming, I will have my subordinates record everyone's names. All of you contributed today. I will certainly petition headquarters for rewards upon my return. Tonight, you are all heroes. As Chenangwa's voice rang out, the smiles on everyone's faces grew even more radiant. Their claims of not deserving rewards were sincere, yet the prospect of receiving them brought them joy. They were all ordinary folk, and a few thousand in rewards represented a month's wages. Many looked gratefully at Lin Tian, realizing that without his earlier words, Chenangwa might not have agreed to grant rewards. Thank you, Deputy Director Chen. Thank you, Shadowblade. Shadowblade, have you eaten? I just made some braised pork at home. Shadowblade. My child has been eager to enroll in your class. About an hour later, Lin Tian wandered around the vicinity for quite some time, finally making his way back home, which was 20 kilometers away. He was alone, without family or friends. One life, if lost, would go unnoticed. Hence, he valued his life even more. Ultimately, tonight was not solely about saving lives. It was about making money. Carrying a plethora of bags, I arrived at the doorstep, where the door stood ajar. Upon pushing it open, a waft of detergent's fragrance greeted me, instantly rendering the room considerably tidier. The floor, though damp, was immaculate, suggesting that someone had recently mopped it. This was a single room, and Lin Tian's gaze quickly settled upon Ling Qiuji, who was fast asleep, her head resting on the desk. The overhead light was off, yet the desk lamp cast a gentle glow. She must have dozed off, her petite figure curled up adorably, beneath the soft illumination. Her slightly curled hair shimmered with an ethereal luster. It was only when she heard Lin Tian's entrance that Ling Qiuji stirred from her slumber, turning to rub her eyes. Her clear, peach blossom-like eyes held a blend of allure and innocence, framed by a flawlessly sculpted visage. "Brother Lin Tian, you're back," she exclaimed, her recognition of him dawning, causing her to spring up in a flurry, resembling a startled fawn. Lin Tian chuckled softly and placed the bags on the desk. These were gifts from the residents, comprising fruits and stewed fish. "Thank you for tidying up the room," Lin Tian remarked, surveying the transformed space with delight. He had been far too busy to attend to such matters. "It was my duty," Ling Qiuzhi replied softly, still discreetly observing Lin Tian. The boy before her was merely 16 or 17 years old, yet moments ago, he had recklessly charged into a throng of martial artists to rescue someone, exhibiting a bravery that mirrored the day he had intervened to protect her. "Brother Lin Tian," she spoke softly, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "Just call me Lin Tian," he replied nonchalantly. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Ling Qiuzhi's face suddenly flushed a deeper shade of red as she hastily retrieved a brand new phone from her pocket, eagerly inquiring, "Could you add me as a friend?" Meanwhile, at the first hospital of Qingcheng, in a private room, Gu Yun lay quietly upon the bed. The door swung open, revealing Gu Qingyu and a young man in his 20s, both appearing anxious. "Dad, brother, you're here," Gu Yun exclaimed, pushing herself up from the bed. "Xiaoyan, just lie down," Gu Qingyu insisted, rushing to her side and gently pressing her back down. "It's nothing, just 2 bullets. "I'm already on the mend," Gu Yun replied, a wry smile on her lips, her complexion still vibrant, showing no signs of serious injury. As a first-level martial artist, she regarded ordinary gunfire as mere child's play. "Lie down," Gu Qingyu admonished, taking a seat beside her. This situation is quite strange, Dad. If it weren't for that student, you wouldn't have returned to Qingcheng," Gu Qingyu said, his face etched with guilt. "It's not your fault. It's that Lin Tian's doing." "Damn it, I still want to settle the score with him," chimed in the man beside him, who bore a striking resemblance to Gu Qingyu. Who could have anticipated that student would capture the vice mayor's attention? Gu Qingyu scoffed, a surge of anger welling up within him at the thought of Lin Tian. Gu Yun remained composed, watching her father and brother intently. "Dad, you were in the wrong," she stated, her brow furrowed. She had already grasped the details of the incident. The student named Lin Tian was blameless. Gu Qingyu paused, noting his daughter's expression, and forced a wry smile. Yes, it's my mistake." Yet, deep within, he wrestled with conflicting thoughts. Had he erred? Indeed. But why was it only Lin Tian who faced repercussions? Lin Tian, despite his innocence, had become the scapegoat, causing his son to be expelled and forcing his daughter to return to Qingcheng, where she narrowly escaped death. "Dad, let us just drop the matter," Gu Yun interjected again. Gu Qingyu hesitated, then sighed. "Fine, Lin Tian is merely a poor student. Targeting him would tarnish my reputation." At this, Gu Yun's brother let out a derisive snort, but refrained from further comment. Gu Yun's lips curved into a faint smile. "I was on the brink of death today. But thankfully, someone intervened and allowed me to await Deputy Director Chen's rescue." Her eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Who is it?" Gu Qingyu asked anxiously. That person concealed his identity, only revealing himself as the Shadowblade of the Yuqing Martial Arts School, Gu Yun replied. "Shadowblade is him?" Gu Qingyu exclaimed, astonished. Gu Yun raised an eyebrow, her excitement palpable. "Dad, you know him?" "Yes," Gu Qingyu nodded. "Shadowblade has become a figure of renown in Qingcheng, having defeated a first-level martial artist with a health score of 40, executing a perfect level 3 moves Thunder Fist." As he spoke, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but think of Lin Tian. However, the rarity of achieving a perfect level 3 moves Thunder Fist, coupled with Lin Tian's health score being unlikely to reach 40, led him to dismiss his suspicions. So it was the 3 moves Thunder Fist. I didn't even notice amidst the chaos of battle. Gu Yun too was taken aback and then said, "Dad, Shadowblade is my savior, and I cannot forget his kindness." Gu Qingyu nodded. "To show our gratitude, I shall have your brother present a banner to Yuqing tomorrow," and after a moment of contemplation, he added, "Let us gift him a health potion worth 1,000,000. After all, our Yun is a prodigy." Just as he finished speaking, Gu Yun's brother exclaimed, "Dad, isn't 1,000,000 a bit excessive? What, do you have a problem with that?" Gu Qingyu shot back, his expression darkening. At once, Gu Yun's brother fell silent, merely observing his sister's reaction. With a soft sigh, Gu Yun smiled. "No need for that. I have money of my own. I can go tomorrow." Gu Qingyu frowned. "You're still injured." "I'm fine now," Gu Yun declared, pulling back her blanket and removing the 4 needle before getting out of bed. "Xiaoyan, wait." Gu Qingyu exclaimed in shock. "I just drank a bottle of healing essence. I'm nearly recovered," Gu Yun stated, her eyes bright. "Dad, brother, could you step outside for a moment? I need to change, and then we can head home together." Chapter 32. The talents of the first martial high school. The following day, Saturday, brought no classes at school. By 6 in the evening, Shadowblade made his appearance at the Yuqing Martial Arts School. He had a dedicated office for Lin Tian to change clothes. Bang! The door swung open. "Shadowblade, you've become famous," Li Qing exclaimed, her voice laced with excitement. Upon realizing Lin Tian was only in his shorts, she quickly retreated. Lin Tian muttered under his breath, "Ahem, Shadowblade, are you dressed yet?" came Li Qing's somewhat awkward voice from outside. Come in, Lin Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. This time, Li Qing cautiously opened the door. But upon meeting Lin Tian's gaze, her embarrassment intensified. What is the big deal? Today, I'm here to see you. Another day, you can see me back, she teased. Plopping down on the sofa, kicking off her shoes, and casually draping her long legs over the coffee table. There's no time like the present, Lin Tian chuckled, his eyes sweeping over the generous expanse of her. Li Qing, sensing a shift, crossed her arms defensively over her chest. I must warn you, I am 10 years your senior, Li Qing said, tilting her body, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. The older, the better, Lin Tian replied with a chuckle. Li Qing paused, casting a glance at her own bosom, her face flushing instantly. Ahem, let us not jest, let us discuss serious matters, Li Qing declared, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian. Did you slay the alien cultists yesterday? Lin Tian nodded. You're courting death. Those were more than a dozen alien cultists, Li Qing exclaimed vocally. Lin Tian's expression tightened slightly. He found Li Qing's behavior utterly perplexing. Just moments ago, she appeared cheerful, yet now she was scolding him. No more of that next time. It's too perilous, Li Qing said earnestly, gazing at Lin Tian. After all, he was merely a high school student, albeit a prodigy. He would soon be leaving Qingcheng to participate in the martial arts examination next year. Yet Lin Tian left a favorable impression on Li Qing. Noticing Lin Tian's silence, she softened her tone, saying, however, due to your exploits yesterday, news has spread throughout Qingcheng today. You single-handedly defeated 5 first-level martial artists with your blood chi at 40. And the number of students enrolling today has surpassed that of the first day. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired, how many? Li Qing raised a slender finger. 100. 100. Lin Tian was taken aback by this figure. Over the past few days, the total number of students enrolling had already reached 160. With an additional 100 today, that amounted to a staggering 780,000. Lin Tian and Yu Qing would split this 50-50, resulting in Lin Tian pocketing 390,000. Adding his base salary, that would total 400,000 a month. Wow. Lin Tian was equally astonished by this number. Is the martial arts academy really that profitable? Although surprised, Lin Tian still asked, the classroom has been expanded, but can it really accommodate 260 people? Li Qing nodded, smiling. That has been resolved. Yu Qing has negotiated with the first martial high school, and from now on, we will hold classes in their stadium in the evenings. Is that so? Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, that would alleviate the space issue. However, another concern arose. With 260 students, the quality of his instruction would need to improve. After all, that was a significant number. He couldn't possibly attend to each student individually and would have to elaborate more on the 3 movements Thunder Fist. I don't have classes in the evenings. I'll be your teaching assistant from now on, Li Qing said with a smile. Lin Tian nodded quietly, contemplating before finally speaking. Li Qing, please refrain from collecting next month's tuition fees for now. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Lin Tian before letting out a wry smile. Are you planning to change jobs? No, Lin Tian shook his head. Li Qing sighed in relief, but remained puzzled. Then what are your plans for next month? I intend to participate in the examination of the 8 cities. I believe I will possess the strength to compete by then. The 8 cities examination, Li Qing murmured. She was familiar with it, then smiled. Don't be ridiculous. Only seniors can participate in the 8 cities examination. But if one possesses sufficient strength, can they not compete? Lin Tian responded with a smile. Li Qing's gaze sharpened as she regarded Lin Tian. A blood chi of 40 is not particularly high. Although Qingcheng is not a metropolis, the top 20 in the martial arts academy are almost all at the first-level martial artist's blood chi. Yet, Lin Tian had slain 5 first-level martial artists yesterday. Li Qing pondered for a moment, then stood up and sat beside Lin Tian, speaking gently. In truth, I have long been prepared for your departure from Yu Qing. You are a genius and cannot remain with us forever. If you truly can participate in the 8 cities examination, I will support you. Li Qing placed her hand on Lin Tian's shoulder, her long hair releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. Thank you. Lin Tian replied softly with a smile. As dusk descended, the darkening sky adorned with a luminous moon and twinkling stars enveloped the scene. Over 200 students of Yu Qing stood in formation, with the Shadow Blade, wearing rough masks, positioned at the forefront. The essence of the 3 movements Thunder Fist lies in its swiftness and instantaneous explosion. Lin Tian stated calmly, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The sudden sound of an explosive impact reverberated. Below, all students, including Zhonglei, listened intently. The tale of the Shadow Blade defeating 5 first-level martial artists had long since spread. Now, everyone's admiration for the Shadow Blade had intensified. Meanwhile, within the office building of the first martial high school, 6 young men and women stood by the window, observing Lin Tian below. One must admit, the Shadow Blade's mastery of the 3 movements Thunder Fist is indeed impressive, the leading young man chuckled lightly. However, the 3 movements Thunder Fist is rather ordinary. What does it matter if one spends time reaching perfection? Can it compete with C-class martial techniques? A girl remarked indifferently. I truly do not comprehend why the principal had us come to observe the Shadow Blade's teaching this weekend, another boy retorted coldly. Showing no interest in Lin Tian's instruction, the leading young man rubbed his forehead in annoyance. He acknowledged that the 3 movements Thunder Fist was crucial for ordinary students. But for their kind of prodigies, it was far too commonplace. The time spent mastering the 3 movements Thunder Fist could be better utilized practicing more powerful martial techniques. Unfortunately, the principal insists we maintain good relations with the Shadow Blade. Later, we are expected to accept an invitation from Yuqing to share our martial insights with their students. He lamented, shrugging his shoulders. Humph, we are all seniors now. To be frank, the first martial high school has indeed nurtured me, but I, Jian Zhuang, am destined for greater heights. Before the 8 cities examination, I shall no longer return to this school, the young man named Jian Zhuang scoffed, crossing his arms. His eyes filled with arrogance. He indeed felt gratitude towards Lu Jianjian and the first martial high school, but for him, his time ought to be devoted to cultivation. Not wasted listening to Lu Jianjian. The others listened quietly, the leading young man sighed, while the rest harbored their own thoughts. The first martial high school has 5 slots for the 8 cities examination. It's certain that one among the 6 of us will not qualify. A beautiful girl spoke with a bitter expression. If it weren't for the martial arts education department prohibiting transfers, I believe I would have switched to another school, said the youth among them whose grades were the most unstable. The quality of students at the first martial high school far exceeds that of other martial academies. Even the 5th-ranked student there could easily be first at another institution. Wang Yang, I truly envy you. Your blood chi and combat prowess have always been the best at the martial academy. You'll never have to worry like the rest of us, someone remarked. Looking at the leading young man with admiration, Wang Yang smiled faintly, yet his gaze grew solemn. I am merely the top of the first martial high school, unable even to ascend the potential dragon rankings. Now that Gu Yun has returned, my status as the top student may simply be a joke. Upon mentioning Gu Yun's name, a profound silence enveloped the room. Indeed, no matter how formidable they were merely significant within the first martial high school. However, Gu Yun's platform spanned the entire Huagua. Just then, Jian Zhuang suddenly laughed. Not long ago, Gu Yun and I had a phone conversation, during which she informed me of her intention to visit. Wang Yang and the others were immediately taken aback. You know Gu Yun? Jian Zhuang chuckled softly. I have known Gu Yun since elementary school. I didn't realize you two were childhood sweethearts, teased a boy. Jian Zhuang merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. The others, upon witnessing this exchange, quickly grasped the situation. Chapter 33. The identity of Shadow Blade. Time passed slowly, and after nearly 2 hours, Lin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped aside. Li Qing then stood up, addressing the students below with a smile. Since you have all gathered at First Martial High, several exceptional talents from our school have also come to share their insights on martial arts. Please give them a warm welcome. As her words concluded, the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 4th floor of the teaching building swung open, revealing Wang Yang and his companions to the eager gaze of the students. Subsequently, they leaped directly from the 4th floor, making their way to the playground. The 200-plus students were momentarily stunned, but their eyes soon sparkled with excitement. It's Senior Wang Yang, the remarkable Wang Yang from First Martial High, our city's top talent, exclaimed one. Senior Li Xiu is impressive too. I rarely see her, and I can't believe she's here to teach us today. The students erupted in cheers. The appearance of Wang Yang and his companions was undoubtedly an unexpected delight for the evening. Lin Tian quietly approached the trees at the edge of the playground, scrutinizing Wang Yang and the others. Wang Yang, Li Xiu, Jian Zhuang. Lin Tian's gaze swept over each of them. These individuals were renowned prodigies of Qingqing. Notably, Wang Yang, Li Xiu, and Jian Zhuang had all attained the status of first-level martial artists. A first-level martial artist possesses a vitality score of 10, with a body akin to a furnace and bones as resilient as steel, transcending their physical limits. This is the threshold of death. A vitality score of 10 is not merely a specific checkpoint for first-level martial artists. Rather, it is a coveted figure that most aspire to achieve. Many do not reach a vitality score of 10 upon becoming first-level martial artists, while some of the more powerful prodigies only break through after surpassing that threshold. Wang Yang belongs to this latter category. Reports have circulated online that Wang Yang achieved a vitality score of 11 before breaking through to become a first-level martial artist. Lin Tian observed that the intense vitality emanating from Wang Yang was distinctly more potent than that of the others. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, surprised to spot a familiar face, Gu Yun. At that moment, Gu Yun was trailing behind Wang Yang and the others, maintaining a low profile as she surveyed the playground. Her gaze then met Lin Tian's, and a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes as she waved at him and began walking over. Is that Gu Yun? Someone exclaimed from among the students. It's Gu Yun. She's so beautiful. This is my first time seeing a prodigy from the potential dragon ranking. Is she going to teach us too? If so, We've struck gold. Gu Yun's presence instantly captivated everyone's attention, even overshadowing Wang Yang. Li Qing cast a surprised glance at Gu Yun, seemingly recalling something as she turned her gaze towards Lin Tian, who stood beneath the trees. Meanwhile, Wang Yang and his companions could only smile wryly, standing beside Li Qing. Gu Yun is here to find Shadowblade. I heard that Shadowblade saved her, Wang Yang murmured, prompting instant understanding among the others. Jianzhu Huang, however, wore a slightly displeased expression. He had previously made considerable efforts to engage Gu Yun in conversation. Yet her demeanor had remained cool and indifferent. He had felt elated when Gu Yun had willingly reached out to him, as her brilliance in every aspect was undeniable. No boy could resist her charm, especially considering Jianzhu Huang's long-standing admiration for Gu Yun. Thank you for taking the time to come here, Li Qing said, shifting her attention from Lin Tian to Wang Yang and the others with a smile. It's nothing. Shadowblade will also be coming to First Martial High to teach for free, so it is only natural for us to reciprocate, Wang Yang replied with a chuckle, then proceeded to share his martial arts insights with all of Yuqing's students. Does everyone know how many acupoints the human body has? I believe that blindly adhering to textbook methods of body refinement is unwise, as each individual's physique is unique. Wang Yang's eyes sparkled as he continued. Therefore, when practicing martial arts, one must first have a clear understanding of their own body. Today, I will share how I explored the structure of my own acupoints and the theory of meridian circulation. As Wang Yang's voice resonated, the students of Yuqing began to listen intently. Opportunities to learn from a genius like him were rare. Many silently rejoiced at having chosen the right class in Yuqing. Meanwhile, Jianzhu Huang and the others stood behind Wang Yang, awaiting their turn to take the stage. In the distance, beneath the trees, Gu Yun approached Lin Tian with a smile. She wore an oatmeal-colored halter top, her rounded silhouette subtly illuminated by the lights of the playground, paired with black combat boots and cargo pants. Her attire exuded a simple, yet striking aura. Furthermore, she carried the long sword used in yesterday's battle on her back, exuding an air of sharpness and distance. Shadowblade, you won't hold it against me for seeking you out, will you? Gu Yun smiled, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Tian beneath the shade of the trees. Of course not, Lin Tian replied with a calm smile, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wang Yang on the stage. What Wang Yang had said about understanding oneself was indeed intriguing to Lin Tian. He listened attentively, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Beside him, Gu Yun noticed that Lin Tian was seemingly oblivious to her presence, pouted slightly, and chose to remain silent. Standing next to Lin Tian, she began to absorb the content of Wang Yang's lecture as well. As time gradually passed, Wang Yang concluded his lecture amid a thunderous applause. Another talented student from First Martial High took the stage to teach. Lin Tian listened briefly before losing interest, turning his attention to Gu Yun. Miss Gu, what brings you to seek me out? Gu Yun smiled serenely and replied, naturally, I came to express my gratitude. You saved my life yesterday. Lin Tian's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled. In that case, I shall graciously accept your thanks. Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback. She had expected Shadowblade to say something more elaborate, yet he was surprisingly straightforward. However, Gu Yun was not one to dwell on such matters. If Shadowblade had engaged in pleasantries, it would have made her uncomfortable. She retrieved a vial filled with a red liquid from her pocket and softly said, there's no need for such formalities. This is a D-grade vitality elixir. Lin Tian looked at the vial in Gu Yun's hand, instantly sensing a surge of turbulent vitality emanating from it. A D-grade elixir, which meant it was far superior to the Blood Tiger Essence elixir he had received previously. This single vial was likely worth $1 million. It seemed that Gu Yun was indeed generous. Very well, I shall accept it, Lin Tian replied with a faint smile as he took the elixir from Gu Yun. He had saved Gu Yun not out of goodwill, but for the sake of rewards and resources. Given the risk he had taken, it was only fitting that he received his due. Seeing Lin Tian accept the elixir, Gu Yun stared at him blankly for a moment. In her daily life, she was a person of straightforward demeanor. However, she did not anticipate that Shadowblade would be even more straightforward than herself. If Shadowblade were to refuse, then Gu Yun would perpetually owe a favor to Shadowblade. Shadowblade's decisiveness brought a sense of comfort to Gu Yun. Shadowblade, may I add you as a friend? I would like to get to know you, she inquired. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback before retrieving his mobile phone, displaying the QR code for his contact information to Gu Yun. He had only one phone number, but he possessed secondary accounts on various messaging platforms. Soon, he and Gu Yun became friends. Shadowblade, could you kindly share your age with me? Gu Yun asked, as her knowledge of Shadowblade was limited. Yet she felt it was essential to ascertain the other party's age. If Shadowblade turned out to be a middle-aged man, she would certainly need to adjust her manner of communication. A bit older than you, Lin Tian replied, casting a casual glance at Gu Yun. Are we of the same age? Gu Yun pondered, concluding that Shadowblade must also be a senior in high school, one capable of slaying 5 first-tier martial artists in a single decisive move. This dramatically narrowed down the possibilities regarding Shadowblade's identity. It seemed Shadowblade was quite revealing about himself. Gu Yun blinked, then smiled at Lin Tian, saying so? You will be participating in the 8-city joint examination as well? Lin Tian nodded. Yes, I wish to, though I am uncertain whether the school will allow it. Gu Yun chuckled softly, reassuring him, have no worries. Your strength is formidable, and you will undoubtedly be permitted to attend. Once at the 8th city joint examination. If you trust me, we can join forces. In Gu Yun's mind, Shadowblade's identity was becoming increasingly clear. He was likely one of the elite students from prestigious schools. Other than the first martial high, it was almost certain that she and Shadowblade would encounter each other at the 8th city joint examination. With this thought, Gu Yun found herself speaking more freely, since he could potentially be her future ally, and given that he had previously rescued her, along with her feeling comfortable around him. It was imperative for her to learn more about Shadowblade in advance. Meanwhile, on the playground, Jianzhou Huang stepped forward to begin his lecture. He cast a glance at Gu Yun and Lin Tian, who were seated at the edge, narrowing his eyes slightly. He had previously acknowledged his childhood connection with Gu Yun, yet now she seemed to be enjoying a close conversation with another boy. A twinge of jealousy stirred within Jianzhou Huang. Observing the expressions of Wang Yang and the others behind him, he noticed a hint of pity in their gazes. Jianzhou Huang felt a surge of frustration, tempted to confront Shadowblade directly. Hello everyone, I am Jianzhou Huang, and today I will be discussing martial techniques, he began, suppressing his ire while addressing the audience of 260 students. Below, the students from the Yuqing Martial Arts School began to listen attentively. For a martial artist to grow stronger, mastering martial techniques is of utmost importance. For instance, I have spent a considerable amount of time selecting my own martial techniques, Jianzhou Huang stated calmly. However, the students soon furrowed their brows in discontent. They had enrolled with Shadowblade precisely because they could not afford exorbitant martial techniques. They sought to enhance their understanding of the Thunder Fist. What are you saying? Are you bragging about having spent a long time selecting your C-grade martial technique worth millions? What a waste of time, murmured the students. Wang Yang and Li Xiu's sentiments echoed among them, questioning Jianzhou Huang's relevance. After listening to him, I merely feel inferior. Below, the students began to whisper among themselves. Even Li Qing frowned, coughing a few times to prompt Jianzhou Huang to change his course. Yet, Jianzhou Huang remained unfazed. The martial technique I am currently practicing is the C-grade 9/ Divine Gate, valued at 5 million, he declared, drawing a short knife from his waist. With a hum, the blade's tip ignited with a crimson glow. In the next moment, a visible blade aura sliced through the air with a swift motion, capable of shattering the flesh of an ordinary first-tier martial artist. Jianzhou Huang raised his gaze, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes as he surveyed the students below. Many instinctively recoiled, realizing that if directed at them, that strike could spell their demise. Thus, it is crucial to select a martial technique that suits you. Jianzhou Huang concluded with a smile, sheathing his knife. Chapter 34. Apart from the Thunder Fist, I possess nothing. The crowd below simmered with anger, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Many students bowed their heads, fists clenched in frustration. They felt ashamed, unable to lift their gazes. Why could others freely spend millions on their martial techniques, while they were relegated to relying solely on the Thunder Fist? My father passed away from overwork when I was young, and my mother raised my sister and me. If you ask me why I don't select my own martial technique, I will tell you that the 30,000 I spent to enroll in Yuqing was borrowed from my mother, who knelt before our relatives back in our hometown. A sophomore student exclaimed, trembling with emotion. He yearned to rush forward and knock Jianzhou Huang down, to admonish him for flaunting his wealth elsewhere. Yet, the grim reality was that lacking financial means meant he could not even excel in basic combat. This was the cruelest of truths. Many students concealed their indignation, opting for silence. They merely wished for Jianzhou Huang to finish his tirade and depart. Observing this scene, a glimmer of satisfaction and arrogance flickered in Jianzhou Huang's eyes. Clearly, he was acting with intention. He could not dare to challenge Shadowblade directly in front of Gu Yun, even fearing that he might not prevail against Shadowblade. After all, Shadowblade had single-handedly vanquished 5 first-tier foreign cultists. However, he could belittle Shadowblade's students. He intended to convey the message that no matter how proficient one became with the Thunder Fist, it remained merely the Thunder Fist, a garbage D-grade martial technique. Jianzhou Huang had never regarded this technique with any seriousness. Wealthy individuals would overlook it entirely. With his affluence, he could mock everyone. You, Shadowblade, are simply a failure teaching a worthless martial technique. On the playground, silence gradually enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, 260 students felt crushed by Jianzhou Huang's disparagement. Many unable to raise their heads. Wang Yang and other upperclassmen furrowed their brows. Most among them were from impoverished backgrounds. They had only obtained decent martial techniques through repeated appeals to the Martial Arts Education Department by Principal Lu Jianjian. They too found Jianzhou Huang's remarks distasteful. Yet, they were powerless to refute him, as even they felt that the Thunder Fist was not worthy of extensive study. Why is everyone so quiet? Suddenly, a resonant youthful voice rang out. Everyone turned their attention to a slender figure emerging from the shadows beneath the bright playground lights. Dressed in a white martial arts uniform, with a rough mask concealing his features, his eyes sparkled with brilliance amidst the darkness. Do you believe he is in the wrong? Lin Tian's piercing gaze swept across the 260 students. He is wrong. Someone shouted from the crowd. What exactly is his error? Lin Tian let out a light chuckle, leisurely pacing as he cast a nonchalant glance at Jianzhuang, who appeared as if facing an imminent threat. What he said is merely a reflection of reality. Lin Tian's voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the entire playground. In an instant, even Jianzhuang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ing Run would speak in his favor. The expressions of the 260 students grew increasingly despondent. In the distance, Gu Yun observed this scene quietly. Do you understand why I can unleash the thunderous might of the three thunder fists? Lin Tian's voice rang out again, drawing all eyes toward him. Even Gu Yun, present among them, could not help but recognize one undeniable truth. In terms of the three thunder fists, Ing Ren truly was the most formidable, rivaling the martial sage Guanyin. Because I had no other choice, Lin Tian declared loudly, I am impoverished beyond measure. Long ago, I realized that beyond the three thunder fists, I possessed nothing. His words reverberated deep within the hearts of everyone present. In that fleeting moment, all eyes widened, breaths quickened. Ing Ren had no choice, but neither did they. I have no choice. My family cannot afford me other martial techniques or vitality potions. All I have is the three thunder fists. I am this way, and most of you are too. As Lin Tian's body crackled with strands of thunder mist, he gradually became shrouded in a haze. Beneath the lights, his figure resembled a blazing bolt of lightning. His aura erupted, leaving even Li Qing startled, gazing at Lin Tian with incredulity. Their previous battle had been too brief. Li Qing only knew that Lin Tian had begun to master the true, thunderous energy. But now, witnessing his flawless control and effortless manipulation of power, Lin Tian was indeed a true prodigy. Feeling the intensifying aura of Lin Tian, Jianzhuang atop the platform felt a tremor in his heart and unconsciously yielded his position. He clenched his fists, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, not towards Ing Run, but towards himself. Faced with such a formidable Ing Run, he found himself faltering once more. Lin Tian pointed at Jianzhuang, a faint smile gracing his lips. He is not much stronger than any of you present. His only advantage lies in the fortune of his birth. Lin Tian's voice dripped with mockery, causing Jianzhuang to flush with embarrassment in an instant. He wanted to retort, to rebuke, yet he found himself paralyzed with fear. He bore it, fueling his own anger further. This scene was etched into the eyes of the 260 students, who gazed at Ing Run with even greater admiration. The very Jianzhuang who had belittled them could barely lift his head in the presence of Ing Ren. Jianzhuang was afraid, even as Ing Ren chastised him so openly. The esteemed prodigy of the First Martial Academy, Jianzhuang, did not dare to speak. Yet Ing Ren was their teacher, someone they encountered daily. Lin Tian continued, I was deeply disappointed by your earlier behavior. His tone was icy. Jianzhuang has just belittled you. Why must you bow your heads? When someone strikes you down, must you also strike yourself? He smiled warmly. Yet his words were laced with a chilling edge. You have only the three thunder fists left. Why do you continue to retreat? You do not believe in your own three thunder fists? You do not trust the last lifeline in your hands. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and at that moment, no one dared to oppose him. Each of the 260 students clenched their fists tightly. Ing Ren was correct. Just moments ago, they had indeed come perilously close to losing their resolve. The issue at hand was not their feelings of inferiority. They had no capital for such self-doubt. All they possessed was the three thunder fists. Lin Tian's words rang out like the clarion call of a great bell within their hearts. The three thunder fists were their salvation. Since they were a lifeline, they must hold on tightly. At that moment, Lin Tian's voice resounded once more. If you do not believe, then today, I, Ing Run, shall teach you to believe. He slowly turned to face the blushing Jianzhuang. Jianzhuang, come and battle me. I shall only use the three thunder fists. Lin Tian's gaze burned fiercely, assessing Jianzhuang as if he were prey. Me? Jianzhuang was momentarily stunned. At a loss for words, he found himself frozen in place, uncertain how to respond. He was, in fact, afraid of the current Ing Run. Just days ago, Ing Ren's vitality was only at 4 points. How could he be so intimidated? Beside them, Li Qing chuckled lightly. 4 points. Jianzhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Then how did he slay 4 first-level warriors? Li Qing fell silent, unsure of how to answer. How on earth could she know? What kind of monster was Lin Tian? Capable of defeating 5 first-level warriors? Witnessing Jianzhuang's expression, Lin Tian pressed his lips together. Forget it. You no longer need me to intervene. You are afraid of me and dare not engage in battle. He felt disappointment. He wished to test whether his strength could secure a spot in the 8-city joint examination. After all, defeating Li Meng had taken him by surprise, and slaying the foreign cultists had involved the assistance of many others. Therefore, Lin Tian remained uncertain of his current prowess. If such a person can strike you down, how fragile is your confidence? Lin Tian suddenly laughed, disregarding Jianzhuang as he burst into laughter. In an instant, the playground fell silent. The students stared at the scene in a daze, some even beginning to chuckle. They suddenly found their previous reactions to be rather amusing. Ing Ren was absolutely correct. Why should they doubt the three thunder fists? Time and again, Ing Ren had demonstrated the formidable strength of the three thunder fists. Gradually, everyone lifted their heads. their expressions no longer as constrained as before, but rather becoming more spirited. Why should they pay heed to the words of a mere jester? As for Jin Zhuohuang, he was consumed by a profound sense of humiliation and rage. He glared at Lin Tian, resembling a frenzied beast. He glanced at Gu Yun, who was calm and composed not far away, feeling as though she had never regarded him. His pride and confidence had been utterly shattered by Ying Run. You bastard. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupted. Jin Zhuohuang launched himself at Lin Tian with a fierce punch. Watch out. Li Qing cried out, rushing toward Lin Tian. Li Qing, step back. Lin Tian shouted, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, he stepped back with his left foot and launched a punch straight at Jin Zhuohuang. With a crack, the speed was faster, fiercer, and more powerful. The punch of the flashing thunder collided with Jin Zhuohuang's fist. Bang! A circular wave of thunder mist erupted in the air. The thunderous sound crashed where their fists met. And in the next instant, Jin Zhuohuang's body was uncontrollably sent reeling backward. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his feet across the platform, leaving long marks behind. You cannot defeat me like this. Bring out your martial technique worth millions. Lin Tian replied with a calm smile, his tone unperturbed. Jin Zhuohuang narrowed his eyes, a cold laugh escaping his lips. That's what you said. Ingren had not reminded him, and he had almost forgotten. Subsequently, Jin Zhuohuang unsheathed the dagger from his waist. Buzz! A stream of water-like, blood-red aura surged along the blade. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. It was evident that Jin Zhuohuang's blood energy was a unique manifestation derived from his comprehension of the martial arts diagram. Indeed, he was formidable, surpassingly Meng. Chapter 35. After fighting for half a day, are you merely tickling me? As Jin Zhuohuang brandished his dagger, Lin Tian took a slight step back. His body bent slightly, fixating his gaze on Jin Zhuohuang, akin to a cheetah stalking its prey. His objective had been accomplished. Let me witness just how powerful the prodigy from Qingsheng No. 1 high school truly is. Boom. In the next instant, Jin Zhuohuang surged forward with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, leaving a blur in the bright light. The dagger aimed straight at Lin Tian's chest. Such a straightforward move, easily discernible. Lin Tian's eyes were shrouded in a veil of thunderous mist, and with a swift motion, he evaded Jin Zhuohuang's attack, as though donning a cobalt thunder cloak. With a mere sidestep, he eluded Jin Zhuohuang's strike. He restrained the true thunder energy from erupting too dazzlingly, yet within him, the genuine thunder surged. The true thunder energy amplified fivefold, and the perfect level 3 thunder fist also amplified fivefold. A 25-fold increase in combat power was activated once more. Ziz! Like a lightning serpent striking. Lin Tian grasped Jin Zhuohuang's arm and hurled him away with great force. Bang! Jin Zhuohuang collided against the wall 3 to 4 meters behind the podium. Just as he was about to fall, Lin Tian charged forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Jin Zhuohuang's forehead. Jin Zhuohuang was momentarily dumbfounded, his complexion paling, and he hastily dodged. In the next moment, Lin Tian's fist crashed against the wall. Crack! A sound akin to a fracture echoed, and cracks began to spiderweb across the wall of the podium. Following that, Jin Zhuohuang fell heavily to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, he saw Lin Tian's foot descending toward his face. Jin Zhuohuang's heart skipped a beat. His muscles tensed up as he attempted to pivot his body. Just barely. He evaded Lin Tian's kick. Crack! Lin Tian's foot smashed down where Jin Zhuohuang's head had just been, creating a pit in the podium, debris scattering wildly. Lin Tian cast a glance at the ashen-faced Jin Zhuohuang, pondering deeply. Although Jin Zhuohuang possessed formidable blood energy and martial skills, he lacked a certain essence. Fighting spirit. Yes. Fighting spirit. This was a common flaw among most students, a hesitance to take risks, a reluctance to engage in battle. Lin Tian's confrontations with those from other factions were not solely for the sake of profit. There existed something that could only be acquired through life and death experiences, combat techniques, and the will to fight. A baptism of life and death had subtly transformed Lin Tian. Even if he were indeed weaker than Jin Zhuohuang, he possessed the resolve to overcome stronger opponents. Your technique is unrefined. Lin Tian pressed his advantage, delivering a kick to Jin Zhuohuang's abdomen. Jin Zhuohuang, clutching his stomach, staggered backward, and once stabilized, he madly lashed out at Lin Tian with his dagger. Yet Lin Tian remained unfazed, his eyes wide open, calmly evading as if he were a specter, revealing not a single flaw. Your fighting spirit is nearly non-existent. Lin Tian sneered, systematically shattering Jin Zhuohuang's psychological defenses. My battle with you feels akin to bullying a child. A person like you, even if thrust onto the battlefield, would either be swiftly slain by the enemy or become a coward inflicting harm on his own kin. Jin Zhuohuang's face flushed with anger. He retreated while casting glances at the more than 200 spectators below. In their eyes, he perceived nothing but mockery. Shadowblade. Jin Zhuohuang glared at Lin Tian, gasping for breath. His body trembled. Today marked his most humiliating day. He loathed the Shadowblade. He wished to annihilate it. However, the figure before him instilled genuine terror within Jin Zhuohuang. Has your martial skill been kicked by a donkey? Does it possess no power at all? Lin Tian seized Jian Zhuang by the neck and lifted him off the ground. After all this time, have you merely been tickling me? Lin Tian observed Jian Zhuang with a faint smile. Jian Zhuang gazed at Lin Tian in terror, his pale face resembling one drained of blood. His wide eyes filled with fear and fury. In the next moment, a mouthful of blood erupted from Jian Zhuang's mouth, and he promptly lost consciousness. Lin Tian frowned, releasing his grip and allowing Jian Zhuang to fall to the ground. Boring. Lin Tian clapped his hands. He felt profoundly disappointed with this battle. Jian Zhuang had never possessed fighting spirit. He did not lose to Lin Tian, but rather to himself. Nearby, Wang Yang and others stared blankly at the unconscious Jian Zhuang. The other prodigies from the first high school were struck with shock and disbelief. They were astonished by the almost overwhelming prowess of the Shadow Blade. They were speechless at Jian Zhuang's abysmal performance. Wang Yang's gaze darkened as he began to contemplate whether he could defeat the Shadow Blade in combat. As for Gu Yun, she stood silently, her eyes fixed on Lin Tian, gaining a clearer understanding of the person known as the Shadow Blade through this battle. Meanwhile, the 260 students regarded Lin Tian with adoration, their eyes brimming with admiration, nearly drowning him in their admiration. So powerful, an utterly one-sided fight. That was Jian Zhuang, a renowned prodigy. Yet against the Shadow Blade, he could scarcely utter a word. They could palpably sense Jian Zhuang's dread in the face of the Shadow Blade. The oppressive aura emanating from Lin Tian was suffocating. Incredible, simply remarkable. Among the students, Zheng Lei exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. He felt exhilarated, believing the Shadow Blade had avenged them by defeating Jian Zhuang. It felt good, immensely satisfying to their hearts. As one student began to applaud, the entire playground erupted in fervent applause, akin to boiling water. Meanwhile, Li Qing had already begun calling for an ambulance. Despite this, a smile of pride adorned her face. She felt fortunate that Lin Tian had chosen to join their Yuqing Martial Arts Institute that day. At that moment, amidst the cheering students, a boy stood in a daze. Upon witnessing Jian Zhuang's collapse, he remained in a stupor. Previously, he had mentioned how his mother had knelt before relatives to beg for 30,000 to enroll him in Yuqing. When Jian Zhuang spoke of how he selected martial skills, this boy's resolve had shattered. Now in his final year of high school, he would soon face the martial arts examination. This would be his sole opportunity in life. 30,000 was insufficient to purchase blood energy elixirs, and those energy beverages felt like a waste. His blood energy was weak, and his 3-movement Thunder Fist had never been remarkable. He could only imagine the fate of returning to his hometown as a farmer if he failed the martial arts examination. That day, he had heard the name of the Shadow Blade. That day, he learned how the Shadow Blade had single-handedly slain 5 first-level foes using only the 3-movement Thunder Fist. He had glimpsed hope. He could vividly recall the events of a few days prior. Under the dim glow of the lights, he knelt before his mother, who, though only 40, appeared to be in her 50s or 60s. Mom, I wish to enroll in Master Ingren's class. I aspire to gain admission to Wuhan University. You are the only one in this world who can assist me. Please help me. Bowing his head, he heard the echoes of that day's words. His mind replaying the moments of Master Ingren triumphing over Jian Zhuang. Master Ingren, thank you. Your words were absolutely correct. The young man clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. Then, a surge of vitality coursed through his body. The Thunder Fist of 3 movements was his final lifeline. Amidst the applause of all the students, he unleashed a punch infused with the convictions of his life. Crack! A thunderous sound erupted. Chapter 36. Master Ingren, please teach me. With a crack, thunder roared. Crisp and fierce, propelled by blood, the sound resonated from the bones of the human body, unleashing a force that approached the very might of heaven and earth. It echoed with such clarity. In an instant, the applause ceased. 260 students stared in bewilderment at the source of the thunderous explosion. A youth of 17 or 18 lowered his head, incredulously gazing at his own fist. The sky transformed into a dark curtain, overlooking the earth. The moon waned. Yet the stars remained bright. The night breeze on the playground carried the scent of summer's approach. Under the lights, the young man slowly emerged from his daze. His heart raced as he began to practice his punches under the gaze of all present. Hands opened the door, feet controlled the door, body pressed forward. He pierced through the void. Crack! Another thunderous sound. He froze, seemingly devoid of joy, only filled with gratitude. His gaze shifted to Master Ingren on the podium. Thank you. Thank you, Master Ingren. He uttered softly, his tone both solemn and sincere. Subsequently, he deeply bowed to Lin Tian. Tears, as large as beans, fell from his eyes. A man seldom sheds tears. He had never wept, no matter how arduous or exhausting life had been. But today he cried. He was grateful for that person. Jian Zhuang's few words had not been as effortless as they appeared. Those words nearly obliterated everything he had. His confidence, his will, his pride. If he could not escape the weight of those words today, what awaited him would be the extinguishing of hope. Yet, Master Ingren had saved him. This was salvation. Like a rebirth, like a life-saving grace. Years of effort culminated in a moment of enlightenment, and he finally succeeded. He had unleashed the thunder. He had grasped the only lifeline of his life. It was Master Ingren who had aided him. Thank you, Master Ingren. I have succeeded. I have unleashed the thunder. The young man shouted with a choked voice. A thunderous roar shattered the last veil of despair in his life. Everyone present was moved and shaken by the scene. Most empathetic were the fellow students who shared his journey. They placed their hopes in the thunder fist of 3 movements, enrolling with Master Ingren. They were uncertain if they could also unleash thunder. It felt too surreal. They had come here with their last glimmer of hope. But just moments ago, their classmate had indeed produced the thunder. Thanks to Master Ingren's guidance, success was achieved. This undoubtedly instilled the most genuine and solid hope in everyone. One boy's face flushed with excitement. He fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, then bowed deeply. Master Ingren, please teach me. The boy shouted with all his might. He too wished to succeed, to gain admission to Wuhan University. Shortly thereafter, another student, Zheng Lei, quickly bowed and shouted, Master Ingren, please teach me. His eyes sparkled. He intended to urge Lin Tian to join the class as well. Previously, Lin Tian had also unleashed thunder, and Zheng Lei thought it unnecessary for him to attend Master Ingren's lessons again. However, now, he felt it was vital, absolutely essential. If Master Ingren could teach a student who could not unleash thunder to do so, then surely he could teach Lin Tian to unleash a flash of thunder. Together, they would gain admission to Wuhan University. They would become the pride of Qingxing. He needed to inform Li Yuzi about this, letting her regret her choices. After all, Master Ingren had explicitly stated he would not accept Li Yuzi. Zheng Lei felt immensely satisfied. He thought his recent laziness was inconsequential. He was destined to tread the path of brilliance. Then, one by one, students bowed respectfully to Lin Tian. Master Ingren, please teach me. Master Ingren, please teach me. The shouts grew louder and more fervent, resonating like the wind throughout the entirety of First Martial High, gradually extending beyond its borders. All Yuqing students were filled with excitement, gazing at the tall figure on the platform, brimming with admiration. An ambulance from a nearby hospital entered the playground, and the doctors and nurses stood in shock. Unsure of what had transpired, a young nurse looked towards the center of attention. It's Master Ingren, she exclaimed, having seen related reports. Today was the first time she had witnessed him in person. He was very slender, quite tall, and wore a rough mask. His eyes sparkled like brilliant stars. Under the lights, he truly radiated brilliance. Quickly check the injured. What are you doing? A nearby nurse gently reminded. The young nurse snapped back to reality, her cheeks blooming like flowers. Wang Yang and the others continued to observe Lin Tian's back, their expressions complex. They had previously claimed that Wang Yang spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. To master a martial skill to its zenith meant that even the thunder fist of 3 movements would possess immense power, and it turned out to be true. Li Xiao and the others exchanged glances, casting a sidelong look at the still unconscious Jian Zhuang, unsure of what to say. That night, these brilliant youths received a tangible blow, a blow akin to someone using a broken stick to crush a peer as strong as they were. The pride they once harbored was being ruthlessly torn apart. Lin Tian, however, paid no heed to Wang Yang and the others, simply feeling gratified as he looked upon the 260 students below. Do you still lack confidence now? Lin Tian spoke quietly. No. The students below shouted in unison. Lin Tian nodded, then his gaze sharpened as he said fiercely, then why are you not practicing diligently? Practice until you forget to eat and sleep. Practice until you are utterly exhausted. His voice was fierce, resonating with vitality, amplified further. For a moment, the 260 students below were momentarily stunned, then shared a knowing smile. Despite this, a spark ignited in their eyes. They were determined to practice, to the point of exhaustion, to secure their futures and not disappoint Master Ingren. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the office building, Lu Jianjian and Li Wenxing stood side by side, silently observing Lin Tian below. Bold and meticulous, he possessed a kind of spirit that most of the youth in Huagua had long since lost. Lu Jianjian fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, smiling. He had initially thought he had merely unearthed a potential talent. However, in recent days, Lin Tian's actions have repeatedly astonished him. By now, he has developed a profound admiration for Lin Tian. Indeed, a deep appreciation. Such a youth, and yet that old fool Gu Qingyu dares to suppress him. Lu Jianjian remarked with a peculiar tone of derision. Beside him, Li Wenxing wore a smile. Indeed, he is quite remarkable. It feels as though I have stumbled upon a treasure. Let's organize a gathering later, perhaps a dinner, where I can have an earnest conversation with Lin Tian. Lu Jianjian suggested. He had already met Lin Tian before, but Lin Tian always seemed far too preoccupied for anything more than a fleeting encounter. I suspect Lin Tian might decline. This fellow places great value on his time, Li Wenxing sighed. Lu Jianjian pursed his lips, considering how to cultivate a better relationship with Lin Tian. After all, how could he recruit talent in that case? Recruit? Nonsense. The crucial point is that he noticed Gu Yun. She is Gu Qingyu's daughter, and martial artists possess keen perception. Lu Jianjian could tell that Gu Yun's gaze upon Lin Tian was decidedly unusual. It is utterly absurd, Lu Jianjian scoffed. Lin Tian has actually managed to connect with Gu Qingyu's daughter. Chapter 37. the Tang Dao Ink Master. At 10:30 in the evening, Lin Tian strolled alone along the tranquil street. Transferring schools? He murmured softly. Earlier, he had a brief conversation with Lu Jianjian, the principal of the First Martial High. Through Li Wenxing's introduction, this was not Lin Tian's first encounter with Lu Jianjian. They had conversed during Lin Tian's previous visit to the First Martial High when he was there for teaching. Lu Jianjian had treated Lin Tian with great kindness. However, the notion of transferring schools posed certain challenges. On one hand, the martial arts education department discourages school transfers, as most applications are outright denied. The primary reason is that they do not wish to witness any one school monopolizing the scene. Currently, the First Martial High has already established itself as the dominant institution, and the education department is averse to such a scenario. Secondly, and more critically for Lin Tian, he is reluctant to transfer not for academic reasons, let alone for Gu Qingyu, but solely because of Wang Jie. Since Lin Tian began his studies, Wang Jie has provided him with considerable support, and Lin Tian wishes to repay him through his achievements. The emergence of a talented individual would undoubtedly enhance the prestige of an exceptional teacher. This is what Lin Tian aspires to accomplish. In certain respects, he is rather selfish, yet in other matters, he believes in reciprocating kindness. The street was sparsely populated, the streetlights shining brightly, casting shadows that resembled specks of daylight illuminating the darkness. At the corner by the roadside, a graceful figure hurriedly approached. Shadowblade. Gu Yun unexpectedly appeared before Lin Tian. She exuded an air of elegance, her long sword glimmering faintly behind her. The light from the street lamp illuminated her flawless, beautiful face and her bright, expressive eyes. You haven't accepted my friend request yet, Gu Yun said with a smile. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Was that the reason she appeared? He had indeed provided Gu Yun with a QR code, but had yet to approve her request. After a brief pause, Lin Tian took out his phone and accepted the request. Are you still busy today? I know of a great barbecue place. Let me treat you, Gu Yun suggested as she walked beside Lin Tian, speaking softly. Lin Tian touched his stomach. He was indeed a bit hungry. After all, according to his biological clock, he would begin his long night of cultivation after 11 o'clock. Lu Jianjian had invited him to dinner earlier, but Lin Tian had declined, primarily because he was not yet willing to consider transferring schools. All right, I have quite an appetite, Lin Tian replied with a smile directed at Gu Yun. Good, Gu Yun said as she walked alongside him. I will be starting at the 3rd Martial High next Monday. Shadowblade. You're not a student at the 3rd Martial High, are you? Lin Tian merely cast a fleeting glance at Gu Yun and remained silent. A hint of apology flickered across Gu Yun's face. I apologize, I meant no offense. It's fine, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head lightly with a smile. In fact, my identity is rather easy to guess. I doubt I can keep the Shadowblade identity hidden for long. Gu Yun nodded in understanding, with the mention of Shadowblade. She had already pieced together the puzzle. Qingcheng has only a handful of martial high schools. There are only a few top seniors. The first martial high can be ruled out. Thus, Shadowblade must be one of the prodigies from the other 4 martial high schools. Considering Shadowblade's vitality is rated at 4.0, the possibilities are further narrowed down. Shadowblade, you should be cautious. The members of the Eternal Life sect whom you killed to save me may come after you, Gu Yun said earnestly as she looked at Lin Tian. Eternal Life sect? Lin Tian frowned. The Eternal Life sect is a cult established by humans who believe in the immortal beings. They think that dying for the immortal race will grant them true immortality, Gu Yun explained. When she learned that those who had ambushed her belonged to the Eternal Life sect, she felt a sense of despair, for while other cults might hesitate, the Eternal Life sect would not. Those fanatics have been resolute in their death wish from the very beginning. Can they really achieve immortality? Lin Tian scoffed, finding it hard to believe. Yes, Gu Yun replied coldly. The immortal beings possess secret techniques of life and death that can indeed grant eternal life to souls. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. This revelation was unexpected. Immortality truly exists in this world. Gu Yun seemed to sense Lin Tian's astonishment and continued to explain. It is essentially a technique for attracting souls, where the souls of living beings are ensnared by the immortal beings and placed in a realm of eternal life. For those in the Eternal Life sect, that realm is their paradise. Lin Tian's eyes darkened as he simply nodded in silence. For some reason, he suddenly found himself understanding the motivations of the alien cults a little better. After parting ways with Gu Yun, it was already 11:30. Lin Tian hadn't conversed much with her. He merely ate hastily before taking his leave. The reason for his departure was a phone call from Chenanghua, informing him that the approval for his military achievements had come through. Just as he left the barbecue stall, Chenanghua had already dispatched a police vehicle to wait for Lin Tian on the roadside. Inside the car, Chenanghua waved at Gu Yun with a smile. Ridiculous, he remarked. Gu Yun had returned to Qingcheng thanks to Lin Tian, only to nearly lose her life in an ambush by the alien cultists, while Lin Tian, having saved Gu Yun, now seemed to enjoy a close relationship with her. The world is indeed small. Gu Yun is quite a remarkable girl, neither arrogant nor impatient. Chenanghua observed with a peculiar smile directed at Lin Tian. It was merely a simple meal, Lin Tian replied with a light chuckle. Indeed, Shenanghua did not press further and pointed to a box in the back seat. This contains the 150,000. I will take you back shortly. You killed 5 first-level alien beings, which amounts to 5 military achievements. The military has already activated your account, allowing you to purchase what you need through military merits on the military intranet. Shenanghua retrieved a laptop and opened a website for Lin Tian. Remember this website. Your account is your ID number, and the original password is this. He produced a card filled with numbers and special characters. Lin Tian took the card, which bore nearly 30 digits and symbols. With a thought, he began to input the information. Upon logging in, he found that it had indeed been activated, with military merits indicated as 5. Without hesitation, Lin Tian opened the military merit store. A splendid array of goods unfolded before his eyes. D-grade blood of the stabbing tiger, 1 military merit. D-grade blood of the eerie bird, 1 military merit. C-grade blood of the diamond fox, 10 military merits. C255 sniper rifle for mentalists, 10 military merits. D-grade alloy embroidered spring blade feathers, for military merits. D-grade alloy tang dao, the inked one, 5 military merits. Lin Tian scrutinized the offerings for an extended period, his access limited to items beneath 100 military merits. In truth, his 5 military merits could indeed procure a plethora of items, including blood essences and weaponry. When Lin Tian's gaze lingered on the D-grade alloy tang dao, the inked one, he hesitated for a considerable time. He required a blade, as his hidden blade's 7 slashes could be better executed with one. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian decisively clicked to purchase the tang dao named the inked one. You truly bought it? Shenanghua expressed surprise. Yes, the sooner I acquire it, the stronger I become, Lin Tian replied with a smile, subsequently inputting his address. Chapter 38. A Surge of Vitality. It would take a couple of days for a specialized delivery from the West Market, given the item's worth of 1 million. Shenanghua informed Lin Tian, then escorted him to a secluded area on the outskirts. This was a request from Lin Tian, as a vehicle was a considerable target. After winding through various paths, Lin Tian finally removed his mask in a shadowy corner. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Tian placed the box containing 150,000 coins on the floor. Ding. Detected host's current gold. 1, 513, 800. Please proceed to purchase the special effects, the system's voice echoed. The instant Lin Tian opened the box, the crimson banknotes vanished in an instant. With newfound wealth, the possibilities for purchases expanded. Lin Tian focused his thoughts, and the price list for the special effects of the hidden blade's 7 slashes appeared before him. C-grade special effect Blood Shadow, 50,000 gold. B-grade mutated special effect Hidden Thunder Slash, 400,000 gold. B-grade special effect 100 Shadows Passing, 800,000 gold. A-grade special effect Reverse Point Glimmer, 1,600,000 gold. S-grade special effect Azure Bloodblade Slash, for million gold. At first glance, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Wait, why have the prices dropped? He recalled that the C-grade Blood Shadow effect was previously priced at 100,000, while the other effects were considerably more expensive. System, why has the price decreased? Lin Tian inquired with a frown. The host has gained insights previously, thus, the prices of martial technique effects have been lowered in relation to the host. The system's voice resonated deep within Lin Tian's mind. This revelation startled him momentarily, as he recalled the profound insights shared by Wang Yang regarding the subtle differences in human acupoints, meridians, and bones. These nuances guided him toward a martial arts cultivation method better suited to himself. He had not anticipated that this would directly result in a reduction of the prices for purchasing effects. This is truly excellent. A smile graced Lin Tian's lips. He then began contemplating which martial arts effects to acquire. The C-grade Blood Shadow effect offered a 5-fold enhancement in combat power, while the B-grade Hidden Thunder Slash and 100 Shadows Passing boasted an 8-fold increase. Since the Hidden Thunder Slash was a mutation of the Hidden Blade's 7 slashes and the 3 movements Thunder Fist, its price was half that of the others. Lin Tian promptly decided to purchase both the C-grade Blood Shadow and the Hidden Thunder Slash, totaling 450,000. As for the remaining sum of over 1 million, Lin Tian intended to acquire the final effect of the 3 movements Thunder Fist, A-grade special effect Myriad Thunder Call, 800,000 gold. Indeed, the Myriad Thunder Call, originally valued at 1 million gold, was now also discounted. Although the Myriad Thunder Call only provided a 10-fold enhancement in combat power, it possessed a unique advantage. The system indicated that its effects were amplified during overcast conditions. This was because the Myriad Thunder Call was a martial arts effect designed to summon heavenly thunder upon its wielder. Without hesitation, Lin Tian immediately purchased these 3 effects. A humming resonated deep within his mind, as monumental memories surged like a torrent through his consciousness. Vivid recollections imprinted themselves indelibly within Lin Tian's mind. It felt as though he had once stood beneath a tempest of thunderclouds, delivering a punch that shook the heavens and shattered the light. He had also wielded a blade against the roaring thunder, racing through the skies. Extending a single finger, tendrils of lightning entwined around it, transforming into a razor-sharp edge. In an instant, he struck out. Crack! The room suddenly flickered, light bursting forth. This was the sensation of true power. Both the hidden thunder slash and myriad thunder call provided a tenfold enhancement in combat power. If Lin Tian were to encounter those first-level alien cultists again, he would require no assistance from others and could vanquish them without firearms. After a moment of exhilaration, Lin Tian gradually calmed himself. He then retrieved a vial of D-grade vitality potion. This had been a gift from Gu Yun, worth at least 1 million. The previous blood of the stabbing tiger had yielded significant benefits for Lin Tian, so he wondered how much this D-grade vitality potion could elevate him. Uncorking the vial, Lin Tian swiftly consumed its contents. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, a thunderous roar erupted, and Lin Tian felt his vitality surge within him. It was as if he had transformed into a being of fire, flesh, and blood ablaze. Instantly, he activated his true thunder energy. In this solitary moment, Lin Tian no longer suppressed the manifestation of his aura. 3 rings of thunder appeared behind him, as if the god of thunder had descended. Rolling thunderous vitality coursed through Lin Tian's extraordinary meridians, shattering and absorbing the essence of the vitality potion. A tremendous energy crashed against every acupoint, every organ within him. Threads of azure lightning seeped from his pores, expelling countless impurities from the depths of his flesh. Lin Tian recognized that his body was evolving, drawing ever closer to the true state of purity. This was an exceedingly lengthy process. Approximately 2 hours passed before Lin Tian fully absorbed the effects of the D-grade potion. As for the subsequent slow hours of the night, he would need to continue cultivating true thunder energy to refine his bones and muscles. Toot! Toot! Outside the window, the cacophony of car horns echoed. At 8 in the morning in Qingcheng, the city was met with the punctual wave of traffic congestion. Lin Tian, seated cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Zing! A spark of electricity flashed from his gaze, exuding an aura of authority. A layer of dirt and sweat coated his skin, and steam filled the room, resembling clouds. Lin Tian exhaled. Even though his bones had adapted to the trials of thunder's refinement and impact, each session of meditation felt akin to an arduous test, fraught with difficulty. System. Check data panel. Lin Tian expelled a breath of stale air, connecting with the system. Host, Lin Tian. Balance, 173, 800 gold. Vitality, 89. Mental strength, 05. Martial techniques, 1. 3 movements thunder fist, fully purchased. 2. Hidden blade 7 slashes. C-grade special effect blood shadow. B-grade mutated special effect hidden thunder slash. B-grade special effect 100 shadows passing, not purchased. A-grade special effect reverse point glimmer, not purchased. S-class special effect, azure blood blade slash, not purchased. Martial arts, 1 true thunder energy. Effects for purchase, C-class thunder energy flotation. B-class thunder serpent leap. A-class thunder ring universe. S-class devouring thunder river, not purchased. The vitality surged directly to 89. Lin Tian exclaimed in delight. This unexpected enhancement took him by surprise. Prior to his cultivation, his vitality was merely at 6. 5. This time, he had experienced a substantial increase of 2. For in vitality, such an elevation could not merely stem from a D-class potion. It was primarily due to Lin Tian having cultivated true thunder energy to the level of Thunder Ring Universe. The deeper one delves into martial arts, the greater the efficacy of the potions absorbed. Shenanghua had previously stated that if an individual without comprehension of martial arts were to absorb a tiger stab potion, their vitality would only rise by 0. 3. However, Lin Tian, utilizing true thunder energy to absorb it, experienced a remarkable surge of nearly 1. This illustrates the disparity and the advantages of high proficiency in martial arts. This time, Lin Tian profoundly grasped this truth. Chapter 39, The Frustrated Wang Jie. I have yet to feel the shackles of a level 1 warrior. Perhaps I can achieve a vitality exceeding 10 and advance to a level 1 warrior, Lin Tian pondered. Generally, martial arts institutions do not instruct students on how to advance. After all, those who manage to ascend to a level 1 warrior during their time at martial arts school are exceedingly rare. Lin Tian relied on information gleaned from the internet for his cultivation. Essentially, it is about sensing one's limits. When he truly perceives the limitations of his vitality, that will signify his breakthrough. Just 4 more hours of cultivation, he murmured. He had heard that level 2 warriors could go a month without sleep. His sleep time had already been diminishing in recent days. Meanwhile, in front of a villa in the southern suburbs of Qingcheng, Wang Jie arrived, laden with bags. At Gu Li's doorstep. I must be insane to believe that kid could participate in the 8th city joint examination, Wang Jie chuckled bitterly. 2 days prior, Lin Tian expressed his desire to partake in the 8th city joint examination for the second time, although it was merely a casual remark. Nevertheless, Wang Jie took it to heart. The 8th city joint examination allocates 3 slots for the 3rd martial arts school. It goes without saying that Gu Yun will undoubtedly be among them. The remaining 2 slots will likely be filled by the top students of the 3rd martial arts school. 2 days ago, Wang Jie had admonished Lin Tian not to entertain such fanciful thoughts. However, Lin Tian had insisted that his vitality had already reached above 5. Wang Jie was well aware of Lin Tian's character. Such declarations would never be made lightly. If Lin Tian was willing to share this with him, it indicated he was being truthful. Wang Jie was all too familiar with Lin Tian's background. To attain a vitality of 5 under such circumstances signifies what? It signifies genius. Had Lin Tian still been at a mere 1x vitality, Wang Jie would have certainly advised him against such daydreams. However, now that it was 5, he felt compelled to advocate for him. Subsequently, Wang Jie pressed the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing Gu Qingyu, who cast a glance at the gifts in Wang Jie's hands. "Mr. Gu, what brings you here?" Gu Qingyu's face lit up with a smile upon seeing the presents. "Come in. We can discuss matters inside." Gu Qingyu warmly invited Wang Jie into the villa. Upon entering, Wang Jie felt somewhat awkward as he glanced around. A young man in his 20s acknowledged him with a nod before retreating to his bedroom. Wang Jie recognized him as Gu Qingyu's son. Following the fallout from Lin Tian's incident, Gu Qingyu's son had already been expelled by Xiao Xiaoli's father. "Principal, may I inquire whether this year's slots for the 8th City Joint Examination have already been predetermined?" With just over a month remaining until the examination, the school showed no signs of organizing any martial arts selection process. It was essentially the same as before. Slots were predetermined. This was not arbitrary, as the selected students were the strongest in the school, approved by the Qingqing Martial Arts Education Department. Gu Qingyu scrutinized Wang Jie, puzzled as to why he was concerned about the 8th City Joint Examination. Nevertheless, he patiently responded, "Yes, last month the third-year students underwent martial testing, and Li Cheng and Chen Yaidi have consistently outperformed their peers." The implication behind Gu Qingyu mentioning these two names was unmistakable. Together with Gu Yun, the trio had been assembled, negating the need for another grand martial examination. Wang Jie nodded, cautiously probing, "Is the principal not considering second-year students?" "Second year?" Gu Qingyu frowned, narrowing his eyes. As Wang Jie was the homeroom teacher for Class 3 of the second year, mentioning second-year students inevitably brought to mind a name he found rather distasteful: Lin Tian. "You're not suggesting Lin Tian, are you?" Gu Qingyu sneered, lighting a cigarette. Wang Jie pursed his lips, taken aback by Gu Qingyu's straightforwardness. "Principal, there have been exceptional second-year students who qualified for the 8th City Joint Examination in the past. I believe there are indeed talented individuals among the second-year students." Wang Jie continued, maintaining a polite demeanor. Bang! Gu Qingyu slammed his hand on the table, seething. "I am asking you whether you mean Lin Tian." Wang Jie swallowed hard, meeting Gu Qingyu's gaze as he replied, "Yes, I am referring to Lin Tian, and not just him, but the entire second-year cohort." Rather than becoming angry, Gu Qingyu laughed. He realized Wang Jie had come to deliberately irritate him. "I acknowledge Lin Tian's remarkable abilities. I understand he is a young hero, but can he not adhere to reality? Last month, his vitality was merely 1.7. Gu Qingyu bellowed. He was unaware of the names of other students, but Lin Tian was the exception. Now, anyone daring to mention Lin Tian in his presence felt like they were mocking him. Just as Wang Jie was about to retort, he refrained. Lin Tian had entrusted him with his vitality level, indicating that Lin Tian trusted him. He could not expose Lin Tian's hidden cards. Yet, without disclosing Lin Tian's vitality, Gu Qingyu would never acquiesce. Conversely, revealing it would only solidify Gu Qingyu's opposition. Wang Jie calmed himself. He knew Gu Qingyu all too well. He was a petty man. "I did not mention Lin Tian, Principal. You misunderstood. I was referring to Xiao Xiaoli, who possesses a vitality of 5.0 and comes from a wealthy family. It is quite possible she has already mastered a B-class martial technique." Wang Jie implored, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Gu Qingyu's brow furrowed deeply, fixing a fierce glare at Wang Jie. Wang Jie had truly come to vex him. "So, you speak of Xiao Xiaoli instead of Lin Tian?" Gu Qingyu snapped. If Xiao Xiaoli's father had merely shown him some respect, he would not have issued that announcement. That very announcement had humiliated him. The crux of the matter was that Wang Jie's evasive gaze clearly indicated he was using Xiao Xiaoli as a shield. Gu Qingyu understood that Wang Jie held Lin Tian in high regard. "Wang Jie, I know what you are thinking," Gu Qingyu sneered. "I know you care about Lin Tian. But let me assure you, it is unnecessary. I have not abused my power this time. I have merely exercised my rights correctly." Gu Qingyu rose, casting a cold gaze upon Wang Jie. "Leave. If you wish to thrive at Sangao, refrain from mentioning Lin Tian before me." Upon hearing Gu Qingyu's words, Wang Jie's expression soured. Though he was a teacher at Sangao, he was no martial artist. He could not withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Gu Qingyu. A first-level warrior. Bowing his head, he stood up, retrieving the gift he had brought. "Gift? What nonsense. You, Gu Qingyu, have merely become a warrior due to your family's affluence, all because you fathered a remarkable daughter. Get out. Get out of my house." Another voice erupted. As Gu Qingyu's son, who had previously retreated to his room, emerged to angrily berate Wang Jie, having overheard their conversation. "Humph," Wang Jie scoffed, turning on his heel and departing the villa without a backward glance. As he stepped outside, he encountered a beautiful girl, armed with a large sword, poised to enter. Hello. She greeted politely. Wang Jie shot her a cold glance and continued on his way, fully aware that she was Gu Qingyu's daughter. Gu Yun stared blankly at Wang Jie's receding figure, perplexed by the unfolding events. Chapter 40. The Secret of Ling Qiuzhi. Wang Jie, of course, did not relay today's events to Lin Tian. After all, what could he possibly say? That he was unable to secure an opportunity for him to participate in the 8th City Joint Examination? From now on, it would be up to Lin Tian to fight for himself. Wang Jie felt too embarrassed to do so. The slots for the 8th City Joint Examination required fierce competition. And as things stood, Lin Tian had yet to even gain a chance to compete. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jie reminded himself that he was merely an ordinary man, teaching at a martial arts high school solely due to his academic prowess. In this world, strength reigned supreme. 3 days passed in a blink. On this day, Lin Tian's vitality had risen to 10 points. Why do I still not sense the bottleneck of a first-level warrior? He exclaimed in surprise within his rented room. He had surmised that his vitality might have surpassed 10 points upon becoming a first-level warrior. Yet, even now, he felt no trace of the faint shackles. It must be related to my true thunder technique. My proficiency has reached the realm of thunder circles in the sky, signifying the perfect stage of true thunder. Lin Tian conjectured, understanding that this perfected technique not only bestowed him with an extraordinary body refining effect and combat prowess, but also rendered his vitality purer than that of ordinary warriors. In other words, during these past few days, Lin Tian's physique had become remarkably more refined and unblemished than that of others with equivalent vitality. This is the only plausible explanation. Such theories exist online, Lin Tian murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, a higher vitality value would translate into greater strength upon advancement. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Tian recognized that his ordered Tang Dao Emoja from the military achievement website had arrived. Opening the door, he found 2 men clad in military uniforms standing outside. You must be Lin Tian. This is your ordered item. One soldier produced a device, prompting Lin Tian to input his military website account and password. Once confirmed, he handed over a briefcase to Lin Tian. Shutting the door, Lin Tian could barely contain his excitement. He opened the briefcase to reveal a black umbrella measuring approximately 1 meters in length. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, bewildered by the discrepancy from what he had seen on the website. Why is it an umbrella? However, there was a slight distinction. The fabric of the umbrella was made from an exceptionally lightweight and thin material. Lin Tian's frown deepened, suspecting a mix-up on the military's part. Ding, please input your fingerprint to unlock. An electronic voice resonated, and a small Azure display screen appeared on the umbrella's handle. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he pressed his fingerprint against the screen. Ding, unlock successful, the electronic voice chimed once more. After a moment, Lin Tian finally grasped the umbrella's usage. On the surface, it appeared as an ordinary umbrella, but when Lin Tian needed to engage in battle, the fabric would retract into the handle, and the ribs would spring forth into a blade and back, transforming into a Tang Dao. What a flashy design, Lin Tian scoffed. He conducted a brief test, and the Tang Dao proved to be exceptionally sharp, with remarkable hardness and resilience. No wonder it was made from military-grade D-class alloy. Spending 5 points of merit was not a significant loss. In 2 days, the second-year midterm examination at Sangao will begin, Lin Tian murmured. He had prepared himself for the 8th City Joint Examination, and thus he intended to showcase his strength, proclaiming to all that he possessed the capability. After all, the news of the 8th City Joint Examination had circulated throughout the school. Students whispered among themselves, typically identifying a few top performers from each grade before selecting the 3 most formidable candidates. This had been the practice in the past. However, in most instances, the strongest trio emerged from the third-year students. Despite the mere year difference, the disparity was significant. The younger students' bones had yet to fully develop, rendering them physically weaker. Human warriors typically commenced their body refining at the ages of 15 or 16. A year's gap could lead to substantial differences. Lin Tian speculated that this midterm examination would serve as a means of evaluation. As for the third-year students, they were not required to undergo midterms, having already begun preparations for the martial arts examinations. The allure of the 8th City Joint Examination was immense for Lin Tian, and his recent rigorous training was all in preparation for it. He was acutely aware that he possessed the strength to rank among the top 3 in the entire school. In fact, he had no intention of waiting until his 3rd year to participate in the National Martial Arts Examination. Who said second-year students couldn't? Seated on a chair, Lin Tian retrieved his phone. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't even had the time to use it. Opening the messaging app, he immediately noticed a message from Zheng Lei. Zheng Lei, Tian, why haven't you been at school these past few days? The midterm exam is just around the corner. Don't forget about it. Zheng Lei, also one more thing. Teacher Ingren from the Yuqing Martial Arts School is truly exceptional. Shouldn't you enroll in his class? You could definitely learn to cultivate the flash thunder technique. Lin Tian chuckled at the peculiar messages. If I attend Teacher Ingren's class, then who will teach? After casually replying, he noticed a message from Ling Qiuzhi as well. Ling Qiuzhi, Brother Lin Tian, hello? I will soon be leaving Qingcheng, but before I go, I have something to ask of you regarding my brother and me. Lin Tian's gaze flickered. This message had been sent 2 nights prior, and he had only just noticed it. Ling Xiaoji had previously mentioned that she and her brother were not biologically related, but both possessed extraordinary psychic powers. When she revealed this, she had clearly displayed signs of evasion. Coupled with her demeanor during their first meeting, Lin Tian was almost certain that this young girl harbored a secret, an immense secret. Whether her willingness to share it with him stemmed from trust or malice remained uncertain. Lin Tian's expression turned contemplative, his fingers hovering over his phone without responding. There was no reason for Ling Xiaoji to harm him, particularly since she was aware that Lin Tian had once saved her. Moreover, on that day when Lin Tian vanquished the immortal sect's adherents, Ling Xiaoji had also lent him assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian responded, Lin Tian, why did you not inform the police chief about this? After a short while, Ling Xiaoji's reply arrived. Ling Xiaoji, I do not trust them. Lin Tian furrowed his brows, knowing that during this period, Ling Xiaoji had been residing with the police chief. Yet, despite this, she remained distrustful of him. It reminded him of their first encounter when Ling Xiaoji had also shown skepticism towards others. This young girl was undoubtedly extraordinary and possessed remarkable intelligence. Lin Tian found himself at a loss, sensing he was ensnared in something enigmatic. The immortal sect, Ling Xiaoji. The mentalist. In a daze, he felt certain dark and intricate matters entwining around him. Ling Xiaoji had no motive to harm him, as there was nothing to gain. After much contemplation, he replied, Lin Tian, when do you plan to leave? Ling Xiaoji. Deputy Chief Chen mentioned that I have 6 days remaining. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and then stated, Lin Tian, let it be this Saturday. The weather forecast indicated that starting Thursday, Qingcheng would be engulfed in a prolonged period of rain lasting 4 to 5 days. At the very least, it would be overcast, enabling the thunder fist of the 3 movements to unleash effects exceeding 10-fold amplification. Chapter 41. The examination commences. 2 days later, Lin Tian stood before the entrance of the 3rd Martial High School, taking a deep breath. He had not attended classes for several days. This had already been discussed with Wang Jie. After all, given Lin Tian's current level, the sophomore curriculum had become somewhat simplistic. In reality, most third-year students ceased attending classes starting in April. The 2 months leading up to the college entrance examination were a time for pooling resources, purchasing vitality potions, attending high-priced lectures, hiring private martial instructors, or even seeking blessings at temples were common practices. Each year, millions of students across Manhwaadiobook participated in martial examinations. Yet fewer than 100,000 would gain admission to martial universities. Today marked the midterm examination for the second-year students. Lin Tian glanced at the examination number Wang Jie had given him and entered a classroom. The morning was dedicated to the academic exam, while the afternoon would be reserved for the martial examination. The academic portion accounted for 20% of the overall assessment. The martial examination was the true focus. The martial examination at 3rd Martial High was quite straightforward, consisting of a tower challenge. As the name suggests, it involved an examination building staffed by teachers and selection robots. Each floor contained 5 rooms, each representing a different challenge. With a total of 10 buildings, this amounted to a perfect score of 100. Each classroom successfully navigated would yield 2 points, with increasing difficulty as one ascended. This was the most direct method of assessing a student's strength. Thus, Lin Tian was quite confident. As long as he could reach the top floor of the examination building, he would have the opportunity to compete for a spot at the upcoming inter-city examination against third-year seniors. Upon entering the academic examination classroom, he found nearly 20 students already seated. Many were still reviewing their books in the hallway, attempting to cram at the last moment. Lin Tian did not place much importance on the academic exam, so he had only brought a pen with him. Naturally, he had also brought his Tang Dao, the ink master. Lin Tian, a melodious female voice called out, and he turned to see Xiao Xiaoli smiling at him. The seating arrangement for the academic exam was randomized, and he had not anticipated encountering Xiao Xiaoli again. I suppose you will once again be the top scorer in the academic exam, she remarked with a sweet smile. Actually, I haven't been studying diligently during this time, Lin Tian replied with a light chuckle. Xiao Xiaoli nodded and then leaned over her desk, giving Lin Tian a discreet thumbs up. Good luck. Lin Tian smiled and nodded in return. Student, please refrain from placing your umbrella beside your desk. The supervising teacher at the podium promptly observed Lin Tian and approached his desk to relocate the umbrella. Lin Tian quickly stood up, grasping the hilt of the ink master, and personally placed it on the podium. The weight of the ink master was approximately 80 kilograms, a testament to the density of D-grade alloy. If the teacher were to handle it, he would undoubtedly notice its peculiar heft, and Lin Tian preferred not to let anyone else touch his weapon. At that moment, a voice rang out. What? Yucheng is back? It had been a long time since he had seen Yucheng. It seemed he had not attended school this semester. Yet here he was for the midterm exam. The classroom erupted in a flurry of chatter as everyone's gaze turned to the boy who had appeared at the classroom door. Yucheng, you've come to take the exam too. The supervising teacher recognized him and greeted him warmly. Yes. I'm here to see if I can break the school record, the youth named Yu Chung replied with a smile. The record he mentioned pertained to the Tower Challenge. Third Martial High maintained a record list for this challenge, with the top score set a decade prior, as there were neither midterms nor finals for the third-year students. Indeed, if it's you, it should be possible. What is your vitality level? The supervising teacher inquired, well aware of Yu Cheng's capabilities. Just reached 8. Yu Chung replied while approaching his examination desk and placing the long sword he had been carrying at the side. At this, the classroom fell silent, with some students staring at Yu Chung in awe. The next moment, a flurry of whispers erupted, all discussing Yu Chung. Yu Chung, if you're aiming to break the record, you could have just come for the afternoon exam. Why bother with the academic portion? A student asked, puzzled. Since I'm here, I aim not only for first in the martial exam, but also for first in academics, Yu Chung replied nonchalantly. As his words settled, the admiration in the eyes of his classmates intensified. Such a well-rounded talent, excelling in both academics and martial prowess, was exceedingly rare. Some students glanced at Lin Tian, who was also a notable figure in the school. Well, you have quite the competition. Although Lin Tian's martial exam scores may not be impressive, he has held the top position in academics since freshman year. Someone chuckled softly. Yu Chung cast a brief glance at Lin Tian, his expression indifferent. He was naturally aware of Lin Tian's reputation as the top student during their freshman year, but Lin Tian had consistently excelled in academics. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Chung turned to Lin Tian and remarked seriously, while you may rely on academics to maintain your reputation due to your lack of martial prowess, this time, I will ensure that you fall short even in that regard. With that, Yu Chung lost interest in Lin Tian. The classroom fell into silence, no one daring to speak. Yu Cheng's words carried an odd undertone. What did he mean by insinuating that Lin Tian depended on academics to uphold his reputation? It was evident that Yu Cheng looked down upon him. This was, of course, not unexpected, as everyone believed that academic performance was inconsequential compared to martial achievements. As for Lin Tian, he merely cast a fleeting glance at Yu Cheng, remaining silent. Although he had not attended school for several days, he had always been diligent in his studies prior to this. It is hardly the case that a few days of indolence in the humanities would render one inferior to others. He refrained from countering Yu Cheng, for the truth would ultimately vindicate all. Arrogance is the most fragile of qualities. As Lin Tian fell silent, the others instinctively presumed he lacked the courage to retort. After a while, the examination commenced. The subjects included Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, comprising a total of 3 examinations over 4 hours, with nearly 250 questions. Lin Tian cast a cursory glance at the paper before immersing himself in the task. Meanwhile, other students began to write fervently. Approximately 2 hours later, students began to submit their papers one by one. Upon receiving the papers, the invigilator placed them into a machine akin to a currency verifier for assessment. This was an automated grading device, typically yielding results within half a minute. 35 points. How did you manage that? 155 points. You must study diligently, as this score is far too low. 351 points. Not bad, but still not passing. 0 points. Can you not even guess one correctly? The invigilator furrowed his brow repeatedly. Most students who submitted early were unable to continue. Chapter 42. The Ink Master Unleashed, shocking the entire class. The invigilator, somewhat speechless, recorded each paper into the system. The total score for the humanities examination was 600, yet many students struggled to surpass 400. It matters not, as long as I perform well in the martial arts examination. A student who received a score of 0 chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. The invigilator ceased further remarks. Indeed, humanities scores held little significance. In the martial arts examination of Manhwa's high schools, they accounted for merely 20% of the overall score. Moreover, in most cases, the martial arts committee overlooked candidates' humanities results, focusing solely on their martial arts scores. After all, in this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Time flowed like water, gently passing by. Half an hour later, the bright sky, once adorned with clouds, turned ominous. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resounded, roaring and tumultuous. A torrential downpour arrived abruptly, drenching the campus in a haze. It truly is raining, the invigilator mused, having noted the weather forecast predicting several days of continuous rain. Today, it indeed began to pour. Fortunately, he had brought an umbrella. Among the examinees, only a handful had prepared an umbrella, and many students felt a wave of dismay. Teacher, I am submitting my paper. A crisp voice rang out. It was Xiao Xiaoli, approaching with a completed exam. Very well, the teacher replied, accepting her paper and placing it into the machine. Soon, the results appeared, and the teacher's eyes brightened. 555 points, a commendable score. It seems you performed quite steadily. The teacher expressed his admiration, having particularly high expectations for 3 students in the class, Xiao Xiaoli, Yu Cheng, and Lin Tian, whose humanities scores had consistently been among the highest. The invigilator glanced around the classroom. It was evident that Yu Cheng was nearing completion. However, upon observing Lin Tian, the invigilator frowned in disbelief. Goodness, he is actually sleeping. At that moment, everyone had indeed noticed Lin Tian's slumber, filled with astonishment. This was not characteristic of Lin Tian. Teacher, I am here to submit my paper, Yu Cheng said, approaching the teacher with his exam. He cast a glance at Lin Tian, frowned slightly, and then turned his attention away. Very well, the teacher said, placing Yu Cheng's paper into the machine. 571 points, quite impressive. If you maintain this performance, you may very well secure the top position. The teacher's voice resonated, causing an uproar throughout the class. Many girls regarded Yu Cheng with newfound admiration. In terms of both martial and academic prowess, Yu Cheng certainly outshone Lin Tian. Fortunately, my aim is not merely this examination, but the entirety of next year's Manhwaedit martial arts assessment, Yu Cheng stated nonchalantly. A glimmer of ambition in his eyes. What does it matter to be first in the 3rd martial high school? What I seek is the title of the top scholar in Qingqing. Excellence in both academics and martial arts. At this moment, Yu Cheng radiated confidence, leaving all who beheld him feeling inadequate. The invigilator nodded, his thoughts complex. After next year's martial arts examination, Yu Cheng would become the figure he would aspire to emulate. Such a person was destined to shine. Haha, do not forget your teacher in the future, the invigilator said with a jovial grin. Such sycophantic remarks were difficult to imagine coming from a teacher towards a student. Yet, it was indeed the case. The invigilator, in his 30s, had not yet achieved a score of 7, while Yu Cheng had already reached 8 in his 2nd year of high school. The two were simply not from the same world. If, in the future, Yu Cheng were inclined to lend a hand, the invigilator would undoubtedly flourish. Yu Cheng cast a glance at the invigilator, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He relished the deference and admiration stemming from their differing statuses. Teacher, I am submitting my paper. A strikingly beautiful girl rushed to the podium, handing in her exam. She then turned to Yu Cheng, her eyes hopeful. Yu Cheng, it has been a while. Would you like to have lunch together? The girl, named Zhang Lian, possessed an innocent beauty, earning her the title of the class flower. Her overtures shattered the hearts of many secret admirers still immersed in the examination. However, they could only watch helplessly. Yu Cheng glanced at the girl before noticing Xiao Xiaoli about to exit. He quickly called out, Xiao Xiaoli, would you like to have lunch together today? Upon hearing Yu Cheng's invitation, Zhang Lian's expression soured. Xiao Xiaoli turned to Yu Cheng and politely shook her head. No, I'll be going home for lunch. Yu Cheng momentarily hesitated, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, while Zhang Lian sighed in relief. After all, in terms of appearance and figure, she could only claim the title of class flower, while Xiao Xiaoli undoubtedly belonged to the echelon of school beauty. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Lian noticed the sleeping Lin Tian, and her eyes gleamed. Yu Cheng, I see you didn't bring an umbrella. Shall we leave school together? Yu Cheng glanced at the torrential rain outside before smiling. Sure. Zhang Lian felt a wave of relief, regardless of how humble her demeanor appeared at that moment. Building rapport with Yu Cheng was all that mattered. Most high school students disdained such obsequious behavior. Yet, Zhang Lian had matured early. Approaching the podium, she immediately spotted the sleek black umbrella leaning against the wall. Its fabric gleamed with an elegance that obscured its texture, and the craftsmanship of the handle was exquisite. It was, of course, Lin Tian's prized possession. When Lin Tian entered the classroom, Zhang Lian had noticed the luxurious umbrella. She had not brought one herself, but sought the opportunity to interact with Yu Cheng. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained soundly asleep at his desk. Upon seeing Zhang Lian reach for Lin Tian's umbrella, the invigilator's brow furrowed. He glanced between the sleeping Lin Tian and Yu Cheng. Ultimately, under Zhang Lian's pleading gaze, he chose to acquiesce. After all, it was merely an umbrella. If Zhang Lian could forge a connection with Yu Cheng, she would surely remember his silence today. And just then, Zhang Lian's hand first made contact with the handle of Lin Tian's umbrella, and in an instant, her expression shifted dramatically. How heavy! It was absurdly weighty. She could hardly lift it. Buzz! Suddenly, a resonant hum emanated from the umbrella handle, illuminating with a glimmer of deep blue light. Please provide your identification number within 3 seconds. A mechanical voice echoed from the handle. In that fleeting moment, panic washed over Zhang Lian, and she instinctively stepped back. The entire class of students looked on in astonishment at the umbrella. Even the invigilating teacher, Yu Cheng, widened his eyes in sheer disbelief. Yu Cheng, still unaware of the unfolding situation, instinctively glanced at the slumbering Lin Tian. This umbrella is anything but ordinary. 3. The voice continued to count down. 2. Buzz. A beam of azure light shot forth from the handle, instantaneously scanning the entire classroom. What to do? What to do? The instigator, Zhang Lian, was utterly flustered by the scene before her. She felt as though she had triggered a catastrophe. The umbrella seemed akin to a ticking time bomb. Chapter 43. The Top of the Humanities. The Umbra suddenly activated, sending ripples of fear throughout the class. Especially as the countdown continued, it genuinely resembled a bomb. This is military-grade weaponry. Quickly recite your identification number. The experienced invigilator shouted at Zhang Lian. What was procured through military merit is exclusively the domain of the armed forces. The Umbra possessed a built-in tracking feature. Just moments ago, it had scanned the entire classroom, confirming that all members were of the human race. Otherwise, it would have detonated. Now, it was poised to verify Zhang Lian's identity. Stealing military weaponry is a grave offense. Yet, Zhang Lian was so panicked that she could hardly utter a word. With a whoosh, a gust of wind erupted, almost like a streak of light flashing through the classroom. Such speed. Yu Cheng was taken aback, witnessing Lin Tian rise and leave a fleeting afterimage before him. That speed surpassed his own. No. Yu Cheng tried to dismiss the thought. Surely, he could be just as swift. Snap. Lin Tian appeared before the umbra, grasping the handle. The countdown that had been echoing from the handle ceased abruptly upon receiving Lin Tian's fingerprint. Who dares to touch my umbrella? Lin Tian glared coldly at Zhang Lian, his voice laced with anger. Even after experiencing life and death, a chilling murderous intent naturally erupted from his gaze. Warriors despise nothing more than having their weapons handled by others, and Lin Tian was no exception, considering the umbra would accompany him for a long time to come. He could harbor distrust for humanity, but he would never doubt the weapon in his grasp. Under Lin Tian's intense gaze, Zhang Lian's complexion turned as pale as a ghost. She had never anticipated that the usually quiet Lin Tian would exhibit such a fierce expression. It was far more terrifying than her most fearful moments. She even felt that he might kill her in the next instant. Kill her? What an absurd thought, yet Zhang Lian felt the weight of it. This was the primal fear of the weak in the presence of the strong. Lin Tian, I apologize, Zhang Lian stammered, lowering her head. The other students in the class were equally astonished by the scene. They were not fools. They quickly grasped that Lin Tian's speed was highly abnormal, far beyond what someone with a vitality score below 5 could achieve. Moreover, military weaponry was certainly not something an ordinary person could possess. Could Lin Tian have military connections? Was that umbrella truly a weapon? This was astonishing. Lin Tian's gaze was frightening. His speed was terrifying. A murmur of whispers spread, with everyone hesitant to speak too loudly. If their admiration and envy for Yu Cheng were palpable, then the presence Lin Tian exuded was one of sheer pressure. An intense aura of oppression enveloped the room. A typically quiet individual erupting with fury instilled a deep-seated fear in everyone. Lin Tian, what is your vitality score? Yu Cheng fixated on Lin Tian, his heart tumultuous like crashing waves. Previously, he had regarded Lin Tian solely for his outstanding humanities scores, which he dismissed as insignificant. However, now he questioned whether Lin Tian's strength was formidable enough to rival his own. Lin Tian ignored Yu Cheng, merely casting a cold glance at Zhang Lian before returning to his seat. This time, he placed the umbra beside him. The invigilator said nothing, even appearing somewhat reluctant to meet Lin Tian's gaze. A student capable of acquiring military-grade weaponry was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps his status was beyond what Yu Cheng could fathom. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. Once Zhang Lian felt Lin Tian's wrath had subsided, she sighed in relief. With great difficulty, she lifted her head to glance at Yu Cheng, feeling utterly humiliated and covering her face as she left. The classroom fell into silence once more. Yu Cheng and the invigilator remained silent. Zhang Lian's actions were of no concern to them. Yet at that moment, they felt as if they had become the jesters in the eyes of their peers. Yu Cheng pondered for a moment but chose not to leave. Instead, he returned to his seat. He gazed at the still sleeping Lin Tian, crossing his arms as he awaited the outcome of Lin Tian's humanities examination. At noon, the examination bell rang, rousing Lin Tian from his slumber. He had completed the exam paper 2 hours prior. In the past, he would have meticulously reviewed it. But due to a recent reversal of his day-night cycle, he had reserved the mornings for training and afternoons for sleep. Now, as he prepared to tackle the next challenge, he planned to rest in the morning. Teacher, here is my paper. Lin Tian submitted his examination to the instructor. The invigilator kept his head down, avoiding Lin Tian's gaze, mechanically placing the paper into the grading machine. After a moment, the invigilator held his breath. He could already surmise Lin Tian's score, yet each time he saw it, he was still profoundly astonished. After all, Lin Tian's humanities scores had consistently been exceptionally high. 591 points, just 9 points shy of a perfect score. Remarkable, the invigilator stated slowly. Upon hearing this score, the other students exchanged glances, astonished by the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Lin Tian's humanities score was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have secured the top position in the second martial arts selection. As for Yu Cheng, who had been tightly crossing his arms, he momentarily froze. At this moment, the stark reality struck him. His previously confident remarks now seemed somewhat ludicrous. In the realm of humanities, he had indeed been bested by Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded quietly. He was not particularly surprised. This score was slightly lower than his usual performance. In the first year of high school, he frequently achieved perfect scores. Without uttering a word, Lin Tian exited the classroom. As he stepped out of the school, he encountered an acquaintance. Ah Tian, let me treat you to a meal. Zhang Lei cheerfully approached him, having waited in the corridor for Lin Tian's emergence. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, subsequently unfurling the ink-black umbrella he carried. Under normal circumstances, the umbrella served merely as a shelter, yet it possessed an ample coverage, enough to accommodate 2 individuals. Ah Tian, I must tell you, Teacher Ingrin is truly remarkable. I feel as though I've made significant progress these past few days. Oh, that's splendid. Splendid scarcely encapsulates it. Teacher Ingrin always exudes a rather stern demeanor. Just yesterday, I was reprimanded for my laziness. Indeed, he was not mistaken. In the afternoon, the rain fell in torrents. This time, the drenched students had prudently purchased umbrellas during lunchtime. In the conference room, Principal Wang Zili sat alongside the teachers of the third high school, all fixated on the large black screen monitor. The screen displayed surveillance footage from 50 classrooms. Lin Tian topped the liberal arts examination with a score of 591, followed by Yu Cheng with 571, and Li Fei with 568. One of the teachers read aloud from the score sheet he held, although some teachers maintained a calm facade. Tumultuous waves stirred within their minds. The first-place score eclipsed the second by a full 20 points. This was a resounding triumph. Lin Tian's prowess in liberal arts had always been exceptional. Gu Qingyu, vexed, slammed his hand on the table, interrupting the teacher. Enough of this. It is of no significance. The martial examinations are about to commence. Upon Gu Qingyu's pronouncement, the other teachers in the conference room fell silent. Some refrained from speaking, while others harbored derision in their hearts. Gu Qingyu's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished by Lin Tian. Hearing Lin Tian's name now elicited a visceral reaction. Chapter 44, The Tower Challenge. In the classroom, Gu Qingyu's words hung in the air, leaving the others speechless. The majority of the teachers disapproved of Gu Qingyu's conduct, even looking down upon him. Yet, who could challenge him, given that he was a first-tier martial artist at the pinnacle of his level, boasting nearly 100 points of vitality? In a corner, the proctor contemplated mentioning Lin Tian's possession of military-grade weaponry, but restrained himself upon seeing Gu Qingyu's expression. On the playground, 300 second-year students stood quietly, unfazed by the torrential downpour, all holding umbrellas as they gazed at the director on the podium. Showing no signs of complaint, the second-year midterm examinations promised rewards. Specifically, the top 30 students would be honored. Even the 30th would receive a cash prize of 5,000. Excelling in this examination could yield a substantial income. Lin Tian, do your best. You are first in liberal arts. If you can rank in the top 10 this time, you will receive a bottle of D-grade potion. The homeroom teacher, Wang Jie, approached Lin Tian and spoke quietly. Wang Jie felt a complex mix of emotions upon seeing Lin Tian. He had previously endured humiliation at Gu Qingyu's villa, which left him feeling both frustrated and guilty. This was his second attempt to seek Gu Qingyu's support for his second-tier martial arts ranking, and he had failed again, unable even to secure an examination qualification for his own student. Teacher Wang, the top few from this midterm examination should be eligible for the selection for the 8th city joint examination, correct? Lin Tian inquired earnestly, looking at Wang Jie. Wang Jie faltered momentarily, his expression becoming intricate. So, Lin Tian had always aspired to participate in the 8th city joint examination. Should he reveal the truth to Lin Tian? Wang Jie sighed internally, ultimately opting not to shatter Lin Tian's hopes, and quietly nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Lin Tian also nodded, reassured that he had not been mistaken. Students, please have your examination numbers ready. We will enter the martial examination building in groups of 10. The director announced loudly from the podium. As teachers began distributing examination numbers, Lin Tian received his number, 151. Tian, I got 152. We should be in the same group. Zheng Lei chimed in cheerfully from beside him. I have 156, Li Yuji quietly remarked from a distance, casting a friendly smile towards Lin Tian and Zheng Lei. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Having missed several days of class, he was surprised by the newfound gentleness in Li Yuji's demeanor. In class 1 of the second year, Yu Cheng cast a fleeting glance at Lin Tian's class before returning his attention elsewhere. This time in the tower challenge, I will surpass you. A resonant voice suddenly broke through the rain's din, drawing the attention of students from nearby classes. The speaker was a bald boy clad in a tank top, his eyes brimming with combat fervor as he faced Yu Cheng. Zhang Huang was likely the only student in the entire school who could rival Yu Cheng. Both Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang had not attended school this semester, yet it was said that their vitality had surged above 7 points. Impressive. They are indeed the twin prodigies of our second year, many students murmured. Both Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang were extraordinarily captivating figures, drawing everyone's gaze wherever they went. Yu Cheng merely cast a dismissive glance at Zhang Huang, choosing not to respond. Zhang Huang, perceiving Yu Cheng's indifference, felt a surge of anger. Yu Cheng, this time I will trample you underfoot, mark my words. Yu Cheng's eyes flickered momentarily. In the next instant, a powerful and searing aura erupted from Yu Cheng, sending ripples of pressure through the air. This is not good. The sudden release of energy caused students surrounding Yu Cheng to stagger back, nearly a dozen of them falling to the ground amidst the muddy rain. Ordinary students could hardly withstand the force emanating from Yu Cheng. Meanwhile, Zhang Huang stood unfazed before him, a smirk playing on his lips. With a roar, a wave of dark energy surged from Zhang Huang, firmly countering Yu Cheng's pressure. The downpour intensified, but the rain was repelled by the fierce auras of the two boys, creating a clear space around them. Students watched in terror as the display of power surpassed anything they had encountered at their age. Even the majority of third-year students would struggle to contend with either of them. Those who had been knocked down by Yu Cheng's aura could only watch from a distance, too intimidated to speak. Beside Lin Tian, Zheng Lei and the others were awestruck by the spectacle. If only I could be that powerful, Zheng Lei exclaimed. His eyes filled with envy. This martial examination promises to be quite the spectacle. Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang are surely destined to vie for the top position. Indeed, their vitality levels are astonishingly high. Most teachers at the school would pale in comparison, another student noted. Did you see? Even their homeroom teacher dared not intervene, others whispered. Astonished, most students felt a complex mix of emotions. When they entered high school, their vitality levels had been relatively equal, yet in less than 2 years. Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang had ascended to a status they could only admire from afar. What are you doing? Do you not wish to take the exam? The director bellowed from the podium, prompting Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang to cease their confrontation. Soon, 2 students brought in an LCD monitor and placed it on the podium, which displayed 50 blue squares representing the classrooms. As the students entered, each square displayed their respective numbers, thereby clearly indicating which student had reached which classroom. Now, from numbers 1 to 10, commence the challenge. The director's voice resonated once more, prompting the top 10 students to adjust their mental state and embark on the quest. However, at that moment, few students paid attention to those advancing. The focal points remained on Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang, who captivated everyone's interest. In less than 10 minutes, 7 individuals from the first batch emerged from the martial arts examination building, visibly disheartened. It's exceedingly difficult. I couldn't withstand even a single punch from the instructor at the 5th level. I managed to reach the 7th level, which was a robot, and I simply couldn't prevail. It feels so challenging. I only got to the 5th level, which amounts to a mere 10 points, far from passing. In an instant, 70% of the students had failed, unable to surpass even the first floor. The apprehension among those yet to begin intensified. The second batch is entering. The director announced again. Although some from the first batch were still engaged in the challenge, the likelihood of their encounters was minimal. Time passed gradually, swiftly approaching 3 hours. Soon, it was Lin Tian's turn. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng had already entered the 31st classroom, while Zhang Huang remained at the 25th. Numbers 151 to 160. Please enter. The director's voice echoed, causing Lin Tian to steel himself. It was his moment. Chapter 45. After all, this is a martial arts examination. Injury should not be a concern, right? In the conference room, as Lin Tian stepped inside, his image appeared on the large screen. Instantly, the previously animated discussions among the teachers ceased, all eyes turning to Gu Qingyu's expression. With narrowed eyes, Gu Qingyu remarked, "Who do you think will secure the top spot in this year's martial arts examination, Yu Cheng or Zhang Huang?" As his words settled, the other teachers began to deliberate. Honestly, it's difficult to say. Yu Cheng has a vigorous energy level of 8, while Zhang Huang, though uncertain about his energy level, certainly progresses at a much swifter pace. I have a different perspective. I believe in Xiao Xiaoli. She might surpass both Zhang Huang and Yu Cheng when her turn comes. The discussions continued, centering on the students of utmost importance, Yu Cheng, Zhang Huang, and Xiao Xiaoli. Lin Tian, who had excelled in the humanities earlier that morning, was largely overlooked, save for the teacher who had proctored his exam. In a corner, the supervising teacher focused intently on Lin Tian, determined not to miss a single detail. Uncertain of Lin Tian's true capabilities, he sensed that this student was exceptional, potentially a dark horse in the competition. Meanwhile, Lin Tian approached the force measurement device for his first classroom challenge. "May I use a weapon?" he inquired of the teacher beside the device. The teacher glanced at the umbrella in Lin Tian's grasp, furrowing his brow, pondering whether the weapon in question was indeed an umbrella. "Yes. Do you wish to retrieve a weapon?" the teacher asked. Lin Tian shook his head, merely lifting the umbrella and gently tapping its tip against the measurement device. Ding! The sharp electronic chime echoed. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. Students who had been chatting fell quiet, and even the scoring teacher froze in place. "Zheng Lei, I'm heading to the next level," Lin Tian said with a soft smile towards Zheng Lei before stepping out of the classroom. "Tian, it seemed you didn't exert much effort just now," Zheng Lei said, bewildered. Li Yuji and the others remained speechless. They were not blind and had witnessed the ease with which Lin Tian had progressed. In the conference room, the monitoring of 50 classrooms converged on a grand display. Gu Qingyu's gaze remained fixed on Lin Tian, watching as he effortlessly navigated through the first 5 classrooms challenges. Remarkably, he had not even thrown a punch, merely using the tip of his umbrella to lightly touch the measurement device. Gu Qingyu's breath grew heavy. Within the school, 80% of students had faltered at the initial 5 levels. Gu Qingyu had anticipated Lin Tian would employ the Thunder Fist technique to advance, but had never envisioned he would do so with such grace. "Flashy nonsense," Gu Qingyu muttered under his breath. The other teachers exchanged glances, each silent in their astonishment. Inside the martial arts examination building, Lin Tian exited the final room on the first floor. "That was too easy. Have I truly become this strong?" he mused, glancing at the umbrella in his hand. On the other side of the corridor, Li Yuji emerged from the 5th classroom, head bowed, his eyes filled with despair. Even a large boy seemed on the verge of tears. Noticing Lin Tian's gaze, Li Yuji paused momentarily, fighting to suppress his tears. A wave of disillusionment washed over him. The person he once looked down upon had now become an insurmountable presence. He, Liu, was truly lacking. Lin Tian cast a casual glance at Liu before ascending to the second floor. The second floor housed another 10 classrooms, each occupied by a senior student. Lin Tian breezed through the first 9 classrooms, reaching the last one without breaking a sweat. Lin Tian, you actually made it here, exclaimed a boy in a short-sleeved shirt. Astonished. Do you know me? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. How could I not know you? You're a well-known figure at this school, the boy scoffed, his demeanor shifting as he glared at Lin Tian. I've been in a foul mood lately, so my strikes may be quite severe. With a loud laugh, the boy moved like a flash, closing the distance to Lin Tian in an instant, his fist raised high. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a faint crimson aura of vitality surging forth. Lin Tian stood quietly in place, gazing indifferently at his opponent. In the next moment, as the disdainful look from the other party drew near, a punch was swung towards Lin Tian's eye. Bang! The boy who threw the punch was met with a swift kick to the abdomen from Lin Tian. The latter's speed and ferocity were unmatched. With a resounding thud, the boy collided against the classroom wall, the force of his internal turmoil erupting outward, shaking the entire room. Senior, your strike is rather ruthless, Lin Tian remarked with a faint smile. Previously, in 9 other classrooms, the senior students had only exchanged light blows, choosing not to escalate upon realizing Lin Tian's potential for advancement. Yet this one was evidently different, initiating with a vicious attack. How can you be so strong? The senior, now sprawled on the ground, looked at Lin Tian with a mixture of fear and helplessness. With 6 points of vitality, how could he have been sent flying by Lin Tian's kick? Am I strong? Lin Tian murmured softly, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Senior, please don't misunderstand. If you continue like this, the school might think I've bribed you. As Lin Tian spoke, he suddenly sprang into action. Boom. A wave of energy erupted from his body, unleashing the true, thunderous might. Like a wild beast, Lin Tian instantly dashed before the boy, delivering a kick aimed squarely at his face. You're going to die? The boy screamed, his face paling from sheer terror as he exerted all his strength to evade. In the next instant, Lin Tian's foot slammed against the wall. Boom. At that moment of contact, the entire classroom trembled violently. The wall, 3 times thicker than normal, buckled inward. Crack. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread across the entire classroom. Gulp. Just managing to dodge that kick, the boy struggled to swallow, his legs weakened by fear, collapsing beneath him. Had that kick landed on him? The boy stammered, trembling as he attempted to plead for mercy, but no words escaped his lips. Senior, what's wrong? Lin Tian asked with a calm smile, placing a foot upon the boy's chest, an overwhelming force pinning him down. Tell me, why did you strike so hard just now? Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with a bright light, a barely discernible arc of electricity flickering. A chilling smile graced his lips. I. The boy's face had turned ashen, helplessly extending his hands. After all, this is a martial arts examination. Injuries should not be an issue, right? Lin Tian chuckled. At that moment, the loudspeaker crackled to life, resonating throughout the playground. Lin Tian. It was Gu Qingyu's voice, echoing through the school. He has already acknowledged his mistake. Do not intentionally harm others. With that declaration, chaos erupted across the school. Chapter 46. The greatest commonality among ants is their perpetual expectation that others are weak. The campus fell silent. Everyone heard Gu Qingyu's voice, even Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang, present in the martial arts examination building, paused in confusion. What on earth had transpired? The martial arts building trembled, followed by Gu Qingyu's command for Lin Tian to cease any violence. The monitors displayed that Lin Tian was currently in room 20. Based on everyone's perception of Lin Tian, reaching the 20th floor was already his limit. However, at this moment, inside the room, Lin Tian stood atop the senior student, suddenly bursting into laughter. Within him, the true thunderous might surged, and he turned to face the surveillance camera in the corner of the classroom. Gu Qingyu, Lin Tian bellowed, his eyes igniting with brilliant lightning. His voice, infused with vitality, resonated throughout the entire third martial high. Do you think you are so powerful? Lin Tian laughed heartily, an aura of thunderous energy enveloping him. Do you think that being the principal grants you the authority to suppress me? Ant. With a cold sneer, Lin Tian stood tall, his eyes shimmering with light, as if piercing through the monitor to meet Gu Qingyu's gaze. My strength cannot be subdued by you. You are far too weak. Lin Tian smiled faintly, and in the next moment, he released his foot from the boy's chest, immediately delivering a kick to his abdomen. Boom. A torrent of force erupted, a shockwave cascading through the boy's insides. Following that bang, his body slammed against the ground and then crashed into the wall. Puffed. Blood spewed from the boy's mouth. In the conference room, Gu Qingyu and the teachers watched the scene unfold, their jaws dropping in disbelief. How could Lin Tian, the top student in the humanities, possess such strength? Even they, as teachers, could not have dealt such a blow to that boy. Everyone had underestimated Lin Tian. This individual was indeed a martial arts prodigy. Gu Qingyu's gaze was fixed on Lin Tian on the monitor, his face flushed with rage. eyes blazing with fury. Lin Tian dared to call himself an ant. To label the principal as weak. You have some audacity. Gu Qingyu roared, his voice laden with boundless anger, reverberating in every student's ears. Lin Tian's homeroom teacher, Wang Jie, turned pale, never anticipating the situation would escalate to such a degree. Li Yuji, who had just emerged, was equally astonished. Lin Tian, has he truly become strong enough to confront the principal? In the classroom, Lin Tian chuckled. Gu Qingyu, is my audacity so great that you would resort to killing me? Unlike Gu Qingyu, Lin Tian's voice bore no trace of anger, but rather a chilling intent. The entire school stood still. Even Gu Qingyu found himself at a loss for words. Did he truly wish to kill Lin Tian? In a fleeting moment, he had considered it. Yet as the principal, one of the 3 heads of the martial arts education department in Huagua, how could he kill a student? Gu Qingyu, regarding the affairs of the second martial technique. You have obstructed my path, seeking to extinguish my future. This time, you wish to halt me at the 20th stage, aiming for my premature elimination. Lin Tian laughed, his gaze gradually turning ferocious. Do you truly believe my future can be suppressed by a mere figure like you? Do you truly think a principal can render me without hope? Lin Tian's words carried a flood of implications, and in an instant, the previously bewildered students and teachers began to comprehend. They understood why Gu Qingyu had attempted to impede Lin Tian. So that is how it is. Gu Qingyu was indeed shameless and selfish. This was a widely acknowledged fact. Damn, so it's like this. Gu Qingyu is truly trash. A student muttered under their breath. Keep it down. If he hears you, we're finished. Someone hurriedly cautioned. Why can't we speak the truth? The matters of the second martial technique are facts. Another student scoffed. They had not yet reached the point of fearing a principal's wrath. Meanwhile, Wang Jie clenched his fists, harboring deep-seated resentment. He despised this world dominated by the strong. How many students had been ruined under the rule of someone like Gu Qingyu? In the conference room, Gu Qingyu gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his neck. He could not believe Lin Tian had the audacity to speak the truth. Though it was indeed the case, Lin Tian had no evidence. How could he assert something without proof? As the ancient city of Yu was about to unleash a roar, Lin Tian's voice resonated once more. Ancient city Yu, behold. Can you truly suppress me? The breath caught in ancient city Yu's throat, and a cold sneer escaped his lips. Let us not speak of whether you possess evidence this time. Do you genuinely believe you can breach the final barrier? Lin Tian merely offered a faint smile, remaining silent. What a farce. Ancient city Yu scoffed. He straightened his posture, suddenly finding the situation ludicrous. How could he be angered by a mere boy? One who had seen nothing of the world? It had been over a decade since anyone had managed to reach the final classroom of the third martial high. Remember this. Ancient city Yu, Lin Tian remarked with a grin. The greatest commonality among ants is their incessant hope that others are weaker than themselves. Lin Tian's voice, imbued with unwavering determination and confidence, rang out powerfully, echoing like thunder. In that moment, the entirety of the school bore witness to his words, ushering in an eerie silence. A profound shock washed over everyone. A student dared to regard the principal as an ant, intent on claiming the title of the best. That student was Lin Tian, a seemingly gentle young man. Though his words carried a commanding presence, how could he possibly ascend to the final classroom? Above the heads of all the second-year students loomed Yu Cheng, Zhang Huang, and Xiao Xiaoli. How could he possibly triumph over these prodigies? Ancient City Yu's face flushed with rage. For a long moment, he could not utter a single word. He had never been so infuriated by a student before. Just a clown. Ancient City Yu finally managed to say after a pause. In the conference room, silence prevailed among all the teachers. Lin Tian quietly ascended to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd level, each of the 10 classrooms was occupied by teachers from the first martial high and other martial institutions. The first martial high had only 3 or 4 first-level martial artists among its teachers, and fewer than 7 with a blood energy level of around 7. Hence, for every martial examination, they would invite a few teachers from other martial schools with comparable blood energy. Come to the first martial high, my friend. The 3rd martial high is unworthy of you. In the first classroom, a rugged-looking man beamed at Lin Tian. He had heard the earlier exchange clearly. The Ministry of Education does not permit transfers. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. The rugged man chuckled softly in response. That's a matter for Principal Liu. Lin Tian's gaze flickered. Yet he remained silent, merely holding his weapon aloft in a gesture of martial respect. You intend to fight me with that? The rugged man frowned. It is sufficient. Lin Tian replied with a calm smile. In the next instant, boom. His figure flickered, transforming into a series of afterimages, and in an instant, dust erupted throughout the classroom. A sharp gust of wind erupted, forming a cyclone of energy from his punch. Not good, the rugged man exclaimed, suddenly realizing his oversight. Just as he was about to move, Lin Tian's weapon tip was already inches from his forehead. Teacher, you have lost. Chapter 47. Conquering the Abyss, Shattering the Firmament. Sovereign of the 9 Heavens. Gulp. The rugged man struggled to swallow, his eyes fixated on the weapon tip that hovered merely 5 centimeters from him. In that moment, sweat beaded on his forehead. What had just transpired? He had barely seen it coming. Thankfully, Lin Tian had held back. Otherwise, his head would have been shattered. He would have been utterly obliterated. Thank you, the rugged man stammered. Among the students attempting the challenge, Lin Tian was the most formidable he had ever encountered. Indeed. Lin Tian nodded quietly before exiting the classroom. Meanwhile, on the playground, the display screen on the podium indicated that Lin Tian's score was rapidly advancing through the rooms of the third level. So fast. Is this real? How can he be so quick? 33, 34. Was this truly the same Lin Tian? His speed surpassed even that of Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang. It was simply astonishing. The students were at a loss for words. In that moment, they comprehended the true extent of Lin Tian's prowess. The quiet, studious top student in the arts did not necessarily imply weakness in martial prowess. Within Lin Tian's class, a girl named Zhang Qian excitedly covered her mouth. Li Yuji gaped, her eyes glued to the display on the podium. She had not anticipated Lin Tian to be so remarkable. A sudden wave of absurdity washed over her. She had once urged her brother to confront him. Tian, you're incredible. Zheng Lei laughed heartily, though surprised. He felt a surge of excitement mingled with a tinge of melancholy. Just moments ago, he had celebrated his own achievement of reaching the 12th level. But now he witnessed his dear friend's extraordinary greatness. It felt dreamlike. On the 4th floor, Lin Tian slowly stepped into the 9th room. To his surprise, another student was present. Who are you? Zhang Huang, with his shaved head, furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Tian. Rarely present at school, he only paid attention to his peers, Xiao Xiaoli and Yu Cheng. Upon seeing Lin Tian, he felt a vague familiarity but could not place the name. Lin Tian, you have done well to reach this level. The female teacher serving as the guardian of this level smiled as she called out Lin Tian's name. She was also a teacher from the first martial high and paid little heed to ancient city Yu. Lin Tian was taken aback. How did all the teachers from the first martial high know him? Come to the first martial high. The third martial high is unworthy of you, the female teacher said with a smile. In the conference room, ancient city Yu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together in fury. He was pushed to the brink of rage. He had heard the same sentiment expressed once more. The third martial high is unworthy of Lin Tian? How could Lin Tian have advanced to this point? Everything unfolding before him was a slap in the face. Ancient city Yu felt as though every teacher's gaze bore a hint of mockery. Meanwhile, within the martial examination building, Zhang Huang narrowed his eyes at Lin Tian. So you are Lin Tian, the one who dared to challenge the principal. You truly are audacious. Zhang Huang scrutinized Lin Tian, lifting his chin slightly. I will fight you. I will not tolerate anyone more arrogant than myself. The female teacher guarding the level frowned. I am still here as the guardian. What are you trying to do? Zhang Huang, however, laughed heartily, his eyes wide open. In an instant, a deathly silence enveloped him, as a dark aura shimmered ominously around him. As a teacher, I will grant you some respect, but you better not interfere. You are no match for me. Boom. A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from Zhang Huang, creating a tempest of power. At that moment, he exuded an imposing presence, as if he were the sovereign above the 9 heavens. You are strong and arrogant. Such a character is worthy of being my opponent. Zhang Huang's eyes glimmered as he fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, a proud smile gracing his lips. The female teacher's expression shifted. She was indeed no match for Zhang Huang. Yet, she could not allow Lu Jianjian's prized student to suffer here. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Tian smiled. Crack. A flash of lightning emanated from Lin Tian's entire being, resembling serpentine dragons of thunder scaling mountains and valleys. The resplendent light, so dazzling that even the female instructor took a startled step back. What embodies thunder? It purges filth, cleaves darkness, and vanquishes evil. Within the grand path, the might of the sacred heavens. It subdues the abyss, shatters the firmament, and reigns supreme in the 9 heavens. Lin Tian slowly raised the ink brush in his hand, not unfurling the umbrella, as tendrils of thunder coiled upward, akin to wielding lightning itself. Let me see if you possess the merit to warrant my umbrella's opening. Lin Tian said with a radiant smile, his thunderous aura clashing with Zhang Huang's. Zhang Huang's eyes widened, a grin appearing on his face as he replied. You are indeed impressive, possessing the capital for such arrogance. In the next instant, his figure flickered, and a fist was hurled toward Lin Tian. Let me inform you. My vitality stands at 8.5. The formidable force surged forth, striking Lin Tian's visage. So audacious, I had assumed your vitality reached 100 points, Lin Tian murmured, unleashing the first effect of the hidden blade's 7 strikes, Blood Shadow. In an instant, his voice transformed into a thunderous phantasm, each movement erupting with blinding bolts of lightning. The female instructor, serving as the guardian, was left astounded by the spectacle, hastily retreating to retrieve her phone and commence recording. Suddenly, she comprehended why the principal held Lin Tian in such high regard. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Huang gritted his teeth, repeatedly throwing punches, each landing upon the lightning phantasm. Crack. Bolts of thunder struck Zhang Huang, instantly shredding his flesh. Lin Tian, do you only know how to evade? Zhang Huang bellowed, his fury resonating throughout. On the playground, every student looked upwards, witnessing the continuous bursts of lightning from the 4th floor room. Meanwhile, the display screen indicated that both Lin Tian and Zhang Huang's numbers were firmly situated in room 39. Could it be that Zhang Huang and Lin Tian are indeed battling? No way. How could Lin Tian defeat Zhang Huang? Are you foolish? Lin Tian's progression surpasses Zhang Huang's. How could he possibly lose? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Among Lin Tian's classmates, Wang Jie and several others who shared a close bond with him watched anxiously, astonished that Lin Tian possessed the strength to contend with Zhang Huang, yet worried for his safety. In the conference room, Gu Qingyu abruptly stood, his eyes fixated on the unfolding events on the monitor. Damn it! How many vitality potions has Lin Tian consumed? Where did he acquire the funds? Gu Qingyu growled, realizing that Lin Tian's explosive vitality was utterly abnormal. Wait, is Lin Tian employing the blood shadow of the hidden blade's 7 strikes? An instructor suddenly discerned the anomaly. Yes, it is indeed blood shadow. This requires at least a minor mastery of the hidden blade's 7 strikes. He has only had it for a few days. A genius, an unequivocal genius, exclaimed the first teacher, prompting others to join in the astonishment. Gu Qingyu may have been reluctant to accept it, but they all saw clearly. Lin Tian's brilliance lay not in his vitality, but in his terrifying mastery of martial skills. The unparalleled shock he instilled in them was palpable. Some senior instructors, unwilling to heed Gu Qingyu's demeanor, began expressing their astonishment. Umph, he has yet to make a move amidst Zhang Huang's onslaught, Gu Qingyu remarked, his expression darkening with a cold smile. He was not mistaken. Lin Tian had not yet struck, just as the smile on Gu Qingyu's face had not yet faded. A thunderous clap resounded. Within the monitor, Lin Tian, who had refrained from attacking, seemed to have grown weary of the charade, swiftly striking Zhang Huang with the umbrella. The sound of a crisp crack echoed. Before Zhang Huang could utter a cry of despair, his body was sent flying. In an instant, he collided with the classroom window, shattering the glass, and the tremendous force propelled him outside the martial examination building. He traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the playground. A splash of rainwater erupted, as students shrieked and dodged to safety. Zhang Huang lay sprawled on the ground, drenched, utterly disheveled, bearing charred marks from the lightning strikes. After a prolonged period of stillness, he laboriously turned onto his back, gazing skyward amidst the downpour. His expression had turned vacant. All his pride, all notions of invincibility had vanished completely. Lin Tian had toyed with him, defeating him with a single blow. Chapter 48. A genius? Merely a bug beneath one's feet. Gulp. Zhang Huang's mouth gaped open, emitting a long and mournful groan. Lin Tian, Zhang Huang lamented. Throughout the encounter, he had not even caught a glimpse of Lin Tian's actual strikes. Had he truly lost, just like that? His expression fell into despondence, as if life had lost all meaning. Around him, students cautiously approached, clearly witnessing the vacancy in Zhang Huang's eyes, the shock within them swelling like a tidal wave. Had Lin Tian truly reduced Zhang Huang to such a state? Nearby, the instructors from the 3rd Martial High were equally bewildered. An ambulance! Call for an ambulance! The director shouted. An ambulance stationed at the 3rd Martial High rolled in, and the despondent Zhang Huang was lifted onto a stretcher. At the onset of the midterm exams, 3 ambulances had been prepared, anticipating any potential issues for students challenging the building. No one could have predicted that the first to be carried away would be Zhang Huang, ranked among the top 3 in combat prowess. The key detail was that the one who had defeated Zhang Huang was Lin Tian, the top scholar in the humanities. In an instant, all students felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. Damn it! Has Lin Tian been concealing his strength for 2 years, only to unleash it today? It seems so. I thought he was a nobody, yet he turns out to be a powerhouse. But wait, didn't the school test indicate his vitality was merely 1.7? Son, have you ever heard of the hidden vitality technique? Students' discussions erupted, transforming the playground into a cacophony. Even amidst the torrential downpour, it seemed inconsequential now. Today, Lin Tian was indeed destined to achieve legendary status within the school. Fool. In the conference room, Gu Qingyu muttered under his breath, clearly reprimanding Zhang Huang. In his view, while Lin Tian's movement was swift, it was not insurmountable. Zhang Huang had unwittingly walked into a trap at the very outset. It was a wonder he could escape at all. Gu Qingyu inhaled deeply, settling back into his chair. He withdrew a cigar and lit it. Cough, cough, cough. A round of coughing ensued, causing Gu Qingyu to wince in discomfort as smoke lodged in his throat. The other instructors in the conference room fell silent at this sight. Within the martial examination building, the female instructor, serving as the guardian, remained in a daze, staring at Lin Tian for an extended period. No need to continue. I am no match for you, she admitted sheepishly. The pressure Lin Tian had exerted upon her was simply overwhelming. Is this what a second-year student is capable of? Lin Tian nodded, swiftly advancing through the final challenge of the 4th floor, arriving at the 5th. This level would no longer feature instructors as his opponents, but rather robots, specifically designed for the martial examination. Lin Tian entered the first room, where a faceless robot stood silently, its height comparable to his own. The words military use only were emblazoned across the robot's chest. This E-class robot, designated for military purposes, possessed the strength of a first-tier martial artist. Furthermore, its core data chip housed a proficient mastery of a martial technique at the minor accomplishment level, meticulously replicated from the memories of martial artists. However, due to technical challenges, the replication could not be perfect and only allowed the robot to achieve a minor level of proficiency. As Lin Tian gradually stepped into the room, the robot slowly raised its head. A series of mechanical whirring sounds echoed. In the next moment, the robot lunged towards Lin Tian with startling speed. Simultaneously, in classroom 45, Yu Cheng lay sprawled on the ground with a long spear in hand. Ha! How is this possible? I can't even pass the 45th level. Yu Cheng bellowed in frustration, slamming his palm against the ground, unleashing a gust of wind that propelled him back to his feet. Across from him stood 5 faceless robots, arranged in a precise line. Challenge failed. One of the robots intoned, devoid of any emotion. Failed. I have not failed. Yu Cheng retorted with a cold smirk, his spear pointed defiantly at the ground. Fierce determination igniting in his eyes. If Xiao Qiao can make it through, why should I fail? He growled, channeling his energy into the spear as he charged at the faceless robots. With a resounding crack, the spear struck one of the robots squarely in the face, sparking a shower of embers. Yet, the 5 faceless robots remained unmoved. Why don't you make a move? Yu Cheng shouted in a fit of rage, his spear dancing through the air, unleashed with a series of enhancements, as if hundreds of spears were raining down. Boom, boom. The classroom reverberated with explosive sounds. Still, the 5 faceless robots stood resolutely still. Challenge failed. Please vacate the premises. The robotic voice intoned once more. Yu Cheng's face flushed with anger as he cast a glare at the monitor. Gu Qingyu, let us go again. That last attempt doesn't count. His voice rang out with an air of authority. In the conference room, Gu Qingyu watched the scene unfold, momentarily stunned. Smack. He slammed his palm heavily on the table. What on earth does this kid want to achieve? The other teachers exchanged glances, bewildered. They had witnessed Yu Cheng's failure clearly. Coming from a prestigious family, he had never faced significant setbacks, and his family indulged him greatly. In his second year at the 3rd Martial High, he had always been at the top. Today, he sought nothing less than first place, yet found himself stalled at this level, an unexpected setback. Gu Qingyu glared fiercely at Yu Cheng on the screen, fully aware of his background, leaving him torn in his decision-making. The key was that the midterm exams and rewards were provided by the Ministry of Education. As the principal, he was merely an organizer. How could he pull strings? His previous attempts to do so had already caused him great trouble. Moreover, there was video evidence, and many eyes were watching. The other teachers in the conference room focused intently on Gu Qingyu. Understanding his nature, he feared the strong and bullied the weak. Despite Yu Cheng being just a student, could Gu Qingyu dare to offend him? After contemplating, Gu Qingyu approached one of the teachers. Connect to the robot's voice system. I wish to speak with Yu Cheng. The teacher frowned slightly, but complied with Gu Qingyu's request. Soon, the computer linked to the robot in Yu Cheng's classroom. Yu Cheng, you may challenge again, but you have already lost your qualification for assessment. Even if you win, it will only count as passing the 44th level. Gu Qingyu's voice emanated from the robot. Yu Cheng scoffed dismissively. Fine, all I seek is the challenge. I can forego any rewards. His voice echoed with resolve. I will inform my father about this. At this, Gu Qingyu nodded in the conference room, realizing he could not openly oppose Yu Cheng. Yet he also couldn't disrupt the established rules. As for bending them, that was a different matter. Yu Cheng's wealth rendered any rewards insignificant to him, and Gu Qingyu could even privately benefit from them. With this thought, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Gu Qingyu's face. Chapter 49. Has no one ever told you that you are weak? Meanwhile, the other teachers in the conference room exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. While some might have considered following Gu Qingyu's lead, witnessing such actions firsthand left them feeling disdainful. In this world, those who bully the weak tend to thrive, unless, of course, the one they are bullying is a formidable opponent. As time passed, in classroom 45, Yu Cheng was sent flying by a kick from a faceless robot. Challenge failed. Another robotic voice declared, as the 5 robots lined up neatly. Yu Cheng struggled to rise from the ground, his face darkening with frustration. So close. Why? He bellowed, fury boiling within him. Gu Qingyu, bring it on. Let us go again. He shouted at the robot. In the conference room, Gu Qingyu furrowed his brows, about to acquiesce when a figure gradually approached the entrance of classroom 45. If you cannot win, then accept your limitations as a weakling. Lin Tian leaned against the doorframe, cradling the inkstone in his arms, his eyes seemingly flashing with thunder. Yu Cheng paused momentarily, initially assuming the voice belonged to Zhang Huang. After all, apart from him and Xiao Qiao, the only other person eligible for this level was Zhang Huang. However, upon recognizing Lin Tian, he was taken aback, his expression turning icy. What did you just say? He glared at Lin Tian, hostility radiating from his gaze. I said, how dare a mere insect waste my time? Although Lin Tian had just arrived in this classroom, his heightened senses allowed him to overhear the previous exchange between Yu Cheng and Gu Qingyu. Yu Cheng narrowed his eyes, gripping his spear tightly as he strode towards Lin Tian. Do you understand what your words imply? A sinister grin spread across Yu Cheng's face, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Who the hell do you think you are? He roared, a powerful aura erupting from him. His vitality surging as he swept the spear in a violent arc towards Lin Tian's ribs, flames seemingly igniting along its shaft, as if the searing heat would incinerate him. No one speaks to me in such a manner, Yu Cheng shouted, his rage transforming his features into something monstrous. Bang! A heavy impact reverberated through the room, sending shockwaves through the air. Yu Cheng's mocking laughter abruptly ceased as his eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Lin Tian. He watched as Lin Tian effortlessly extended a hand to intercept the ferocious strike. A faint smile gradually graced Lin Tian's lips, his eyes sparkling with the intensity of thunder. Growing ever more radiant, the air around him crackled with energy, surging forth in an explosive outburst. The rumbling thunder coiled around him like an enraged dragon. Intertwining and roaring in fury, the azure lightning surged forth, piercing through Yu Cheng's being with a mighty force. Has no one ever informed you of your weakness? Lin Tian spoke calmly, then raised his arm, channeling his aura downward towards Yu Cheng's head. Yu Cheng attempted to evade, but was suddenly seized by dread. Bang! Lin Tian's palm struck Yu Cheng's forehead, the tremendous force cascading downwards. The very floor of the classroom quaked beneath Yu Cheng's body. The ground beneath him seemed poised to crack, debris flying in all directions. You must. Yu Cheng let out a wail, unable to finish his sentence. Lin Tian's second palm descended once more. Boom! The floor erupted, and Yu Cheng's body plummeted into the opening, ensnared by the ground. His eyes had begun to glaze over, his nerves numbed by Lin Tian's thunderous power. On the fourth floor, in the fifth classroom, the guardian teacher stared agape at the ceiling above. One student's lower half dangled from the ceiling, twitching uncontrollably. Yu Cheng, observe closely how one conquers this challenge. Lin Tian circled around Yu Cheng. Within Yu Cheng's dazed gaze, the black umbrella in Lin Tian's hand suddenly contracted. Crack, crack, crack. The canopy vanished, transforming into a gleaming Tang Dao. Buzz. 5 faceless robots, sensing Lin Tian's proximity, swiftly raised their heads, their mechanical frames creaking ominously. In the next instant, one of the robots charged at Lin Tian. Whoosh! Lin Tian's figure morphed into a shadow of thunder, becoming ephemeral. This was the first effect of the Hidden Blade's 7 strikes, Blood Shadow. Enhanced by Lin Tian's authentic thunderous force, it did not manifest as a blood shadow, but rather as a lightning shadow. Intense, ethereal, like a flawless technique. He effortlessly maneuvered amidst the onslaught of the faceless robots. The quintuple amplification of combat power was merely one aspect of the Blood Shadow's enhancement. The primary utility of the Blood Shadow lies in its agility. The same applies to the second effect, the Hidden Thunder Strike. The fusion of combat and agility allowed him to deliver the most formidable strike amidst the siege of adversaries. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of chaotic clashes erupted as Lin Tian's Tang Dao carved through the faceless robots, igniting a flurry of sparks. With the resounding roars of the thunder, this confrontation became extraordinarily magnificent. On the floor, Yu Cheng, having regained his composure, suppressed his fury, his visage flickering with the erratic glow of lightning. Gradually, he parted his lips, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. A flawless combat strategy, impeccable evasion. Every strike from Lin Tian was utterly unassailable. How could this be possible? Yu Cheng exclaimed. He had been born into privilege, possessing all that Lin Tian and his ordinary peers could scarcely fathom. The instructors he hired were all third-tier martial artists. He trained diligently, not daring to waste a single moment. Why, then, was he so feeble today? Bang! A faceless robot was lifted by Lin Tian and sent crashing against the wall. The others were similarly crushed beneath Lin Tian's invincible prowess. Challenge successfully completed. A robot sprawled on the ground emitted electronic sounds, its mechanical circuitry sparking with minute explosions. In Yu Cheng's stunned gaze, the dashing youth wielding the Tang Dao strode past him. In the conference room, all the teachers were rendered numb. Ever since Lin Tian had decisively trounced Yu Cheng, they had entered a state of dazed disbelief. A genius had emerged from the third martial high. Gu Qingyu lay slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the monitor showing Lin Tian. Regardless of his previous arrogance and dismissiveness, he was now compelled to concede. He had misjudged Lin Tian. The latter was indeed on the brink of surmounting the final challenge. Gu Qingyu, the principal of the third martial high, had become a laughingstock. As for the schoolyard, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, students expressing their shock and disbelief as they witnessed the numbers representing Lin Tian colliding with Yu Cheng's on the screen. They saw Yu Cheng's digits dimming, while Lin Tian continued to advance. Until the 47th challenge, Lin Tian encountered the already defeated Xiao Xiaoli. Yet, he pressed on to the final challenge. A dark horse. Chapter 50. You are mistaken. Your error lies in your weakness. On the 5th floor of the martial examination building. In the corridor, Lin Tian emerged slowly from the 9th classroom. Lin Tian, you have actually come this far. Xiao Xiaoli gazed at him in astonishment. She had failed at the 47th challenge. Under her watchful gaze, Lin Tian had nearly bulldozed his way to the final challenge with an air of invincibility. In Xiao Xiaoli's memory, Lin Tian had always been a quiet boy. Since middle school, he had excelled in the humanities, yet in martial arts, he had been rather average. However, today, Lin Tian had entirely surpassed her expectations. As Lin Tian glanced at Xiao Xiaoli, he offered her a subtle nod before stepping into the final classroom. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit lounged lazily on the central sofa of the classroom, engrossed in his phone while wearing headphones. Upon noticing Lin Tian's arrival, the man furrowed his brow slightly, then widened his eyes, inspecting Lin Tian with incredulity for an extended period. "You are Lin Tian from class 3 of the second year, correct?" The middle-aged man inquired, astonished. "Indeed." Lin Tian nodded quietly. The previous classrooms on the 5th floor had all been manned by faceless robots. It was unexpected that the final classroom's guardian would be a teacher. Li Mingji, Teacher Li. He was the third first-tier martial artist at the 3rd Martial High. Aside from Gu Qingyu and the dean, the minimum vitality standard for a first-tier martial artist is approximately 10 points, with many falling short of this threshold. Conversely, the minimum vitality standard for a second-tier martial artist is 100. As far as Lin Tian was aware, Li Mingji's vitality exceeded 30 points, placing him above the lowest tier of first-tier martial artists. It was fitting for him to serve as the guardian of the final challenge. After observing Lin Tian for a considerable time, Li Mingji finally emerged from his shock, placing his phone on the sofa and standing up. "Your achievement in reaching the final challenge is indeed impressive. Everyone has underestimated you," Li Mingji remarked with a smile, his gaze gradually taking on a playful glint. "Although I do not usually concern myself with school matters, your previous exploits have certainly caused quite a stir." As he spoke, Li Mingji removed his outer shirt, revealing a blue shirt beneath. 2 handguns were holstered at his waist. Subsequently, he donned a military green vest. Lin Tian took note of the vest, which contained 8 magazines, with a dagger secured at his left side. It was rare for a martial artist to wield firearms. Typically, they refrained from utilizing such weapons. Firearms are more suited for mentalists, who can manipulate bullets to unleash unimaginable combat prowess. "Lin Tian, you are still young and somewhat impetuous. I can understand that." Li Mingji, while tidying up his equipment, remarked with a smile, "Your ability to reach this point is indeed remarkable, but it is merely within the confines of Qingcheng, a city that is but a speck in the vast world." As Li Mingji continued to speak, he remained oblivious to the frown that had formed on Lin Tian's brow. True prodigies are recognized on the Hidden Dragon rankings, a testament acknowledged by the entire world. Before Gu Yun's return, Qingcheng had no true genius. With a half-smile, Li Mingji turned his gaze towards Lin Tian and added, "Child, the world is vast. You must learn to be more humble. For your actions have tarnished the reputation of the Sangao." Both Gu Principal and I were summoned by the Martial Arts Education Department for a reprimand. Once Li Mingji had completed his preparations, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, stirring a tempest within the classroom. "What should I do if my second martial technique is taken from me?" Lin Tian's furrowed brow relaxed as he smiled at Li Mingji. Li Mingji paused briefly before responding with a smirk. "You might consider discussing this with Principal Gu. It's a matter best kept private. There's no need for a scorched earth approach. Your actions nearly cost Principal Gu his position." Moreover, Gu Yun was set to participate in the genius training camp in Shishir. "An opportunity that has now been squandered because of you," Li Mingji added, his smile fading into a tone of disdain. "A mere 3 million weapon technique. And look at the discomfort it has caused so many." He cast a fleeting glance at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened slightly, and he nodded before quietly stating, "Are you implying that all of this is my fault, Teacher Li?" Li Mingji shook his head, gesturing dismissively. "That is not my intent. Rather, I mean to say that your methods are too radical." Lin Tian nodded again and surveyed the classroom. "Teacher, the classroom is too confined. Why not we battle on the rooftop?" Li Mingji frowned slightly, glancing out the window where the sky loomed like a gray curtain, the sound of rain merging into a deafening roar. The heavens appeared to be torn asunder, with torrential rain pouring down upon the earth. "Perhaps not. It will only take a moment. The final assessment by the Martial Arts Education Department has its standards, and I won't show any leniency." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, a crescent smile forming as he replied, "Teacher, let us ascend. After all, we have come this far." Li Mingji's brows knitted together, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. Just then, the figure of Xiao Xiaoli appeared at the entrance. "Teacher, may I watch the match?" she inquired tentatively. The annoyance in Li Mingji's eyes vanished, and he smiled at Lin Tian, saying, "Then we shall heed your wishes and proceed to the rooftop." "Very well," Lin Tian replied earnestly with a nod, while Xiao Xiaoli quietly followed behind them. "Lin Tian, in a few days, you should apologize to Principal Gu. It's for your own good," Li Mingji stated casually in the staircase. Lin Tian remained silent, but Xiao Xiaoli furrowed her brow. "Teacher, Lin Tian did nothing wrong." Li Mingji paused, casting a glance at Xiao Xiaoli before responding with a smile. "To you, it may seem so. However, the situation is different for him." Gu Yun was supposed to attend the genius training camp in Shishir for a month during which she would have garnered investments exceeding 30 million. All squandered because of Lin Tian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaoli's frown deepened. She could not grasp the implications of Li Mingji's words. Was it not Gu Qingyu's own folly? What did Gu Yun's losses have to do with Lin Tian? Just as she was about to speak, Lin Tian chuckled softly and shook his head at her. In this world, it is always the weak who are deemed at fault. Even if you are right, if you are weak, lacking in wealth and strength, you are already in the wrong. According to Li Mingji's viewpoint, what right did Lin Tian have to resist? What reason did he have to escalate the situation? He was not the first to have his second martial technique qualification stripped away. Why did others choose silence? Everyone could see, if you lack the ability, you deserve to suffer. The world appeared peaceful, yet it was underpinned by a strict hierarchy. Warriors were inherently more esteemed than civilians, and the wealthy held greater sway than the impoverished. Observing Lin Tian's silence, Xiao Xiaoli's lips pressed together. She felt that her understanding of the world was still too limited. She was truly fortunate to have a wealthy father, while Lin Tian stood alone, devoid of parental support, having forged his path to this point. Despite his remarkable talent, he remained subject to the oppression of others. Xiao Xiaoli clenched her fists. Even as a girl, she felt a surge of indignation within her. Chapter 51. The teacher is so formidable, his vitality must surely be at 1,000. The relentless rain pounded against the rooftop's concrete slab. Li Mingji, frowning, stepped into the deluge and turned slowly to face the youth and maiden behind him. The strikingly handsome youth, wielding a tang sword, stepped into the rain, allowing the droplets to drench him, his damp hair obscuring his gaze. Lin Tian, go for it. Xiao Xiaoli cheered from the sheltered entrance, her voice full of encouragement. She yearned to witness Lin Tian deliver a resounding blow to Li Mingji, though she knew it was merely a fantasy. With Li Mingji's 30 points of vitality, Lin Tian was undoubtedly outmatched. She followed, torn between the desire to observe Lin Tian's combat prowess and the worry that Li Mingji might harbor resentment and cause him harm. In truth, Xiao Xiaoli could not fully articulate her concern. She was born into gentleness and thus wished to extend kindness to others. Li Mingji drew a handgun. The two barrels angled toward the ground. Tonight, I have a gathering. My clothes are soaked, and even with vitality, they are soiled. Let us hurry. I don't have much time, he said impatiently to Lin Tian. Understood. Lin Tian nodded, a cold smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, the thunder roared. The violent crack of thunder ignited a tempest within him, causing his vitality to surge like a raging inferno. Li Mingji startled, quickly raising his gun and firing at Lin Tian. Bang! The gunshot flashed like daylight, shattering the raindrops. Bang! Lin Tian swung his tang sword, cleaving the bullet apart, and in the next instant, lunged towards Li Mingji. Enough with the chatter. The teacher should be quite formidable. Lin Tian sneered, channeling his strength into the blade, a torrent of force cascading from his waist and aimed directly at Li Mingji's forehead. Crack! Just before the blade could reach its target, thunder roared. The blinding bolt of electricity obscured Li Mingji's vision. Bang! The clash of metal rang out as, in a moment of panic, Li Mingji raised his arm, the metallic piece hidden in his sleeve bracing against Lin Tian's strike. Are you trying to kill me? Li Mingji shouted, his eyes wide with trepidation. How could that be? The teacher is so formidable. His vitality must surely be at 1,000, Lin Tian replied with a grin, his gaze sharpening as he aimed for Li Mingji's brow once more. Blood shadow. The blood shadow technique struck with unexpected ferocity, a lethal intent unleashed without warning. Such prowess. I must exert myself to the utmost. Lin Tian sneered coldly, his right hand wielding a blade while he boldly executed a bow stance, his left hand forming a fist, channeling the true thunder force to strike at Li Mingji's abdomen. Humph! Li Mingji grunted angrily, crossing his dual pistols to form an X shape, thereby blocking the assault of the ink wielder. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous boom resonated as Lin Tian's fist connected with Li Mingji's midsection. This punch bore tremendous force, pushing forth with the vigor of a tempest, the thunderous energy piercing into Li Mingji's lower abdomen. Damn it! Li Mingji growled, his entire being bursting forth with a surge of vitality, a wave of energy erupting from him as he unleashed a kick aimed to sweep Lin Tian's waist. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened slightly. He summoned his strength, planting his feet firmly on Li Mingji's kicking thigh, and with the momentum of a thunderous descent, he struck down fiercely. Begone! Li Mingji felt the pressure from the thigh, his muscles bulging like coiling dragons, propelling Lin Tian upward. Utilizing this force, Lin Tian soared into the air, flying a good 5 to 6 meters. On the playground, some students witnessed Lin Tian suspended midair and gasped in astonishment. Look, it's Lin Tian. He's battling on the rooftop. Someone shouted, and the entire school turned their gaze toward the top floor. I've already completed my exam. Let us go watch from the nearby teaching building. Yes, the teaching building has 8 stories. We'll definitely be able to see. Take me with you. A flurry of students proposed to observe the battle from the adjacent high-rise. After all, this was the final stage of the martial arts examination, and no one wished to miss it. Teacher, I want to watch too. Zheng Lei called out to Wang Jie from class 3. Their class had mostly finished the exam, and most were merely awaiting their results. Other students, including Li Yuzi and Zhang Qian, looked at Wang Jie with eager anticipation. Wang Jie was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Not just you, I want to watch as well." Without further ado, Wang Jie dashed toward the teaching building, disregarding his students. "Damn it! The teacher lacks martial virtue," Zheng Lei shouted, and the students of Class 3 followed Wang Jie in a rush to the teaching building. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while Lin Tian was airborne, Li Mingji gritted his teeth and retreated hastily, striving to create distance. Being too close to Lin Tian would spell trouble. Am I actually afraid of a student closing in? What a joke! Li Mingji's mind screamed in disbelief. The moment Lin Tian approached, he truly felt the looming threat of death. Why is Lin Tian so formidable? Clenching his jaw, Li Mingji retreated while aiming his dual guns at Lin Tian, targeting the throat, shoulders, joints, abdomen, and legs. With pinpoint precision, Li Mingji fired in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. His guns fired in rapid succession, emptying 2 magazines as he focused on Lin Tian's descending position. "Watch out!" Xiao Shaoli exclaimed in alarm. The intensity of the battle had surpassed her imagination. As Lin Tian descended, his eyes narrowed in determination. He had witnessed Guyun severing bullets from all directions amidst the assaults of a dozen opponents. If Guyun could do it, why could he not? Calm your mind. In midair, Lin Tian forcefully twisted his body, executing a horizontal slash with his long knife. Push, lift, point, cloud. The blade's edge remained steadfast, sending forth a gradual, yet unyielding force. Turn with angles, bend with curves. The hidden blade's 7 strikes. The blade shadow, enveloped in electrical brilliance, cut through the air like an impenetrable shield. Bullet after bullet was cleaved apart by Lin Tian. Gradually, he descended to the ground. Crack! The brilliance of lightning surged, unleashing bolts that roared toward Li Mingji. "Li Mingji!" Lin Tian bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the entire school with the force of his blood energy. Li Mingji trembled, his gaze fixed on Lin Tian. The previous pride and confidence now dissipated entirely. In fact, he felt a hint of panic. "How can you be so pathetic?" Lin Tian mocked coldly, his left foot stomping the ground with force. Boom! A surge of energy erupted, splattering rainwater everywhere, causing the entire top floor to tremble, as if beneath that stomp. The very earth itself threatened to crack. "You bastard!" Li Mingji seethed with rage. Lin Tian had the audacity to insult him before the entire school. He slapped his hands against the pockets of his vest, sending 2 loaded magazines flying out. Following this, the empty magazines from his hand fell as full ones reloaded midair. His arms bulged with veins, his face contorted with suppressed fury. "Reverse gun 8 steps." Li Mingji roared, squatting low as his energy surged explosively. In the next moment, his form became ethereal, as if he had suddenly accelerated to a remarkable speed. The raindrops on the ground erupted with a strange, rapid frequency. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, sparks flew, blood and energy clashed. Li Mingji raced across the ground at a speed exceeding 50 meters per second, bullets hurtling toward Lin Tian from all directions. A fierce wind whipped across the rooftop, sending spirals of rainwater flying, forming a wall of water. On the teaching building, the students who had just settled into position to watch were left utterly speechless at the sight. Is this the kind of battle they could witness? Chapter 52. The head held high amidst the thunderous clouds, the sky illuminated by lightning, the blade's radiance like a bullfight. Quick, too quick. The overwhelming majority of second-year students had only 2 points of blood energy. Their physique, strength, and perception paled in comparison to martial artists, rendering them nearly incapable of discerning the action. Their vision was entirely consumed by the dazzling spectacle. Within a classroom, Wang Jie's eyes widened as he observed the scene. He immediately shouted, "Murder!" His voice erupted in a frenzy. This is murder. Wang Jie was on the verge of madness. The tactics employed by Li Mingji were utterly terrifying. And the guns. If Lin Tian were struck. Murder! He shouted, his heart consumed by rage. Beside him, Zheng Lei and Li Yuzi, along with Lin Tian's classmates, were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. This was not at all what they had anticipated. How could a student possibly triumph in such a battle? Meanwhile, atop the roof, Lin Tian's charge began to slow. His eyes narrowed as he sensed the oppressive force closing in from all directions. Gunfire and rain mingled together, akin to a torrential downpour. Closing in swiftly, every angle of Lin Tian's position was laid bare to Li Mingji, seemingly intent on obliterating him right there. Buzz. The rumbling thunder resonated within the ink wielder. Lin Tian's eyes igniting with the fury of lightning. The hidden blade's 7 strikes. Buzz. The ink wielder erupted with brilliant light, unleashing its full power in an instant. Crash. The thunderous blade light cleaved through the rain curtain, leaving behind a dazzling scar. Even Lin Tian's form became ethereal. The intense evasion and strikes delivered an experience of unparalleled shock to all spectators. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet collided with the ink wielder, creating bursts of electric sparks. In that moment, Lin Tian seemed to merge with the ink wielder. The head held high amidst the thunderous clouds, the sky illuminated by lightning, the blade's radiance like a bullfight. In that instant, the ink wielder became profound and enduring. This was the perfect manifestation of blood shadows. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless clash of blades against bullets, accompanied by the sound of rain striking the earth, resembled a divine symphony. Under the continuous assault from Li Mingji, Lin Tian's swordsmanship transformed into a thing of beauty, akin to a dancer displaying true artistry. Beneath the rain shield, Xiao Xiaoli stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting that Lin Tian was merely a classmate of the same age. In her mind, he had become a master of the blade. So formidable, she thought, her hands clenched together, feeling a rush of excitement and fervor. Truly impressive, she murmured softly. Within the teaching building, Wang Jie, who had previously been roaring in frustration, fell silent. He struggled to swallow, his mind in a daze. Was this really Lin Tian, his student? Did he, Wang Jie, truly deserve to claim such a remarkable pupil? Meanwhile, Zheng Lei, Li Yuzi, and other classmates who were familiar with Lin Tian stood in astonishment. The true powerhouse had been right beside them all this time, and for 2 whole years. They had been oblivious to it. I can't be mistaken, can I? Is that really a Tian? Zheng Lei asked, his expression one of disbelief. He felt Lin Tian surpassed Ing Ren in prowess. No, he definitely exceeds Ing Ren, he concluded. Beside him, Li Yuzi nodded slowly, reflecting on how he had underestimated Lin Tian for so long, now wishing to express his gratitude for Lin Tian's mercy in the past. It's utterly astonishing. It's hard to believe this is a battle that someone our age could engage in. That's Li Mingji, after all. And he hasn't gained an ounce of advantage against Lin Tian. So impressive. I've always thought Lin Tian was handsome, but today he looks even more so. The crowd murmured, oblivious to Lin Tian on the rooftop. Amidst the intertwining energies and the mingling of blades and bullets, Lin Tian felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, he reveled in the battle. This was the kind of combat that suited him. Only under immense pressure could he continuously grow stronger. Beneath the curtain of rain, Li Mingji's gaze grew increasingly fierce. He could hardly believe that Lin Tian was managing to navigate through such a barrage with such ease. He nearly roared, desperately targeting Lin Tian's vulnerabilities. Fortunately, he had managed to keep Lin Tian confined to one spot. Handling such a dense gunfight required extreme concentration, and he doubted Lin Tian could maintain this level of performance. Yet, in the next moment, Li Mingji faltered, his steps becoming erratic as he noticed Lin Tian charging toward him. Are you seeking death? Li Mingji barked, his mind racing to calculate angles, firing speed, and his own position. He needed to execute a flawless calculation to deliver a heavy blow to Lin Tian. Never underestimate any teacher from Wu Gao, Li Mingji shouted, his gunfire becoming a blur as he unleashed his full speed. Bang! The clash of blade and bullet erupted, shattering the heavy rain with explosive sounds. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Mingji's eyes as he kicked out at the approaching Lin Tian. Whoosh! A flying knife shot forth from the tip of his shoe, aiming for Lin Tian's blind spot. A gust of wind heralded Lin Tian's response as he pivoted sharply, his body tracing an arc in the air. Upon landing, his figure became increasingly elusive. The second effect of the Hidden Blade 7 strikes, the Hidden Thunder Slash. This was a realm born from the perfect fusion of Hidden Blade 7 strikes and the 3-movement Thunder Fist. Lin Tian's body, accompanied by the ink-like energy, erupted with electric brilliance. This time, as he dealt with the bullets fired by Li Mingji, he moved with even greater ease. Faster, stronger, more intense. In an instant, a blade of light slashed toward Li Mingji's chest. Damn it! Li Mingji's eyes narrowed as the rhythm of his shooting was disrupted. His left hand drew in, directing the gun toward the incoming strike. With a bang, he felt a surge of rage within him the moment their weapons met. This strike exceeded his expectations. The Hidden Thunder Slash, an enhancement of the Hidden Blade 7 strikes, was immensely powerful, with a 5-fold increase in battle power from true thunder strength. The Hidden Thunder Slash amplified this 10-fold, a 50-fold increase in power. If your vitality was 30, you would still kneel. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted. But this time it emanated from within Li Mingji himself, not from the ink energy. The Hidden Thunder Slash, a blade of hidden thunder. Lightning surged through his body, exploding from within. It was akin to a fist piercing through bones and skin, delivering a devastating blow to his innards. With a cough, Li Mingji spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire demeanor frozen in shock. Why you? He stammered, gazing at Lin Tian with disbelief, before gradually collapsing, clutching his abdomen. Do you know why I brought you to the rooftop? Lin Tian laughed, grasping Li Mingji by the neck and delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. Crack! A thunderous punch echoed, followed by another 5 or 6, each landing squarely. The thunderous force surged into Li Mingji, causing his body to crumple to the ground. He stared at Lin Tian, eyes filled with fear and astonishment. He had lost to a sophomore student, a poor student he had looked down upon. To defeat you, I needed a spacious arena, Lin Tian chuckled, lifting his foot. Under Li Mingji's desperate gaze, he brought it crashing down onto Li Mingshi inside the conference room. A group of teachers sat in silence. They were mere mortals, overshadowed by the intrinsic value of the individual at the center of the matter. In truth, they had lost the right to comment on this affair. At that moment, a figure entered the conference room, the drenched director of education. Lu, could you kindly take charge of the midterm exams? The director said with a smile to one of the teachers. All right. Teacher Lu nodded and hurriedly exited the room. The director then approached Gu Qingyu, offering him a cigarette. Old Gu, it's quite normal for injuries to occur during martial arts examinations. Let us put this incident behind us. The midterms are organized by the Martial Arts Education Department, and we must submit the top 10 list tonight. The director gazed through the rain-streaked window towards the rooftop of the Martial Examination Building, where Lin Tian stood. Gu Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The principal of Wu Gao was not all-powerful. The Qingqing Martial Arts Education Department oversaw all martial high schools and placed immense importance on talent. This was precisely why the uproar surrounding Gu Qingyu's alteration of the second martial skill quota became so significant, and why Gu Yun's return to Qingqing was still permissible. The department valued talent exceedingly. 10 Gu Qingjias combined could not equal a single Gu Yun. Now that Lin Tian was recognized as a prodigy, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Martial Arts Education Department. Thus, continuing to oppose Lin Tian held no merit for Gu Qingyu. Even if he was stronger than Lin Tian now, what about the future? Gu Qingyu took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze fiercely fixed on Lin Tian in the distance. At that moment, the previously downcast young man gradually lifted his head, his ebony eyes sparkling with a hint of thunder. He locked eyes with Gu Qingyu. The latter's expression shifted, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He was not a fool. Could a mere Gu Qingyu truly suppress a genius like Lin Tian? Damn it! Gu Qingyu let out a low growl, a surge of anger flooding his heart and causing his blood to boil. Old Gu, I advise you to stop mulling over matters and take action. We are not children anymore. In this day and age, a single genius can bring down a great clan, the director said, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Qingyu with an implicit warning. I know. Gu Qingyu snorted, slamming his palm against the windowsill. Isn't it only natural for me to feel aggrieved? The director shook his head slightly before continuing. I just met Wang Jie, and he informed me that Lin Tian wishes to participate in the 8 cities joint examination. I believe Lin Tian's current abilities rank him among the top 2 in the entire school. The director spoke slowly, seemingly gauging Gu Qingyu's reaction. His implication was straightforward. Presently, in the entire Qingqing Third Martial High, aside from Gu Yun, no one could suppress Lin Tian any longer. Gu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. He grasped the director's meaning. His eyes gradually narrowed as he surveyed the conference room. The moment he turned his head, all the other teachers averted their gazes. Gu Qingyu's lips parted slightly, and a bitter smile emerged. So, this was the director's intention. It turned out that from the very beginning, he was the sole antagonist. A wave of frustration surged within Gu Qingyu. He recalled Wang Jie's despondent expression during his visit to his home. Now, it was his turn to endure that feeling. As a principal, I should have the right to handle this matter, Gu Qingyu murmured, staring out at the pouring rain, his mood heavy. After a while, the director exited the conference room. As he reached the corridor, a drenched Wang Jie sat anxiously on the steps, puffing on a cigarette. Upon seeing the director, Wang Jie instantly jumped to his feet. How did it go, director? The director smiled and nodded. It's settled. Lin Tian is one of the 3 slots for the 8 cities joint examination. When the director uttered these words, Wang Jie was momentarily stunned, then gripped the director's hand with fervent excitement. Thank you. Thank you so much, director. I'm grateful on behalf of Lin Tian. Wang Jie's voice was sincere, almost incoherent with emotion. The director smiled gently at Wang Jie. Don't thank me. I've been teaching for 20 years, and I can assure you that Lin Tian's achievements would qualify him for the 8 cities joint examination at any martial high school. As the director spoke, his gaze shifted towards the other end of the corridor where another conference room lay, and he quietly remarked to Wang Jie, Gu Qingyu still has some sense. A genius cannot be suppressed. How can a genius be belittled? This is Huagua, not ancient times. Everything is under the watchful eye of the Martial Arts Education Department. Gu Qingyu simply has a good daughter. Wang Jie nodded in agreement. Indeed, this qualification was earned by Lin Tian himself. What he could do was merely provide a little push. Lin Tian had showcased his extraordinary talents to the entire Third High. Consequently, even Gu Qingyu would have to bow his head, and even the director would lend a hand. When you excel, good people will surround you. Wang Jie mused as he slowly descended the stairs. The summer rain was always so urgent, brimming with vitality and vigor. Under the gaze of the entire student body, the elegant young man holding an umbrella emerged from the martial examination building, receiving admiration, shock, and adoration from all. Lin Tian approached the dazed Zheng Lei, tapping the tip of the umbrella against him. What are you standing there for? Zheng Lei shuddered slightly, snapping back to reality. Ah Tian, how did you suddenly become this formidable? Zheng Lei's voice broke the silence, and the surrounding students fell quiet, all eager to uncover the secret behind Lin Tian's newfound strength. Didn't I tell you? Keep practicing and don't waste a moment, Lin Tian said, patting Zheng Lei on the back with a smile. Zheng Lei nodded, then sheepishly slapped his own forehead. You're right, I've been too lazy. The other day, Teacher Ingren asked me what time I sleep, and when I said 9 o'clock, she scolded me. Lin Tian felt a bit speechless. Initially, Zheng Lei had fervently vowed to practice until midnight. What normal high school student goes to bed at 9? Chapter 54. S-Class Special Effect, Devastating Thunder River. The perfect thunder affinity physique. Just then, Wang Jie hurried over. He stared at Lin Tian for a long moment before placing a hand on Lin Tian's shoulder. You little rascal, hiding your light from your teacher. If you had mentioned you were this capable earlier, I would have spread the word throughout the entire Qingqing. Wang Jie's face was alight with pride and joy. He had never anticipated that he would teach such an extraordinary student. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's class was buzzing with excitement. As for Yu Cheng and Li Mingji, they had been taken away by an ambulance arranged by the director. Xiao Tian. The matter regarding the 8 cities joint examination has been finalized. You need not worry, Wang Jie said, his mood lifting as he smiled at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded in response. The 8 cities joint examination would allow him to witness the talents of the entire Yongzhou. Excelling at the 3rd martial high was hardly an achievement. Even Gu Yun was ranked outside the top 100 on the potential dragon list. He is destined to contend with the paragons of the entire world. Lin Tian, do you have time this evening? A melodious voice rang out from behind Lin Tian. Xiao Xiaoli, holding an umbrella, stood behind him, her beauty striking, clad in a white dress. The patterns on her dress resembled pure, white cotton blossoms. I have other matters to attend to this evening, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Xiao Xiaoli nodded, her expression unchanged, but as she turned away, she flashed Lin Tian a sweet smile and said, Congratulations, Lin Tian. Seeing you excel brings me great joy. She then vanished amidst the throng of students. Not far away, a girl named Zhang Qian witnessed this scene, and the courage she had just mustered crumbled in an instant. She slowly turned away, her expression tinged with melancholy. Since middle school, she had been classmates with Lin Tian. When Lin Tian sought to sell martial skills, she had mustered the courage to step forward. Yet, Zhang Qian understood that she and Lin Tian belonged to entirely different worlds. From the moment Lin Tian unleashed the 3 moves of thunder, he had already transcended into another realm. Her vitality was barely 1.5, rendering her chances of entering the martial university nearly non-existent. As time slipped away, the midterm examinations concluded, and Lin Tian naturally emerged as the top scorer. The reward for his first place was 2 bottles of C-grade vitality potions. Roughly estimated, the combined value of these 2 potions exceeded 2 million. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Tian returned to his room and changed into a clean outfit. He carefully stored the potions in a specialized backpack. Then, gazing at the 2 bottles of C-grade vitality potions, he fell into contemplation. He had already experienced the effects of a C-grade potion, which had directly granted him 2 points of vitality. However, Lin Tian had a superior option in mind, to sell these 2 potions. With a current savings of 170,000, he found himself unable to purchase any martial skill enhancements, yet there were several he wished to acquire. Most notably, he coveted the final enhancement of True Thunder Fist, the S-grade enhancement, Annihilating Thunder River. The price of the S-grade enhancement loomed before Lin Tian, 2 million gold coins. With a mere thought, the description of Annihilating Thunder River materialized. Annihilating Thunder River, upon activation, it bestows the host with an extraordinary body refining effect, genuinely enhancing the host's bones and blood, ultimately achieving complete affinity with the thunder attribute. Completion increase, 200. Combat power increase, 8 times. Body refining effect, 150 times. Upon reading this, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was not his first encounter with the description of Annihilating Thunder River. He had previously contemplated acquiring it. Yet, in preparation for the upcoming martial examination, he had restrained himself. True Thunder Fist already possessed the capability to enhance human physique, but the potential of Annihilating Thunder River was nothing short of extraordinary. A completion increase of 200% surpassed that of 10,000 thunders by 50%. Moreover, it would continuously evolve Lin Tian's physique, ultimately achieving full affinity with the thunder attribute. Such power was not merely formidable, it was utterly terrifying. With a decisive clap of his hands, Lin Tian resolved to sell the 2 potions immediately. He made his way to the store where he had previously sold the blood essence of the Thorn Tiger. The proprietor, engrossed in his phone behind the counter, instantly recognized Lin Tian upon his arrival. Got more stock? The owner inquired, surprised. Lin Tian nodded nonchalantly. The owner quickly stood up, beaming as he ushered Lin Tian into the back room. Lin Tian chuckled softly as he produced the 2 bottles of C-grade potions. Official goods, the owner exclaimed with delight. Official goods were sourced from the Martial Affairs Department or military, far superior to those produced by civilian means, hence commanding a higher price. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Tian successfully sold the 2 C-grade potions. To his astonishment, the owner offered him 2 million directly. Given this, Lin Tian felt compelled to raise the price to 4 million. Ultimately, he walked away with 3 million in hand, realizing he had underestimated the value of these potions. Had time permitted, he could have negotiated further. Upon exiting the store, Lin Tian promptly accessed the system. His current savings totaled 3,170,000. allowing him to purchase more than just Annihilating Thunder River. The Hidden Blades 7 Strikes boasted 2 B-grade enhancements. One was the 40,000 priced mutated enhancement, Hidden Thunder Strike, while the other was the 80,000 valued Phantom Shadow Passage. Hidden Thunder Strike was an evolution of the 3 moves of Thunder Fist and Hidden Blades 7 Strikes, emphasizing attack. In contrast, Phantom Shadow Passage emerged once Hidden Blades 7 Strikes reached 90% proficiency, akin to Blood Shadow, representing pure movement and blade technique. Without further thought, Lin Tian purchased both Annihilating Thunder River and Phantom Shadow Passage. Under the heavy rain, the streets were sparsely populated. Now at 6:30, Lin Tian hastened his pace towards Yuqing. Tomorrow marked the day he had arranged to meet Ling Qiuzi. Everything required meticulous planning. Meanwhile, within a resplendent villa, Yucheng lay listlessly on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, dressed in a golden silk robe, who bore an 8-point resemblance to Yucheng. Xiaocheng, what has happened to you? Speak. The man chided, his brow furrowed, but Yucheng remained motionless. The injuries Yucheng sustained had been treated with healing medicine, yet upon returning home, he appeared as if his soul had departed. Father, I will not attend the 8th-city joint examination. I am unworthy, Yucheng uttered vacantly. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeper. Naturally, Yucheng wished to participate in the 8th-city joint examination. His billionaire father was still making arrangements for it. However, before the man could speak, Yucheng continued. I once thought I was a genius. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, covering his face with one hand as tears streamed down. I have always believed that our family is owed by Huagua. Yucheng's father frowned. He could endure seeing his son lose 100 times. But he could not bear to hear such despondent words. A person without the will to rise will never succeed. Humph. The father's gaze turned cold as he exited Yucheng's room, pulling out his phone. Hello, Gu Qingyu. It's me, Yuanghua. The instant the call connected, Gu Qingyu's expression stiffened, and he quickly replied with a smile. Director Yu, what can I do for you? Humph, do you not know what I want? Yuanghua scoffed. Gu Qingyu immediately panicked, stammering a forced laugh. Today's events have left me concerned about Yuqing. He should be relatively unscathed. A chilling gaze erupted in Yuanghua's eyes. Gu Qingyu, enlighten me. What transpired today? Who did my son encounter? Within a villa, Gu Qingyu furrowed his brow, perplexed yet compelled to relay the day's occurrences to Yuanghua. As it turns out, I have indeed heard of Lin Tian. Yuanghua frowned. A second-year student capable of defeating 30 Qi blood instructors is undoubtedly a prodigy. But does that imply he has the right to trample over my child to ascend? Gu Qingyu, this matter significantly impacts you. I do not wish to witness my child lose his fighting spirit, Yuanghua stated with a calm demeanor. On the other end of the line, Gu Qingyu could only acquiesce. Yuer has long desired to participate in the 8th city's joint examination to witness the talents of the entirety of Yongzhou and cultivate his own indomitable spirit. I believe this is the only way to prevent his despondency. Gu Qingyu was taken aback, internally cursing under his breath. So, this is what Yuanghua meant. How many eyes are fixated on the 8th city's joint examination? Indeed, Director Yu, allow me to analyze this for you. In this martial arts examination, Yu Cheng actually placed third. Even in the absence of Lin Tian, Xiao Xiaoli would still surpass him. Gu Qingyu was already being quite discreet. If one were to select entrants from the second-year students for the 8th city's joint examination, Yu Cheng would only rank third. Xiao Xiaoli is the daughter of Xiao Zirwei, the head of the Xiao group. It is not as if Xiao Zirwei mandated Xiao Xiaoli's participation. On what grounds can Yu Cheng claim the same? On the other end of the call, Yuanghua's voice gradually diminished. He squinted. Xiao Xiaoli, the daughter of Xiao Zirwei? Indeed, Gu Qingyu nodded. Yuanghua sighed softly. If that is the case, then Yu Cheng's chances of entering the 8th city's joint examination may indeed be bleak. Have the slots for the 8th city's joint examination been finalized? They have, Gu Qingyu replied with a smile. The slots went to Gao San's Gu Yun and Li Cheng, as well as a second year. Gu Qingyu inhaled deeply, then continued, Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Yuanghua was initially taken aback, but soon erupted in laughter. Gu Qingyu, I hear that you've been rendered infamous by this Lin Tian. And now you intend to allocate a slot for the 8th city's joint examination to him? Yuanghua's laughter was laced with disdain and ire. Gu Qingyu narrowed his eyes, harboring his own resentment. Gu Qingyu, you are quite remarkable indeed. In that case, the Yu family shall not participate in the 8th city's joint examination. Gu Qingyu was momentarily stunned into silence. He stood, gazing out the window at the serene woods. After concluding the call, Yuanghua stood at the threshold of Yu Cheng's bedroom, speaking softly. Your great-grandfather once wielded a machine gun, accompanying the venerable Lingwu saint from the Blood Demon clan's heavy cliffs to the Jinko Pass, engaging in a battle that lasted several months and claimed the lives of countless beings. Your great-grandfather passed on, leaving behind a vast estate, coveted by many. Yet, no one cared. Everyone wishes to see the downfall of the Yu family. I have always believed that the nation owes us. Yuanghua hung up the phone with a gentle sigh, staring at the closed door of Yu Cheng's bedroom. Son, I grant you 3 days to recuperate. If you continue down this path, I shall send you to the battlefield. Should you fail to become a level 4 warrior, do not return. on a rainy night. The drizzle was cold and dense, intertwining with the dim light that melted into the summer. Knock, knock, knock. In a small house, Ling Qiuji arrived bearing gifts. Brother Lin Tian, I apologize for the intrusion once more. Ling Qiuji had shed her previous awkwardness, stepping into the room to place the gifts in the corner. The officers at the police department have been very kind to me. They not only bought me new clothes, but also gave me pocket money. Ling Qiuji sat neatly on a chair, speaking earnestly. The light illuminated her skin, which glimmered with a translucent, porcelain-like delicacy, making her resemble a porcelain doll. Lin Tian nodded quietly, smiling. Since you have chosen to trust me, please tell me about the psychic abilities you and your brother possess. Ling Qiuji nodded quietly, a flicker of fear igniting in her eyes. My brother and I escaped. She spoke softly, her voice trembling. As Lin Tian chewed on beef, his brow furrowed. Ling Qiuji's words buried a terrifying revelation. In a secluded chemical factory, a group of individuals used children as experimental subjects, the vast majority of whom perished. Ling Qiuji was among the few who survived. Because her capture was brief, she had not been successfully brainwashed, while the others had become slaves. They referred to themselves as followers of the Eternal Life sect, claiming that adherence to their doctrines would grant immortality. Ling Qiuji lowered her head, speaking softly. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Yet another cult of eternal life. Moreover, through peculiar methods, they could transform an unremarkable child into a genius awakened to psychic abilities. Ling Qiuji's implication was clear. Only 1 in every 100 children would awaken, while the rest would die outright. If that holds true, how many children has the Eternal Life sect killed over the years? Thousands. If it indeed amounts to thousands, why has there been no military intervention? Why has the martial arts department remained passive? Lin Tian felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, as if he were facing a vast net capable of ensnaring all that is luminous. Why didn't you report this to the police? I am merely a high school student, Lin Tian said, his voice icy. I once escaped with an older sister, but the next day, we were captured by an officer and sent back. I only received a reprimand, but that sister. Ling Qiuji lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Her petite frame trembling. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. Could it be that the police were colluding with the Eternal Life sect? No wonder Ling Qiuji was reluctant to trust anyone. Lin Tian took a deep breath. You may now disclose the number of their members and their combat capabilities. After uttering these words, Lin Tian felt as if he were teetering on the edge of a precipice. He was on the brink of crisis. Yet this also presented an opportunity for him to rise. Chapter 56. Let us inch closer to the precipice. This is the only path to becoming a hero. After listening to Ling Qiuji's account, Lin Tian fell into silence, gazing intently at her. Ling Qiuji, you may not be well versed in the ranks of warriors, but I can deduce certain things. He pressed his lips together, retrieving a bottle of beverage from beneath the bed and handing it to Ling Qiuji. Thank you. The young girl murmured, somewhat shyly clutching the drink tightly. Drink up. There's more once you finish, Lin Tian encouraged with a smile. Ling Qiuji nodded, unscrewing the cap and taking a small sip. Lin Tian continued, based on my analysis, that chemical factory harbors at least several dozen level 1 warriors, along with 1 or 2 level 2. Lin Tian chuckled, bemused that this little girl believed she could single-handedly handle such a situation. Brother Lin, can you take them on? Ling Qiuji looked up at Lin Tian with wide, hopeful eyes, filled with admiration. Lin Tian sighed softly, smiling. Let us put it this way. I am not even a level 1 warrior at present. Should I venture forth, the likelihood of meeting my demise is exceedingly high. Lin Tian's words rendered Qiuji visibly anxious and flustered. Perhaps we should not go, she muttered, her gaze cast downwards. Lin Tian regarded Qiuji and calmly inquired. I understand you do not trust the police chief. Do you trust me? As Qiuji looked at Lin Tian, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, sparkling like stars under the light. Yes, she is with me. All right, Deputy Chief Chun, please come over. After ending the call, Qiuji sat on the stool, her nervousness still palpable. Lin Tian retrieved some late-night snacks and offered them to her. Let us share a meal, he suggested with a smile. Initially, Qiuji nodded, but then, resolutely diverting her gaze from the food, she hastily declined. What is it? Do you not wish to eat? I feel a bit embarrassed always consuming your food. She replied. The young girl's delicate features glimmered under the light, resembling a porcelain doll. Moments later, Chun Onghua arrived at Lin Tian's room. Casting a quiet glance at Qiuji, he approached Lin Tian and remarked, You have made the right decision. If this matter is indeed true, it is better for the police chief to be involved. Lin Tian nodded and, glancing at Qiuji, whispered, Deputy Chief Chun, based on her description. That location harbors at least dozens of level 1 warriors, and possibly even some level 2 warriors. If the Qingqing police chief intends to execute an arrest, I wish to partake as well. It has become evident that there may be a mole within the Shui City Police Department. Therefore, it is highly likely that the Qingqing police chief will act directly. I do not wish to miss this opportunity to achieve merit. Chun Onghua regarded Lin Tian with a solemn expression and contemplated before speaking. I have already heard of your victory over Li Mingji today. Your participation would greatly bolster the Qingqing police force, But you must understand, this is no game. Lives are at stake. Zi was taken aback, anxiously watching Lin Tian. Worry evident in her eyes. Lin Tian merely smiled faintly and nodded. The greater the danger, the more it signifies an opportunity for ascension. I have made my decision. Lin Tian stated quietly. Very well, we shall investigate this matter in the next few days, and then I will summon you, Manhwaedit replied. Before glancing at Zi with a hint of exasperation. You should return, the police officer assigned to guard you is currently searching the streets for you. Zi appeared momentarily stunned, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. Manhwaedit sighed, realizing why she had been so tense around the police chief. She had been fearful of potential harm. Why not? Lin Tian, you could stay at our police station. This shabby place offers little comfort. I can arrange for a spacious room for you, Manhwaedit suggested with a wink. He perceived that Zi presently placed her trust solely in Lin Tian. Despite the latter having once betrayed her, Lin Tian shook his head and addressed Zi. You must come to terms with this. If the police chief intended you harm, you would not have survived until now. Zi stood in a daze, murmuring softly, I think I should go home. Manhwaedit cast a quiet glance at Lin Tian, nodded, and refrained from further comment. As the two departed, the room fell into a profound silence. After a considerable interval, Zi reappeared at the doorway. Her gaze fixed stubbornly on Lin Tian, her eyes gradually darkening. In the dim light, the 15-year-old girl appeared fragile and diminutive. Brother Lin Tian, thank you, Zi said, her voice trembling as large tears cascaded down her cheeks. Everyone has been deceiving me. No one is willing to tell me the truth. Her eyes reddened, and she sobbed incessantly. Lin Tian observed her quietly. She was attempting to trust this world while simultaneously enveloped in fear of it. Is my brother no longer here? The porcelain-like girl asked, her voice laced with sorrow. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later. At the Qingxing police station, over 30 plainclothes officers boarded a bus amidst the persistent downpour. This weather is utterly dreadful, Manhwaedit grumbled from within a black jeep. Turning to Lin Tian seated behind him. Lin Tian, if danger arises, do not concern yourself with us. Just run. You are a prodigy and should not perish in such a place. Concern filled Manhwaedit's eyes. This operation had compelled the police officers to write their wills. Lin Tian's participation was indeed beneficial for the police force, as most of them were in their teens, and Lin Tian represented a substantial asset. Yet, Manhwaedit feared for Lin Tian's safety. He was torn between worrying for his comrades due to their inadequate combat prowess and fearing for Lin Tian's potential downfall. Lin Tian merely chuckled lightly, half-jokingly replying, Deputy Chief Chun, I am here to earn money, not to meet my end. Manhwaedit snorted in amusement, eventually saying, You rascal. They were entering Shui City under the guise of tourists. The location Zi had mentioned was an abandoned chemical factory situated in the suburbs. Manhwaedit had already dispatched personnel for reconnaissance, confirming the presence of cultists. After a brief while, the convoy set off. Lin Tian gazed out the window to see Zi in a white dress, holding an umbrella and tensing her petite frame as she waved at him. Shui City was 200 kilometers from Qingxing, roughly a 3 to 4 hour journey by long-distance bus. Upon leaving Qingxing, they entered mountainous terrain. Although the roads were still under construction, the surroundings were rife with wild hills and valleys, where ferocious beasts might lurk. On one mountain road, a vehicle had pulled over. Emitting smoke, a young man was irritably slapping his forehead. Qingxing, do you even know how to fix a car? A girl wearing sunglasses frowned from within the vehicle. This car must be broken. What kind of junk did the school provide? Qingxing muttered a curse. What now? We're still over 50 kilometers from that chemical factory. Another girl, clutching a long sword, frowned. Let us run. We can cover the distance faster than the car, Qingxing proposed. Are you out of your mind? If we run, the Eternal Life cult will surely spot us, and we'd be done for, the girl with sunglasses scoffed. If a warrior unleashed their speed, it would undoubtedly attract attention. This task is worth 50 credits. I spent 10 credits just to gather information. We cannot afford any slip-ups, she stated coldly. Just then, a boy and 2 girls simultaneously glanced down the mountain. A jeep and a bus were approaching. Indeed, it seems luck is on our side, they remarked as they stepped out of the vehicle and began waiting for the cars to pass. As the 2 vehicles approached, all 3 began waving. Yet, in the next instant, both the bus and the jeep seemed oblivious, driving right past them. Damn it, Qingxing cursed under his breath, then suddenly propelled himself off the ground. With a surge of energy, he soared 7 or 8 meters, landing directly in front of the passing jeep. Wait a moment. We are students from Yongzhou University, and our vehicle has broken down. We kindly request you to give us a ride. Inside the car, Manhwaedit slammed the accelerator, barely managing to halt the vehicle. What are you doing? Are you blind? Do you think just because you're a martial artist you can block my way? Manhwaedit's head emerged from the window, unleashing a torrent of furious invective at Qingxing. He was already on edge, preparing to undertake a mission that day. You. Qingxing furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he prepared to retort. At that moment, a girl wearing sunglasses approached. I apologize, but we truly have no other option. We are in a hurry to attend to something urgent. Could you please assist us? The girl clasped her hands together, her tone imbued with earnest hope. Not a chance. Chun Ongwa replied, shaking his head dismissively. Please, the girl pleaded, her demeanor sorrowful and pitiable. Not a chance. Chun Ongwa muttered under his breath, preparing to drive away. Wait. Chen Xing barked, pulling out a credential and presenting it. We are from Yongzhou University, here on an assignment. We hope you can lend us a hand. Chen Ongwa cast a glance at the document, his brows knitting together. Lin Tian also caught sight of the words inscribed on the credential. Chen Xing. Yongzhou University. Level 1 Martial Artist. Generally, martial arts students were already affiliated with the military or the martial arts department, if they were on an assignment. The public indeed had an obligation to assist. Irritated, Chen Ongwa thought to himself that he was on a mission. How had he stumbled upon these naive students? If they were just inexperienced youths, it might be manageable. However, if they were scouts from the Eternal Life sect, it could spell trouble. They were merely 50 kilometers from that location. The possibility of Chun Xing and the others being scouts from the sect was quite plausible. Get in. And once we reach our destination, you can leave. Chun Ongwa muttered. Thank you, sir. The girl in sunglasses chuckled lightly, her gaze landing on Lin Tian in the back seat, her eyes glimmering. She then opened the back door and settled beside him. Soon, another girl wielding a long sword approached and took the passenger seat next to Chen Ongwa. As for Chen Xing, he had no choice but to sit in the back of the bus. Hey there, what's your name? I'm Manhwaedit, pleased to meet you. The girl in sunglasses removed her shades, extending her fair hand towards Lin Tian. My name is Lin Tian, he replied curtly before closing his eyes to resume his slumber. Lin Tian, could you add me as a friend? Manhwaedit asked again, gazing at Lin Tian's face, her expression bright with a smile. Chapter 57, but he truly is quite handsome. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. What had begun as an intensely pressing operation had devolved into an encounter with students who appeared to be on vacation. He felt a twinge of annoyance but maintained his composure and added Manhwaedit as a friend. Throughout the journey, Manhwaedit was quite chatty. While Lin Tian offered only brief, perfunctory responses, the girl seated in the passenger seat with the long sword, however, remained exceedingly quiet, saying nothing during the ride. In less than an hour, the convoy arrived at a fork in the road, one path leading to a chemical plant and the other to a village. Chen Ongwa fell silent, preparing to steer the vehicle toward the village. Sir, we've arrived. Could you please stop the car? Manhwaedit suddenly spoke up. In an instant, Chen Ongwa's gaze sharpened, and he turned to look at Manhwaedit coldly. You are from Yongzhou University, aren't you? Who is your instructor? I need to contact him. Upon hearing Chen Ongwa's demand, both Manhwaedit and the girl with the sword were momentarily taken aback. Tell me, Chen Ongwa barked, unleashing a surge of energy characteristic of a level 2 martial artist. In response, both Manhwaedit and the girl with the sword also released their own energy. I am Deputy Chief Chen Ongwa of the Qingqing Police. I am here on a mission today. If you resist, I will treat you as members of a foreign sect. Chen Ongwa declared, his eyes flashing with the unique murderous intent of a soldier. He had already suspected that Manhwaedit and her companions were scouts from a foreign sect. Now, he was even more certain they were headed to the chemical plant. Manhwaedit's expression faltered as she glanced at the seemingly gentle young man beside her, who had one hand resting on a nearby package. Embarrassed, Manhwaedit quickly smiled and said, Our instructor is Li Yulong. We're also here on a mission today. She then provided Chen Ongwa with her instructor's phone number. After a brief investigation, Chen Ongwa finally confirmed the identities of Manhwaedit and her companions. We have overlapping assignments. We just gathered intel on the chemical plant a few days ago. How did Yongzhou University obtain insider information so quickly? Chen Ongwa frowned, his face betraying his displeasure. The military and the martial arts education department operated under the same system but were not part of the same department, often leading to conflicting assignments. Meanwhile, Manhwaedit looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Wow, you're a police officer at such a young age? Her eyes sparkled with surprise and delight as she moved a bit closer to him. In the back of the bus, Chun Xing disembarked with a disgruntled expression, having pieced together the situation. Damn, I just had 5 or 6 officers holding knives to my throat. He cursed under his breath, shooting a furious glare at Chen Ongwa in the jeep. Keep your voice down. If you jeopardize our mission, I won't let you off easily, Chen Ongwa snapped, clearly irritated by Chun Xing and his companions. Unfazed, Chun Xing merely scoffed and noticed Manhwaedit in the back seat, animatedly chatting with Lin Tian, which only added to his annoyance. You 3 should stay out of this. The Qingqing police will handle it, Chen Ongwa stated, casting a glance at Chun Xing with indifference. At his words, Chun Xing and the girl with the sword instantly turned sullen, while Manhwaedit, still engaged in conversation with Lin Tian, was taken aback. You have a mission, but so do we at Yongzhou University. There is no hierarchy here. You gain military merit for taking down foreign sects, and we seek academic credits. Chun Xing retorted, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Though he was still a level 1 martial artist now, he would not be for long. Chen Ongwa, appearing to be in his 40s, likely had little more to look forward to in his life. What is the meaning of this? Chen Ongwa shouted coldly. Are you attempting to obstruct my officer's actions? Deputy Chief, each of us has invested 10 credits into this mission. We worked hard to earn them. Can we not collaborate? Manhwaedit pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Absolutely not. You may go wherever you please, but get out. Chen Onghua replied flatly. Seeing this, Ying Huai and her companions ceased their protests. As they exited the vehicle, Ying Huai winked at Lin Tian, saying, Lin Tian, remember to reach out once it's over. Lin Tian's gaze remained calm. He simply nodded, offering a nonchalant acknowledgement. He wished to avoid any unnecessary complications with the mission. At that moment, Chen Onghua, with a meaningful glance at Ying Huai and her group, cautioned, I strongly advise you to refrain from participating in this mission. Our investigation indicates that the foreign sect at the chemical plant is formidable. Your involvement would undoubtedly be perilous. Ying Huai was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly nodding her head. However, Chen Xing appeared decidedly unconcerned. Soon after, the trio walked further away. The rain continued to pour. Chen Onghua halted the vehicle and slowly lit a cigarette. I sense they are up to no good, he muttered under his breath. What should we do now? Can't Deputy Director Chen forcibly order them to return? Lin Tian in the back seat furrowed his brows. That's not feasible. Chen Onghua sighed lightly, exhaling a puff of smoke. Firstly, they are students from Wuhan University. While they may eventually join the military, they are not there yet, and I have no authority over them. Secondly, the three of them possess a vitality level of approximately 50 points. Although that doesn't match my own, they are significantly stronger than the average first-tier martial artists. Chen Onghua elucidated. The students from Wuhan University are no longer conventional scholars. They either hold military ranks or have already established their positions within the martial arts department, enjoying a high social status. Well, it's not entirely a bad thing. At least their combat capabilities are formidable, Chen Onghua remarked, somewhat exasperated. He then retrieved a walkie-talkie. Xiao Wang, bring the equipment over here. Shortly, a young officer carrying a briefcase settled into the passenger seat and opened the case. The upper half of the briefcase contained a display screen, while the lower half housed neatly arranged devices resembling drones. This is our department's unmanned scanner, which we affectionately refer to as the electric flies, Officer Wang Zhe explained with a smile to Lin Tian, before flipping the switch next to the display. Buzz. Dozens of electronic flies began to flap their wings, taking flight out the window under Wang Zhe's control. The screen displayed the footage captured by these electronic flies. Meanwhile, on a rural road, amid the torrential rain and muddy conditions, Chen Xing and his companions were making their way toward the chemical plant. Damn it. How dare a mere officer command us? I could surpass him in less than a year, Chen Xing muttered under his breath, expressing his dissatisfaction with Chen Onghua's earlier tone. Chen Xing, if you remain silent, no one will take you for a mute, the previously quiet sword-wielding woman remarked coolly. Chen Xing pressed his lips together, choosing not to retort. Simultaneously, the sword-wielding woman turned to Ying Huai, frowning. We are almost there, put your phone away. Ying Huai nodded, reluctantly stowing her phone, sighing. I encountered a cool and handsome guy, but he doesn't even acknowledge me. She had been messaging Lin Tian earlier. Beside her, Chen Xing frowned. He is just a kid of 16 or 17. What is so great about him? Ying Huai shot him a sidelong glance. That young man merely appears youthful. He is already an officer. Officers are just low-level martial artists passing time. We are all prodigies destined to become at least fourth-tier martial artists in the future. Why place so much importance on a mere child? Ying Huai frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Xing. But he is genuinely handsome, she insisted. Chen Xing's tone faltered, and his expression stiffened. Martial artists prioritize temperament. ISNT Marshal Saint Guan is not handsome, yet his aura is unparalleled. But he really is good-looking, Ying Huai countered, causing Chen Xing to fall silent, his fists involuntarily clenching. Chapter 58, The Unsightly. John Tailing, do you think Lin Tian is handsome? Ying Huai asked with a beaming smile toward the sword-wielding woman. A flicker of annoyance crossed John Tailing's face as she replied curtly, I don't know. Is this your attitude toward a task? If so, I'll take my leave now. John Tailing's voice was sharp, prompting Chen Xing and Ying Huai to fall silent. In the distance, within the jeep, the trio's discussion reached Lin Tian's ears. Chen Onghua glanced at Lin Tian, his expression skeptical. Xiao Wang. Lin Tian's looks certainly attract the attention of girls. Wang Zhe, who was maneuvering the electronic flies, nodded with a light chuckle. I envy that aspect. In the back seat, Lin Tian pursed his lips, remaining silent. All right, the first batch of flies has entered the factory, Wang Zhe announced solemnly. The display screen revealed footage captured by an electronic fly. The expansive chemical plant appeared eerily quiet. Upon entering the facility, they encountered 2 rows of dilapidated workshops, overgrown with weeds. As the electronic flies ventured deeper, they soon discovered various tanks, both large and small, battered by the rain. It seems deserted, Wang Zhe remarked, frowning. Chen Onghua's brow furrowed. Did you see that tank? Yes, that one. There seems to be something inside. Wang Zhe guided the electronic fly towards a spherical storage tank, approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter, resting on a steel frame. The tank was broken, with a narrow crack visible. The electronic fly swiftly entered through the fissure. Damn it! A furious roar erupted from the jeep. Both Wang Zhe and Lin Tian were startled. The shout came from Chen Onghua, his eyes ablaze with an uncontrollable fury, akin to a raging beast. On the display, inside the darkened spherical storage tank, Rainwater flowed through the crack. Dim light illuminated a grotesque pile of lifeless faces. Their sunken eyes staring blankly at the sole opening of the tank, forever denied the sight of the sky. Twisted and deformed corpses lay haphazardly atop one another, evoking an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Lin Tian fixed his gaze on the scene, acutely feeling a wave of nausea rising from his stomach. Suddenly, Wang Zhe, controlling the electronic fly, found himself at a loss for words, hastily opening the car door. As if drained of strength, he knelt on the ground, retching. In the next moment, Lin Tian could no longer contain himself. He opened the car door and began to gag. He was, after all, merely a boy of 16 or 17. After a while, a cacophony of sounds issued from the display. "Brother, why did you bring me here?" A little girl's bewildered voice resonated. Wang Zhe and Lin Tian returned to the vehicle. The electronic fly emerged from the tank, revealing a 13-year-old girl in a white dress, being led by a man toward a square storage tank. "Didn't you say you wanted to meet your sister? I brought you to see her," the man replied gently, lifting the little girl as they jumped onto the steel frame where the square tank was placed. "Really? I'm best friends with Sister Chiozi," the little girl asked dreamily, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. "Yes," the man replied tenderly, producing a key to unlock the square storage tank. The footage displayed through the electronic fly revealed an even more harrowing scene than that of the spherical tank. "Do you see? Your sister is waving at you." The man chuckled softly, bringing the little girl to the front of the square storage tank. "Yes, I see her. Sister Chiozi, Xiao Fong is here," the girl exclaimed cheerfully, waving enthusiastically at the front. Lin Tian frowned. The little girl's eyes were a dull gray, indicating that she was blind. A surge of anger erupted from his heart, as though he had foreseen the ensuing events. "From now on, you shall reside with your elder sister, and we shall no longer disturb you," the man murmured softly, gently caressing the little girl's head. The girl was momentarily taken aback, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. "Thank you, uncle." With a sudden snap, the man's fingers tightened around the girl's head, and a mixture of yellow and white splattered forth. In a grim act, he forced the lifeless child into a square storage container. The video reached this point, plunging the vehicle into an eerie silence. "I will kill him. I will kill him. Deputy Director Chun, hand him over to me later." Wang Zhe clenched his fists, veins bulging on his neck, an involuntary surge of rage coursing through him. The suppressed hatred reached its zenith. "Follow him and locate the base," Chen Hongguo whispered, to which Wang Zhe nodded vigorously. As time slowly passed, they finally spotted a congregation of heretics in a secluded corner of the chemical plant. 25 first-level warriors, 1 suspected second-level, and 50 children under the age of 15. After confirming the personnel distribution, Wang Zhe spoke gravely. Chen Hongguo nodded solemnly, and then addressed Lin Tian. "We will launch a direct assault. Stick with me. And if anything seems amiss, just run. Don't worry about me. You are the prodigy, worth far more than I." Lin Tian's gaze momentarily faltered before he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a police vehicle approached, halting as it passed by their jeep. A man clad in police uniform stepped out. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, frowning. Chen Hongguo lowered the car window with a smile. "Good day, officer. We were driving to Shui City for some fun, but we got tired and decided to take a break." The officer, still frowning, eventually nodded. "In this desolate area, be cautious." "Thank you, officer," Chen Hongguo replied with a grin. Subsequently, the police officer drove away. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. "Let us move," Chen Hongguo commanded. The jeep and bus simultaneously advanced toward the chemical plant. Concurrently, Chun Xing and his companions had circled around to the rear of the factory. Zhang Tailin glanced at the watch on her wrist, the infrared map of the chemical plant clearly displayed. 76 units are scattered across 10 rooms, with the largest congregation likely being the children. "We should split up. I will handle the second-level warrior." Chen Xing and Ning Huai nodded gravely. "Let us hurry. If those officers snatch our credit, this mission will be in vain." Chen Xing grumbled, leaping over the wall. Chapter 59, The Instantly Crumbling Trio. Ning Huai and Zhang Tailin exchanged glances, both expressing a hint of helplessness. They were prodigies, equipped with systematic training regimens, making it easy to deal with ordinary warriors and harvest gains. Just as Chen Xing landed, a deafening explosion erupted. The ground trembled momentarily, and the walls collapsed. "Grass. We've been discovered." Chen Xing, now charred, struggled to rise, his suit tattered, revealing the combat vest beneath. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been in grave danger. At the corner of a workshop, a man aimed a rocket launcher at the trio. "You're seeking death," the man bellowed, locking in the rocket and re-aiming at Chen Xing. "Watch out." Chen Xing gasped. "Get back." Zhang Tailin, the sword-wielding woman, called out, leaping forward like a specter to shield Chen Xing. She bent slightly before drawing her sword. With a swift motion, she cleaved the incoming rocket in twain. Then, the cacophony of gunfire erupted. A barrage of bullets rained upon the trio. "We've been compromised. We can't fight this battle. Retreat." Zhang Tailin commanded fiercely, her sword illuminating the area as it created a flickering barrier to protect Chen Xing and Ning Huai. "Retreat? They are merely a bunch of rabble." Chen Xing muttered under his breath, his fury igniting a blazing fire from his fists. He then surged forward like a comet, charging towards a heretic armed with a machine gun. Meanwhile, Manhwaedit gritted her teeth, drawing 2 handguns from her waist. Her gaze sharpened as crimson energy surged from her palms, infusing her guns. With an eerie tremor, the barrels of her pistols glowed with fierce flames. She squeezed the triggers. With a thunderous crack, 2 laser beams shot forth, instantly striking the heads of 2 armed heretics. Not bad. I'll go support Qinxing, Manhwaedit murmured, her figure darting away like the wind. Just then, an explosive roar erupted from Qinxing's vicinity, a blinding fireball shooting skyward. The terrifying shockwave visibly rippled outward. Manhwaedit was caught in its wake, sent hurtling back. Oh no! Zhang Tailin cried out, one hand gripping her sword, the other catching Manhwaedit by the waist. Her shoe skidded for nearly 10 meters before finally halting. What happened? Manhwaedit screamed, her face paling in shock. The sheer force of that explosion was terrifying. Manhwaedit, look! Zhang Tailin trembled, pointing towards a nearby object that filled her with dread. Following Zhang Tailin's gaze, Manhwaedit saw a bloodied lower half amidst a mire of rain and mud. The pants belonged to Qinxing. Manhwaedit screamed, fury etched across her features. She glared vehemently at the source of the explosion, once a brick house now reduced to ruins. Wait, big brother, big sister. A languid voice emerged from the dust-laden debris. A one-eyed man in a suit appeared, leading a sobbing little girl by the hand. In his other hand, he casually held the bloodied head of Qinxing. The one-eyed man frowned, addressing the now enraged Manhwaedit and Zhang Tailin. Is this your first mission? A single bomb can take care of you? You ought to have conducted better reconnaissance. It wouldn't have been so embarrassing for us. He tossed Qinxing's head into the rain-soaked ground with a resigned expression, then gently stroked the little girl's head. The child trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. You see, this child is strapped with explosives. If I hand her over to you, will you save her or not? The man displayed a smile imbued with profound significance, appearing to offer a benevolent persuasion. Immediately, dozens of foreign cultists peered from their surroundings, their expressions laced with mockery as they regarded Zhang Tailin and Manhwaedit. You deserve to die? Manhwaedit gritted her silver teeth, her entire body trembling as she forced out those words through clenched jaws. Deserve to die what? The one-eyed man replied dismissively. We're all just trying to earn a living. He then hoisted a small girl beside him with one hand, and with tremendous force, hurled her towards Manhwaedit and Zhang Tailin. This is bad, Zhang Tailin exclaimed, swiftly pulling Manhwaedit away for several dozen meters. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted, scattering the little girl into countless fragments. You bastard! Tears welled in Manhwaedit's eyes as she gritted her teeth, and in the next moment, she fired at the one-eyed man. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions and gunfire erupted. In an instant, dozens of foreign cultists unleashed their firepower, reducing the ground where Manhwaedit and Zhang Tailin stood to ruins. Gradually, they found themselves encircled. At that moment, a small boy fled from a nearby building, panic-stricken as he sprinted towards Manhwaedit. Bullets rained down at his feet, causing him to burst into tears. Don't come here. Get back inside, Manhwaedit cried out. Seeing the boy engulfed by the barrage, she gritted her teeth and rushed towards him. Don't go, Zhang Tailin shouted in alarm. In the next moment, an explosion rocked the area. A fireball erupted from the boy, and the shockwave surged outward. When the dust settled, Manhwaedit found herself cradled in Zhang Tailin's arms. One of her limbs obliterated, blood splattering everywhere. It's my fault. I was wrong. We shouldn't have come, Manhwaedit wept, her eyes reflecting not only despair, but an intense rage. Beside her, Zhang Tailin's face had turned ashen, plagued by regret. They had underestimated the malice of the Eternal Life sect, and their plan had utterly collapsed. If only I had known this day would come. Why did we even begin? The one-eyed man sighed, his eyes betraying profound sorrow. He then raised his weapon, aiming it at Manhwaedit's head. Xiaoling, you must flee. Don't worry about me. Manhwaedit forced a bitter smile. Zhang Tailin remained silent, her gaze flickering. Indeed, abandoning Manhwaedit seemed the most prudent course of action. Just then, an explosion shook the ground as a rocket struck the one-eyed man's feet, sending him hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, the air was filled with the thunderous sound of gunfire and explosions, as if a deluge of bullets and energy had erupted, decimating warehouses and workshops. The downpour was shattered, and a chorus of terrified screams erupted. Go! Manhwaedit drove his jeep straight into a workshop. Lin Tian, protect yourself, he commanded, his muscles coiling like a dragon. A torrent of energy surging forth. With a resounding crash, he charged forward like a racing cheetah. Meanwhile, 30 police officers from Qingcheng had dispersed, launching their assault from multiple angles. Lin Tian exited the vehicle, his weapon emitting a mechanical whir. As the umbrella retracted, a gleaming tang sword appeared. Each first-level foreign cultist is worth 300,000. Lin Tian murmured, then surged towards Chun Ongwa's direction. In an instant, a volley of bullets peppered Lin Tian, exploding into a golden barrage overhead. Watch out! A female officer shouted from behind him. Yet, Lin Tian bore a slight smile. The next moment, he swung his sword. Hidden blade 7 cuts. The blade danced, intertwining with fine azure lightning, effortlessly slicing through the oncoming bullets. Incredible! The female officer gasped in awe. She recognized Lin Tian as a high school student with formidable combat prowess, yet she was astounded by his prowess. After deflecting the bullets, Lin Tian turned his gaze towards the source of the gunfire. On the roof of another workshop, a foreign cultist was aiming a machine gun directly at him. The cultist, realizing Lin Tian's gaze, was instantly alarmed. In a heartbeat, he squeezed the trigger even more fervently. Bang, bang, bang. Fire erupted in all directions as Lin Tian wielded his weapon, continuously striking back. A resonant hum emanated from the tip of his sword. Lin Tian's form, along with his blade, became ethereal. Hidden Blade 7 cuts, third effect. 100 shadows passing, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. He propelled himself into a state of extreme temporal movement. Damn it! The foreign cultist bellowed, taken aback by the unexpected difficulty of dealing with such a youthful opponent. In the next moment, he was horrified to see the young man, who had been slicing bullets in place, suddenly surge forward like a shadow, charging towards him. The rain-soaked ground erupted beneath Lin Tian's feet, forming 2 walls of water. With the momentum, he swiftly reached the workshop where the cultist was stationed. Then, with a burst of energy, he propelled himself upwards against the wall like a cannonball. He ascended along the crevices of the workshop wall. Damn it, he is coming! The cultist exclaimed in panic, scrambling to draw a long knife from his waist. In the next instant, Lin Tian leaped high, aiming for the cultist's head. Not good. The cultist shouted, preparing to parry with his blade. With a swift motion, Lin Tian's lightning-infused sword sliced through the air. In an instant, the cultist's head was severed cleanly in two. 300,000 secured. Lin Tian murmured, standing atop the workshop as he surveyed his surroundings. Shenanghua was engaged in battle with the one-eyed man, while Ling Huai and Zhang Tailing fought fiercely in a corner of the workshop. They were at a disadvantage, as an enemy sniper had been targeting them from a distance. 3 foreign cultists had encircled them, wielding children as shields, the little ones strapped with explosives. Despite their lack of strength, Ling Huai and Zhang Tailing found it nearly impossible to find an opening. Ling Huai was in dire straits, her shoulder dislocated. Though she had staunched the bleeding with her energy, moving remained arduous. Meanwhile, Ling Huai turned her gaze towards Lin Tian atop the workshop, forcing a smile. The young man has come to rescue me. In front of her, a foreign cultist holding a child glanced at Lin Tian and sneered. A hero saving a damsel in distress? More like saving your mother. In the next moment, he hurled the child directly at Ling Huai. With a resounding explosion, the chaos unfolded. Blood and flesh splattered as Ling Huai was swept away by Zhang Tailing, landing clumsily dozens of meters away. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, soon spotting an alien cultist aiming a sniper rifle at him from a distance. In an instant, a powerful thunderous force erupted from his being, presenting himself in a dazzling, godlike manner as he charged toward the sniper. With a resounding bang, a bullet, akin to a blazing sun, shot toward Lin Tian's forehead. He swiftly slashed with his blade, the electric light trailing behind him, carving a long phantom in the air. Remarkably, the bullet veered around his strike, tracing an arc that aimed for Lin Tian's temple. Alarm surged within him as his heart skipped a beat. He barely managed to evade the projectile by sidestepping at the last moment. Gunplay? How is this possible? Lin Tian gritted his teeth and continued his pursuit of the sniper. A scream pierced the air from below. The female officer who had trailed behind Lin Tian had her chest torn open, exposing her stark, white bones and flesh. There's a psychic master. There's a psychic master. She cried out in agony. With a bang, a bullet arced into the brain of her assailant within Lin Tian's line of sight. Dead. Witnessing this, Lin Tian clenched his jaw. It was indeed a psychic master. Only they could execute such feats. Lin Tian, retreat. You are not needed here. Shenanghua, engaged in battle with a one-eyed man, bellowed like a thunderclap. Both Ling Huai and Zhang Tailing turned their gazes toward Lin Tian at that moment. With another bang, Lin Tian dodged yet another bullet. Tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, he shouted back at Shenanghua, how much is a psychic master worth? How many military merits? Shenanghua paused momentarily, landing a punch on the one-eyed man's chest. Boom. The adversary staggered back, crashing through a brick structure. A first-class psychic master is worth 500,000, 2 points of military merit. Shenanghua muttered under his breath. He then watched as Lin Tian transformed into a streak of lightning, racing atop the workshop. Lin Tian, you must leave. This place is too dangerous for you. Ling Huai urged anxiously from the ground. A brilliant crackle of thunder erupted. She witnessed the lightning form rushing through the rain, a shockwave surging forth. The sniper, still aiming at Lin Tian, was suddenly filled with dread as bullets began to rain down upon him. No longer needing his sniper rifle, they flew forth under his command. Then, with a crack, a blinding bolt of thunder shot forth from Lin Tian's hand. Boom. The blade pierced the sniper's forehead, causing blood and flesh to erupt. 500,000 secured. Lin Tian murmured, his form a blur as he zipped past the sniper. Before the sniper's body could even fall, Lin Tian swiftly reclaimed his weapon. Chapter 61. a body like 100 shadows, blade strikes in stealth. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Below, Ling Huai parted her lips, momentarily speechless. Zhang Tailing gazed at Lin Tian in astonishment. The surge of vitality he exhibited was not overwhelmingly potent, yet the quality of his energy appeared remarkably high. How could a mere boy, seemingly only 16 or 17, possess such formidable strength? Haha, impressive, truly impressive. Chen Hongwu laughed heartily, dashing into the ruins to seize the still-dazed one-eyed man, delivering a punch that struck his forehead. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch thundered like a drum, sending the one-eyed man reeling, blood spurting from his nose. As for Lin Tian, he did not waste much time on this psychic master. The impression he got was that the psychic master was akin to a soft persimmon, full of psychic energy, but lacking in execution. Glancing at the deceased female officer, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. The one responsible for her death was another psychic master. He immediately pinpointed their location. At that moment, the psychic master also locked onto Lin Tian. Pulling the trigger, bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets rained down upon Lin Tian, momentarily preventing him from retaliating. Lin Tian, I'm here to protect you. A police officer shouted as he rushed to the workshop's roof, raising his shield to block the incoming bullets. Get out of the way. You can't keep up with my speed. Lin Tian barked. The shooter was a psychic master. A mere shield would be futile. Before the officer with the shield could react, a bullet arced around and struck his temple. In an instant, blood splattered forth. The shield-bearing officer's eyes widened, and before uttering a word, he collapsed. He tumbled from the workshop, crashing heavily to the ground, blood mixing with the rainwater, creating a vast pool of red. The scene was chilling and tragic. Once dead, nothing remained. Lin Tian's throat tightened, cold light emanating from his eyes. Crack! He unleashed a violent surge of thunderous vitality, his body trembling as true thunder energy surged to its zenith. His gaze grew increasingly feral, and the cacophony of the world faded into silence as he focused on the 10 bullets hurtling toward him. 2 from the upper left, 5 in the center, and 1 from the lower right. Buzz! His mind buzzed, and he mobilized his energy. The blade surged forth, entwined with lightning. Boom! Lin Tian erupted like a bolt of thunder. The rolling thunder shattered the rain curtain, and he leapt high, aiming his blade at the alien cultist with the sniper rifle. Seeking death, the sniper sneered, his figure flickering as he hurled 10 small knives toward Lin Tian in an erratic arc. In the next moment, they were hurtling towards him. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he swung his long knife. Slash, cross, spin, chop, sweep. Each stroke of his blade radiated with electric brilliance. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of his strikes was more chaotic and weighty than the gunfire. He had encountered a worthy adversary. A cold smile crept upon Lin Tian's lips, and he struck with even greater ferocity. Swift and nimble, he moved as one with his blade. Hidden blade 7 strikes. B-class effect, 100 shadows passing. He was adept. The mastery of 100 shadows embedded deep within his mind. He craved battle, yearning to unleash the strongest strikes amidst chaos. Kill me. Lin Tian laughed maniacally, feeling a surge of vitality rush to his head. Come on, trash. He roared, striking with even greater speed. The sniper's expression flickered in shock. Then he gritted his teeth and sneered. The speed of the 10 small knives increased dramatically. When 2 brave souls meet on a narrow path, it is always the bold who triumph. With a whoosh, a flash of blade light swept through, drawing a line of blood. The sniper clutched his neck in disbelief as he crumpled to the ground. 500,000 secured. This was the last sound he heard. Trash. Lin Tian ground his heel into the sniper's head, then surged toward the other alien cultists. In the distance, Ling Huai and Zhang Tailing stood in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. Your charming young man appears to be quite mad. Zhang Tailing swiftly tore a bomb from a child's body and hurled it away. I do have a penchant for the eccentric, she remarked. Ling Huai let out a low grunt. Her pallid face aimed at an enemy faction atop a building as she fired a shot. This is troublesome. All these children are strapped with explosives, and forcibly disarming them is perilously risky, Zhang Tailing declared vehemently. The enemy faction was not particularly powerful, yet their despicable use of children as shields and weapons was reprehensible. These children had been captured and subjected to immense suffering and torment, and now they were to be used as human bombs. They had utterly forsaken any semblance of morality. This was the advantage of the enemy faction. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions mingled with the cries of children. Within the chemical plant, flesh and blood were flung into the air alongside debris. The Qingcheng police force, upon arrival, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Their weakness stemmed from their humanity. Lin Tian, racing forward with the innate advantage of his hidden blade 7 slashes technique, moved with remarkable speed and agility. He made every effort to evade the children bearing bombs. In this moment of vulnerability, he sought to prevent any further calamities. With a swift strike, he dispatched an enemy faction member, wiping the blood mist from his face with the rain. 290,000. He murmured. Astonishingly, the number of mentalists within the chemical plant exceeded that of the warriors. How outrageous. Typically, one would find a single mentalist among 1,000 warriors. Just as he suspected, this facility harbored treasures, artifacts capable of awakening extraordinary mental powers in ordinary individuals. As per Ling Qiuji's account, she awakened her mental prowess following hypnosis. What kind of artifact had the enemy faction employed? Lin Tian's gaze flickered as he traversed a workshop, spotting a two-story building that appeared to be the plant's administrative office. Previously, the electronic drone had indicated this building served as the enemy faction's resting place. Boom. A massive fist suddenly descended upon Lin Tian, launched by a female enemy combatant lying in wait at the workshop's exit. Crack. Lin Tian summoned a surge of thunder, raising his weapon to meet the blow. With a resounding clash, the fist struck the blade, and Lin Tian was propelled backward several meters. Seeking death, the female enemy, noticing Lin Tian had been struck, unleashed a more ferocious flurry of punches toward him. Simultaneously, a man behind Lin Tian, clutching a little girl, sneered and hurled the child at him like a cannonball. Mama! The girl cried out. The speed of her launch was so swift that her delicate arms twisted grotesquely upon impact. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, instinctively reaching out to catch her, only to glimpse the bomb strapped to her small frame. Kill! Lin Tian roared, veins bulging at his neck. Crack! Thunder erupted as he surged forward with an explosive burst of speed, disregarding the child hurtling toward him and charging directly at the female combatant. Just as planned, the female combatant shouted, her hair rising like a multitude of needles, her arms swelling as if her muscles would burst through her leather outfit. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, channeling his force into the blade. Hidden blade 7 slashes, second effect, hidden thunder slash. He struck, and the female combatant's eyes hardened as her fist collided with his blade. With a resounding boom, a sound reminiscent of metal clashing echoed through the air. A glimmer of mockery flickered in her eyes just as a sudden thunderous roar erupted from within her. The ensuing explosion sent her blood surging, robbing her of strength. In that moment, Lin Tian seized her neck, using her as a shield just as the child collided with her abdomen. With a sickening crack, the girl's leg shattered upon impact. Wah! A piercing wail escaped her lips as she crumpled to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Come on, blow up. Blow yourselves up, Lin Tian bellowed, his eyes fierce as he delivered a punch to the female combatant's neck. Crack! A strike like lightning. The female combatant trembled, collapsing to the ground. Lin Tian's eyes sharpened as he released her and swiftly slashed at the little girl on the ground. With a swoosh, the blade grazed the ropes binding the explosives around her. In an instant, he flicked the bomb away with the back of his knife. Boom! The bomb detonated midair, unleashing a searing wave accompanied by a brilliant crimson flame. A shock wave erupted, sending the previously sobbing girl flying a few meters. Blood mingled with the rain. Despite the chaos, the girl had survived. Lin Tian's expression turned cold as he directed his blade toward the unconscious female combatant. With a swift thrust, blood erupted. 320, he whispered, then charged at the male combatant, who wore a look of dread. 350. With a mechanical sound, the male combatant's head exploded. Chapter 62, Lin Tian. You are my father. Lin Tian, you are amazing. A clear, jubilant voice rang out from around the corner of the workshop. Ling Huai appeared, her vitality diminished. Yet as a warrior, even wounded, she surpassed the average youth. Approaching Lin Tian, a pale smile graced her face, as if she had just awakened from a dream. She knelt beside the severely injured girl and embraced her tightly. Don't cry, sister will save you. Then, turning to Lin Tian, she inquired. I've lost an arm. You won't despise me, will you? Ling Huai asked plaintively. Lin Tian slowly turned his head, confusion evident on his face. What on earth is going on with her? It's fine. I'll buy a B-grade potion when I return. My arm will grow back, Ling Huai said with a smile. As if they were not amidst a fierce battle, Lin Tian shot her a sidelong glance, contemplating the contents of her mind. He pointed to the still sobbing little girl. She's in your care. These children will detonate the moment they come near us. Someone is monitoring us. Lin Tian's gaze turned distant as he fixed his eyes upon the two-story building ahead. The entire chemical plant was under surveillance. In fact, it was likely they had been detected long before entering. The enemy faction had prepared for this, strapping bombs to the children. Their refusal to retreat and continued resistance indicated that their discovery was not early. Thus, it seemed the Qingqing police force had no internal issues. But when exactly had they been discovered? Lin Tian pondered as he approached the two-story building. Lin Tian, you must come back. Ling Huai called out anxiously from behind. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of explosions echoed incessantly, with shattered steel and concrete cascading like a meteor shower. The battle intensified further. Meanwhile, in a modest 15-square-meter room on the second floor of a small building, a man seated at his computer desk roared in frustration, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. The screen before him displayed clear footage from over 30 surveillance cameras scattered across the chemical plant. Neatly arranged on the desk were dozens of remote controls, each marked with a serial number. Casting a glance at the surveillance footage from the entrance of the building, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he spotted a young man entering. The man swiftly pulled out his phone and typed a message. There's no time left. Grab the items and leave. I may not be able to stop him. Just as he sent the message, a chill coursed through him as he abruptly turned to the doorway. A young man wielding a long knife was coldly staring back at him. Do not come any closer. If you do, I will detonate the remote, and none of those children will survive. The man exclaimed, rising in panic, his hands hovering over the remote controls on the table. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, unfazed as he approached. You're courting death, the man bellowed, his eyes suddenly turning fierce. I will press it, don't force my hand. Lin Tian nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Go ahead, your teammates are already using those children as human shields. If you press it now, there is no need for this fight. The man trembled, a flicker of despair igniting in his eyes. Don't show such an expression. It makes me seem like the villain. Lin Tian sneered as he stood before the man. His gaze swept across the computer screen, where a police officer was beheaded by a cultist holding a young boy hostage. The officer collapsed into the rain-soaked ground, lifeless. He recognized that officer. His name was Wang Zhe. Let me go. I have valuable information for you. The man stammered, one hand slowly reaching behind his waist to retrieve his gun. I will find valuable information on my own, Lin Tian replied with a light chuckle, and in the next instant, a flash of the knife cut through the air. Thud. The man's head fell, blood spraying in a fountain from his severed neck. 380. Lin Tian murmured to himself, then turned his attention to the remote controls on the table. Unsure of the consequences of destroying them outright, he decided to first remove the batteries before obliterating them. Once he had dismantled all the remotes, he finally sighed in relief. Meanwhile, outside, a building collapsed with a resounding crash. Two figures leapt from the rubble, Chun Onghua and a blood-soaked one-eyed man. The battle between them had been a relentless onslaught, with Chun Onghua dominating. However, the one-eyed man, cunning and malicious, had previously seized a child as a human shield, pushing Chun Onghua to the brink of fury while rendering him hesitant to act. Ultimately, the one-eyed man exploited Chun Onghua's compassion, hurling the child at him. Rain washed away the soot on Chun Onghua's face as he slowly surveyed his surroundings. Crimson blood splattered across the shattered walls of the workshop, pooling into the muddy ground. Familiar faces lay lifeless on the ground, robbed of their former laughter and joy. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, old Chun Onghua murmured, a wave of crimson rage surging in his eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, he struggled to suppress his fury. Resembling a beast that had lost all semblance of humanity, his wrath was directed not only at the cultists but also at himself. He had underestimated the malice and ruthlessness of the cult. He blamed himself. If he had planned better, if he had executed the assault with clearer strategy, this tragedy might have been averted. Each encounter with the cult had been brutally devastating. Yet, humans are not machines. Despite the repeated confrontations, the pain of loss remained. His younger kin had perished, friends had been lost. Who would not feel anger? He always aspired to perform better, yet disappointment followed each time. Where was Lin Tian? Chun Onghua roared, his gaze sweeping the area. If Lin Tian were dead, he would truly become a criminal. The surrounding police officers also paused momentarily, realizing Lin Tian was missing. Witnessing this, Chun Onghua's rage intensified, fixating on the one-eyed man. You're finished. I will not only kill you but also dismember you before your demise, so you can savor every moment. The one-eyed man faltered, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. The next moment, he regained composure, chuckling mockingly. Old chap, where's your brain? Think before you speak. How do you plan to win? He gestured around him, tauntingly adding, we still have dozens of living bombs right here. Chun Onghua clenched his teeth, a grinding sound emerging as the other officers engaged in battle, finding themselves at a disadvantage. They were human, with hearts, thus succumbing to the dire straits. A wave of desolation and fury enveloped each police officer's heart. This time, they might not return. Just then, a clear voice echoed from afar, Deputy Chief Chun. It's me. The declaration halted Chun Onghua and the other officers in their tracks, a spark of hope igniting in Chun Onghua's eyes. Lin Tian was still alive. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Tian's voice continued. I've destroyed the remote controls for the bombs on the children. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Chun Onghua and the other officers stood in stunned silence, while the mocking grins on the faces of the cultists, including the one-eyed man, vanished instantly. One of the cultists, with a fierce glint in his eyes, hurled a child strapped with explosives toward a police officer. Reflexively, the officer instinctively attempted to dodge, but ended up clumsily catching the child. It didn't explode. It really didn't explode. The officer exclaimed in astonishment. Concurrently, a thunderous shout erupted. Dad. From Chun Onghua. Lin Tian, you are my father. Chapter 63, A Great Opportunity. In the small two-story building, Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Both he and Chun Onghua had amplified their voices through their energy, ensuring everyone could hear clearly. Lin Tian felt exasperated. He hadn't intended for such a significant figure to be his son. After glancing at the surveillance footage on the computer, he noted that following the destruction of all the remotes, the tide of battle on Chun Onghua's side had shifted. What caught Lin Tian's attention was a woman named Zhan Tai Ling, who had been accompanying Ying Huai from the beginning. Though her vitality was not as robust as Chun Onghua's, the combat prowess she displayed was surprisingly comparable. Previously hampered by the children in the cultist's grasp, She now unleashed a formidable strength. It seemed the cultists would soon face their reckoning. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he gradually shut himself off from the external world. A series of faint, clattering sounds echoed from the rooftop, accompanied by lengthy breaths, heartbeats, and hurried movements. Lin Tian's eyes radiated a chilling intensity as his legs slightly bent, an overwhelming force surging through them. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the floor beneath him trembled, and a cloud of dust swiftly expanded outward from his position. In an instant, he leapt, resembling a thunderous arrow propelled toward the ceiling. With a swift stroke of his inked blade, the ceiling was shattered. Damn it! A scream pierced the air as an unsuspecting heretic above was struck in the foot by Lin Tian's blade, the long knife piercing upward and shattering his foot into fragments. The heretic howled in agony, staggering backward just narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Immediately after, Lin Tian's figure materialized, calmly surveying his surroundings. The room spanned 50 square meters. The rear meticulously arranged with various instruments and equipment closely aligned on the workbench. High-definition monitors and timers adorned the walls, while the ground was laid with corrosion-resistant, non-slip flooring. At the forefront of the laboratory lay a hospital bed, upon which a 13 or 14-year-old boy, clad in a patient gown, lay unconscious. A suspended vial of medication continuously infused a peculiar red liquid into the boy. This liquid, extraordinarily unique, flickered with a semblance of flames within its deep crimson depths. Oh! The heretic, whose right foot Lin Tian had obliterated, leaned against the wall, moaning in torment. Clad in white attire and wearing glasses, he appeared more like a researcher than a warrior. Is it just you in this laboratory? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, noticing the heretic's eyes were fixed on him with a deeply malevolent gaze. Speak, Lin Tian commanded coldly, delivering a swift cut that severed the heretic's right calf. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth as the man turned pale, his eyes widening in excruciating pain. You bastard, may you die a miserable death! He screamed in a frenzied outburst. Lin Tian's frown deepened, and in the next instant, he struck again. With a whoosh, the long knife sliced through the man's arm, severing it completely. It was hard to fathom that Lin Tian was merely a youth on the verge of 17. His childhood had been fraught with suffering, which, by all accounts, should not have forged such a cold-hearted demeanor. However, when he glimpsed the lifeless bodies of the children carelessly discarded in storage jars, and recalled the innocent, despairing gaze of Qiuzi, he resolved that the foreign cultists were not human at all. They were beneath even the lowest creatures, mere refuse. Answer me, Lin Tian murmured, pressing the blade against the man's forehead. It must have been beautiful when your brains exploded. A sinister smile crept across Lin Tian's face, transforming into something malevolent. They're all fighting. I'm the only one here, the man shrieked in horror. What is contained within that vial? Lin Tian inquired, eyeing the vial filled with the flickering crimson liquid. A concoction of spirit fire essence and beast blood, the man replied laboriously, his face contorted in agony. Pitiful groans escaping his lips as sweat poured from his brow. Spirit fire? Lin Tian's gaze flickered. Spirit fire. It truly is spirit fire. This was a legendary substance, rumored to exist within the realms of reality, and the terrifying figure of Marshal Saint Guan was said to possess such an entity. Generally, the value of a spirit item could soar into the billions, often with no market for it at all. Now, he found himself in the presence of one. Lin Tian's heart raced. It's not the complete spirit fire, merely a remnant, the man continued, veins bulging across his body, appearing utterly wretched. Where? Lin Tian whispered. There. The man struggled to point toward a locked safe at the back of the laboratory. Do you have the key? Lin Tian demanded, seizing the man. Yes. The man managed to nod weakly. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, pressing the blade against the man's neck as he led him to the safe. Trembling, the man extracted a triangular key from his pocket. He inserted the key into the lock, but despite his efforts, it would not align. The man stammered. Continue. Lin Tian urged, applying pressure with the blade, drawing a line of crimson across the man's neck. Despair flickered in the man's eyes. Yet he ultimately managed to insert the key. With a click, the safe swung open. A wave of intense heat rushed forth, nearly suffocating Lin Tian. Inside, a square glass container held a flickering crimson flame, pulsating quietly. This flame, though seemingly weak, had already turned the container a fiery red. The entire safe radiated with a searing heat, the air around it shimmering as if reality itself were warping. Such a temperature could instantly incinerate a normal person upon contact. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, curious about how the influential figures absorbed the spirit fire. Surely, they didn't simply swallow it whole. Is this spirit fire seed absorbable? Lin Tian asked. No, it isn't, the bespectacled man answered weakly. Lin Tian nodded. If he said it was impossible, it likely meant it was feasible. Just then, the man slowly reached into the safe. The sound of flesh sizzling filled the air. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed in an instant, and he struck with his blade, severing the man's hand. However, at that moment, the man turned to Lin Tian, his eyes wide, a manic grin spreading across his face. Heh, you've fallen into my trap. He cackled, his remaining leg kicking out swiftly. With a crack, his toe pressed a hidden switch below. Buzz. In an instant, Lin Tian's heart plummeted as a wave of intense dread surged from the depths of his being. This is bad, this is bad. Lin Tian gritted his teeth as dazzling arcs of lightning erupted from his form, expanding outward and enveloping him in a torrent of thunderous energy. True Thunder Strike, S-rank Effect. Obliterating Thunder River. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Tian's form became ethereal. Hidden Blade 7 Strikes, B-rank Effect, Phantom Passage. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian unleashed his utmost speed. Flee. In the next heartbeat. Boom. A thunderous explosion rippled through the air, sending a wave of scorching heat outward. A tempestuous shockwave lifted dust, debris, and shards of glass into the air. Flames erupted within the entire second floor, a chaotic dance of sparks and fragments swirling through the air. Everything was annihilated. Lin Tian. A scream echoed outside. It was Manhwaedit. Simultaneously, Manhwa obliterated the one-eyed man's head with a single punch. The battle reached its climax. With only 2 or 3 heretics remaining, Zhang Tailing cleaved through one heretic's head with a swift stroke of his sword, glancing at the source of the explosion. Lin Tian. Manhwa roared. The site of the explosion was precisely where Lin Tian's earlier voice had emanated, coupled with Manhwa's anguished cry. All surviving officers froze in shock. Could it be that Lin Tian had perished in the explosion? Lin Tian. Manhwa bellowed once more, awaiting a response that never came. Damn it. Manhwa let out a low growl, an ominous feeling surging within him. He was reluctant to contemplate it. Yet now it seemed that Lin Tian might truly have fallen. Someone, go find Lin Tian. Manhwa bellowed, casting a fierce glance at the last 2 heretics before swiftly charging towards them. Yes, one of the police officers responded, dazed, as he sprinted towards Lin Tian's location. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air. A shell descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Manhwa and the others. Enemy attack. Manhwa exclaimed in alarm, his voice rising in urgency. Chapter 64, The Surge of Mental Power. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted. A fiery blaze shot skyward, obliterating the 2 police officers in an instant, their forms shattered and sent sprawling by the force of the blast. The site of the explosion transformed into a gray mist, obscuring all objects within. A buzzing in his ears ensued as Manhwa, now disheveled and covered in dirt, struggled to rise from the ground. Shaking his head to clear his senses. Why were there still heretics present? Zhang Tailing let out a growl, his composure wavering in the face of chaos. Suddenly, a barrage of missiles soared through the sky. Both Zhang Tailing and Manhwa were taken aback. Intercept the missiles, Manhwa shouted, launching himself forward with a punch aimed at the incoming projectiles. As a second-level expert, the missiles posed no lethal threat to him. However, his subordinates were only first-level warriors. Reverse Blade, 13 Layers of the World. Zhang Tailing bent slightly, assuming a sword-drawing stance, a pure surge of vitality coursing through his sword. With a decisive strike, he slashed at the approaching missiles. Boom. Sparks erupted in the sky as multiple explosions followed. Out of nowhere, a fleet of black SUVs rushed in. What impeccable timing. As the vehicles came to a halt, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit emerged, fixing his gaze on Manhwa. The man wore a mask, rendering his features unrecognizable. Simultaneously, over 30 men donned in suits and dark helmets exited the vehicles, aligning themselves neatly behind the masked figure. Manhwa landed, his eyes narrowing with fierce intensity as he glared at these newcomers. Damn it. He could discern that the masked man's aura was on par with his own. The remaining 30 were all first-level warriors. Had it been before, his team could have engaged them head-on, but now Manhwa glanced back at his subordinates. Each one gravely injured, their eyes glazed over. Clenching his fists, his eyes nearly filled with blood. Release my subordinates, and I will remain here. Manhwa roared, though his voice bore an undertone of desperation. Are you jesting? The masked man chuckled lightly, his tone mocking. None of you will leave here alive today. You will all perish. His laughter reverberated, waves of vitality surging forth. Deputy Chief, if we are to die, let us die together. A middle-aged woman with a severed arm grimaced, stepping closer to Manhwa. If I can take one more with me before I go, so be it. When I am gone, the state will take care of my children. Ha ha ha. Millions in compensation, enough to see my son through college. Ha ha indeed. I too covet that compensation. Several exhausted officers stood up, laughing heartily despite their dire condition. Zhang Tailing observed this scene with a complex expression, remaining silent. Little girl, you should leave. I will entrust these children to you, Manhwa said solemnly, looking earnestly at Zhang Tailing. At present, there were still over 20 children left. If they were to perish, the consequences for these children would be dire. Thus, he could only place his hopes in Zhang Tailing. Zhang Tailing's eyes flickered slightly, a light laugh escaping her lips. I am a prodigy. With 50 units of vitality, I can slay a second-level warrior. This time, we may not necessarily lose. Manhwa paused momentarily before nodding. Indeed, the strength of a prodigy should not be underestimated. Prodigies can be quite formidable, the masked man murmured, then turned to his side. A tall, voluptuous woman clad in leather appeared. What a beautiful girl. My sister happens to be a second-level warrior as well. Let us see how formidable your skills are, she said with a playful smile, drawing 2 handguns from her waist. 2 second-level warriors. Shen-on was scoffed under his breath. Actually, it is 3. The woman replied with a light laugh, revealing an even more despairing reality to the gathering. At that moment, a short figure clad in a helmet emerged, wielding a meow knife, an overwhelming aura of vitality emanating from them, creating a gust of wind. Witnessing this, Zhang Tailing's eyes filled with profound despair. Her vitality was merely 50, typically sufficient to deal with 1 second-level warrior. Ling Huai, already gravely injured, could barely muster 40% of her strength. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Shenong was gaze swept across the helmeted figure, his eyes growing icy. It appeared that there was no escaping this dire situation today. The longer they waited, the more their morale dwindled. It would be better to make a desperate stand. With a roar, he charged forward, his fist aimed at the masked man. Meanwhile, Ling Huai stood dazed before the smoldering ruins. It hurts, oh it hurts. A small girl in her arms, her body riddled with fractures, cried out. Do not weep. Be strong. Ling Huai held the girl tightly, her face etched with urgency. With Lin Tian's fate uncertain and enemies approaching from the other side of the chemical factory, what was she to do? Should she check on Lin Tian or rescue Zhang Tailing? Lin Tian! Lin Tian! Ling Huai cried out in desperation, her words tumbling out incoherently. Her eyes were swollen and red, tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggled to control her emotions. Her body trembled slightly, her breath quickening and growing feeble. Finally, she set the little girl down. Sister will go fight the bad guys now. Do not cry, be strong. Even if it hurts, you must run away from here. Ling Huai murmured, her eyes filled with determination, before sprinting towards Zhang Tailing. On the ground, the bleeding little girl nodded, tears glistening as she crawled away towards the other side of the chemical factory. She wished to leave this place, to depart from it forever. Simultaneously, beneath the rubble of a 2-story building that had been reduced to ruins, Lin Tian lay trapped beneath a slab of stone. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian's eyes sparked with flashes of lightning. Fortunately, his reflexes had been swift enough. Otherwise, he would have truly become a mere pulp. The full power of the 100 shadows still proved formidable. With considerable effort, Lin Tian extricated himself from beneath the stone slab. Gripping his Tang Dao, the ink blade, he shattered several pieces of debris with a single strike. He ventured deeper into the wreckage. As the downpour gradually extinguished the flames, thick smoke rising from the ruins. A soft sensation underfoot caught his attention, and Lin Tian glanced down to find the little boy who had previously fainted on the hospital bed, now charred and lifeless. Lin Tian's gaze flickered with sorrow as he pressed onward, continuing his search through the smoke-filled ruins, where a flickering flame persisted amidst the devastation. The essence of the fire spirit flickers gently, its incandescent glow released from the shattered glass dome that once contained it. The diminutive flame burns without a source, resilient even against the torrential downpour that fails to extinguish its fierce vitality. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Steam evaporates, enveloping Lin Tian in a veil of white mist, as if attempting to fully envelop him in its warmth. He approaches the essence of the fire spirit, scrutinizing it closely. The scarlet flames shimmer like precious gemstones, dancing gracefully as if a phoenix striving to soar into the heavens. Layers of fiery twilight radiate outward, stirring waves of heat. According to the bespectacled man's words, this is not the complete essence of the fire spirit, but merely a fragment of it. Nevertheless, it is a treasure of immeasurable worth. The entire chemical plant, the awakened children with psychic abilities, and the secrets of the mentalists all stem from this very source. Lin Tian's throat constricts. The pressing question now is how to secure this essence of the fire spirit. He crouches down, deep in thought. Just then, a sudden flash of fire darts before his eyes, and the essence of the fire spirit vanishes in an instant. What? Lin Tian immediately surveys his surroundings. The flame that had just been burning is now utterly gone. Rising to his feet, a surge of intense fury ignites within him. After enduring so much to arrive at this place, to uncover the secret spoken of by Qiuzi, how could it simply vanish? At that moment, a deep humming resonates within the depths of Lin Tian's mind. A wave of heat surges from his heart, coursing through every part of his body. It's excruciating. Lin Tian's complexion pales, and he collapses to the ground, feeling as if 1,000 needles are piercing his flesh. The agony intensifies. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian realizes where the essence of the fire spirit has gone, inside him. Damn it! Lin Tian grits his teeth, pressing his hands against the ground, tears nearly spilling from the pain. Buzz. The reverberations continue. A sensation of dizziness washes over him. A crimson light bursts forth from Lin Tian's eyes, sharpening his senses within a 100-meter radius. Taste, sight, and touch become extraordinarily acute, striking him like a blade. Ding. The sound of the system reverberates in Lin Tian's mind. Host has reclaimed the essence of the fire spirit. Lin Tian is momentarily stunned, then laboriously rolls over to gaze at the sky. The torrential rain cascades down, cleansing his face like a crystal stream. The wave of pain ebbs and flows. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the sounds of battle continue to echo. Chunongwa's side has completely fallen to the disadvantage. Lin Tian struggles for a moment, feeling as if a colossal weight bears down upon him, rendering him nearly immobile. Yet, the one solace is that his consciousness remains intact, and his body is not obliterated. The excruciating pain, akin to crashing waves, gradually begins to subside. Slowly, the world around him sharpens into clarity, the information relayed to Lin Tian intensifying. The crimson hue in his vision blossoms slowly, while strands of energy flow like a clear stream. System, open the data panel. Lin Tian inwardly commands the system. Host, Lin Tian. Balance, 373, 800 gold coins. Vitality, 118. Mental power, 25. Martial skills, 1. Thunder Fist of 3 movements, fully purchased. 2. Hidden Blade 7 slashes. C-grade effect Blood Shadow. B-grade mutated effect Hidden Thunder Slash. B-grade effect 100 Shadows Passing. A-grade effect Reverse Flickering Light, not purchased. S-grade effect Azure Blood Blade Slash, not purchased. Techniques, 1. True Thunder Force, fully purchased. Lin Tian's attention immediately zeroes in on his mental power. He vividly recalls that long ago, his mental strength had stabilized at 0. 5 without change. Yet now, it has astonishingly reached 2. 5. No, wait. In the blink of an eye, he sees his mental power soar to 2. 6, then 2. 7. It continues to surge. 28, 29, 35, 65, 66, 67, 105, 135, 136. Lin Tian's eyes widen, staring in a daze. After acquiring the system, he had felt ecstatic when his vitality increased by 0.01 after 2 hours of practicing True Thunder Force. But now, he must admit, Lin Tian the master has grown somewhat numb. Such a staggering increase. Even a reduction by a single digit would not be deemed poor. As someone weak in mental prowess, his mental power currently skyrockets as if he were under a cheat's influence. Under such numerical growth, Lin Tian perceives the pain he endures as akin to a massage. I want pain, let it consume me. Lin Tian grits his teeth, his voice barely escaping through clenched jaws. Despite this, his expression betrays a savage joy. The torrential rain continues to wash over Lin Tian, cleansing him of dust and grime. Gradually, he regains sensation in his body. His fingers that had been pressed against the ground twitching slightly. Buzz. A resonant hum. Surrounding Lin Tian, debris, fragments of stone, and would lift into the air as if drawn by a powerful magnetic force. With a clap, Lin Tian pushes against the ground and slowly rises. Buzz. An enigmatic hum echoes from the depths of his mind. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering sounds fills the air. Bits of stone, broken steel bars, and shattered laboratory equipment fragments begin to drift upward as Lin Tian stands. Even heavy slabs of stone appear to be lifted by unseen hands, slowly rotating in midair. In that moment, an extraordinary sensation wells up within Lin Tian's heart. It feels as if he is the true sovereign of this 10-meter radius. A crimson gleam flashes in his eyes, burning fiercely and growing increasingly intense. He slowly raises his arm, then brings it down. Bang, bang, bang. All that had floated around him plummets to the ground, sending splashes of water into the air. Is this the sensation of power? Lin Tian murmurs, his retina displaying a mental value of 25 points. Although the rate of increase begins to slow, it still ascends autonomously. This is merely the enhancement provided by 1/5 of the essence of the fire spirit. Lin Tian dares not imagine what would transpire should he acquire the complete essence. Perhaps, it would grant him unparalleled strength. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of brutal combat persist. A smile tugs at the corners of Lin Tian's mouth. Now, it is time to conclude. Meanwhile, in the main battle zone, boom. The masked man delivered a devastating punch to Chunongwa, who crashed heavily against a solid wall. The wall shattered, and Chunongwa struggled to emerge from the rubble. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Not far away, Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing were valiantly attempting to combat 2 other level 2 adversaries, but it was evident that they were outmatched. Ying Huai was already injured, and her strength fell short of that required to contend with a level 2 warrior. Consequently, alongside Zhang Tailing, they were being relentlessly suppressed. Zhang Tailing had even lost one hand, her vitality visibly waning. As for the remaining level 1 officers, they were being mercilessly overwhelmed. Oh, I will tear you filthy alien cultists apart, shouted one officer, whose arms had been severed, as he recklessly charged at a helmeted man. He collided headfirst with the man's helmet with a sickening crunch. You seek death, the alien cultist growled, plunging a knife deep into the officer's abdomen. Then, with a slight bend, he unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed at the officer's vital points, his movements swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the officer was pierced 50 times, blood erupting from his body as flesh was torn apart. With a heavy thud, the once furious officer, now filled with bitterness, collapsed to the ground. Trash. The alien cultist spat, a cold smirk dancing across his lips. The destruction of his helmet revealed an exceptionally youthful face. It's you. Shunangwa roared, his fury reaching a boiling point as he recognized the officer who had previously encountered them while driving a police vehicle. The individual, once clad in police attire, now stood as a murderer among his own colleagues. Ah, you've been seen through. Now you're all doomed, the masked man sighed softly, his figure surging forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. In the next instant, he lunged at Shunangwa, delivering a thunderous punch aimed at his head. The impact was immense, sending shockwaves through the air. In response, Shunangwa, equally enraged, retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision was explosive. The masked man's fist caved in, bones fracturing, while Shunangwa's forearm burst forth with blood as shattered bone shards erupted. With a pained roar, Shunangwa was sent reeling back, crashing through yet another wall. You are the officers of Water City, Shunangwa bellowed, his voice akin to a wild beast's roar. The masked man momentarily hesitated, and the others paused in their actions. Why have you colluded with the aliens? Shunangwa roared once more, unable to fathom the unfolding scene. He had refrained from contacting the Water City Police Bureau due to concerns about moles, but this was no mere infiltration. This was a group of alien cultists masquerading as officers. Beside him, Zhantai Ling and Ying Huai looked on, their faces pale with disbelief. I've fallen for a handsome guy, and now I'm going to face death with him. Isn't that romantic? Ying Huai uttered with a bitter smile. Zhantai Ling frowned, wanting to chastise her, but holding back. Oh dear, I like him so much, I'm starting to hallucinate, Ying Huai said with a grin, seemingly envisioning a tall figure emerging through the rain, wielding a knife with a tattered black jacket. Amidst the rain's lament, a striking young man walked quietly, with slender eyes shimmering with hints of blue lightning, gentle yet brimming with untamed energy. Lin Tian, Zhantai Ling exclaimed in astonishment, confirming her eyes weren't deceiving her. Lin Tian, run, why are you coming back? Shunangwa shouted in fury, initially elated to see Lin Tian alive, but his anger quickly escalated. It was evident they were all on the brink of death. Better to save one life than lose all. Oh, what a handsome young man, a woman in a helmet, wielding dual pistols, remarked, her voice laced with a playful lilt. Alongside another shorter individual, they were suppressing Zhantai Ling and Ying Huai. Heh, someone wants to play the hero, chuckled the man whose helmet had been shattered. He had seen Lin Tian before in the precinct and had thought little of him due to his youth. He appeared to be merely an intern officer. Hey, Li Long, don't kill him. Such a good-looking boy is rare. The woman with a long whip said earnestly. Li Long paused, then sneered. I particularly enjoy killing those more handsome than myself. In an instant, Li Long erupted forward, moving at an astonishing speed of nearly 50 meters per second, creating walls of water in his wake, the very air seeming to explode around him. Lin Tian stood firm, feeling the clarity of Li Long's movements. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. This battle was nothing short of a cruel mockery. Duck, Lin Tian, Ying Huai screamed. Yet Lin Tian remained rooted, a smile gracing his lips. In the next heartbeat, Li Long was upon him, just 3 meters away. What a show you're putting on, Li Long snarled, thrusting his blade towards Lin Tian's forehead. Just as the tip of the blade was about to make contact, Li Long's gaze met Lin Tian's, cold and unervingly calm. A chill ran through Li Long as an ominous feeling washed over him. In an instant, his body twisted for reasons unknown. The knife that was supposed to pierce Lin Tian's forehead found itself unable to advance. What had just transpired? Li Long's mind raced as he caught a glimpse of his own form. He was still in mid-charge, yet his head was missing, blood gushing forth. When had his head and body become separated? Li Long pondered, a languid wave of darkness enveloping his vision, and then his severed head fell to the ground. 440,000, Lin Tian murmured, his eyes devoid of emotion. With the aid of his formidable mental prowess, he discerned the underlying patterns of the unfolding events with startling clarity. Li Long's seemingly swift actions were riddled with flaws in Lin Tian's eyes. The mentalists are truly monstrous, Lin Tian thought to himself. At that moment, silence descended, a profound and eerie stillness. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Tian's decisive strike. He had neither summoned energy nor employed martial techniques. With a mere casual swing of his blade, he had severed Li Long's neck. Such mastery and nonchalance in combat were reminiscent of one far older and more seasoned. Ying Huai's lips parted, wanting to speak, but she was momentarily choked with astonishment. The young man she admired was exhibiting an unsettling degree of strength. The surviving level 1 officers gazed at Lin Tian, their expressions shifting. A glimmer of something new igniting within their eyes, hope. Lin Tian's presence had rekindled a flicker of hope among the beleaguered officers. Kill him. The masked man let out a low growl, his instincts sensing something amiss. Kill. Eliminate him. In an instant, the nearest dozen or so level 1 alien cultists erupted in furious shouts. In a battlefield rife with instability, one must act swiftly to eliminate the threat. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of blood energy surged forth, shattering the rain, as the figures charged toward Lin Tian like a battalion of tanks. Lin Tian, hold on. I'm coming to assist you. Shunangwa was taken aback at this moment. He hadn't anticipated that these alien cultists would regard Lin Tian with such seriousness. You should focus on yourself, the masked man sneered, and in the next moment, he lunged toward Chenanghua. Meanwhile, Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing were entangled with another pair of level 2 warriors, retreating step by step. At the same time, Lin Tian sprang into action. Crack! The true thunder force activated, arcs of lightning flickering like serpents. His long knife danced like a dragon, rendering his form almost illusory. Had he not awakened his mental power, he would have struggled to contend with so many level 1 warriors at once. Yet now, Lin Tian's mental power stood at 25, twofold that of his blood energy. This formidable mental prowess not only endowed him with the ability to manipulate objects, but also sharpened his perception and reaction time. Such is the extraordinary nature of a mentalist. Although besieged by a dozen foes, what seemed perilous transformed into simplicity under Lin Tian's meticulous calculations. Moreover, he utilized his mental power to disrupt their movements, delivering fatal strikes. In such a precarious situation, none could perceive Lin Tian's subtle maneuvers. Damn it, why can't we hit him? Attack together. The alien cultists roared in frustration. Despite their initial onslaught, they found no advantage against Lin Tian. The hidden knife, 7 slashes, executed in a shadowy blur, made him appear almost spectral. His rapid movements, interspersed with precise strikes, proved exceedingly troublesome. With a swift slice, Lin Tian's blade struck the forehead of an alien cultist, blood gushing forth instantly. Some cultists, driven to the brink of rage, lost all semblance of strategy. Immediately, the tempo shifted. This was Lin Tian's rhythm. His eyes glinted crimson. His tang knife strikes accelerating with breathtaking speed. Quick, as swift as the wind, as elusive as a dragon's shadow. Each slash unleashed a myriad of blade shadows, intertwined with serpentine lightning, roaring and cleaving through the air. At that moment, a torrential downpour cascaded down, yet within a 3-meter radius of Lin Tian. The blade energy repelled the rain. Sizzle. The raindrops evaporated the instant they collided with the blade's aura, transforming into mist and rendering the surroundings hazy. How is he so fast? Our coordinated attacks are utterly chaotic. One at a time, don't all rush in. The shouts of the alien cultists echoed, their dread palpable, as Lin Tian's overwhelming presence rendered the combined assault ineffective. Instead, he navigated the chaos with ease, growing increasingly adept. This was a flawless display of skill. How many could master the hidden knife, 7 slashes, to such a profound level? Lin Tian's gaze shone brightly, his scarlet eyes flickering with threads of thunder. His mind was calculating, analyzing the battlefield. Head, neck, temples, eyes, heart. Bang, bang, bang. Weapons clashed violently, sparks flying, and the thunderous brilliance illuminated the scene. Splatter. Blood flowers erupted as alien cultists fell one by one. Until their demise, they never comprehended Lin Tian's movements. Their flesh and blood shattered. Ensnared in the rhythm of his offensive from the very start, mired in a quagmire of despair. Is this really a trainee officer? One alien cultist wailed as Lin Tian severed his arms. What is this youth? He appears no older than 16 or 17. Yet the pressure he exudes is more terrifying than anyone else here. Despair and rage welled up within the level 1 alien cultists as their heads exploded in disbelief. Before long, only 3 of the original dozen remained. These 3 were the elder and more experienced fighters among them, adept at evasion and avoiding fatal threats. Yet, to their utter hopelessness, this knife-wielding youth possessed knowledge and prowess that eclipsed their own. With a swift strike, Lin Tian cleaved through one of their massive heads. We can't stop him. Reinforcements. His words were cut short as a blade, crackling with lightning, sliced through him, splitting his body in 2. Trash, all of you. Lin Tian sneered, the rain washing away his sweat, concealing his fatigue. The high-frequency combat had left his muscles feeling like they were being pierced with needles. His body was riddled with strains and aches, yet adrenaline surged, allowing him to overlook the exhaustion. Please, don't kill me. The last remaining alien cultist, clutching his severed arm, scrambled backward. Terror and helplessness etched across his face as he gazed at Lin Tian, experiencing the most profound fear. Trash, Lin Tian murmured, his blade sweeping across the cultist's throat. With a splash, blood sprayed forth. He was dead. This scene was vividly etched into the eyes of every spectator present. What had initially been a one-sided battle transformed into a completely different narrative with the arrival of this youth. Now, the dynamics of the level 1 warrior's combat had been forcibly altered into a one-against-many scenario, thanks to Lin Tian. As for Lin Tian, who could contend with him? The alien cultists held their breath, their minds swirling with a myriad of questions. How long has it been? Were those dozen people merely providing experience for him? Chenanghua, who had been under the relentless pressure from the masked man, found himself momentarily speechless at the sight. His heart was a tumult of ecstasy, hope, and sheer astonishment. He felt immense gratitude for agreeing to accompany Lin Tian. Incredible. This is a prodigy, not even a level 1 warrior, and yet capable of slaying those above his level. Ha ha ha, marvelous, marvelous. Chenanghua roared. Despite having a broken arm and only a few teeth remaining, he laughed maniacally while spitting blood. Shut up, the masked man bellowed, his blood energy surging as he hurled a punch, sending visible waves of force crashing into Chenonghua. With a thunderous impact, Chenonghua was sent flying. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. He knew Chenonghua stood no chance against this foe. He too was powerless. His attention shifted several hundred meters away to Zhang Tai-ling and Ying Huai. At this moment, Ying Huai lay sprawled on the ground, her fate uncertain, her blood merging with the rainwater beneath her. As for Zhang Tai-ling, she had already lost an arm and was continuously evading, now suppressed by two second-tier warriors, utterly devoid of any ability to counterbalance. Clearly, she was on the brink of succumbing. In contrast, Chenonghua's condition appeared far more favorable. Though he had been relentlessly beaten, his tough skin and resilient flesh rendered him impervious to immediate death. Lin Tian's gaze was heavy with contemplation. Could he truly engage in a contest against second-tier warriors? Although his vitality had reached the threshold of a first-tier warrior, without the advancement, he could not truly claim that designation. Killing a first-tier warrior would already be considered a feat beyond his current rank. Now, he was contemplating confronting second-tier warriors. Lin Tian tightened his grip on the ink weapon, and reason whispered to him that he had already done enough. The current predicament stemmed from Chenonghua's poorly devised plan, and the folly of Ying Huai and his companions was evident. His own life was the most precious. He was chosen by the system, a child of destiny. Why then should he take such risks? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a cold smile unfurled at the corner of his lips. In the distance, Zhang Tai-ling and the other two second-tier warriors observed Lin Tian's actions. Did he intend to approach? Zhang Tai-ling, with one eye shut tight and blood cascading from her head, diluted by the rain, murmured to herself. Did he seek death? She secretly wished for him to come closer, but was acutely aware that if he did, the odds of his demise would be greatly increased. Oh, the handsome young man thinks he can seek death after killing a few first-tier warriors, laughed the woman wielding the long whip, her crimson tongue licking her lips beneath her helmet. Meanwhile, a shorter man brandishing a machete let out a sinister chuckle, having initially intended to deal with Lin Tian first. Now that Lin Tian chose not to flee and instead approached directly, it only made things easier. I ponder. I will undoubtedly face more perilous situations and stronger adversaries in the future, Lin Tian murmured to himself. If he shied away this time, how could he expect another opportunity? He chuckled softly, his voice barely audible to anyone else. He was a youth, and despite having faced life and death, he was not fearless. Just moments ago, several police officers had perished, and dozens of innocent children had been brutally killed. They were all human. Life is exceedingly fragile. Once extinguished, nothing remains. Yet, some things are far more precious than life itself. His lack of visible emotion did not mean he was devoid of such sentiments within. The torrential rain that had persisted for several days now seemed to reach its zenith. The sky was cloaked in heavy clouds, yet through the crevices, a faint light of daybreak seeped through. The rain was on the verge of cessation. After days of relentless downpour, signs of a respite were finally emerging. Lin Tian walked quietly, his drenched black hair obscuring his elongated brows. Beneath a few strands, his eyes darkened further. Soon, a crimson hue began to emerge. The ink weapon in his grasp was enveloped by a tempest of thunder, as if it were a divine artifact of the heavens. In that moment, Lin Tian resembled a being wielding the very authority of the cosmos, advancing with deadly intent. How handsome, exclaimed the woman with the long whip, her voice laced with amusement as her whip shimmered with a green luminescence. I can be even more striking, Lin Tian replied with a fierce grin. Boom. In an instant, he surged forth. His speed was blinding. He suddenly dashed close to the ground, his form transforming into a lightning serpent. The rain beneath him erupting as it was scorched by the thunder, turning into vapor. The thunder roared in a cacophony, reverberating relentlessly. In the next moment, he lunged before the woman, his long knife descending with ferocity. Boom. A sudden flash of lightning struck down. The woman was taken aback. Her long whip rendered ineffective as she drew a handgun from her waist with her left hand. Bang. The blade clashed against the firearm, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated down her arm. Instantly, her body was propelled backward, skimming the ground for over 30 meters. Is this how you treat a beautiful woman? She pouted, feigning indignation as she regained her stance. The next instant, a booming thunder resonated within her, a violent surge of true thunder exploding in her abdomen. Ugh! She retched, the powerful vitality of a second-tier warrior suppressing the true thunder's force. Gradually, the malice in her eyes, hidden beneath the helmet, began to surface. Handsome boy, you truly seek death, she spoke ominously. Then do it. Kill me. Lin Tian's lips curled into a fierce smile. Boom. In an instant, he surged towards the woman again, the ink weapon poised to strike. Humph. The woman let out a low cry, one hand clutching her gun, the other wielding the whip. A torrent of energy flowed down as the long whip erupted with a chilling green light, seemingly alive, lunging at Lin Tian like a serpent. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, crimson igniting within him. His formidable perception radiated outward in an instant. Buzz. The true thunder surged forth, enveloping him in a tumultuous river of thunder. The Tang knife slashed down, executing the hidden blade's 7 strikes. The true thunder intensified, amplifying the thunderous river eightfold. The hidden blade 7 strikes, 100 shadows slipping through. Magnified tenfold. An astonishing 80-fold increase in combat power surged forth, reaching terrifying heights. Boom. His long knife descended, his figure moving so swiftly that it shattered the air, producing the sonic booms akin to a fighter jet soaring through the sky. He trembled with intensity, flickering within mere millimeters of distance. From afar, both the long whip and Lin Tian appeared ethereal, as though blue and green lights were continuously colliding and merging. Huh. The woman gasped, her brows knitting together. She suddenly sensed a formidable challenge. This young man before her was far from ordinary. With her left hand, she wielded the long whip, while her right hand aimed the gun at Lin Tian. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets sliced through the air, illuminating like daylight as they shot towards Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. This time, he would no longer conceal his prowess. His mental energy erupted. Buzz. A torrent of mental energy surged forth, instantly wrapping around the bullets like viscous liquid. Lin Tian did not directly control them, but allowed the bullets that posed a threat to him to be slightly deflected in their trajectory, combined with his body's movement. He could easily evade. The woman furrowed her brow at this turn of events. Amidst the fierce battle, she momentarily overlooked the aspect of mental force. Boom. Explosions erupted everywhere as Lin Tian pushed back the whip-wielding woman, the tide of battle shifting from its previous one-sidedness. Chunonghua gritted his teeth, seemingly fighting with reckless abandon. He did not intervene as Lin Tian engaged the second-tier warrior, knowing that if Lin Tian refrained from action, their defeat was inevitable within minutes. However, how could the burden of battle be placed upon an outsider, especially one still in high school? Their mission as police officers was to fight, to sacrifice themselves. Lin Tian must not die. He was a prodigy, an extraordinary talent, whose future achievements could very well influence a foreign conflict. Die, he roared. Chunonghua unleashed a flurry of frenzied punches, his gaze furtively darting towards Lin Tian's direction. What the hell? He growled, utterly unprepared for the unfolding events. Suddenly, a thunderous impact resonated as Lin Tian surged through the deadly formation created by the long whip, delivering a powerful kick to the woman's waist, sending her crashing into a workshop. Without hesitation, Lin Tian swiftly followed, vanishing from Chunonghua's sight. Astonishingly, Lin Tian was holding his own against a second-tier fighter, showing no signs of disadvantage thus far. Chunonghua's mind struggled to process the overwhelming information of the battle while he repeatedly exclaimed in disbelief. What was he witnessing? A mere novice with the strength of a second-tier warrior? What audacity! The masked man bellowed, launching a rising dragon punch that struck Chunonghua squarely in the chest. With a resounding crack, Chunonghua was sent flying over 20 meters, suspended in midair. Even in that moment, his mind continued to shout in astonishment. What had he seen? A mere boy, devoid of any martial background, wielding the power of a second-tier warrior. Incredible! Chunonghua spat blood. Teeth mingled with the crimson liquid as he crashed to the ground. You must be tough as nails. Have you been scrubbing your back with sand every day? The masked man roared, charging towards Chunonghua. I possess an indomitable will. Chunonghua retorted, rallying his spirit to respond with a roar of his own. Meanwhile, in a sizable workshop, Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He had successfully maneuvered the battlefield into a blind spot. Listen here. Handsome, remember not to kick a woman's waist. The woman spat fiercely, removing her helmet to reveal a strikingly beautiful face. Lin Tian, however, regarded her with indifference. You are far too weak. Pardon? The woman arched an eyebrow in disbelief. I expected a second-tier warrior to be formidable, yet you seem rather lackluster. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting with disdain. The woman's gaze hardened, and a sinister smile crept across her lips. I was merely toying with you. Did you truly believe yourself to be impressive? She sneered, discarding her long whip. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, the manic grin on his face growing more pronounced. Is there more to your arsenal? Perfect, I have some tricks of my own. At that moment, the woman brandished twin pistols, the ominous black muzzles aimed at Lin Tian. Die, she roared. Instantly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets tracing arcs through the air as if guided by divine hands. Psychic warrior? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and in the next instant, a shockwave erupted from within him. The long blade he wielded slipped from his grasp, and flashes of blade light flickered, moving as if 100 blades danced simultaneously. The bullets collided with the blades, producing sparks akin to a raging inferno. Psychic warrior. The woman gasped, startled to discover that Lin Tian also possessed psychic abilities, and to her shock, he was her equal. She had awakened through potions in her youth and trained for over a decade. You. Panic surged within her as her gaze flicked to a nearby crumbling building. You've consumed it. You're seeking death. Lin Tian shouted, his demeanor shifting to that of a ferocious beast as he lunged towards her. Crack. Thunderous roars erupted like a tempest. The woman, trembling with fear, hastily prepared to counter. How dare you consume it without permission? She screamed in fury. Before she could finish, Lin Tian's fist connected with her chin. Crack. Several teeth shattered, and her expression darkened with malice. Boom. A surge of energy erupted from her, propelling Lin Tian backwards. Damn it! Lin Tian growled, still airborne, his eyes sparking with electric fury, shining like two brilliant gemstones. In the next moment, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens, echoing as if the very sky itself were in turmoil. Crack! A searing bolt of lightning descended from the clouds. Crack! The tumultuous thunder roared, writhing in the azure sky like a dragon in flight. Lin Tian stabilized himself mid-air, astonishingly hovering for a brief moment. Those witnessing the spectacle appeared as though they had encountered a ghost. They beheld the mighty thunderbolt descending like a pillar, rising with the motion of Lin Tian's fist. Summon the thunder. Lin Tian's heart whispered. Boom. A terrifying pressure of the heavens descended upon the chemical plant. What the hell? Chenongguo was left in a daze, at a loss for words. Who on earth are you? Below, the second-tier female warrior screamed hoarsely, her body trembling at the sight. I will be the one to end you, Lin Tian declared, and in the next instant, he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an adult's arm, slammed down into the ground, striking the woman directly. The overwhelming might of the thunder suppressed all onlookers. As Lin Tian landed, the electric light gradually faded, revealing a charred patch of earth. The woman lay crumpled on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke as she struggled to breathe. Her internal organs severely damaged and rendered non-functional. Perhaps you should have kept your mouth shut, Lin Tian remarked coldly, approaching her with deliberate steps. The woman lay helpless, her eyes filled with an overwhelming blend of terror and defiance as they locked onto Lin Tian. In the next instant, a flash of blade light struck, piercing through her forehead. She was dead. Lin Tian stood quietly, the electric aura around him dissipating. The rain had ceased, and he watched as the last remnants of lightning faded into the horizon. A ray of sunlight broke through the dispersing clouds, illuminating the waterlogged ground, which shimmered with glistening reflections. A second-tier warrior is truly nothing extraordinary, Lin Tian said quietly.